Ning Yetchin was once an unparalleled demon lord, unifying the demon realm single-handedly and ruthlessly defeating the celestial realm, instilling terror across the six realms. Growing weary of bloodshed, he ultimately chose to quietly retreat to the mortal world, living the life of an untroubled recluse. Until one fateful night, a celestial empress, afflicted by the enchanting lust poison, fell from the heavens and landed in his chamber. Chapter 1. Mother takes you to find your father. In the dead of night, above a tranquil forest, a radiant streak resembling a shooting star swiftly traversed the darkened sky. Upon closer inspection, the luminous arc revealed the silhouette of a woman. Unsteady in her descent, she plummeted from the night sky towards a wooden dwelling nestled within the woods. With a resounding crash, she broke through the rooftop and fell into the room below. Ning Yetchin, peacefully slumbering in bed, was abruptly awakened, staring in astonishment at the woman who had descended from the heavens and landed in his quarters. Clad in a gown woven from phoenix clouds, her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her crimson eyes sparkled with an ethereal light. Her skin was as pale as freshly fallen snow, her features exquisitely drawn, and her delicate lips resembled cherry blossoms. She was a vision of celestial beauty. Her enchanting visage was tinged with a captivating blush, while her ruby-like eyes shimmered with a spring-like allure, exuding a bewitching charm. Even Ning Yetchin, who had encountered countless celestial beings and demonesses, found himself entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. Judging by her celestial attire, she must have hailed from a revered sanctuary within the celestial realm, suggesting a status of considerable significance. Could it be that his secluded refuge had been discovered? Had the celestial realm sent agents to hunt him down? That seemed unlikely. He had concealed himself here for nearly a century, employing measures that ought to be foolproof. Furthermore, the celestial realm should lack the audacity to provoke him. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. What to do? Should he seize her and discreetly bury her? He had no desire to expose his true identity. As Ning Yetchin hesitated on how to address the unexpected visitor, the woman's enchanting gaze was fixed upon him. The youth before her possessed a chiseled face, exuding elegance and charm, coupled with an indescribable aura that captivated her. She had not anticipated encountering such a striking young man in the mortal realm. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to leave immediately to seek an antidote, or the lust poison would soon overwhelm her. Feeling the poison within her intensifying, gradually spreading throughout her being and eroding her senses, Luo Ruiying's complexion flushed with heat, her eyes becoming increasingly dazed, and her lips exuding a fervent fragrance. Struggling to rise, she found herself exceedingly weak. Just as she managed to stand, her body faltered, and she inadvertently tumbled into Ning Yetchin's embrace. What was happening? Was this a ploy? To dispel any misunderstanding and project his integrity, Ning Yetchin spread his hands wide, refraining from touching her delicate form, gazing down in bewilderment at her increasingly alluring and peculiar demeanor. As a former demon lord, he swiftly recognized that Luo Ruiying was afflicted with the infamous thousand-demon lust poison. This poison was concocted from various lust-inducing herbs of the demon realm, combined with the aphrodisiacal substances derived from the black serpents, lust dragons, and the essence of nine-tailed foxes from the beast realm. Containing a myriad of lust poisons, it was incurable. Should one fall victim to the thousand-demon lust poison, failure to engage in intimacy within a limited time frame would lead to an explosive demise from the poison. The woman before him appeared to have reached the limits of her endurance. Lying in Ning Yetchin's embrace, Luo Ruiying sensed her inability to suppress the lewd poison coursing through her veins, her body growing increasingly feverish and weak. Upon inhaling the robust masculine essence emanating from Ning Yetchin, she could not help but swallow instinctively, her entire being ablaze with heat. Lifting her passionate gaze to Ning Yetchin's handsome visage, she gently pressed her crimson lips together, making a resolute decision in her heart. At this juncture, there was no recourse but to utilize this man's form to dispel the poison. It was a course of action she had no choice but to take. She would simply take advantage of this mortal before her. With a flick of her wrist, several ethereal ropes shot forth, binding Ning Yetchin's limbs and rendering him in a big shape upon the bed. Her delicate fingers removed the golden hairpin from her head, allowing her silvery hair, as radiant as the starry river, to cascade down to her waist. With a gentle caress, she let the enchanting phoenix dress slip away, and the bodice fell to the ground, revealing her exquisitely alluring and unadorned form before Ning Yetchin's eyes. What was happening? Was he to be assaulted? What should he do? Should he resist? He found himself in a state of urgent indecision. This was his precious first experience. Though he had commanded respect across the realms for centuries, he had never engaged with a woman. Adhering to the principle that women would only hinder his sword-drawing speed, he had never grown close to any. Suddenly pinned beneath a woman, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety far more intense than when he had battled his way into the celestial realm. If he wished to resist, he could easily break free from the ethereal ropes. Yet, such an action would surely lead to the woman before him succumbing to the lewd poison. While he was not a paragon of virtue, the thought of such a beautiful woman perishing in this manner struck him as deeply lamentable. Should she die here, it might even expose his identity and bring him trouble. Very well. He would perform a good deed this once, though it felt rather strange to be bound in such a way, as he had no such inclinations. Luo Ruing exhaled a captivating fragrance, her silver teeth biting down as she leaned over Ning Yetchin. In the next moment, her face paled, her delicate features contorting in pain, and she could not suppress a sound that was both pained and enchanting. After a brief respite, the pained moans within the room dissipated, replaced by a chorus of alluring bird calls and soft sighs. Under the influence of the lewd poison, the sounds of their entanglement and gasps persisted for 3 full days and nights without pause. On the morning of the 4th day, Luo Ruing slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, she found herself naked, lying atop Ning Yetchin's chest. The room was in disarray, and she was unaware that the bed beneath them had collapsed at some point. The two lay entwined on the floor. Reflecting on the passionate madness of the past 3 days, a sudden flush of shame colored Luo Ruing's cheeks, which quickly gave way to a melancholic sorrow. She had given herself to this mortal man before her. Lifting her gaze to the slumbering Ning Yetchin, a flicker of resolve crossed her eyes as she slowly raised her delicate hand. As an empress of the celestial realm, her descent into the mortal world and loss of virtue to a mere mortal could not be allowed to spread. However, after a moment's hesitation, Luo Ruing ultimately sighed softly and lowered her hand. He was compelled by her, not by his own volition, and he had even saved her life. How could she repay his kindness? With such treachery? Moreover, they had already shared a bond akin to that of husband and wife. Luo Ruing, supporting her weary body, rose to her feet and gracefully donned her celestial gown. Before parting, she approached Ning Yetchin once more, casting a tender glance in his direction, and sighed softly. Heaven and earth are distinct. All of this is merely a fleeting dream. Let us pretend we have never met. With that, Luo Ruing lightly touched the ground with her toes and vanished from the room. At the moment of her disappearance, Ning Yetchin opened his eyes, sat up, and with a wry smile, murmured to himself, was it merely a dream? Very well. He had awakened long ago. He simply did not know how to confront Luo Ruing and had feigned sleep all this time. Seeing Luo Ruing quietly choose to depart suited him perfectly. This way, she could continue her existence as a celestial being, while he could live his secluded, carefree life, with neither disturbing the other. Gazing around the disheveled room, Ning Yetchin scratched his head. Perhaps things had gotten a bit too intense. He wondered how she was faring. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed in alarm. Oh no, he had forgotten to take precautions. However, she was a celestial being with considerable cultivation, so it was unlikely she would conceive easily. Besides, once she returned, she would surely employ her celestial powers to prevent pregnancy. He should not worry too much. 10 years later, amidst the majestic mountains of the Demon Domain Forest, a wooden house stood prominently in the expansive woodland. In the courtyard, Ning Yetchin lounged in a self-made pair of sunglasses on a rocking chair, holding a glass of freshly squeezed celestial fruit juice, exuding an air of lazy contentment. As the rocking chair swayed gently, he basked in the warm sunlight. This was the life. Every day, he woke up naturally, undisturbed, with no obligations to attend school or work, nor any need to engage in violence. When hunger struck, he feasted on the celestial fruits and herbs he cultivated himself. In his leisure, he could also fish in the lake where he had raised his own fish. Life was blissfully carefree. Compared to his previous life, filled with conflict and chaos, this tranquil existence was what he truly yearned for. The only drawback was that he had lived alone here for over a century and indeed felt a tinge of boredom. In this world devoid of mobile phones or entertainment, the monotonous routine over the course of 100 years had become somewhat tiresome. Though there were a few creatures around to converse with, they frightened him to no end and offered little enjoyment. This inevitably led Ning Yetchin to reminisce about that enchanting dream from a decade ago. For the past 10 years, whenever he felt the slightest boredom, his thoughts would drift back to that night. The growth he experienced that evening was deeply etched in his memory, making it hard to forget. Could it be that his solitude for several centuries had left him feeling lonely? Ning Yetchin pondered this notion. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why he had been unable to resist recalling that night. At the time, he had only intended to save that woman's life, not to intrude upon his secluded existence, yet it had instead become an indelible memory. However, he did not even know the name of the other party, and it seemed unlikely they would meet again. Ning Yetchin shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind and closing his eyes. Having resolved to live in seclusion, there was no need to ponder excessively. At that moment, Ning Yetchin suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone was approaching. His spiritual awareness distinctly sensed the presence of not one, but two figures advancing towards him. It was indeed rare for someone to reach this place. How intriguing. He had concealed himself here for a century, with only that woman intruding a decade ago. Since then, no one else had discovered this place. Ning Yetchin, as if having stumbled upon an amusing diversion, slightly curled his lips in a smile and clapped his hands, causing the barrier enveloping the wooden house to dissipate instantly. He was keen to discover the purpose of their visit. In the dense forest, a woman of exquisite grace and unparalleled beauty ambled through the trees. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her expression bore hints of fatigue. On her back, she carried a charming little girl, no older than 3 or 4, whose delicate features resembled a porcelain doll. The little girl sported glossy black hair, a cherubic face, and bright, curious eyes that sparkled with wonder as she gazed around the woods, asking her mother in a sweet voice, "Mother, where are we going? Didn't Ye say she wanted to see father? Mother is taking you to find your father." Luo Ruiying turned back, revealing a warm and tender smile towards the little girl on her back. Though her face radiated kindness, a flicker of sorrow and concern flashed in her eyes. After 10 years, she never imagined she would return to the mortal realm with her child in search of that man from that night. Strangely, despite relying on her memory to traverse for so long, she could not locate that wooden house. Had he already departed? Indeed, for a mere mortal, 10 years felt like an eternity. He may have long since moved away, perhaps even married and settled down elsewhere. Contemplating this, the anxious expression on Luo Ruiying's face could no longer be concealed. What would she do if she could not find him? Really? Mother, are we going to find father? Luo Hongye, upon hearing her mother mention searching for her father, immediately became elated, pressing her little face close and asking repeatedly, we're going to find father." Seeing the child so filled with joy, Luo Ruiying could not bear to shatter her dreams and smiled in agreement. However, deep down, she held little confidence in whether they would indeed find Ning Yetchin. After her moment of glee, Luo Hongye's little mind was filled with a significant question, and she tilted her head while nestled on her mother's back, asking, "Mother, didn't you say that father passed away when I was born?" Luo Ruiying momentarily fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Ever since Luo Hongye became aware, she often tugged at her to inquire about her father's whereabouts. Luo Ruiying had once deceived her, claiming that her father had tragically passed away at her birth. Now, suddenly saying they would go to find him felt indeed rather peculiar. Night after night, in truth, your father has not completely perished. Luo Ruiying racked her brain and could devise no better excuse to explain. Luo Hongye blinked her large, doe-like eyes, genuinely believing Luo Ruiying's words, and innocently inquired, "So, father is still alive, right, mother?" "Yes, precisely." Luo Ruiying nodded vigorously. She had hoped to deceive her way through, only to be confronted by another question from Luo Hongye. "Then why hasn't father come to find Night and mother? Doesn't father want Night and mother anymore?" As she spoke, Luo Hongye's eyes reddened, tears glistening and swirling in her gaze. Luo Ruiying was startled and quickly pulled Luo Hongye into her embrace, patting her back soothingly. "That is not the case, my dear. How could your father not want you? He has actually sustained grave injuries and has been hiding here to recuperate. I didn't tell you to spare you from worry." This was the best excuse Luo Ruiying could muster. She could hardly reveal to her that her father was entirely unaware of her existence. Luo Hongye believed Luo Ruiying's words without a shred of doubt, immediately halting her tears, her small face etched with concern. "Is father all right?" He's fine. Luo Ruiying smiled gently. Just then, she abruptly halted, her expression turning grave and serious, her sharp gaze scanning the surrounding forest. There was a presence of demonic beasts. Moreover, their aura seemed formidable. When she had come here 10 years ago, she had not noticed the existence of such powerful demonic beasts. In her current state, she wondered if she could handle it. Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongye with one arm, while her other hand reached for the celestial sword at her waist, ready to respond to any sudden attack. However, in the next moment, the faint presence of the demonic beasts around them abruptly dissipated, as if they had scattered in panic, vanishing without a trace. Why had the aura disappeared? Could it be they sensed her presence and were frightened? Just as Luo Ruiying pondered this, a delicate wooden cottage suddenly appeared not far from her. Strange. Just moments ago, she had not noticed the existence of a cottage there. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Though her heart brimmed with confusion, upon seeing the cottage from her memories, a smile of joy involuntarily graced her lips. She had found it. This was the place. Chapter 2. I never claimed to be irresponsible. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongya, approached the wooden cabin with a heart full of trepidation and complex emotions. Gently knocking on the door. With a creak, the wooden door opened slowly. May I inquire whom this young lady seeks? Ning Yetchin asked with a smile. Standing at the threshold, for some inexplicable reason, as he gazed upon the woman before him, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of deja vu. Staring at the familiar visage from his memories, Luo Ruiying slightly pursed her crimson lips and lowered her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously parted her lips to inquire, Do you not remember me? Ning Yetchin scrutinized the girl once more. With her raven hair and crimson eyes, she possessed a beauty reminiscent of blooming flowers under the moonlight. She seemed so familiar. Yet, he found himself unable to recall her identity. He had encountered countless beauties over the years, making it difficult to pinpoint who she was. Moreover, having secluded himself in this place for so long, it was improbable that anyone would recognize him. My lady, may I ask who you are? After ruminating for some time, without finding a match in his memories, Ning Yetchin was left with no choice but to awkwardly inquire. Upon seeing that Ning Changli truly did not recognize her, a mixture of anger and disappointment flickered across Luo Ruiying's face. Unable to contain herself, she scolded him with a soft yet indignant voice. You heartless scoundrel. Not only had he taken her innocence, but she had also gone to great lengths to protect this child. Now, after finally escaping from the celestial realm, she had come to find him. Yet he could not even remember her. She understood that for mortals, a decade could suffice to forget many things. However, she could not help but feel disheartened and enraged by Ning Yetchin's complete oblivion. Ning Yetchin was momentarily taken aback by the accusations. To be fair, since his arrival in this world, where he had become the unparalleled demon lord of the demon realm for centuries, he had not engaged in any romantic relationships. How could he be labeled as a heartless man? This was utterly absurd. Defamation. Outrageous defamation. My lady, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. Could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? Ning Yetchin asked once more, convinced that the woman before him had indeed confused him with another. Seeing that Ning Yetchin genuinely seemed to have forgotten her, Luo Ruiying let out a sigh of disappointment. Holding her daughter, Luo Hongya, she cast a forlorn glance at him and declared, She is your daughter, and you must take responsibility for both of us. What? Ning Yetchin was taken aback. This revelation was simply astonishing. Was he suddenly a father? He glanced down at the delicate girl, who resembled a porcelain doll and was shyly observing him. The little girl was beautiful and charming, exuding an inexplicable sense of intimacy and familiarity that he found instantly endearing. Yet, being suddenly informed that she was his child left him utterly bewildered. Aside from that fateful night 10 years ago, he had not been involved with any woman. Suddenly, a realization struck Ning Yetchin, and he pointed at Luo Ruiying in astonishment, asking, You are the celestial maiden from that night. As Luo Ruiying finally recalled, she shyly nodded her head. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Ning Yetchin's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could it truly be her? The aura of cultivation emanating from Luo Ruiying had diminished significantly compared to before, presenting an entirely different tier. Her once resplendent silver hair had transformed into raven locks, making it difficult for him to connect the dots for some time. He had completely failed to associate her with the woman from that fateful night. Ning Yetchin found himself perplexed. After a night of passion, the once ethereal fairy had returned a decade later, burdened with a child and seeking his responsibility. A majestic celestial being, with her level of cultivation, could very well be a saintess or an empress of a revered sanctuary. Yet she had come to the mortal realm to find him? What baffled him further was the common knowledge that the higher one's cultivation, the lower the probability of conceiving a celestial embryo. Some esteemed immortals labored tirelessly for years with multiple partners to achieve such a feat. How had he been so ensnared? Moreover, as a practitioner, one could easily utilize celestial energy to prevent the conception of a celestial embryo if one so desired. He had assumed that after that night, Luo Ruiying would certainly take measures to avoid such a situation. After all, she was a celestial being, typically not prone to easily conceiving. Yet, she had indeed nurtured a celestial embryo for years and had raised the child. Could she truly be my child? Ning Yetchin hesitantly inquired, a sense of disbelief lingering in his voice. Though he had an inkling, he regretted the question almost immediately, sensing its inappropriateness. As expected, upon hearing his words, Luo Ruiying's brows knitted tightly, her expression darkening as she bit her lip and exclaimed, Humph. If you wish to evade your responsibilities, I shall leave with the child. But do not insult me or my child. With that, She turned on her heel and departed without hesitation, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes. Luo Hongye nestled against her shoulder, her large eyes fixed intently on Ning Yetchin, and she innocently asked, "Mother, does father not want us?" Upon encountering Ning Yetchin, Luo Hongye felt an inexplicable closeness. Naturally shy, she felt no fear toward him, convinced that he was indeed the father she had longed for. Her words struck a chord within Ning Yetchin, resonating deeply in his heart and causing a tremor of realization. As the supreme being of the demon realm, he was not the type to abandon his family without a second thought. He was capable and willing to shoulder his responsibilities. In a swift motion, he chased after Luo Ruiying, grasping her arm firmly. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. Humph, let go of me. I no longer require your responsibility." Anger surged within Luo Ruiying as she attempted to shake off Ning Yetchin's grip. Being cautious not to harm him, a mere mortal, she deliberately restrained her strength, using only a gentle force. Even though she exerted her strength, she could easily break free from the grasp of an adult man. Yet she could not escape Ning Yetchin's hold. Before Luo Ruiying could express her astonishment, a sudden sweetness surged in her throat, and she instinctively covered her mouth, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. A splash of fresh blood appeared in Luo Ruiying's palm, and her delicate complexion turned increasingly pale. "Are you injured?" Ning Yetchin seized Luo Ruiying's wrist, his expression transforming into one of icy severity. I am fine. Let go." Luo Ruiying attempted to break free, but discovered her body was devoid of strength. As she took a step forward, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed into Ning Yetchin's embrace, unconscious. "Mother, mother!" Luo Hongye cried out, gripping Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yetchin wrapped one arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, holding her tightly against him, while with the other, he drew Luo Hongye into his embrace as well. In a gentle, soothing tone, he reassured her, "Do not worry. With your father here, your mother will be just fine." Chapter 3. Father misses our family every night. Inside the wooden cabin, Ning Yetchin gently laid Luo Ruiying upon the bed, his hand delicately tracing her pulse, his expression growing increasingly frigid. After a century's passage, the flicker of murderous intent once again ignited within his heart. A thorough examination revealed that her condition was far more dire than he had anticipated. Her meridians were severely damaged. Her celestial bones had been extracted. Even her heart was lost. She clung to life with a mere counterfeit heart. Numerous wounds marred her back, oozing faint traces of crimson. The fact that she had endured until now was a testament to her resilience. A wave of guilt washed over Ning Yetchin, softening his gaze towards Luo Ruiying. He was unaware of the tribulations she had faced in the immortal realm over the past decade, yet he could surmise that her journey had been fraught with hardship. Otherwise, a once mighty celestial emperor would not have fallen to such depths. In her most desperate hour, she had sought him out, bringing her child, and he had nearly cast them away. Ning Yetchin tenderly caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek, channeling his spiritual energy to protect her frail form. Preserving her life posed no challenge for him, however, with her meridians compromised and her celestial bones and heart lost. Restoring her to her former pinnacle of power would be an arduous task. Luo Hongye anxiously perched at the edge of the bed, silently shedding tears the size of pearls, behaving obediently without a sound. "Come here, daughter," Ning Yetchin said, his cold demeanor melting away as he revealed a warm, inviting smile, beckoning Luo Hongye closer. He opened his mouth to call her name, only to awkwardly realize he did not even know his own daughter's name, let alone his wife's. Luo Hongye timidly approached, her little footsteps soft against the floor, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him as she weakly uttered, "Daddy." That single utterance nearly melted Ning Yetchin's heart. Overwhelmed with emotion, he scooped the petite Luo Hongye into his embrace, gently stroking her charming little head. "My daughter, what is your name?" "Luo Hongye," she replied in a soft, melodious voice. "Luo Hongye." Ning Yetchin repeated her name gently, committing it to memory, then smiled at her reassuringly. "Do not worry, your mother is safe now. No more tears, all right?" Luo Hongye nodded vigorously, but her expression turned to one of concern as she gazed at Ning Yetchin, asking, "Daddy, are you hurt?" Ning Yetchin was taken aback by the question, utterly perplexed. He had lost all recollection of the last time he had sustained an injury. "Mother said that you do not come to find us because you are gravely injured, so you cannot visit us, right?" Luo Hongye looked at him with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing this, Ning Yetchin immediately understood that Luo Ruiying had fabricated an excuse to soothe their daughter. With a resigned smile, he followed along with the pretense, saying, "Indeed, Daddy has been here recuperating from his injuries, which is why he could not come to see you. I have missed our family, Luo Hongye. Upon encountering our beloved Ye, Father's wounds miraculously healed. Is that truly the case? Father wouldn't he forsake Ye and mother, would he?" Luo Hongye inquired with an innocent smile illuminating her face. Ning Yetchin felt a surge of affection welling up within him, tightening his embrace around Luo Hongye, gently caressing her little head as he assured her, "Never." From this moment forth, Father shall always remain by mother and Ye's side, safeguarding you both. Indeed. Luo Hongye joyfully nestled against Ning Yetchin's chest, her tiny hands clutching his garment tightly. At long last, she had found her father. Ye, do share with father where you and mother lived before? How did you spend each day? Ning Yetchin smiled as he posed the question, yet beneath his smile lay profound intent. He needed to uncover the truth of the past decade. Who dared to plunder his wife's celestial essence and heart, leaving her in such a grievous state? Luo Ruiying, blissfully unaware of Ning Yetchin's deeper curiosity, began to recount her past with unbridled enthusiasm. Since she was born and began to comprehend her surroundings, she often found herself confined within a small cupboard. Mother had told her it was a game of hide-and-seek, instructing her to remain silent and concealed. Only upon Mother's return would she be embraced and reunited. However, there came a day when she hid in the cupboard for several days, and Mother did not come looking for her. Boredom overwhelmed her, prompting her to sneak out, only to be discovered by others. Subsequently, she was imprisoned in a pitch-black iron cage. Alone in the darkness, fear gripped her heart. Occasionally, some individuals would visit her, but they only hurled insults, labeling her a wretched spawn. Those figures appeared frightful. She loathed their presence and curled up in the corner, until Mother finally returned, freeing her from the dark cage and taking her away. Yet, no matter where they went, they were relentlessly pursued. Those villains harmed Mother. Ye detested them. As she expressed this, Luo Hongye raised her small face in indignation. Upon hearing this, Ning Yetchin's expression turned icy, his heart brimming with fury. How audacious was the celestial realm! Even his wife and daughter were subject to such maltreatment. From Luo Hongye's words, he could surmise the nature of her existence. Luo Ruiying had clandestinely born Luo Hongye, concealing her from the world by tricking her into playing hide-and-seek. Eventually, when their secret was unveiled, she was compelled to break free from her celestial prison, forcibly escaping with Luo Hongye. Enduring countless hardships and injuries along the way, Ning Yetchin yearned to storm the celestial realm and annihilate those who had harmed his wife and daughter. Alas, Luo Hongye was unaware of her precise location in the celestial realm, only recognizing it as a vast and beautiful palace. Such splendid abodes were abundant in the celestial realm, rendering them impossible to locate. Perhaps, annihilating the entire celestial realm would suffice? After all, the mere act of insulting his precious daughter warranted sufficient justification. Father, you seem quite fearsome. Luo Hongye gazed at Ning Yetchin's face, which was filled with murderous intent, and timidly withdrew her head, speaking in a soft voice tinged with trepidation. Do not be afraid, my dear Yi. Father is merely contemplating how to deal with those wicked individuals who bully you. How about I take care of them for you in the future? Ning Yetchin quickly retracted his menacing aura and displayed a warm and amiable smile. All right, Father must also seek justice for Mother. Those rascals always torment her. Luo Hongye nodded, her small fists clenched in indignation. Rest assured, none of those rascals will escape, Ning Yetchin said, ruffling Luo Hongye's hair with a smile. Within his heart, he was already strategizing where to commence his actions. It seemed the time had come for him to emerge from seclusion. At that moment, lying on the bed, Luo Ruiying's brows lightly quivered as she gradually opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber. Chapter 4. My wife is quite charming, Mother. Luo Hongye swiftly leaped into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongye's head, her eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. Ning Yetchin offered a faint smile before rising to prepare medicine. By the time Ning Yetchin returned, Luo Hongye had already fallen into a deep slumber in Luo Ruiying's arms. Come, it's time to take your medicine. Ning Yetchin seated himself at the edge of the bed, holding the medicine in one hand while gently assisting Luo Ruiying to sit up with the other. Weak and fragile, Luo Ruiying struggled to maintain her posture, leaning heavily against Ning Yetchin. By the way, what is your name? Luo Ruiying inquired shyly, her voice barely above a whisper, as she leaned against Ning Yetchin. Though she had brought her child to seek this man's responsibility, she found herself unaware of his name. Ning Yetchin. And you, my lady? Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. Mother, my lady. Upon hearing the term of endearment, a faint blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks, and her expression shifted to one of discomfort. The title felt foreign to her. Once a sovereign empress, she was now addressed in such a manner, leaving her feeling quite peculiar. Is it not so? We share the bonds of marriage and have a child together. Should you not be called my lady? You may also refer to me as husband. Ning Yetchin stated with an audacious ease. Since she was now his woman, henceforth she would be his lady. Although somewhat abrupt, he felt a surge of joy at the unexpected turn of becoming both a husband and a father. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words to contest his claim, ultimately acquiescing to his address. After all, she feared her time was limited, so she could indulge him, playing the role of his lady for a few days. However, the thought of calling him husband was utterly beyond her. I am Luo Ruiying, she murmured, instinctively inclined to refer to herself as the Empress, but softly corrected herself to state her name. She was no longer the Empress of the celestial realm. From this moment on, they were genuinely acquainted. Ning Yetchin smiled gently. scooping a spoonful of medicinal broth and blowing on it to cool before offering it to Luo Ruiying. "My lady, it's time for your medicine." Luo Ruiying hesitated, not immediately opening her mouth to take the medicine. Instead, she gazed at the sleeping Luo Hongye in her arms, her expression contemplative. She then looked up at Ning Yetchin with a solemn request. "If I am no longer here, I entrust this child to you." She wished to ensure that everything was in place now that her condition had stabilized. She was all too aware of her injuries. With damaged meridians and a heart severed from its source, no mere remedy could mend her wounds. Thus, whether she took the medicine or not, it made little difference. "All right, I understand. Just drink the medicine first." Ning Yetchin responded dismissively, eager for Luo Ruiying to take the medicine. Luo Ruiying felt that her earnest entreaty fell on deaf ears. After all, she was in a state of preparing for her final arrangements, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. The disparity between their states left her brows furrowed, her expression marked by disappointment and discontent. "Have you heard?" Just as Luo Ruiying was about to speak further, Ning Yetchin seized the opportunity to shove a spoonful of medicine into her mouth. This medicinal soup, painstakingly brewed by him, is exceedingly rare even in the celestial realm. The efficacy dissipates swiftly, and it must not be squandered. Suddenly forced to swallow the medicine, Luo Ruiying was initially incensed, but then she sensed something amiss. Her expression momentarily stunned. She could feel the immense medicinal energy spreading throughout her body, enveloping her entirely. It was as if a warm current enveloped her, and her injuries began to heal in an instant. Even her internal meridians were mending at an astonishing pace. What kind of medicine is this? How can it possess such formidable potency? Even in the celestial realm, she had never consumed such a power-laden concoction. How could such precious herbs exist in the mortal world to brew this medicine? "What is this?" Luo Ruiying could not help but inquire. It's merely some wild yam I collected in the mountains," Ning Yetchin replied, a hint of guilt creeping into his heart as he hastily continued to feed her the soup. It was indeed difficult to explain how a mortal like him had conjured an abundance of rare celestial herbs. Luo Ruiying, half convinced, pondered how an ordinary forest could possibly yield such precious wild yam. From the flavor alone, she could discern several varieties of celestial herbs that were at least 1,000 or even 10,000 years old. However, to avoid wasting the precious medicinal effect, she temporarily set aside her inquiries and obediently opened her mouth to consume each spoonful of the soup Ning Yetchin offered. It was her first experience being cared for this way, and by a mortal, no less. Ning Yetchin also relished this process of feeding her, as life suddenly seemed to brim with newfound joy. Luo Ruiying gently parted her cherry-hued lips to take the spoon, greedily savoring every drop, leaving not a single drop wasted. To her surprise, feeding medicine seemed rather enjoyable. Noticing Ning Yetchin's gaze, she raised her brows in confusion and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing. I just find my wife quite enchanting," Ning Yetchin candidly praised. What impertinence. This direct compliment caught Luo Ruiying off guard, and perhaps under the influence of the medicine, a faint blush spread across her cheeks as she pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. In the past, she would have scolded anyone bold enough to speak so lightly to her, and would have punished them. Yet at this moment, she felt an indescribable sensation within her. It wasn't that she was particularly angry. "My dear wife, could you tell me what has transpired?" After feeding her another spoonful, Ning Yetchin seized the chance to inquire. If he could glean any clues from Luo Ruiying, it would be immensely beneficial. Luo Ruiying's expression darkened, her resolve unwavering as she shook her head decisively. "Please, do not ask about this matter any further. The less you know, the better. Otherwise, it could be perilous for you." Luo Ruiying did not wish for Ning Yetchin to become embroiled in her affairs. Even if he were to learn the truth, what could it possibly change? From him, she sensed not a trace of cultivation or spiritual power. How could an ordinary mortal, devoid of any prowess, stand against the forces of the celestial realm? Her decision to withhold the truth stemmed from a desire to shield him from the perils that lay ahead. Although aware that Luo Ruiying might not divulge the information, Ning Yetchin could not help but feel a twinge of regret. If only he knew which faction of the celestial realm was involved, he could strike with pinpoint precision. The celestial domain is vast, filled with countless sanctuaries, palaces, and sects. While hidden clans lurk in secrecy, locating them would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. It seems a personal journey to the celestial realm is imperative. After administering the potent elixir, Ning Yetchin gently laid Luo Ruiying down upon the bed, covering her and Luo Hongya with the blankets. As the overwhelming medicinal power coursed through her, Luo Ruiying soon succumbed to drowsiness, drifting into a deep slumber while her body continued to absorb the essence of the medicine. With a heavy heart, Ning Yetchin caressed her cheek tenderly before rising and stepping outside. In an instant, he transformed into a dark, ethereal streak, soaring towards the heavens. The barriers separating the mortal realm from the celestial was shattered in that moment. After a century, celestial realm, I have returned. Chapter 5. The man has returned. In the eastern celestial domain, at the Ascension Gateway, towering ascension gates soar into the clouds of the celestial realm, majestic and imposing, radiating an aura of grandeur. This site marks the boundary between the mortal and celestial realms, serving as the first destination for those who ascend from the mortal world. Each domain within the celestial realm possesses a similar ascension gateway, functioning as a reporting station of sorts. Whenever an individual from the lower realm ascends, the gates will automatically open. A group of guards, clad in celestial armor, gathered around the gates, engaged in lively conversation and merriment. Do you recall? One of the guards began that several centuries ago, the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Yetchin, led a formidable army to invade our celestial realm. The entire celestial realm united to resist, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. The skies darkened and the sun was obscured. In the end, our realm was nearly dismantled by that demon lord. Even a coalition of dozens of celestial emperors could not subdue him. Only after wreaking havoc across much of the celestial realm did he retreat with his forces, disgruntled. That was the third battle between the celestial and demon realms, the most devastating in our history. The portly captain of the guards animatedly recounted the epic battle over a century ago, while the others listened intently, captivated by his tale. It had been ages since the celestial realm had witnessed any turmoil. Peace reigned, rendering their duties as gatekeepers not only meaningless but utterly tedious. Whatever became of that demon lord? Why have we heard no news of him lately? Has he perished? One of the guards inquired, raising his hand in curiosity. The others shared the same intrigue, eagerly awaiting the captain's response. The captain, puffing out his belly with pride, proclaimed, "It is said that after clashing with several celestial emperors, the demon lord returned to the demon realm and soon thereafter vanished without a trace. Some speculate that he sustained grave injuries and met his demise. The demon realm has deliberately suppressed the news, fearing to disclose any information regarding him." "Ah, I see. It seems our celestial realm is indeed superior," another guard exclaimed. "Indeed. How could our celestial realm be compared to the mere wretches of the demon realm?" "Ha." The group erupted into boisterous laughter, reveling in their camaraderie. "By the way, you never described what that demon lord looked like." After their laughter subsided, another guard inquired. Just as the captain was about to respond, the ascension gate suddenly activated, emitting intense vibrations. "What is happening? Why is the gate reacting so violently?" "I don't know. I've never witnessed anything like this." All the guards stood in shock, hastily rising to investigate. They had never seen the gates in such a tumultuous state. It was as if someone were forcibly attempting to breach the gates and ascend into the celestial realm. Who would dare to be so audacious as to invade the celestial realm? All the guards stood at the ready, their long spears aimed squarely at the celestial gate. Moments later, the celestial gate overloaded, erupting with a brilliant explosion of spiritual light that stirred a tumultuous cloud of mist. A figure leapt through the mist, slowly stepping out from the shattered celestial gate. It was the first time the guards had witnessed someone capable of breaching the celestial gate, and they gaped in astonishment. Upon seeing the figure emerge, they immediately raised their weapons and surrounded him. The stout head guard bellowed angrily. "Who dares to intrude upon the celestial realm and desecrate the celestial gate?" As the mist dissipated, Ning Yetchin's silhouette came into view. He surveyed his surroundings with a languid stretch, having not visited the celestial realm for far too long, nearly forgetting the way. After more than a century, the celestial realm remained unchanged, just as it had been before. Everything he had previously dismantled had been restored. How delightful. "Headguard, shall we move to apprehend him?" The guards watched Ning Yetchin with fierce intent, inching closer. However, the stout head guard stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, his expression filled with terror, as though he had seen a ghost. "It's him. That man. He is not dead. He has returned." Noticing the head guard's unusual demeanor, a nearby guard leaned in and whispered, "Sir, what is wrong? Everyone awaits your command. Shall we seize him?" "Seize." The stout head guard stuttered in fear, his words trailing off as a fellow guard nodded in understanding and immediately signaled the others to advance. "The head guard has given the order. Apprehend him." The guards charged forward, weapons drawn. Ning Yetchin cast a cold glance at the approaching guards, and with a flick of his sleeve, black flames swept over them. Before they could utter a sound, they were all reduced to ashes. Though he was not fond of violence, he would show no mercy to those who provoked him. The ordering guard stood in stunned silence, leaving only him and the stout head guard remaining. The stout head guard finally managed to complete his interrupted thought. "Seize. Seize you big-headed ghost. He is the supreme ruler of the demon realm." Upon hearing this, the guards were instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Ning Yetchin was surprised. Over a century had passed, yet someone still recognized him. "You know me? Your name has long been legendary throughout the celestial realm. I had the fortune to see you once more than 100 years ago." The stout head guard quavered, kneeling as Ning Yetchin approached. Ning Yetchin nodded, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he inquired. "It has been so long since I visited the celestial realm. Could you direct me to the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace?" "Why yes, it's in that direction." The stout head guard quivered, pointing shakily towards a certain direction, revealing no hesitation to conceal the truth. To him, Ning Yetchin's smile felt as if the Grim Reaper were beckoning him closer. He merely wished that when his time came, he could depart this world without a trace of suffering, just like those guards moments ago. Grateful. Ning Yetchin expressed his thanks to the stout chief guard and transformed into a shadowy divine rainbow, soaring once more towards the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. Watching Ning Yetchin vanish into the distance, the plump chief guard and another attendant collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. The Qianghua Immortal Palace towered above the pinnacle of the immortal realm, with resplendent palaces shimmering in golden splendor, radiating brilliance and grandeur. This was none other than the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, one of the 9 paramount forces in the immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yetchin arrived above the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, bellowing towards the vast expanse of the palace. Old man, you must still be alive. If so, come out and face me. His voice, infused with a demonic resonance, reverberated throughout the entire Imperial Palace, causing all within to feel as though their minds were shattering. They clutched their ears in agony, collapsing to the ground. Those of lesser cultivation even bled from their 7 orifices, fainting on the spot. The sudden upheaval startled everyone within the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. How audacious for someone to dare speak so disrespectfully to the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace within the immortal realm. Who is this impudent youth, daring to trespass into the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace and treating its inhabitants with such irreverence? Chapter 6. How did he return again? A middle-aged man, clad in resplendent golden robes and exuding an imposing demeanor, bellowed as he soared forth from the main hall of the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, hovering before Ning Yetchin. Upon sighting Ning Yetchin, Tian Dao Chongrong furrowed his brow slightly. The man before him appeared strikingly familiar, a visage reminiscent of someone from the past. Yet he could not immediately recall who it was. Who are you? Where's that old fellow, Tian Dao Wentian? Ning Yetchin inquired, his hands clasped behind his back. Gazing at Tian Dao Chongrong with a perplexed expression, it had been so long since he last visited the celestial realm that perhaps the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace had changed hands. Ning Yetchin's haughty demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance that few dared to challenge within the entire celestial realm, resonated even against the backdrop of the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. The more Tian Dao Chongrong observed, the more a sense of familiarity washed over him, gradually leading him to recall Ning Yetchin's true identity, causing his expression to shift dramatically. It is you, the Supreme of the Demon Realm, Yemachin. Tian Dao Chongrong exclaimed, his eyes widening with terror, as the deeply buried fears of over a century surged forth once more. More than 100 years ago, he had once glimpsed the Demon Lord in secret. Compared to the formidable presence of that age, the present Ning Yetchin appeared benevolent, resembling an unremarkable mortal, which explained why he had not recognized him at once. Indeed, it seems there are still those in the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace who remember me. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am the former Supreme of the Demon Realm. I have since retired, Ning Yetchin corrected, shaking his finger lightly. Yemachin, you dare to intrude upon the celestial realm again, disturbing our peace and harming the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace? Do you truly believe us to be so easily trifled with? Despite his unease, Tian Dao Chongrong, as the current master of the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, steadied himself and admonished Ning Yetchin. Ning Yetchin furrowed his brow slightly, his expression darkening. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased. Do you believe the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace has regained its former glory? It seems the last time I visited, the dismantling was not thorough enough. Humph. Yemachin, do you truly think that the celestial realm has remained unchanged over the past century? I too have ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor, driven by the desire to avenge the destruction of the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace a century ago. Tian Dao Chongrong's countenance hardened, and with a furious roar, an overwhelming aura of Celestial Emperor power erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. The immense and terrifying pressure shattered palatial structures within 100 miles, causing countless individuals to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Those with even a modicum of strength could barely lift their heads, applauding the formidable presence of their master. Truly, our esteemed master of the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace is magnificent. Among the young prodigies, he has risen from Celestial Sovereign to Celestial Emperor in just over a century. I have never witnessed the master in full glory. What a display of majesty and power. Within the celestial realm, the strength of our master is indeed among the rarest. Humph. The master is furious. This insolent brat shall receive a proper lesson. Ning Yetchin sighed helplessly, casting a glance at Tian Dao Chongrong with his deep, dark eyes. With a gentle clap of his palm, a colossal, pitch-black demonic hand rent the fabric of the void, descending upon the head of Tian Dao Chongrong. The obsidian hand loomed over a significant portion of the Tian Dao Imperial Palace. All citizens of the Tian Dao Imperial Palace, including Tian Dao Chongrong, trembled uncontrollably, rendered utterly immobile. With a thunderous crash, the entire celestial realm shuddered, as a large segment of the Tian Dao Imperial Palace was ground to dust, crushed beneath the demonic hand. Tian Dao Chongrong coughed up a mouthful of blood, embedding himself into the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered, his expression etched with horror and dread. How could this be possible? He had already ascended to the status of a mortal emperor. Why, under the hand of the demon lord? Did he feel as powerless as a mere chick? A single blow had nearly cost him his life. Forgetting past grievances, it seemed that the existence of the Tiandao Imperial Palace was no longer warranted. Ning Yetchin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, walking through the air, and called out softly into the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Old man, I know you're not dead. If you don't come out now, I shall flatten your Tiandao Imperial Palace. Not a single stone will remain. I shall count to 3-1 as his voice faded. A streak of azure light shot forth from the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, closely followed by several other multicolored beams. An elder, exuding an air of celestial grace with a 3-foot-long white beard, hurriedly approached Ning Yetchin. Accompanying him were several elders of a mortal emperor rank from the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Splendid. The ancestral figure of Tiandao has emerged from seclusion. A few elders have also concluded their retreats. Now, there is no need to fear that fellow. Could he possibly contend against the entirety of the Tiandao Imperial Palace alone? Beneath the Tiandao Imperial Palace, countless disciples gazed upward, their hearts filled with anticipation as they beheld the ancestral figure and the several elders. They represented not only the true strength of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, but also one of the pinnacle powers of the celestial realm. Old man, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Ning Yetchin gazed at Tiandao Wentian, the ancestral figure of Tiandao, with a faint smile. Tiandao Wentian looked toward Ning Yetchin, his azure eyes trembling, his countenance even paler than that of Tiandao Chongrong. This harbinger of death was indeed still alive. Moreover, how had he returned? Which villainous soul had summoned him back? Recalling the cataclysmic battle between the immortals and demons over a century ago, Tiandao Wentian shuddered involuntarily. If given the choice, he would rather marshal the entire power of the Imperial Palace to confront the other 8 major forces of the celestial realm than encounter this demon lord once more. Upon hearing the commotion from the Tiandao Imperial Palace and Ning Yetchin's voice, he had a foreboding sense that it was indeed him he had initially intended to evade confrontation. But if he did not emerge now, the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace might cease to exist. What is this, old man? Bringing along so many people. Are you preparing to spar with me? Ning Yetchin remarked, his face alight with a radiant smile. Their exchange resembled that of close friends. Yet every word sent chills down Tiandao Wentian's spine. Without a hint of hesitation, Tiandao Wentian quickly shook his head, offering a sycophantic smile. Tiandao Wentian has encountered the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord surely jested. How could my Tiandao Imperial Palace dare to oppose him? Oh. The disciples beneath the Tiandao Imperial Palace gazed at Tiandao Wentian in astonishment, their faith crumbling in an instant. Is this truly the venerable ancestor of Tiandao, renowned for his authority, who would never yield? To think he would actively seek to ingratiate himself. Might the Demon Lord consider sparing my humble great-grandson? Tiandao Wentian glanced at Tiandao Chongrong under the Demon Lord's control, relieved to see he was still alive, and adopted an exceptionally courteous demeanor. Even dozens of immortal emperors had failed to subdue this Demon Lord. Thus, there was no need for the Tiandao Imperial Palace to provoke him further. If the Tiandao Imperial Palace were to be destroyed, so be it. It could be rebuilt, for its foundation remained intact. Ning Yetchin cast a sidelong glance at Tiandao Chongrong, and with a wave of his arm, the towering hand of the Demon Lord dissipated into the ether. Ancestor, you must seek justice for my Tiandao Imperial Palace. Having narrowly escaped death, Tiandao Chongrong rushed to Tiandao Wentian's side, pointing at Ning Yetchin as he recounted his plight. In response, he received a resounding slap. Smack! You insolent wretch. For your offense against the Demon Lord, you shall be confined in seclusion for a century. Tiandao Wentian was exceedingly furious. Tiandao Chongrong still harbored thoughts of confronting the Demon Lord, truly fearful that he would obliterate the Tiandao Imperial Palace. He possessed not a shred of self-awareness. If one could act, would he still need to be here ingratiating himself? Tiandao Chongrong was sent flying 100 meters, dazed and bloodied at the corner of his mouth. He could scarcely believe that the ancestor, who had always cherished him, would be so enraged as to strike him. A century ago, Tiandao Chongrong had been protected, never having faced the Demon Lord directly, and thus remained ignorant of his true power. In contrast, Tiandao Wentian had personally experienced the encounter, fully aware that the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace stood no chance against him. This slap and punishment were, in fact, a means of saving him. I hereby announce the revocation of Tiandao Chongrong's position as the Lord of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. He shall be cast into seclusion for a century. Guards, take him away. Chapter 7. I believe you are still insufficient. Several guards stepped forward to drag the seated Tiandao Chongrong away. Ning Yetchin observed this with a silent smile. It was merely a fade for his benefit. His purpose in visiting the Tiandao Imperial Palace was to conduct business, not to annihilate it. So he let it pass. Otherwise, he would have long since struck down Tiandao Chongrong with a single blow. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Demon Lord to our Tiandao Imperial Palace? Tiandao Wentian asked courteously, clasping his hands in respect. At that moment, his mind was solely preoccupied with the desire to expedite the departure of this harbinger of death. As long as he remained, the weight of pressure bore heavily upon him. Countless disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace looked on in astonishment at this scene. Their ancestor was undeniably one of the most formidable beings in the celestial realm. How had he ever been so courteous to anyone? Yet, here he was, bowing and scraping before the demon lord, even going so far as to take action against the current palace master, Tiandao Changrong, imprisoning him in a forbidden area. I have come today to request your assistance with a matter, Ning Yetchin stated coolly. What task does the demon lord require of us? Tiandao Wantian inquired, puzzled. What could possibly compel this demon lord to re-emerge after a century? Ning Yetchin continued. I need you to collaborate with the other 8 major forces in the celestial realm to uncover all information regarding a woman named Luo Ruiying, particularly concerning the background of her family and their influence. Do you understand? Ning Yetchin articulated the purpose of his visit. Rather than spend an indeterminate amount of time searching the celestial realm himself, it was far more efficient to enlist the aid of its inhabitants. Tiandao Wantian was taken aback to learn that Ning Yetchin had returned to the celestial realm solely to inquire about a woman and her familial background. Might this woman have offended you, demon lord? If so, the Tiandao Imperial Palace would gladly act on your behalf, he declared, his eyes narrowing, laced with intent. Ning Yetchin slowly shook his head, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. There is no need for that. Simply provide me with the relevant information. The rest I shall handle myself. I understand, Tiandao Wantian responded, a chill running through him as he felt the icy killing intent emanating from Ning Yetchin. Internally, he cursed the forces behind Luo Ruiying. Damn it! Of all people to provoke, why this harbinger of death? And now he has returned to the celestial realm, dismantling a significant portion of our Tiandao Imperial Palace. If Ning Yetchin were to take action, he would have already wished to strike down the opposition. Very well. I shall return in 3 days. If I do not receive the information I seek, the Tiandao Imperial Palace shall cease to exist, Ning Yetchin declared, his form transforming into a shadowy streak and vanishing from above the Tiandao Imperial Palace in an instant. It felt as though a considerable amount of time had passed since his departure. He needed to return swiftly. His beloved ones might awaken soon. Tiandao Wantian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ning Yetchin leave, yet the thought of his return in 3 days filled him with dread and concern. Should he fail to obtain the desired information, he had no doubt that Ning Yetchin would erase the Tiandao Imperial Palace from the celestial realm. Due to that individual's terrifying prowess, it is indeed feasible. All disciples of the celestial Dao Imperial Palace, heed my command. From this moment forth, abandon all cultivation. Each of you shall venture to the various celestial realms to seek information regarding a certain Luo Ruiying. Investigate anyone bearing the surname Luo. Furthermore, notify the Wujideo Palace and other celestial factions, urging them to assist in the search. Inform them that the demon sovereign has returned. Yes, we shall act in accordance with the venerable ancestor's name. For the first time, the disciples of the celestial Dao Imperial Palace witnessed such gravity and tension within their ranks and dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, swiftly transforming into ethereal rainbows as they dispersed across the celestial realms. In an instant, news of the demon sovereign Yi Machin's return spread throughout the entire celestial world. What? The demon sovereign Yi Machin has returned to the celestial realm. Is the demon realm about to invade our celestial domain once more? This is disastrous. Hurry, notify the ancestor. Alas, the ancestor has already departed. Upon hearing of the demon sovereign's return, the entire celestial realm was thrown into a state of turmoil, with countless individuals experiencing sleepless nights, enveloped by an atmosphere of dread hanging over the skies of the celestial realm. This night was destined to be one of insomnia. Simultaneously, within a dark palace in the demon realm, several figures were gathered around a massive round table, their diverse demonic eyes radiating sharp glimmers. The demon sovereign has emerged. Humph, I knew it. How could the great demon sovereign possibly perish? Yet, why has the demon sovereign not returned to the demon realm? Why has the demon sovereign appeared in the celestial realm? Why are we not involved in the assault on the celestial realm? I shall lead a contingent to the celestial realm at once. Do not act rashly. Reports indicate that the demon sovereign has long since departed from the celestial realm. Regardless, having news of the demon sovereign makes matters significantly easier. Search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we shall certainly locate the demon sovereign. In the human realm, within a quaint cabin nestled in the demon domain forest, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes while reclining on the bed. After consuming the celestial medicine and resting for a night, she could distinctly sense that her internal injuries had nearly fully healed, although her cultivation could not be restored. Her physical wounds were largely mended. The remaining recovery required only diligent care for a few days. She had not anticipated such miraculous effects from a celestial medicine in the human realm. A wave of astonishment and joy washed over Luo Ruiying. Seeing Luo Hongya curled up in her embrace, still sound asleep, she tenderly caressed the child's head. She had initially prepared herself for an imminent farewell with this child. Yet now, she could continue to accompany the little one. Not wanting to disturb Luo Hongye's slumber, Luo Ruiying gently propped herself up and surveyed the room, only to find Ning Yetchin absent. Just as she was about to rise and search for him, the door creaked open softly. Ning Yetchin entered, carrying a pot of steaming medicinal porridge. Noticing Luo Ruiying awake and leaning against the headboard, he smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, my dear. Wake up and have some porridge." "Did you rise early just to prepare the porridge?" Luo Ruiying inquired. Gazing through the window towards the outside world, a hazy scene unfolds, shrouded in the gentle embrace of morning mist, as the sun has yet to fully rise. My husband took a leisurely stroll outside, during which he prepared a bowl of congee. Ning Yetchin approached the bedside, holding the medicinal congee, and perched himself on the edge of the bed. He scooped a spoonful of the congee, blew gently upon it, and offered it to Luo Ruiying's lips, reminiscent of the previous night's feeding. "I am perfectly well now. I can manage on my own." Luo Ruiying protested, not accustomed to such intimate gestures of being fed. Last night, her injuries had rendered her incapable, but now that her condition had improved, she yearned to take the bowl herself. However, Ning Yetchin denied her that opportunity. As her hand reached out, he swiftly withdrew the congee, resolutely stating, "No, your body has yet to fully recuperate. Allow me to feed you. I assure you, I am truly fine." Luo Ruiying explained. "No, I believe you are not yet ready. Here, Ning Yetchin insisted, once again bringing the congee to her lips. His gaze warm and smiling. A surge of indignation welled within Luo Ruiying. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man was deliberately insisting on feeding her. Chapter 8. This is far more entertaining than being a demon Lord. Luo Ruiying, unable to resist Ning Yetchin's kind intentions, shyly parted her crimson lips to accept the spoonful of medicinal porridge. At over 400 years of age, she felt as though she were a mere child being fed. The fact that he was an ordinary mortal made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. If this were to become known, she would have no face left to meet the world. As she chewed the porridge, a sudden sparkle lit up her beautiful eyes. The medicinal concoction melted in her mouth, filling it with a rich fragrance of herbs and ingredients, while a warm sensation flowed through her body, nourishing her meridians. This porridge was no ordinary brew. It contained numerous celestial herbs, and, most notably, the exquisitely tender and flavorless silver-scaled spirit fish. Having frequently dined on it in the celestial realm, she recognized its taste immediately. The silver-scaled spirit fish not only healed residual injuries within her body, but also unblocked her meridians, replenishing her internal spiritual energy. Even in the celestial realm, such fish were a rare sight. To think she was enjoying a porridge made from silver-scaled spirit fish in the mortal world was astonishing. "Did you make this porridge?" Luo Ruiying inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed. Is it delicious?" Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. "It is," she instinctively responded, only to shake her head immediately after. This was not the time to ponder its taste. The pressing question was how silver-scaled spirit fish could exist in the mortal realm. "Where did you obtain the fish for this porridge?" There is a pond not far behind the house. I caught the fish from there." "From the lake?" Luo Ruiying expressed her astonishment, her gaze scrutinizing Ning Yetchin. The silver-scaled spirit fish thrived only in environments rich in spiritual energy, such as spiritual springs. Otherwise, they would perish in an instant. How could they possibly survive in a mortal lake? She suspected he was deceiving her. First, he spoke of celestial herbs, and now silver-scaled spirit fish. How could such rare treasures exist in this small forest? "My dear, I assure you, I truly caught them from the lake. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to see for yourself shortly," Ning Yetchin earnestly explained, meeting her scrutinizing gaze. He spoke the truth. The celestial herbs had been gathered from the mountains, planted by him a century ago. The silver-scaled spirit fish were indeed from the lake, but they had been nurtured by him. Very well. Seeing that Ning Yetchin genuinely appeared sincere, Luo Ruiying refrained from further questioning. Although her mind was filled with doubts, she chose to trust his words. For he was merely a mortal and could not have conjured such rare celestial herbs or silver-scaled spirit fish from thin air. She would verify the truth for herself later. "My lady," Ning Yetchin said, continuing to ladle the porridge toward her lips. Luo Ruiying opened her mouth to take another bite, gradually casting aside her earlier concerns. They continued their intimate exchange of feeding, oblivious to the fact that a little creature had already awakened, its round eyes fixed curiously upon their actions. As Luo Ruiying discovered Luo Hongye gazing at her while she was being fed, she immediately felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. In her fluster, she choked slightly, coughing a few times. The sight of her being fed in front of the child was mortifying. "Cough, cough, ye. You're awake." Luo Ruiying steadied herself and lifted Luo Hongye into her arms, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. "Daddy is feeding mommy, just like mommy feeds ye," Luo Hongye remarked, glancing at Ning Yetchin before looking up at Luo Ruiying with a smile. Luo Ruiying felt a wave of shyness wash over her and playfully glared at Ning Yetchin. It was all his fault. She had insisted she could feed herself, yet he had to personally do it now the child had witnessed it. This moment of alluring charm only prompted Ning Yetchin to steal another glance at Luo Ruiying. Unexpectedly, her slightly irked demeanor appeared rather endearing. It dawned on him that women could indeed possess a delightful side when they were upset. Daddy, Yi wants Daddy to feed her too. Luo Hongyi saw nothing improper in her parents' actions. On the contrary, she was delighted, opening her little mouth and stretching her neck for a bite. Ning Yetchin gently ruffled Luo Hongyi's small head and scooped up a spoonful of medicinal porridge to feed her. This rare concoction of medicinal porridge was a significant nourishment for the growing Luo Hongyi. Luo Ruing squinted her eyes in happiness, puffing up her cherubic cheeks as she gently rocked in her embrace. In a sweet, childish voice, she exclaimed, "It's delicious. Daddy's cooking is better than Mommy's." Luo Ruying's face instantly displayed a mix of embarrassment and melancholy. Did that imply her previous dishes were not savory? As a female emperor of the celestial realm, was it not reasonable that she lacked culinary skills? Yet, hearing that she was inferior to an ordinary person, even in cooking, brought a profound sense of defeat to her heart. If it's delicious, then Yi should eat more, Ning Yetchin responded, pleased to hear the child's approval. As he once again fed Luo Hongyi a spoonful of porridge, for reasons unknown, his heart brimmed with pride and satisfaction. A fulfillment surpassing the triumph of vanquishing a celestial emperor a thousandfold. All those years he had spent honing his cooking skills had not been in vain. It was a serendipitous twist of fate. Noticing Luo Ruing's forlorn expression, Ning Yetchin found it amusing and brought the medicinal porridge to her lips. My dear, it's your turn now. Luo Ruing felt as though she were being treated like a child, intensifying the discontent in her expression. However, seeing Luo Hongyi gazing up at her with eager anticipation, she silently opened her mouth and consumed the porridge offered to her. Deep down, she couldn't help but admire that his cooking did seem a tad superior, as she watched Ning Yetchin feeding them both while neglecting his own meal. Luo Ruing couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. You and the child should eat. Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. He was relishing the process of being fed. As the demon lord, it mattered little to him if he never ate again. Occasionally consuming a meal was merely a matter of satisfying his palate. Luo Ruiying, however, was oblivious to Ning Yetchin's notorious identity as the demon lord. Perceiving him merely as an ordinary mortal, she had heard that food was particularly scarce in the human realm, especially among the impoverished mountain dwellers who sometimes resorted to gnawing on tree bark. Observing the apparent lack of provisions in the room, she assumed that Ning Yetchin was selflessly depriving himself to share what little food there was with them, which deeply moved her. Taking the remaining medicinal porridge from his hands with a hint of shyness, she scooped it up and brought it to his lips. I have eaten enough for the night. You should have the rest. As a former empress of the celestial realm, she found herself feeding a mere mortal, a notion that might seem incredulous to many. Yet, this act was a means of repaying his kindness. Furthermore, he could be regarded as her husband, making it a reasonable gesture. Ning Yetchin was slightly taken aback, not expecting Luo Ruiying to offer him food. He smiled gently and opened his mouth to accept. This sensation of being fed was not new to him. He had experienced it before, with subordinates catering to him, yet this felt entirely different. It was far more enjoyable than his days as the demon lord. Chapter 9. My dear, if you are fond of it. That is enough. The family of three joyfully fed one another, cherishing the tranquil moments of the morning. After consuming the medicinal porridge, Luo Ruiying felt that her body had nearly regained its vitality and strength. Thus, she expressed her desire to Ning Yetchin to take a stroll outside. Since this would be her home with the child from now on, she needed to ensure that the place was sufficiently secluded and secure. Additionally, she was curious to see if the celestial herbs and spiritual medicines that Ning Yetchin mentioned were truly gathered from the back mountain. Having recovered from her injuries, Luo Ruiying was eager to venture outdoors, and Ning Yetchin gladly accompanied her. As the three of them emerged from the wooden hut, Luo Ruiying began to scrutinize her surroundings. The hut was nestled in a spacious clearing within the woods, enveloped by dense trees on all sides. Looking up, she noticed towering mountains encircling the area, making it quite a concealed location. The only drawback was its isolation, as there were no signs of human habitation nearby, devoid of even a single town. However, this was not necessarily a disadvantage for Luo Ruiying. If she could spend her remaining days in such a hidden haven, it would indeed be quite pleasant. My dear, allow me to take you to the back mountain, Ning Yetchin offered, extending his hand to Luo Ruiying. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her palm in his, while cradling Luo Hongye in her other arm. Ning Yetchin gently held her delicate hand and led her toward the back mountain. In the woods of the back mountain, a peculiar sight unfolded before them. Marked by two towering trees, the inner side was lush and vibrant, revealing a profusion of glimmering celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. In stark contrast, the outer side resembled an ordinary forest, with nothing but commonplace weeds and shrubs growing on the ground. The immense disparity astonished Luo Ruiying. Within the same grove, there existed two entirely different worlds. With a slight smile, Ning Yetchin guided Luo Ruiying across the boundary created by the two colossal trees. The instant they crossed over, Luo Ruiying distinctly sensed that she had traversed an invisible barrier. On this side of the barrier, the ground was blanketed with countless celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, the air teeming with visible spiritual energy. sparkling like a myriad of stars, vibrant and astonishingly potent. It felt as though she had immersed herself in a sea of spiritual dust, bathing in the energies of heaven and earth. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was on par with that of the celestial realm. No wonder such a plethora of rare celestial herbs and spiritual medicines could flourish here. It was utterly incredible. How could such a place exist in the mortal realm? After her astonishment subsided, a profound question arose within Luo Ruiying's heart, based on the sensation she experienced upon crossing over. It seemed that this was a barrier established by some venerable figure, meant to nurture the celestial herbs with spiritual energy. The barrier itself was designed to gather and preserve the energies of heaven and earth, allowing spiritual energy to enter but not escape, while beings could freely pass in and out. To create such an extensive gathering barrier, the practitioner's cultivation must be extraordinary. Strangely, the other party only set up a spirit gathering barrier, neglecting to establish any defensive barriers, exhibiting a complete lack of precaution. Could it be that the esteemed elder is not the slightest bit concerned that their meticulously arranged medicinal garden might be pillaged by others or by demonic beasts? Luo Ruiying found herself utterly perplexed. Who could this elder be that has created such a garden in the human realm? My dear, did I deceive you? All these herbs were harvested right here, Ning Yetchin proclaimed with great pride as he introduced the garden to Luo Ruiying. This garden was the result of his transplantation of numerous celestial herbs, having buried tens of thousands of seeds, dedicating a century of toil to cultivate the verdant expanse of spiritual flora that now flourished. Luo Ruiying nodded, finally convinced of Ning Yetchin's words. To her astonishment, the back mountain of the wooden cottage was precisely this medicinal garden. His fortune was remarkable, allowing him to uncover the garden of some venerable elder. With curious eyes sparkling, Luo Ruiying surveyed the plethora of spiritual herbs, delight flooding her expression. There were many varieties she had seldom encountered even in the celestial realm. The 1,000-year-old heavenly blood Ganoderma, ice cicada herb, and drunken immortal flower. My goodness, even the 7-colored glass flower was present. Luo Ruiying approached a resplendent bloom, her eyes wide with wonder. The flower radiated a spectrum of colors, its petals shimmering like glass, the hues flowing across the surface as if they were liquid, breathtakingly vibrant. The 7-colored glass flower possesses the ability to cleanse meridians and solidify foundations. Consuming it would not only accelerate one's cultivation immensely, but also render the majority of bottlenecks seemingly trivial to overcome. Even among the celestial gates, countless sects would seek this flower for their descendants. Yet here stood a perfectly intact specimen, gazing at the adorable and obedient Luo Hongye in her arms. She contemplated reaching for the flower, but hesitated. Although she longed to present it to Luo Hongye, she could not act so recklessly. This might be a rare celestial herb intentionally cultivated by that esteemed elder. Taking it could offend them. Just as Luo Ruiying wavered, Ning Yetchin stepped forward and plucked the 7-colored glass flower, presenting it to her. My dear, this is for you. You. How could you pick this flower? Luo Ruiying gasped, her face paling. This was the 7-colored glass flower. Once plucked, it could not survive for 3 days. After that, it would wither and dissipate. Even if the root remained, who knew how long it would take for it to regrow into another 7-colored glass flower? Oh no, this was disastrous. In stark contrast to Luo Ruiying's anxiety, Ning Yetchin wore a serene smile, unfazed. My dear, do you not desire this flower? I do want it. But Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words. He was merely a mortal, unaware of the flower's true worth. This was understandable. Moreover, he had plucked it for her sake. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon her for not being more vigilant. Since you desire it, that is all that matters. Ning Yetchin once again presented the 7-colored glass flower before Luo Ruiying. Compared to the joy of being with his beloved wife and the bright future of their child, a mere flower held no significance for him. With a gentle sigh, Luo Ruiying accepted the 7-colored glass flower and fed it to Luo Hongye. At this point, since the flower had already been plucked, there was no turning back. Even if they refrained from consuming it, it would only result in a waste. Should that esteemed elder come seeking reparation, she would devise a method to make amends with some celestial treasures. Upon ingesting the 7-colored glass flower, Luo Hongye's entire being radiated a brilliant, multicolored light that danced around her, gradually dissipating after a moment. Her skin became as smooth and flawless as ice and jade. This was merely the preliminary effect of the potion. Its true power would eventually permeate her entire meridian system and bones. After finishing, Luo Hongye playfully stuck out her tongue and pouted, looking rather pitiful as she addressed Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin. Father, mother, this doesn't taste very good. Luo Ruiying found herself both amused and exasperated by her child's complaint. It was well known that countless beings in the celestial realm yearned for the 7-colored glass flower, and here was her child, expressing disdain for its flavor. Chapter 10. He is merely a mortal, one cannot fault him. Father has found you some delectable treats. Ning Yetchin affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's little head and skillfully approached a thicket of lush vines. The vines were adorned with grapes that shimmered like crystal. Each grape was the size of a child's palm, translucent to the core, with the succulent flesh clearly visible. These are crystal grapes. So many. Luo Ruiying gazed in astonishment at the vast expanse of flourishing crystal grapes, marveling at their abundant growth. While crystal grapes are commonly found in the celestial realm as everyday fruit, their flesh is rich in juice and can even restore one's spiritual energy. In the mortal realm, each vine of crystal grapes must be exceedingly rare and precious. This sprawling orchard of crystal grapes has entirely reshaped her understanding of immortal fruits in the human world. Ning Yetchin casually plucked a single crystal grape and fed it to Luo Hongya, smiling as he inquired, "Is it delicious, my dear?" "So sweet, so delightful," Luo Ruiying replied, her mouth full of the crystal grape, beaming with delight. Elated, Ning Yetchin picked an entire bunch of crystal grapes, feeding them one by one to Luo Hongya. Luo Ruiying initially intended to intervene, aware that this might belong to some elder's medicinal garden. They had already unwittingly taken the 7-colored glass flower. Taking any more celestial herbs or fruits would be rather inappropriate. Yet, witnessing Luo Hongya's sheer joy while eating, she hesitated to voice her concerns. Surely, the elder would not mind if they consumed a few of these abundant crystal grapes. Luo Ruiying reassured herself in her thoughts. At that moment, as Ning Yetchin prepared to taste a crystal grape himself, Luo Ruiying's expression turned frantic, and she quickly grasped his arm. You cannot eat." Although the spiritual essence within the crystal grapes was minimal, for an utterly unrefined mortal, it could be fatal. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic demise. Ning Yetchin looked on in confusion, pondering why he could not partake in something he had cultivated himself. Yet, in the next instant, he remembered that in Luo Ruiying's eyes, he was merely a mortal and indeed should not consume such celestial fruits indiscriminately. He usually indulged in them by the pound, yet now he could not even savor a single one. Otherwise, she might detect a clue and inadvertently expose his true identity. Though slightly regretful, Ning Yetchin felt a surge of happiness at Luo Ruiying's anxious concern for him. To maintain the facade, he feigned ignorance and asked, "My dear, why can't I partake?" Luo Hongye gazed at Luo Ruiying with wide eyes, curious, as if questioning why she could eat while her father could not. "Because this fruit is, in fact, celestial, consuming it could be perilous. Many things here are not safe for direct consumption. You must promise me not to eat anything here carelessly," Luo Ruiying admonished Ning Yetchin with a serious expression. She found it astonishing that he had managed to survive thus far in this realm. Transforming various spiritual herbs into medicinal porridge for breakfast may have consumed a considerable portion of one's spiritual energy, but indulging in them directly would likely have led to a catastrophic demise. "Thank you for your concern," Ning Yetchin replied with a smile, echoing his companion's sentiments. Luo Ruiying felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks as she turned her gaze away. Unsure why she felt such worry for him, perhaps it was because he was the father of her child. Meanwhile, a little darling holding a crystal grape overheard Luo Ruiying's words and was nearly brought to tears. "Mother, is Yi in danger? I won't eat too much anymore." "Ooh, don't cry, Yi. Everything will be fine as long as you don't overindulge," Luo Ruiying quickly reassured her, gently patting Luo Hongya's back. "Really?" Luo Hongya looked up at her mother with tearful eyes. "Indeed, Mother will ensure that Yi remains safe." Luo Ruiying softly comforted her. Given that Luo Hongya shared her bloodline and possessed an extraordinary constitution, she was naturally unharmed. Only then did Luo Hongya cease her sobbing, settling comfortably in her mother's embrace, and asked in a hushed voice, "Can I still eat, Mother?" "Of course. You may eat as much as you wish." Luo Ruiying hadn't even spoken when Ning Yetchin affectionately interjected, feeding another crystal grape to Luo Hongya. In an instant, the previously frightened Luo Hongya's face lit up with joy. Luo Ruiying, both exasperated and affectionate, smiled softly. After feeding Luo Hongya, Ning Yetchin plucked another grape and offered it to Luo Ruiying, his face still adorned with that tender smile. Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks warm as she slightly parted her lips to accept the offering. She seemed to be gradually growing accustomed to being fed. Under Ning Yetchin's guidance, the trio meandered along the path, savoring every edible spiritual fruit and herb they encountered. Most of the time, it was Ning Yetchin who fed both Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. Before long, they arrived at a vast lake. The water was crystal clear, its surface shimmering under the sunlight, with gentle ripples dancing across it. Occasionally, a few silver-scaled spiritual fish leaped from the water. As Luo Ruiying approached the lakeside, she was enveloped by an exceptionally pure and rich spiritual energy. To her astonishment, she realized that the entire lake was composed of natural spiritual liquid. Such a magnificent natural spiritual lake was extraordinarily rare. Even a sip would significantly enhance one's cultivation. It was no wonder that so many silver-scaled spiritual fish thrived here. The wonders of this medicinal herb garden were overwhelming, deepening her curiosity about the esteemed individual responsible for its creation. Not far from the spiritual lake lay a vast expanse of farmland, meticulously divided into several sections, each flourishing with a variety of crops. Luo Ruiying walked into the fields, her eyes wide with astonishment, as she picked a stalk of rice and inhaled its fragrance. The rice was translucent, imbued with a subtle spiritual energy, and a faint aura of vitality wafted into her nostrils. This was a rice field nourished by spiritual liquid. Is this what you have cultivated? Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yetchin and inquired. The flourishing growth undoubtedly required regular irrigation with spirit liquid. A common person would never squander such precious spirit liquid on mere crops. That esteemed elder would never engage in such extravagant waste of pure spirit liquid. Thus, it must be Ning Yetchin, who resides nearby. Ning Yetchin nodded with a sense of pride. My dear, is not what I have grown splendid? This was the harvest he had diligently nurtured. To indulge his culinary desires, he had purposefully cultivated a variety of crops. Observing Ning Yetchin's expectant expression, eager for praise, Luo Ruiying's cheeks involuntarily twitched, and her heart ached. That was invaluable natural spirit liquid. To think he used it for growing food. It was an utter waste. With a resigned sigh, Luo Ruiying repeatedly admonished herself. He is merely a mortal, unaware of the spirit liquid's worth. I cannot blame him. Chapter 11. A husband will not devour you. Luo Ruiying wandered through the enchanting medicinal herb garden, cradling Luo Hongya in her arms, her eyes alight with curiosity. Meanwhile, Ning Yetchin was struck by a sudden inspiration and discreetly made his way to a nearby expanse of lawn. Initially, this area was intended for cultivating other crops. But he now had a novel idea. With a flourish of his sleeve, countless seeds cascaded onto the grass like raindrops. With a crisp snap of his fingers, a vibrant tapestry of flowers erupted into bloom, transforming the landscape into a breathtaking panorama of color. The floral spectacle flourished, and the rich fragrance wafted for miles around. Luo Ruiying was drawn to the intoxicating scent, gazing in awe at the resplendent sea of blossoms before her. As a gentle breeze swept through, it stirred a flurry of colorful petals into the air. Luo Hongya joyfully leaped from Luo Ruiying's embrace and playfully bounded into the floral embrace. How do you like it, my dear? Ning Yetchin inquired with a warm smile as he approached Luo Ruiying. She turned to him, her expression one of disbelief. You cultivated all of this? Ning Yetchin nodded affirmatively. Luo Ruiying was utterly astonished. The beauty of this floral paradise was incomprehensible. How long must it have taken to create such a marvel? He gently guided her to sit amidst the blossoms, both of them relishing the soothing caress of the breeze and the delightful aroma that enveloped them. Since their escape from the celestial realm, Luo Ruiying had been perpetually on edge, anxious about being pursued. Yet, in this moment, her tension gradually began to ebb away. She delicately tucked a few stray strands of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, her lips curving into a crescent-shaped smile, revealing her exquisite beauty. She called out to Luo Hongya, who was frolicking nearby among the flowers. Be careful, my dear. Don't run too fast, or stray too far. Ning Yetchin gazed at Luo Ruiying's stunning profile, his heart stirred by an unexplainable thrill. He had encountered countless fairies and enchantresses before, yet none had evoked such feelings within him. Could it be that she was his first woman, now his wife? When he suddenly embraced her slender waist, Luo Ruiying's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of panic, yet she did not resist. She felt tense, her body rigid, but she refrained from breaking free. On one hand, she feared inadvertently harming Ning Yetchin, as mortals were fragile in comparison to cultivators. On the other hand, she realized she did not harbor any disdain for him simply because he was an ordinary man. Although she had once chided him for taking her body, they had since welcomed a child together, solidifying their bond as a true couple. Embracing one another was a natural expression of intimacy between spouses, was it not? Ning Yetchin observed Luo Ruiying's body stiffen like a wooden statue, and couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, Relax, my dear. I shall not consume you. I am not nervous at all, she stammered. The words left Luo Ruiying blushing furiously, her eyes narrowing in a playful glare at Ning Yetchin. How dare this mere mortal toy with her? Unfazed by her sulking gaze, Ning Yetchin found her anger irresistibly charming, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Luo Ruiying, her chest heaving with indignation, turned her head away, deliberately ignoring him. This insufferable fellow knew full well that she was a cultivator and yet still dared to mock her. If it were anyone else, she would have effortlessly dispatched him with a single blow. Meanwhile, as Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying enjoyed their moment alone, Luo Hongya, hidden among the blossoms, spotted a vividly colored butterfly fluttering gracefully before her. Having never seen such a creature, her eyes sparkled with delight as she toddled after it. In her innocent pursuit, she wandered to the edge of the flower bed, where the butterfly finally settled on a bloom. Curious, she leaned closer, eager to touch it. But the startled butterfly darted into the thicket. Wait, night-night. Luo Hongya called out, dashing after it, yet the butterfly had vanished into the foliage. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the forest dense and still. A pang of fear gripped Luo Ruiying's heart as she realized she had strayed too far from her parents. Just as she resolved to return, a colossal shadow loomed behind her, blocking her petite form. Turning around, she beheld a massive dragon, its scales glinting like sharpened blades. emerging menacingly from the trees. The dragon's dark, slit-like eyes fixated on Luo Hongya, brimming with surprise and greed, a drool trickling from its maw. Look what I've found. A human. It has been ages since I tasted human flesh. The night is tasteless. Trembling in terror, Luo Hongya took hesitant steps back, tripping and falling to the ground with a startled cry. Wah! Mama! Papa! Her desperate wail instantly caught the attention of Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying. Unable to spot Luo Hongya, panic surged through Luo Ruiying as she swiftly darted toward the source of the sound. Ha ha ha! Calling for your parents won't help you now. Just submit and let me feast upon you. Don't worry, you will not feel any pain. The dark-scaled dragon opened its cavernous jaws, ready to devour Luo Hongya. In that critical moment, Luo Ruiying lunged forward, her sword slicing through the air to carve a deep gash across the dragon's face. Begone, you vile beast! What do you intend to do to my child? She stood resolutely before Luo Hongya, her delicate features icy with fury as she confronted the monstrous dragon. Blood gushed from the dragon's wound, and it glared at Luo Ruiying, seething with rage. Damnable human, how dare you mar my visage? No one dares to do this to me, save for that esteemed one. With that, the dragon unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp scales, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy erupting from its form. A dragon of the celestial realm, a beast of the demon king level. A glimmer of surprise and vigilance flickered in Luo Ruiying's eyes. The Xianlin giant dragon was a pinnacle existence among the cultivators of the mortal realm. She never anticipated its appearance here. Could it be drawn by the alluring scent of celestial herbs and fruits? She should have been more cautious. A wave of self-reproach washed over her. Her negligence nearly placed the child in peril. Had it been in her former state of cultivation, she could have effortlessly slain the Xianlin giant dragon with a mere stroke of her sword. Yet now, her strength had diminished to the realm of the celestial being. Engaging in combat with the dragon, while not necessarily a defeat, would pose a grave risk, especially concerning Luo Hongya's safety. What should she do? Should she simply flee with the child? Just as Luo Ruiying pondered her course of action, Ning Yetchin's figure slowly approached from behind. Upon seeing him arrive, her expression betrayed a sense of panic. This was dire. If she were to escape with only Luo Hongya, she felt confident in her ability to retreat unscathed. However, with Ning Yetchin in the equation, their chances of evading the Xianlin giant dragon diminished significantly. Luo Ruiying found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 12. Just be cautious in the next life, take the child and leave. I will hold it off. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying quietly instructed Ning Yetchin. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. By allowing Ning Yetchin to escort the child to safety, she could then fully devote herself to confronting the formidable Xianlin giant dragon. Ning Yetchin did not respond to Luo Ruiying's plea. Instead, he tenderly lifted the terrified Luo Hongya from the ground, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Do not cry, my dear. Both father and mother are here. Everything will be all right. Luo Hongya ceased her sobbing, fearfully curling up in Ning Yetchin's embrace. He softly caressed her head, and then turned his cold gaze towards the Xianlin giant dragon. Upon seeing Ning Yetchin, the Xianlin giant dragon's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, its imposing aura evaporating in an instant. It's him. That child is his. It's over. I'm doomed. The Xianlin giant dragon pivoted and fled without a moment's hesitation, its massive form darting through the treetops with astonishing speed. Luo Ruiying stood in bewilderment. How could the once menacing Xianlin giant dragon suddenly take flight? Could it truly run so fast without transforming into human form? Observing its frightened demeanor, was it possible that her own presence had intimidated it? Luo Ruiying found herself perplexed, yet this was the only plausible explanation that came to mind. Regardless, the dragon's retreat brought her a sense of relief. Hongya, are you alright? Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword and hurriedly approached Luo Hongya, anxiously inspecting her for injuries. Thankfully, the child had merely tripped, twisting her ankle and sustaining a small scrape. Just as Luo Hongya had begun to calm down, she once again burst into tears, leaping from Ning Yetchin's arms into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Woa, mother, be good, do not cry, mother is here, Luo Ruiying gently comforted, rocking Luo Hongya in her arms. The frightful incident weighed heavily on her conscience. She felt remorse for the child's distress. If only she had been more vigilant. Perhaps such a perilous situation could have been averted. Let us return home. It is too dangerous here, Luo Ruiying said, glancing at Ning Yetchin. The child, understandably shaken, had lost all desire to continue their outing. Encountering other beasts would pose significant risks as well. My dear, please take the child home. I must first attend to the pests near the orchard, Ning Yetchin softly advised Luo Ruiying before turning to stroll into the woods. Luo Ruiying wished to call out to Ning Yetchin, urging him to disregard the pests, for the presence of demons indicated that the area was perilous. An ordinary person could easily fall victim to a beast encounter. However, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yetchin had vanished into the forest, above the mountains. A massive, pitch-black silhouette darted swiftly through the air. The Xianlin giant dragon frantically flapped its wings while casting a terrified glance behind. It had inadvertently provoked that formidable being. Remaining in the demon domain forest was no longer an option. If it did not flee immediately, its fate was sealed. Where are you going? At the moment the azure-scaled dragon turned its head, a chilling voice echoed from the front. The voice was akin to a greeting from the Grim Reaper, plunging the azure-scaled dragon into a frigid abyss of dread. Master, this is a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea she was your child. The azure-scaled dragon halted before Ning Yetchin, its colossal form kneeling in supplication. It's all right. Just be more cautious in your next life. Ning Yetchin raised his hand and gently grasped, causing the dragon's enormous body to contort and compress instantaneously into a palm-sized sphere. Master. Ugh. The azure-scaled dragon attempted to plead further, yet its once ironclad body was reduced to a mere orb. You frightened my daughter, made her cry. Your death is a mere mercy. Ning Yetchin glanced indifferently at the spherical form of the azure-scaled dragon, then waved his hand, turning the orb into ashes. He called out to the surroundings. Chaos Ox Demon, Titan Giant Ape, Sky-Swallowing Divine Python. Come forth. His voice was not loud, radiating outward like ripples from his being. Before long, 3 figures rapidly approached from different directions, bowing respectfully. Master, they greeted, heads bowed, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, too fearful to meet Ning Yetchin's gaze. They understood profoundly that the man before them was not someone to provoke lightly. Once, nearly 100 demon kings resided deep within the demon domain forest. But since his arrival, only 4 remained. No, now merely 3. They had witnessed Ning Yetchin crush the azure-scaled dragon with ease. And sensing his current displeasure, they trembled, fearing he might turn his wrath upon them as well. They couldn't fathom how the unfortunate azure-scaled dragon had managed to offend such a formidable being. They silently cursed the deceased dragon for bringing them to this perilous juncture. Ning Yetchin's cold gaze swept over them as he spoke in a measured tone. My wife and daughter have returned recently. The azure-scaled dragon not only frightened my daughter, but nearly devoured her. Thus, I ended his life. That wretched creature dared to lay a hand on your daughter. He deserves nothing less than death, exclaimed the Titan Giant Ape, his hair a wild white, shaking his fist in fury. Indeed, had I known, I would have slain him myself without your intervention, added the imposing Chaos Ox Demon, nearly 2 meters tall, equally incensed. A slender woman with a serpentine grace nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, you have done well to eliminate him. It was a kindness considering his offense. It seems you all are in accord with my decision to slay him? Ning Yetchin inquired. Absolutely. The 3 demon kings replied in unison. That is good. I am deeply concerned that you might frighten my daughter or pose a threat to her. Should I consider eliminating you as well? Ning Yetchin offered a faint smile, his words light and devoid of any hint of malice. However, to the ears of the 3 demons, his statement echoed like thunder, sending chills down their spines. With a thud, they hastily knelt on the ground, trembling as they pleaded for mercy. My lord, spare us. Even with tenfold courage, we would never dare to offend you or your family. Ning Yetchin, lost in thought, remained silent. The 3 demons, paralyzed with fear, awaited his decision with bated breath. Each passing second felt excruciatingly long, perhaps marking their final moments in the mortal realm. After a lengthy pause, Ning Yetchin addressed the 3 demons. Remember your words and manage your subordinates well. Should any demon frighten my daughter, prepare to vanish from this world. With that, Ning Yetchin vanished in the blink of an eye. Yes, the 3 demons remained prostrated, too afraid to move. It was not until a considerable time had elapsed that they cautiously lifted their heads, exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming that Ning Yetchin had truly departed. They felt an overwhelming sense of having narrowly escaped a grave fate. From that moment forth, they vowed never to approach that wooden house again. It was simply too terrifying. Chapter 13. Truly just for the child. As Ning Yetchin hurried back to the wooden cabin, he discerned a graceful silhouette racing towards him. A faint smile graced his lips as he promptly descended into the woods, adopting a leisurely pace. In no time, Luo Ruiying appeared before him, breathless with urgency. At last, I have found you, she exclaimed, relief flooding her heart upon seeing Ning Yetchin safe and sound. However, witnessing his nonchalant demeanor ignited a spark of frustration within her. Concerned about the potential presence of other beasts nearby, she had first escorted Luo Hongya home before rushing to find him. Yet here he was, exuding an air of carefree tranquility, utterly devoid of any sense of impending danger. With a hint of reproach, Luo Ruiying cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yetchin and admonished, do not venture out to meddle with such creatures in the future. It is perilous here. Is my wife genuinely so concerned for her husband? Ning Yetchin feigned ignorance, a playful glint in his eyes. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him an indignant glare. I merely wish for the child not to lose her father. Really, it is solely for the child? Ning Yetchin leaned closer, a knowing smile illuminating his face. They stood merely inches apart, their gazes locked. A single step forward would bring them into contact. Luo Ruiying's heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to take a hesitant step back. Her face now a deeper shade of red. She glared at Ning Yetchin with an air of defiance. How could this man, even in such a moment, find amusement at her expense? As a dignified empress of the celestial realm, she should not be trifled with by a mere mortal. It is truly just for the child. All right, Let us return quickly, Luo Ruiying uttered, flustered and vexed, before turning to leave. Observing her haughty yet irate silhouette, Ning Yetchin smiled faintly. Glancing down, an idea sparked in his mind, and he gently twisted his right foot, feigning injury. My dear, it seems I have inadvertently hurt my foot. I fear I cannot walk back. He limped a couple of steps, feigning disappointment as he addressed the now-turned Luo Ruiying. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying whirled around, panic flickering in her eyes, and hurried back to Ning Yetchin's side, kneeling to inspect his right foot. The bone was indeed fractured, the injury grievously severe. Just moments ago, he had appeared unharmed. Why did you only mention it now? How careless of you. What if I had not come to find you? Luo Ruiying chastised him, her eyes brimming with concern. With a broken foot, encountering a beast in the woods would spell certain doom. I sincerely apologize for causing you such worry, Ning Yetchin remarked, delighted in his heart at Luo Ruiying's genuine concern for him, the corners of his mouth betraying a constant smile. Left with no choice, Luo Ruiying swiftly tended to his injured foot, securing a makeshift bandage. Then, turning away from him, she crouched down. Climb on, I shall carry you back. We cannot be certain of how many formidable beasts may lurk in this vicinity. The safest and swiftest method was undoubtedly for her to carry Ning Yetchin on her back. A cunning smile of triumph danced upon Ning Yetchin's lips as he unabashedly leaned against Luo Ruiying's back, wrapping his arms around her delicate neck. Luo Ruiying's back exuded warmth, accompanied by a subtle yet delightful fragrance. Ning Yetchin boldly pressed his cheek against her back. Luo Ruiying's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, yet, considering Ning Yetchin's injuries, she chose to remain silent. With a nimble leap, she surged through the woods towards the wooden cabin. In mere moments, Luo Ruiying had returned to the cabin, gently seating Ning Yetchin upon the bed. Father, Yi was so worried about you. Upon seeing Ning Yetchin's return, Luo Hongye immediately dashed into his embrace, nuzzling against his cheek. You made our little Yi fret. Ning Yetchin affectionately tightened his hold on Luo Hongye and tousled her hair. He had not accompanied her back, leaving this little one anxious. Luo Ruiying gazed upon the scene with a sense of contentment, a faint smile gracing her lips. After advising Ning Yetchin to refrain from wandering about, she turned to leave the cabin. She intended to return to the medicinal herb garden to gather some herbs to concoct a healing ointment for Ning Yetchin. Additionally, she needed to meticulously patrol the vicinity for any lurking beasts, establishing a protective barrier around the cabin. A mere wooden cabin offered scant security. There were no preventive measures in place whatsoever. It was puzzling how that fellow had survived in this place for so long. If they had encountered even a single beast, they might have vanished without a trace. It was evident that the responsibility of safeguarding this home fell upon her shoulders. The herb garden was abundant, and Luo Ruiying quickly gathered the necessary herbs. Subsequently, she began to patrol the area surrounding the cabin, ensuring that no traces of beasts existed within a 50-mile radius. As she completed more than half of her circuit, a sense of unease began to creep in. Not only was there a lack of beasts, but she could not detect even a hint of their presence. Previously, she had sensed quite a number. How could they have vanished so suddenly? With a vast medicinal herb garden nearby, filled with rich spiritual energy and fragrant aromas, it was utterly illogical that no beasts had been attracted here. The absence of the previously encountered Shinlin giant dragon was equally perplexing. This anomaly caused Luo Ruiying to furrow her brow in contemplation. However, the absence of beasts, while strange, was also somewhat fortuitous, sparing her the need to confront them. Seizing the opportunity, she buried spiritual stones at various locations within 50 miles, arranging them into a formation to activate their powers. The stones interconnected, forming an immense barrier that enveloped the entire area surrounding the cabin. Once established, the barrier faded to transparency, making it nearly imperceptible to the keenest observer. Having completed her preparations, Luo Ruiying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although the barrier she had erected was not particularly formidable given her current cultivation level, it was undoubtedly sufficient to deter those beneath the divine realm. As Luo Ruiying made her way back, the night gradually deepened around her. Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye were playfully frolicking, engaging in a game of lifting each other high. Upon noticing Luo Ruiying's return, they both greeted her in unison. Madam, you have returned. With a gentle smile, Luo Ruiying nodded. Her beautiful eyes scanned the room, and after a moment's hesitation, she blushed and inquired, how do you bathe here? Since her escape from the celestial realm several days ago, she had not had the opportunity to bathe. In the celestial realm, bathing was a daily ritual for her. The prolonged absence of this essential act had become quite unbearable. She could forego food and drink, but not bathing. However, upon careful observation, she found no bathing tub within the room, nor any facility outside for heating water. This predicament left Luo Ruiying in a quandary. Upon hearing her desire to bathe, Ning Yetchin's spirits lifted instantly. My dear, you wish to bathe. I know of a splendid place. Chapter 14, just a bit overheated. Having gone several days without a bath, I yearn for a cleansing wash. Luo Ruiying shyly nodded, then eagerly inquired, where is this wonderful place? My dear, If you walk approximately 2 to 3 miles southwest from the back mountain, you will find a hot spring atop a cliff, Ning Yetchin replied, cradling Luo Hongye with a smile. Hot spring. Upon hearing the words, Luo Ruying's eyes sparkled, and a look of anticipation graced her face. She had merely hoped for a warm bath, for this place could not compare to the divine palace of the celestial realm. Yet, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that a hot spring existed amidst these woods. Ning Yetchin nodded affirmatively. That hot spring was a special creation of his. The purpose of his secluded life here was to savor the joys of existence, and thus, everything essential must be available. As a former demon lord, he certainly ought not to deprive himself of such pleasures. Come on, my dear, let me take you to bathe. Luo Ruying joyfully transferred Luo Hongye into Ning Yetchin's arms. My dear, may I join you in the bath? Ning Yetchin asked earnestly, his expression uncharacteristically serious. He had never yearned for something so much. However, to his dismay, Luo Ruying decisively rejected his request. No. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Luo Ruying whisked Luo Hongye away, vanishing in an instant. Ning Yetchin was left alone in the room. He shook his head in disappointment, contemplating whether to follow them. Would it be considered perverse to sneak a glance at his wife bathing? Yet, on second thought, wouldn't it be acceptable for a husband to observe his wife in such a manner? In the woods, Luo Ruying gleefully sped along, cradling Luo Hongye. The little one, gazing up with her big eyes, asked innocently, Mother, why can't we let father join us in the bath? It seems so lonely for him to stay at home. This. Luo Ruying found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Although she had accepted Ning Yetchin as her husband, it did not imply she was ready for complete transparency with him. The mere thought of them bathing together in the same pool made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Even when she was the empress of the celestial realm, she had never allowed any maidservants to attend to her during her baths, let alone share such an intimate experience with a man. Under the puzzled gaze of Luo Hongye, Luo Ruying mustered a smile and explained, because your father has injured his foot and it is inconvenient for him. Then, can mother hold father just like she holds Yi? Luo Hongye innocently pressed on. Luo Ruying. With no valid rebuttal, Luo Ruying opted for another explanation. Tonight, mother needs to focus on bathing Yi alone, so father cannot join us. Is that so? Luo Hongye replied regretfully. Seeing that Luo Hongye seemed to accept this reasoning, Luo Ruying quickly nodded. Yes. Mother wishes to thoroughly cleanse Yi, which will take quite some time. Luo Hongye's small face reflected deep contemplation. After a brief silence, she lifted her head, her gaze resolute, and softly spoke to Luo Ruying. Mother, let us not wash Yi. Let mother and father wash together. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruying nearly stumbled and fell from midair. This child. Next time, mother will wash together with your father. All right. Tonight, mother will first help Yi get clean. Luo Ruying, unable to persuade Luo Hongye, reluctantly agreed. Well, fine. Then next time, can Yi wash with mother and father? Luo Hongye looked up at Luo Ruying with hopeful eyes. All right. What else could Luo Ruying do? She could only respond with a wry smile. Perhaps in a few days, the child would forget. As they conversed, Luo Ruying leaped onto a cliff. Atop the cliff, a dense forest spread out, with a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. Following the path, it wasn't long before a steaming hot spring, expansive enough to span several feet, came into view. There truly is a hot spring. Luo Ruying's face lit up with delight as she helped Luo Hongye remove her clothing and gently placed her into the spring. Mother, the water is so warm. Come on in. Luo Hongye joyfully splashed about in the spring, waving her hand towards Luo Ruying on the shore. With a slight smile, Luo Ruying reached to lift her own garments, shedding her ethereal dress and fitted attire. Her exquisite figure, adorned with flowing ink-black hair, bathed in the silvery moonlight, stood amidst the rising mist, creating a hazy vision. Hidden among the trees, an onlooker couldn't help but be entranced. After much contemplation, Ning Yetchin ultimately decided to follow them discreetly. However, let there be no misunderstanding. He was not there to spy. He had come to protect Luo Ruying and her daughter from the shadows. Should any danger arise, he would be ready to act in secret. As Luo Ruying was about to step into the hot spring, she suddenly turned her head sharply to glance behind her, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings intently. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though a gaze was fixed upon her. She had already set up a barrier within a 50-mile radius, ensuring that no beasts or other individuals could intrude. Could it be that fellow? Luo Ruying's first instinct was to think of Ning Yetchin, but she quickly shook her head in denial. She had just arrived with Luo Hongye, and injured Ning Yetchin could hardly have kept pace. It couldn't possibly be him. It must just be her imagination. Not dwelling further on the thought, she submerged herself in the warm waters of the hot spring, her face reflecting a sense of comfort and contentment. It was as if she had been revitalized. Luo Hongye obediently swam into Luo Ruying's embrace, sitting before her as she tenderly wiped her body and hair, her face beaming with joy. Ning Yetchin sat perched on a branch, his chin resting in his hand as he silently observed the bathing mother and daughter, a smile of delight gracing his face. His heart devoid of any distracting thoughts. However, as Luo Ruiying rose from the hot spring, Ning Yetchin found himself unable to stop the flow of blood from his nose. It had been several centuries since anyone had caused him to bleed, yet he found himself wounded once more in such a manner. After nearly half an hour, a contented Luo Ruiying returned to the wooden cabin with Luo Hongya after her bath. Her hair, damp and cascading down to her waist, shimmered with a lustrous glow, while her delicate features radiated a rosy complexion. Upon witnessing this, Ning Yetchin inadvertently recalled the alluring scene he had just glimpsed, causing blood to flow from his nose once again. Why are you bleeding?" Luo Ruiying asked with concern as she approached him, fearing he might be concealing some other injury. Ning Yetchin, feeling embarrassed for the first time, turned his head away and explained, "I am perfectly fine, do not worry. It is merely a result of internal heat." Chapter 15. The husband has always slept bare mortals are truly fragile. Just a mere surge of heat. And so much blood has been lost. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe Ning Yetchin's nosebleed, then crouched down to grasp his right foot. She retrieved various herbs from her bosom, chewed them, and after masticating them thoroughly, applied the paste directly to the fractured area. Finally, she bandaged it securely. These celestial herbs possess remarkable healing properties for injuries, requiring no elaborate preparation. Merely masticating and applying them suffices for efficacy. You should refrain from moving about carelessly for the next few days. With proper rest, your foot will heal in no time, so do not fret," Luo Ruiying said with relief. This was largely thanks to the abundant medicinal garden on the back mountain. Otherwise, she would have had no means to heal Ning Yetchin's broken foot. "Thank you, my dear," Ning Yetchin replied with a grateful smile. In truth, should he desire it, he could restore his foot in an instant. However, being cared for by such a lovely person, he felt no urgency to rush his recovery. Luo Ruiying felt a bit bashful from his gratitude. Her cheeks tinged with pink as she said, "It's getting late. You should rest early." "All right, time for sleep." Upon hearing the word sleep, Luo Hongya joyfully pounced onto the soft couch, burying her head in the blankets. Peeking out, she looked expectantly at Luo Ruiying, smiling, "Mother, let us sleep together." Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yetchin sitting at the edge of the bed and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Hongya, the bed isn't very large. Perhaps you should sleep with your father tonight. Mother can sleep below." Luo Hongya had already climbed onto the bed, and wanting to sleep with her meant sharing a bed with Ning Yetchin. She had never shared a bed with any man before, and although he was her husband, she felt unprepared in her heart. This home belonged to Ning Yetchin, and given his injury, it was only right that she offered the bed to him. Reluctant to let Luo Hongya sleep on the floor, she ultimately decided that the two of them should share the bed. Does mother not want to sleep with Father Yetchin? Hongya wishes to sleep with both mother and father. Luo Hongya's expression was one of disappointment, her large eyes looking adorably at Luo Ruiying. Faced with Luo Hongya's hopeful gaze, Luo Ruiying could no longer utter a refusal and reluctantly conceded, smiling as she replied, "Very well. Mother will sleep with Father Yetchin." Ning Yetchin immediately cast a look of approval at Luo Hongya, secretly giving her a thumbs up. "Well done, my precious daughter." Luo Hongya's cheeks also broke into a mischievous smile. Luo Ruiying removed her outer garments, donning a lightweight, form-fitting white silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful and alluring figure. You sleep inside," Luo Ruiying said shyly, gesturing toward the inner side of the bed. With the child in between them, she felt a bit less tense. "All right," Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. He did not hasten to the bed, but stood up, shedding his outer garments as well. However, he wore no sleepwear beneath, leaving only a pair of white shorts. Before her stood a robust and graceful physique, smooth and fair, with scarcely a blemish in sight. What a stunning form. Luo Ruiying found herself momentarily entranced. Could this truly be the body of a mere mortal hunter? How could it be so perfect, so imbued with a sense of strength? Might it be a result of years spent hunting in the mountains, coupled with the consumption of various celestial herbs and elixirs that endowed such a physique? Luo Ruiying mused internally. This supposition seemed plausible. Celestial herbs and elixirs are known for their ability to cleanse impurities from within, and it would not be surprising for someone living in the wilderness to develop such a physique. "My dear, what are you staring at?" Ning Yetchin teased. Observing the dazed expression on Luo Ruiying's face, coming back to her senses, she realized she had been gazing at a man's body, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. Hastily, she turned her head away, her voice a soft protest. "Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" It is simply how I prefer to sleep," Ning Yetchin replied innocently. "And naked, sleeping? No, that won't do," Luo Ruiying exclaimed, her face a portrait of shock and shyness. "Why not?" Ning Yetchin asked, perplexed. "The child is here," Luo Ruiying said, biting her lip, her cheeks still flushed as she glared at Ning Yetchin. Ning Yetchin suddenly understood, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he nodded silently and began to put his clothes back on. "I understand now. It won't do with the child present. Very well, I shall dress." Luo Ruiying looked on in confusion. What did he understand? Luo Hongya sat on the bed, her curious eyes gazing at both Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying with bewilderment. Why can't mother allow father to sleep without his clothes? Ning Yetchin gently ruffled Luo Hongya's hair, then lay down on the inner side of the bed, wrapping her in his embrace. The small form of Luo Hongya felt like a delicate doll in his arms. Luo Ruiying softly extinguished the oil lamp, then lay beside them, encircling Luo Hongya from behind. The room fell into darkness and silence, with Luo Hongya nestled between them, her face radiating happiness as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Luo Ruiying gazed at her sleeping child, a tender smile gracing her lips as she lovingly caressed her cheek. Since the birth of Luo Hongya, she had often hidden her away in a closet to avoid detection, even fearing to share a restful night together. After escaping the celestial realm, their flight had been relentless, the pursuit unyielding. At last, she could allow this little one to sleep soundly. Luo Ruiying thought with relief. Just then, in the darkness, a hand unexpectedly reached out to her back. Startled, Luo Ruiying quickly identified the source of the hand. On the bed, aside from herself and the child, there was yet another presence. The bed was rather small, barely accommodating the space needed for three to lie down comfortably. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin were both lying on their sides, enveloping Luo Hongya in their embrace, in such close proximity that a slight stretch of their heads would bring their foreheads into contact. Suddenly, Ning Yetchin's arm crossed over Luo Hongya and encircled her waist. Startled, Luo Ruiying raised her head and discreetly glanced at Ning Yetchin. There he lay, his breath steady, his sleeping visage serene, seemingly lost in the depths of slumber. Was it merely an unintentional brush against her in his sleep? Luo Ruiying felt a wave of relief wash over her. In that fleeting moment, when Ning Yetchin made contact, her heart raced violently, startling her. Just as she began to relax, Ning Yetchin's foot then draped over her, and his arm tightened around her waist. Unable to contain herself, Luo Ruiying shot an exasperated glare at the sleeping Ning Yetchin. This fellow, how could his sleeping posture be so poor? Chapter 16. The Empress of the Celestial Realm chooses to do nothing. The following morning, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a handsome face hovering close before her. In slumber, Ning Yetchin had nestled near her, so near that she could even feel the gentle rhythm of his breath. One of his arms served as a pillow for Luo Hongya, who lay between them, while the other hand rested upon Luo Ruiying's waist. Not to mention, one of his feet had been draped over her throughout the night. Luo Ruiying delicately furrowed her brow, her hand clenched into a fist, yearning to teach this slumbering miscreant a lesson for his poor sleeping posture. Last night, she had lost count of how many times she had nudged Ning Yetchin's foot off her body, only for it to return shortly thereafter. After much tossing and turning, she had ultimately surrendered to the situation. It was one thing to endure this, but his hands were equally unruly. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, her fist still clenched, before finally relenting and releasing her grip. She decided to let him be this time. After all, he was asleep and not acting with malice, so she would let it slide. Furthermore, she had enjoyed a rare peaceful night's rest with the child last night. Gently, Luo Ruiying shifted Ning Yetchin's hand and foot aside, carefully rising from the bed. With a hairpin clenched between her teeth, she sat on the edge of the bed and began to style her hair. Ning Yetchin, with one eye slightly open, admired the delicate curve of Luo Ruiying's back, unable to suppress a smile. His wife looked truly lovely when she was fixing her hair. When Luo Ruiying turned around after arranging her hair, Ning Yetchin hastily closed his eyes again, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ning Yetchin, whose lips curled into a smile. Luo Ruiying felt a mix of curiosity and amusement. What delightful dream could he be having to smile so blissfully in his sleep? Casting her gaze downward, she noticed that little Luo Hongya also bore a sweet smile on her face, prompting her to smile in resignation. This child was just like her father. Luo Ruiying lovingly regarded the pair on the bed, choosing not to disturb them, before donning her clothes and bustling into the kitchen. Although she could forego food and drink, the child was still young, and Ning Yetchin was but a mere mortal. As a devoted wife, it was her duty to care for both of them. While Luo Ruiying busied herself, Ning Yetchin was squatting at the front door with the awakening Luo Hongya, teaching her to brush her teeth. Although Luo Hongya did not quite understand what they were doing, she happily mimicked the motion with a slender brush. Luo Ruiying, casting a curious glance at the duo squatting at the door, shook her head in exasperation. She could only wonder what that man was teaching their child. However, seeing them both so joyful, she decided to let it be. After a while, Luo Ruiying prepared a feast and called out to the two still frolicking outside. Time for dinner. Yay. Coming, mother, Luo Hongya exclaimed, riding atop Ning Yetchin's shoulders as they entered the house. A flower was playfully perched atop Ning Yetchin's head. Now, no more mischief, Luo Ruiying chided, barely suppressing a laugh at the sight of Ning Yetchin adorned with a flower. She quickly lifted Luo Hongya off his shoulders. Ning Yetchin shrugged it off, feeling quite pleased, and sat down at the table with a smile. The dishes on the table were crafted from various crops and herbs harvested from the medicinal garden. Concerned that his constitution might not withstand the potent effects of the celestial herbs, Luo Ruiying chose primarily those of lower vintage, or varieties that would pose little risk to ordinary mortals. This demonstrated her meticulous care. Although, in truth, he could likely consume anything without adverse effects, little Luo Hongya, being too young, could only nestle in Luo Ruiying's embrace, burying her head in the bowl, her face smeared with grains of rice. In a tender gesture, Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe the remnants from her mouth, then began to feed her incrementally. Come, eat more, my dear, you have worked hard too. Ning Yetchin placed dishes into the bowls of both Luo Hongya and Luo Ruiying. A subtle smile graced Luo Ruiying's lips as she raised a dish toward Ning Yetchin. You too I may not have cooked to perfection, but do try. Her intention was to place it in Ning Yetchin's bowl, yet unexpectedly, he leaned forward and took a bite directly. After finishing, he smiled and praised, my dear's culinary skills are quite remarkable. Beyond my expectations. This was Ning Yetchin's genuine thought. He had not anticipated that Luo Ruiying, a celestial maiden from the heavenly realm, would possess such culinary prowess. She was already embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. The act of feeding transformed into personal mouth-to-mouth feeding, causing a faint blush to rise on Luo Ruiying's cheeks. How could he even take her chopsticks along with the food? Witnessing this scene, Luo Hongya lifted her head, wide-eyed, and chimed in with her childish voice, I want some too, ah? Alright. Luo Ruiying chuckled softly, feeding her daughter as well. Ning Yetchin indulgently took turns feeding Luo Hongya. The little one welcomed every morsel, her cheeks puffed and her face beaming with joy. As Luo Ruiying observed the serene and blissful scene of their family gathered around the table, a smile of contentment blossomed on her face. This was a feeling she had never experienced even during her reign as Empress. If only they could remain hidden here together, living in seclusion with him and their child for a lifetime, then perhaps relinquishing her title as the Empress of the Heavenly Realm would be a welcome choice. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Demon Domain forest, four figures had gathered, their gazes intensely fixed upon the boundless expanse of the forest. Old Ghost. Are you certain they are hiding within this Demon Domain forest? A man clad in a green robe furrowed his brow and inquired of an elderly figure beside him, who was hunched and marked by age. Ha ha ha. Does Lu Jianshan doubt my ghostly puppet soul-tracking technique? The old ghost grinned wickedly, cradling a terrifying puppet resembling an infant. The ghostly infant puppet clutched a strand of hair in its mouth, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on the depths of the Demon Domain forest. Everyone knows of the old ghost's soul-tracking technique. By obtaining a specific object from a person, one can trace them across vast distances. It seems that the Celestial Maiden is indeed hiding within this Demon Domain forest. A burly man, bare-chested, let out a hearty laugh. Deep within the enchanted forest of the Demon Realm, countless Demon Kings reside. Should they truly be concealed within this forest, returning with them would undoubtedly prove challenging. A scholar, donned in traditional attire, furrowed his brow and spoke. Is it possible that the leader of the Confucian Palace fears? A burly man turned his gaze towards Su Sheng, mocking him. Su Sheng's brow knitted tightly, casting a fierce look at the strong man. Humph. If the Lord of the Martial God Temple is unafraid, why should the Confucian Palace fear? How absurd. Are you implying that the leader of the Confucian Palace wishes to engage in a contest with me? Wu Kuang's eyes gleamed with fervor, radiating an overwhelming aura. Su Sheng, not to be outdone, unleashed an aura equally as formidable as Wu Kuang's. Enough. The purpose of our gathering here is not to contest victories or defeats. Let us not forget our mission. Lu Jian interjected, brandishing his sword and positioning himself between Su Sheng and Wu Kuang, his expression stern. Upon hearing his words, both Su Sheng and Wu Kuang immediately retracted their imposing auras. Compared to their rivalry, they were united by a far more significant mission, the capture of a mother and daughter duo named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, regardless of the cost. Chapter 17. Another visitor approaches Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Guo Fu, and Wu Kuang. These four individuals stand as the supreme leaders of the most prestigious sects in the world. They can be regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation in the realm of mortals, poised on the brink of transcending their boundaries to ascend to immortality. The sole purpose that has drawn these four formidable figures together is a promise made by a certain celestial lord. Should they capture the mother and daughter, Luo Ruiying and her child, who have escaped from the celestial realm, not only will they be assisted in ascending to the heavenly domain, but they will also be granted immediate membership within a powerful faction. The allure of joining such a formidable force upon ascension to the celestial realm is simply irresistible. They have already acquired information regarding the whereabouts of Luo Ruiying and her daughter. Once a revered empress in the celestial realm, Luo Ruiying is now gravely injured, her cultivation having plummeted below that of a mere mortal. For these four exceptional beings, this task presents no challenge whatsoever. Let us proceed swiftly and decisively. It would be best if they cooperate willingly. If not, we shall simply eliminate them. Remember, the girl must not be killed. She is to be brought back alive. With a stern countenance, Lu Jian transformed into a radiant streak of light and sped toward the depths of the Demon Domain forest. Confronting a being of mere mortal rank poses no difficulty for him. The other three exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Before they too transformed into streaks of light, following closely behind. Moments later, the quartet arrived at the heart of the demon domain forest. While the periphery of the forest teemed with ferocious beasts, occasionally, a misguided creature would launch an attack. Upon entering the depths, they found the area eerily devoid of any beasts. The heart of the demon domain forest is reputed to be the territory of numerous demon kings, where any intruder is doomed to face annihilation. Yet, the absence of even a single demon king was unsettlingly peculiar. Suspended in midair, they scanned their surroundings intently, but not a single figure was to be seen. Gui Lao, swiftly employ your ghostly infant puppet to track down their precise location, Lu Jian urged, furrowing his brow at Gui Fu. Without specific coordinates, locating two individuals in the depths of the demon domain forest would prove exceedingly arduous. Gui Fu's grotesque visage twisted into an awkward smile as he sheepishly replied, "My ghostly infant puppet can only sense the vicinity. The exact location remains elusive. TSK, the so-called soul-tracking puppet, and yet it is thus," Su Sheng scoffed, unimpressed. Gui Fu merely smiled sheepishly, refraining from retorting. Wu Kuang, seemingly lost in thought, ignored the others. He had made a discovery and descended into the thicket, where he found a leaf stained with a trace of dried blood. His sensitivity to the scent of blood was acute, no matter how faint. It could not escape his keen senses. Upon his arrival, he had caught a whiff of a distinctly different blood aroma. Wu Kuang plucked the bloodied leaf and began to savor it, his expression gradually transforming into one of exhilaration. Truly, the blood of a celestial maiden possesses a unique flavor. This taste is utterly tantalizing. The others gazed at Wu Kuang with expressions of disdain, witnessing his fervent excitement. Rumor has it that this individual has an insatiable thirst for blood, particularly that of the strong. Each time he claims a life, he indulges in the blood of his victim. However, it is precisely due to him that the whereabouts of Luo Ruiying have finally been uncovered. One thing is certain, that woman must be lurking within this demon domain forest. Once this fact is established, locating her will merely be a matter of time. Let us separate to search. The one who discovers her first shall signal. Lu Jian addressed the other three. Although they were displeased with Lu Jian's authoritative tone, they refrained from voicing their grievances and quietly dispersed. After all, the command from their superior in the higher realm held greater significance. Should they fail to retrieve Luo Ruiying and her daughter, not only would their ascension to the celestial realm be thwarted, but they could also incur the wrath of that formidable figure and face annihilation. Within a certain cave, the Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Great Ape, and Devourer Python silently observed the four individuals parting ways. More intruders have arrived. Their reckless behavior in our demon domain forest is utterly intolerable. Should we not take action against them? The Titan Great Ape proposed indignantly to the other two. Have you lost your mind? What if they are also in service of that esteemed figure? You've seen how Xian Lin met his demise. The Devourer Python replied, her expression a mix of terror. Each time she recalled the face of Ning Yetchin, she could not help but tremble uncontrollably. The Chaos Bull Demon and Titan Great Ape fell into silence. Had it been a century ago, they would have acted without hesitation to eliminate those intruders. But now, they dared not take such risks. It was not fear of the four, but rather of that esteemed figure. Let us just pretend we didn't see anything. Indeed, let us go and play cards. All right. The three of them unanimously agreed, linking arms as they retreated into the cave. Among demon kings, competition for territory has always bred animosity. Who could have imagined that three demon kings would coexist so harmoniously? On the other side, after parting ways with Lu Jian and the others, the ghost husband wore a cunning smile, swiftly producing the ghost infant puppet, which he directed towards a specific location with great speed. His ghost infant puppet, of course, was capable of tracking precise positions. The reason he chose not to inform Lu Jian and the others was clearly to claim the credit for himself. If he could single-handedly capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter to present to that esteemed figure in the higher realm, he would undoubtedly receive a bountiful reward. Perhaps he might even realize the dream of ascending to the celestial realm. The thought of effortlessly annihilating the other three major sects filled him with exhilaration. Before long, the ghost husband's expression stiffened, and he halted, gazing ahead as he slowly extended his withered hand. It felt as though his palm pressed against an imperceptible barrier, halting his advance by even an inch. A barrier. He cackled, finding joy in the discovery. The presence of a barrier here indicates that she is indeed inside. This diminutive barrier cannot impede my progress. As I press my palm against the barrier, a thick, inky liquid surges forth. This viscous substance cascades down the barrier, which swiftly appears to melt away, eroded by the dark fluid, creating a substantial breach. Without the slightest effort, I step over the barrier and enter, making not a whisper of sound. Taking advantage of the obliviousness of those foolish enough to remain unaware, I must act swiftly. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, as I playfully spar with Luo Hongya, a frown suddenly creases Ning Yetchin's brow, revealing his displeasure. Yet again, An intruder has arrived, disrupting the barrier painstakingly crafted by my beloved. Does he not realize that I abhor interruptions during my cherished moments with my wife and child? Chapter 18. Today, you shall perish. Outside the wooden cabin, after finishing her meal, Luo Ruiying emerged from the room, cradling the neatly stacked dishes. Glancing at the pile of crockery at her feet, she furrowed her brow and squatted down to wash them as an ordinary person would. However, realizing the inefficiency of this method, she decided to utilize her spiritual power, lifting all the dishes along with the clean water into the air, where they spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the dishes were entirely cleaned, with the dirty water separated away. Subsequently, she applied the same technique to chop wood and wash clothes. All tasks were completed within mere minutes. Hands on her hips, Luo Ruiying nodded in satisfaction, silently praising herself. Although this is my first time undertaking such chores, I must say, I am quite remarkable. From now on, I shall take care of these tasks, allowing that fellow to have a bit of respite. At that moment, a displeasing, hoarse voice suddenly echoed. Who would have thought a celestial maiden would engage in such menial tasks like a common woman? Luo Ruiying abruptly turned to face the stooped old man approaching her, her heart racing as she sensed an impending threat. Someone had breached the barrier she had set. She had not detected it at all. The intruder appeared to be a peaked deity, evidently seeking her out. Had she truly sought refuge here only to find no respite? Filled with a blend of sorrow and fury, Luo Ruiying clenched her fists. All she desired was to live peacefully, yet that seemed an unattainable dream. May I inquire, fair maiden, will you willingly accompany this old man, or shall I be compelled to escort you myself? The sinister figure extended his hand. Ominous energy emanating from his being, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantly, the earth itself turning pitch black, shrouded in a dense miasma. Luo Ruiying's expression grew pensive, her thoughts wavering. If it were only him, perhaps she could strike him down here. However, engaging in battle would undoubtedly endanger her child and mother. Coincidentally, at that moment, Luo Hongye, with her short legs, joyfully approached Luo Ruiying, seeking a hug. Upon seeing the sinister figure, the child instinctively hid behind her mother in fear. Ning Yetchin also sauntered out from the cabin, his cold gaze fixed on the old man. The sinister figure's eyes glimmered with delight upon seeing Luo Hongye. The esteemed one from the higher realm had specifically requested this child. However, he was taken aback to find not only the mother and daughter pair, but also another man. The intelligence report had mentioned no such individual. Lacking any aura of spiritual energy, he appeared to be nothing more than a lowly mortal. No cause for concern. Who would have thought the proud celestial maiden, having fallen to the mortal realm, would so readily seek the company of a man? The sinister figure deduced that this wooden cabin belonged to Ning Yetchin, realizing that Luo Ruiying had merely taken refuge here, and could not help but mock. How utterly laughable it is for a celestial maiden to unite with a mortal. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows deeply. Suppressing her anger as she spoke in a solemn tone, I will return with you, only if you release the child in him. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to sacrifice herself to protect the child and Ning Yetchin. Her heart ached with reluctance, yet she felt there was no other way. Even if she were to defeat the person before her, the denizens of the celestial realm would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. The next adversaries would be even more formidable. What awaited her was an endless cycle of flight and peril. She could not continue this life of escape with the child in tow, nor could she allow Ning Yetchin to be ensnared in this chaos. If her sacrifice could ensure the safety of both the child and Ning Yetchin, she would gladly embrace it. Mother, Wu, don't leave me. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's intention to voluntarily depart, Luo Hongye burst into inconsolable tears, clutching her mother's skirts tightly. Luo Ruiying gazed down at her daughter, her eyes filled with profound sorrow and affection, as tears welled up in her own. If it were possible, how could she bear to part from her child? The bond between mother and daughter was truly heartwarming. Rest assured, Fairy, you will return with me. And that young girl will accompany us as well. As for the man, I will effortlessly dispose of him. The ghostly figure interjected with a sinister chuckle. You. Luo Ruiying's expression turned frigid at his words, her fury boiling over as her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood. Even after her considerable concession, they still refused to spare her child and husband. Bending down, Luo Ruiying lifted Luo Hongye and placed her into Ning Yetchin's embrace, her solemn gaze revealing a glimmer of tenderness. Leave this to me. You take the child and flee into the woods. Promise me, do not let the child come to harm. Once I have dealt with this, I will catch up with you. If I do not arrive in a timely manner, you need not wait for me. With that, Luo Ruiying did not afford Ning Yetchin an opportunity to respond. Rising onto her toes, she gently pressed her lips against his. It was their first kiss while both were fully aware. Ning Yetchin's eyes widened in surprise. My dear husband, I entrust the child to you. As their lips parted, Luo Ruiying whispered tenderly in his ear. It was her first time addressing him in such a manner, and likely her last. Their time together had been less than 3 days, and while there were moments that irked her, he had treated her and her child with remarkable kindness. The child adored him as well. Her heart had already accepted him as her husband. Thus, she wished to muster the courage to call him by this name in their final moments, a true testament to her trust in him with Luo Hongye. Ning Yetchin felt a mix of joy and helplessness. Why did it feel as though they were parting for eternity? Quickly, take the child and go. Luo Ruiying summoned a gust of wind with a swift motion of her palm, hurling Ning Yetchin and the child into the air, where they landed far into the forested hills. To think you could escape from my grasp is sheer folly. The ghostly figure, with a flick of his sleeve, sent forth 4 puppets, neither human nor ghostly, exuding a dense miasma as they pursued into the woods. How could Luo Ruiying allow these puppets to pursue her? She swiftly drew her celestial sword and leapt to intercept them, shattering one puppet with a gleaming stroke of her blade. The other 3 puppets swiftly passed by her, paying her no heed. Anxious, Luo Ruiying's figure flickered as she unleashed 3 fierce arcs of sword light from her celestial sword, cleaving through the remaining puppets at their midsections. Seizing the opportunity, the ghostly husband struck down with a venomous palm from behind her, causing a trickle of blood to escape the corner of her mouth. Despite the searing pain, she first shattered the final 3 puppets. No matter what, she could not allow any of them to escape her grasp. Otherwise, both Ning Yetchin and her child would be in peril. Ha. I would rather endure your slap than let your puppets live. It seems you hold them dear. Fear not. Once I dispose of you, none shall escape. The ghostly husband chuckled ominously, sensing victory within his grasp as Luo Ruiying lay wounded and poisoned. The dream of ascension was tantalizingly close. With a frigid expression, filled with unwavering resolve and murderous intent, Luo Ruiying positioned her sword before the ghostly husband. Is that so? Then you shall surely perish today. Chapter 19. Father cast a spell for Yi in the depths of the forest. Ning Yetchin gently descended to the ground, cradling Luo Hongye in his arms. Not far away, a fierce battle raged within a wooden cabin, with flashes of sword light and swirling black mist evident to the eye. This little girl, truly, always thinking of sacrificing herself to protect the child. As Ning Yetchin stood up with Luo Hongye in his embrace, he pondered how to discreetly eliminate these ungrateful pests without revealing his identity. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he was a sworn enemy of the celestial realm. Luo Ruiying belonged to the celestial realm. If he were to act directly in front of her, his identity would inevitably be exposed, potentially altering her perception of him. He was particularly concerned that she might take the child and depart from him. Thus he must remain discreet in revealing his true nature. Woo daddy. Let us not leave mother behind, okay? Yu doesn't he want to leave mother? Luo Hongye whimpered, her big eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded with Ning Yetchin. Do not cry, my dear. Father promises you, your mother will be safe. I will not abandon her, Ning Yetchin said, his heart aching as he wiped the tears from Luo Hongye's face, soothing her gently. Yet, beneath his tender exterior, a chilling intent flickered in his eyes. Those who dared to make my daughter weep shall not leave this place alive. Is what father said true? Luo Hongye paused her tears, looking earnestly at him. Ning Yetchin smiled and nodded. Father would never deceive Yi. Then, father, let us hurry to find mother. Luo Hongye exclaimed eagerly. Just as her words fell, a deep voice resounded from the thicket ahead. Where are you headed? Wu Kuang emerged from the shadowy woods, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye. His gaze was primarily fixated on Luo Hongye, revealing a row of gleaming steel teeth in a wide grin. I knew that old ghost intended to claim the credit for himself. Fortunately, I had the foresight to follow him quietly. What a stroke of luck, ha ha ha. Wu Kuang laughed heartily, then extended a hand, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Yetchin. Kid, hand that child over to me. I promise to make your death swift. Luo Hongye, frightened, shrank closer to Ning Yetchin, her eyes gazing up at him timidly, as if fearing that he might truly abandon her and surrender her to this brutish villain. Ning Yetchin noticed Luo Hongye's fear and offered her a gentle smile, stroking the back of her head. He whispered softly in her ear, Yi. Close your eyes and cover your ears for a moment, all right? Father will cast a spell for you. Luo Hongye's eyes brimmed with confusion. Yet she obediently shut her eyes and covered her ears with her small hands. Such a good girl, Ning Yetchin smiled, but when he turned his gaze towards Wu Kuang, his expression transformed into an icy coldness, as if he were looking at a corpse. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wu Kuang was suddenly enveloped by a chill that instilled a sense of dread in his heart. It had been an eternity since he had felt such fear. Yet he was intimidated by a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation? Impossible. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. His haughty pride would never permit it. He resolved to crush the individual before him with great ferocity. How dare this insignificant insect gaze upon me in such a manner? Seeking death, with a swift motion, Wu Kuang bent his legs and propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that materialized before Ning Yetchin. His formidable iron fist, like a roaring tempest, surged towards Ning Yetchin's face, a blow potent enough to shatter his skull. However, with a resounding thud, the anticipated carnage did not unfold. The seemingly unstoppable punch was effortlessly halted by a slender hand. Wu Kuang stood in a stupor, his eyes wide with disbelief. though he had not exerted his full strength. That strike was more than capable of splitting mountains, yet it was easily intercepted by this so-called mortal. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary human. Panic seized Wu Kuang as he recognized that Ning Yetchin was a concealed practitioner, his prowess likely on par with his own. Who are you? Wu Kuang stammered, attempting to retract his fist, only to find it ensnared in Ning Yetchin's grasp, immovable despite his desperate efforts. Ning Yetchin's gaze was laced with disdain and lethal intent. He offered no answer to Wu Kuang's inquiry. Instead, he spoke coolly. I wish for my daughter not to witness the brutality of bloodshed. Thus, I grant you mercy. You may now depart from this world. With that, Ning Yetchin's grip tightened, and a swirling mass of inky black flames erupted from his palm. The dark flames snaked along Wu Kuang's arm, engulfing him entirely. Wu Kuang's body began to disintegrate, skin melting away, and he could not suppress a harrowing scream of despair. The torment of his very soul was seared by the black flames, twisting in agony until, moments later, he was utterly obliterated. Concerned that Wu Kuang's anguished cries might frighten Luo Hongye, Ning Yetchin conjured a soundproof barrier, enveloping Wu Kuang within. The entire ordeal transpired within mere seconds, and Wu Kuang vanished from existence, leaving not a trace of ash behind. As Ning Yetchin released his grip on Luo Hongye's ears, she slowly opened her eyes. Casting a curious glance around, yet finding no trace of Wu Kuang, she tilted her head, inquisitively asking Ning Yetchin, Father, where did that big bad guy go? Father used magic to make the big bad guy disappear, Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with admiration. Father is so amazing. Knight, can you promise not to tell anyone else about how you made the bad guy vanish? Ning Yetchin knelt down, gently setting Luo Hongye down and taking her hand. Not even your mother can know. Luo Hongye tilted her head in confusion. Why can't we tell mother, father? Because father wishes to share a little secret with Yi Yi. This secret belongs solely to father and Yi Yi, and it must remain confidential. Ning Yetchin suddenly had a clever idea and offered an excuse. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's initial confusion vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. The secret between father and Yi Yi. Yi Yi is aware of it. She won't tell mother or anyone else. Our little Yi Yi is truly obedient. Ning Yetchin praised as he gently caressed Luo Hongye's cheeks. Indeed, children are easily persuaded. Yi Yi, please wait here a moment, he said. Father will go assist your mother in dealing with the bad guys, and will return shortly. Ning Yetchin led Luo Hongye to a tree and drew a protective barrier around them. Luo Hongye nodded obediently but expressed her concern. Father, please be careful while dealing with the bad guys. Ning Yetchin responded with a confident and reassuring smile. Do not worry. No one in this world can match your father. Chapter 20. Before that, I shall slay you first on the other side, outside the wooden cabin, Luo Ruiying. Afflicted by the miasma, desperately endeavored to vanquish the ghostly husband. Alas, the poison continued to spread within her, rendering her body increasingly feeble, and her vision gradually blurred. Ha ha ha. It appears that the daughter of the celestial realm is not as formidable as she seems. Should you continue to forcibly channel your inner spiritual power, the miasma will engulf your entire being, leading to your body's putrefaction and demise. The ghostly husband taunted, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Noticing Luo Ruiying's complexion turning increasingly green, devoid of the previous vigor, he realized the poison had begun to take effect. Luo Ruiying posed no threat to him now. Before that, I shall slay you first. With a tremendous effort, Luo Ruiying steadied her weakened form, taking a swift step forward. Once again brandishing her sword and charging at the ghostly husband. For a peak deity-level powerhouse, to pursue a mere mortal encumbered by a child was no trivial challenge. For the safety of Ning Yetchin and the child, she had no choice but to eliminate this individual here, even if it meant perishing alongside him. The ghostly husband, startled by Luo Ruiying's rapid approach and the fierce sword light descending upon him, was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed someone, afflicted by miasma, daring to recklessly utilize their spiritual power. This madwoman truly intended to drag him down with her. At the moment Luo Ruiying's sword light descended, the ghostly husband was enveloped by the miasma. The sword light cleaved through the poison, yet his figure had vanished. The miasma, now split by her strike, expanded and enveloped her entirely, the thick, invisible poison surrounding her from all directions. Hastily, Luo Ruiying covered her mouth and nose, her gaze scanning the miasmic haze. She sensed that the ghostly husband lurked within this toxic fog. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly through the mist. She had found him, with her eyes blazing with determination. The moment the figure reappeared, her celestial sword struck with precision, cleaving the shadow in two. Success! A wave of joy surged through Luo Ruiying. However, in the next instant, a hand shot out from the mist, launching a surprise attack. She instinctively turned and raised her sword to block, only to be met by another hand emerging from the fog, striking heavily at her abdomen. Coughing up blood, Luo Ruiying was sent flying out of the miasmic haze, clutching her abdomen as she fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! You've fallen for my trap. Dear celestial lady, the ghostly husband emerged from the miasma. A cruel grin etched upon his face. Behind him trailed dozens of ghostly corpses he had refined and transformed into puppets. The one that struck Luo Ruiying was among them. And the bait she had slain was merely another puppet. His principle was clear. He would never expose himself to danger. If he could utilize ghostly corpses and miasma, he would never personally take the risk. Luo Ruiying, with her sword plunged into the ground, struggled to rise, her complexion now a deep green. Yet her gaze remained resolute as she stared at the ghostly husband. Celestial lady, cease your futile struggles and surrender willingly. I assure you, your demise shall not be so gruesome. Perhaps you could become the puppet of my destined ghostly servant. The ghostly husband gazed hungrily at Luo Ruiying's graceful figure, his lips curling in a greedy smirk. It was not her beauty he desired, but the very essence of her being. Typically, a cultivator of the celestial realm would succumb to his miasma and perish from its effects. Yet Luo Ruiying exhibited no signs of decay. Her celestial body's resilience unparalleled by any other. The esteemed figure from the upper realm had declared that Luo Ruiying's fate was inconsequential. Perhaps he might even be granted her ethereal form, perfect for crafting his destined ghostly puppet. Luo Ruiying turned her gaze towards the woods behind her, a hint of reluctance shimmering in her beautiful eyes, before she resolutely fixed her gaze upon the ghostly husband. An aura of radiant golden energy surged around her, her ebony hair transforming into a lustrous silver. Her crimson eyes sparkled with brilliant golden light. Luo God, she cried, and a towering figure cloaked in golden armor materialized behind her. The figure opened its eyes of shimmering gold, raising a celestial sword high, and with a seemingly casual motion, struck down towards the ghostly husband. The ghostly husband felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from the apparition, the descending sword sending a chill of terror through him. The blade of light fell like a meteor, leaving him no time to evade. He hastily commanded all his puppets to shield him, his miasma coalescing into a barrier. Soon, the sword's radiance consumed and shattered all the puppets. The miasma barrier he had erected offering little resistance, swiftly cleaved as well. A piercing scream echoed amidst the sword's brilliance. The light extended for dozens of miles, tearing everything in its path apart, leaving behind only a profound scar upon the earth, a testament to its might. After unleashing this strike, Luo Ruiying could no longer maintain her stance. Collapsing to one knee while supporting the sword, the exertion of summoning the Luo God at her current cultivation level drained her vast reserves of energy. The miasma having already infiltrated her body, a searing pain coursed through her being. Yet, a poignant smile graced her lips. The child should be safe now, though she may never be able to find them again. Just then, a voice filled with despair rang out. Truly, the daughter of the celestial realm is formidable. I nearly met my end. The ghostly husband, battered and bloodied, crawled slowly from the ravine created by the sword strike. His gaze towards Luo Ruiying was now filled with malice and resentment. Had he not activated the celestial grade treasure, the celestial silkworm armor, in time to shield himself, he would have perished beneath that blow. Even his precious armor had been shattered by her strike. Indeed, when facing a being from the celestial realm, one must never underestimate them, even if their cultivation has regressed to the celestial realm. Luo Ruiying, astonished to see the ghostly husband still alive, thought, he actually survived. What should I do? In her current state, she could hardly muster the strength for a second strike, let alone move. However, it appeared the ghostly husband was not in a much better condition either. Perhaps there remains a chance to strike him down. Otherwise, once he regains his breath, Ning Yetchin and the child shall find themselves in grave peril. Just as Luo Ruiying prepared for one final desperate attempt, an even more despairing event unfolded. Two figures soared through the sky above. Su Sheng and Lu Jian looked down upon the ghostly husband, their expressions rife with mockery and derision. Ghost Elder, did I not mention that upon discovery, you should signal first? Surely, you do not intend to claim all the credit for yourself? It appears that not only have you failed to secure it alone, but you have also faced a severe reprimand. Faced with the biting sarcasm of Su Sheng and Lu Jian, the ghostly husband seethed with rage, yet found himself utterly powerless. Given his current injuries, it was utterly impossible for him to subdue Luo Ruiying on his own. There was a distinct possibility that these two would take advantage of his weakness to eliminate him. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying's heart sank deeper into despair. These two were also allies of the ghostly husband. Chapter 21. You have provoked my wrath. What should be done? She could no longer impede the two celestial beings at their peak strength. Luo Ruiying's heart felt as though it had turned to ash. At this moment, the miasma had nearly engulfed her entire body. She endured excruciating pain in her organs, lacking even the strength to raise her sword. Even the slightest delay was now beyond her grasp. This must be the celestial maiden, Luo Ruiying, specifically designated by the esteemed figure from the upper realm. Indeed, her beauty was extraordinary. But where was her child? Su Sheng's gaze fell upon Luo Ruiying, momentarily captivated, yet upon noticing her solitude, he could not help but furrow his brow and inquired of the Ghost Lord. The task bestowed upon them by the esteemed figure from the upper realm was to bring both Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya back. It was explicitly stated that Luo Hongya must be returned alive, indicating her significance far surpassed that of Luo Ruiying. Feeling as though he were being interrogated by Su Sheng, the Ghost Lord was greatly displeased. He gestured impatiently towards the woods behind Luo Ruiying, saying, "A mortal man has led that girl into the forest. You not only nearly fell victim to a celestial woman, but also allowed the child to escape before your very eyes." The rumored corpse puppet demon king seemed to be greatly overestimated. Lu Jian cast a cold glance at the Ghost Lord, openly mocking him. He was quite dissatisfied with the Ghost Lord's failure to capture the child. "You, humph." The Ghost Lord was exasperated but could only let out a cold huff, choosing to swallow his indignation. Given his injuries, he dared not provoke Su Sheng and Lu Jian. First, eliminate this woman, then swiftly pursue that child. Lu Jian drew his spiritual sword, its radiant light slicing towards Luo Ruiying with lethal intent. Luo Ruiying watched helplessly as the radiant blade approached, her hands unable to lift her celestial sword, staring directly into the face of death. Just as the sword light was about to reach her, a figure suddenly materialized silently before her. Clad in a black robe and facing away, the figure's features remained obscured. The robed individual merely extended a finger and gently tapped the sword light, which instantly dissipated into nothingness. This scene left everyone present in utter astonishment. A strike from a pinnacle celestial being was thus easily neutralized. Lu Jian's brow furrowed deeply. Renowned as the foremost sword immortal in the world, he possessed unparalleled mastery over the sword, unmatched by any other. Yet here he was, thwarted by a mere fingertip. His pride forbade him from suffering such humiliation in public. Heavenly sword, Gale's destruction. Lu Jian summoned all his spiritual power, his fierce aura akin to an invisible sword soaring towards the heavens. He thrust his spiritual sword, unleashing a blade of windswept light that stretched for dozens of yards. Ning Yetchin once more raised his finger, lightly tapping the edge of the sword light, which vanished like a gentle breeze. The crowd was once again left in shock. Both the Ghost Lord and Su Sheng understood the terrifying power of Lu Jian. Yet they found themselves utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon the individual before them. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. His face was etched with disbelief. His full-strength strike, capable of splitting mountains and seas, had been so effortlessly neutralized. "Who are you?" Lu Jian questioned incredulously. Ning Yetchin disregarded him, turning instead to look at Luo Ruiying. His face was concealed behind a mask depicting a malevolent, fanged demon, allowing him to remain undetected. Upon seeing her face, pale and twisted in agony from the venomous miasma, he felt a deep pang of sympathy. Truly, why must she insist on being strong even when she cannot endure? Ning Yetchin tossed a shimmering pill imbued with spiritual energy into Luo Ruiying's hands, his voice resonating with an ancient gravitas. "This elixir will purge the miasma from your body and aid in your recovery. Consume it swiftly." "Thank you, Senior." Luo Ruiying replied without hesitation, hastily ingesting the pill. The potent energy enveloped her, swiftly eradicating the venom within, and the searing pain that had consumed her vanished entirely. The efficacy of the medicine was astonishing. Observing Luo Ruiying's complexion brighten and her condition stabilize, Ning Yetchin exhaled softly, turning his gaze toward the specters. His aura radiating palpable murderous intent. The sheer terror of his malice sent shivers through the specters, leaving them paralyzed with fear. They had never before encountered such dread. How could a person's murderous aura be so profoundly frightening? Who on earth is he? A singular question echoed in their minds, for they had never heard of such a figure in existence. Ning Yetchin extended his hand towards the specters, his palm twisting gently. In the next moment, the specters' bodies and limbs began to contort involuntarily, the sound of cracking bones reverberating through the air, as excruciating pain drove them to emit harrowing cries. "Ah, Senior, spare us, please." With no sign of mercy, Ning Yetchin continued, contorting the specter into grotesque shapes, resulting in a death most tragic. Even the specter's soul was twisted and dissipated. This gruesome scene utterly stunned Lu Jian and Su Sheng, their eyes wide with disbelief. The specter, renowned alongside them, had perished so abruptly? Ning Yetchin then turned his gaze towards Lu Jian and Su Sheng, who were instantly engulfed by a chilling sense of impending doom. Senior, wait. Why do you intend to harm us? Have we offended you in any way?" Su Sheng shouted hastily. He felt a profound certainty that even united, he and Lu Jian were no match for the man before them. "The reason I intend to end your lives is simple. You have touched upon my forbidden scales." Ning Yetchin replied coldly. "Forbidden scales?" Lu Jian and Su Sheng exchanged bewildered glances. What had they done to provoke such ire? This time, Ning Yetchin could not be bothered to respond further. He brought his hand together, forming a blade-like gesture, and swung it towards Lu Jian. Startled, Lu Jian hastily raised his sword to defend himself. Yet the intangible sword energy severed his spiritual sword effortlessly, piercing directly through his body. How is this possible? Lu Jian maintained his defensive posture, disbelief etched across his face, until a fine line appeared around his neck, blood gushing forth as he plummeted from the heavens. The legendary sword Immortal has thus fallen. Lu Jian's spirit could not escape from his body and was torn apart along with it. At that moment, Su Sheng was engulfed in terror, his gaze directed towards Ning Yetchin, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he swiftly cast a talisman. The talisman erupted in radiant light, and in an instant, Su Sheng vanished from sight. When he reappeared in the sky, he was already 1,000 miles away. Yet, he dared not linger for even a moment, transforming into a divine rainbow as he sped away into the distance. His instincts screamed that he must flee at once, lest he face certain death. He regretted ever being swayed by the temptations of those from the higher realms, dreaming of ascending to the celestial domain. Now, not only was that dream shattered, but his life, painstakingly cultivated over centuries, was in jeopardy. His heart was filled with profound remorse, and a singular thought consumed his mind: escape from this place. To that end, he did not hesitate to use his most precious talisman for evasion. The 1,000-mile divine escape talisman. Ning Yetchin watched as Su Sheng fled, not rushing to pursue him. Instead, he turned and approached Luo Ruiying, gently placing his hand upon her forehead. Once he confirmed that she was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. This intimate gesture startled Luo Ruiying, prompting her to step back and create distance, clasping her hands in gratitude as she said, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely assistance." Having witnessed the black-clad figure effortlessly vanquish both the ghostly husband and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying realized that this individual was undoubtedly not a cultivator from the mortal realm. From that remark about touching a forbidden scale, she had already deduced the identity of this person. Chapter 22. This elder is quite kind. This individual is undoubtedly the esteemed elder who established the medicinal herb garden within these woods. The reverse scale he referred to is indeed his precious garden. The poisonous miasma from the ghostly husband and the sword energy from Lu Jian nearly obliterated the garden, prompting the elder to suddenly appear, infuriated, and eliminate them. Luo Ruiying speculated in her heart. Ning Yetchin, unaware of Luo Ruiying's thoughts, assumed her retreat was due to his earlier intimidation, and gently said, "The miasma within you has been purged. Your injuries require merely a few days of recuperation." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Luo Ruiying replied, slightly bowing in gratitude. This elder, though fierce in action, turned out to be quite gentle and kind-hearted. Seizing the moment while the elder remained, Luo Ruiying hesitated briefly before candidly confessing, "Esteemed elder, I have something I must disclose to you." "Yes? What is it?" Ning Yetchin inquired with curiosity. With a look of remorse, Luo Ruiying continued, "Esteemed elder, my husband and I inadvertently discovered your medicinal herb garden and harvested a considerable number of herbs. I also picked the 7-colored glass flower. If possible, I would like to exchange some celestial treasures with you as compensation. Should you wish to impose punishment, I shall accept it all. However, I implore you not to blame my husband. He is but a mortal, with no intention of offense." Having spoken, Luo Ruiying felt an intense unease, her gaze furtively assessing the elder's demeanor. She was deeply worried that upon learning of the casual harvesting, particularly of the glass flower, he might, in a fit of rage, annihilate them. After all, the medicinal herb garden is the elder's reverse scale. To be honest, even if she offered her remaining celestial treasures, they could not begin to compensate for the value of that 7-colored glass flower. As Luo Ruiying anxiously awaited his response, Ning Yetchin chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. As long as you are fond of them, feel free to harvest any herbs you desire. Those so-called celestial treasures of yours hold no value to me, so it's best you keep them." Luo Ruiying seemed to regard him as the very elder who had planted the medicinal herb garden. Yet, this was preferable, as it spared him the need to fabricate other excuses. Moreover, the fact that she continued to show concern and take the blame upon herself moved him deeply. Upon hearing that she could harvest freely without any exchange, Luo Ruiying was left astonished, her mouth agape. Many of those herbs were of considerable worth. Was she truly permitted to harvest at will? Even the fact that she had taken the glass flower seemed of no consequence to him. There was not a hint of anger or reproach, not even a trace of surprise, as if he had known all along about her taking the glass flower. "This elder is quite kind. Dare I inquire your esteemed name? Should an opportunity arise in the future, I would certainly pay my respects." Luo Ruiying bowed once more, expressing her sincere gratitude. However, when she lifted her head, there was no trace of the elder to be found. He had vanished as silently as he had arrived. Perhaps a reclusive master wishes to keep his identity shrouded in mystery. Luo Ruiying did not dwell on this thought for long. Once she found a moment of tranquility, she felt a surge of gratitude for having survived. Although she had long reconciled herself to the notion of sacrifice, the near-fatal strike of Lu Jian's sword energy had stirred within her a sense of reluctance and yearning. The images of the man and the child involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Indeed, she was not ready to part with them so easily. She must hasten to find them. Otherwise, encountering other demonic beasts in the forest would spell danger. The recollection of the fleeing Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye quickened her heart, prompting her to dash towards the woods in haste. Meanwhile, after departing from Luo Ruiying, Ning Yetchin swiftly materialized outside a cavern, projecting a cold message within. Come forth at once. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted from within the cave, and 3 figures rapidly emerged. One of them slid to his knees before Ning Yetchin, trembling as he stuttered, Master, you summoned us. The sky-swallowing divine python's brow glistened with cold sweat as it nervously inquired. It had scarcely been a moment since Ning Yetchin had called upon them twice, instilling a profound fear within their hearts. They had been enjoying a game of cards when the ominous summons shattered their peace, sending chills down their spines. Gazing upon Ning Yetchin's frosty visage, the others fell into an uneasy silence, pondering which fool had provoked this formidable figure. Ning Yetchin regarded them with a detached demeanor, asking, What were you doing just now? Reporting to you, Master, we were playing cards. The chaotic demon bull replied weakly, Playing cards? While someone intrudes upon the demon domain forest, disrupting my solitude, you choose to engage in such trivialities. Are you truly unaware of the reason I have kept you? Ning Yetchin's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with displeasure. His words sent a shiver through the gathered crowd, prompting them to hastily bow their heads and offer explanations. Master, you misunderstand. We thought those individuals were also your subordinates. The chaotic demon bull and his companions were on the verge of tears, feeling wronged by the situation. The Xianlin giant dragon had met its demise for daring to act against those it should not have, leaving them wiser and more cautious. They had chosen to remain hidden within the cave, yet now they faced repercussions for allowing others to pass freely. Observing their pitiful expressions, Ning Yetchin chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he pointed toward the direction in which Su Sheng had fled, his gaze icy as he commanded. One individual escaped in that direction. You know what to do. Understood. We shall ensure his demise. For disturbing your peace, let him perish 1,000 times. The chaotic demon bull declared with fervor, thumping its chest in assurance. The others nodded in agreement. Ning Yetchin shot them a disapproving glance, his voice devoid of warmth. I require him alive. Should he perish, you need not return. Do you comprehend? Understood. They replied obediently, nodding in unison. Then why do you remain kneeling here? If you allow him to escape, do not expect to return. Simply await my arrival to find you. Ning Yetchin gazed sternly at the 3 individuals who remained seated in submissive silence, his brow furrowing in discontent. Had he not been so eager to reunite with his beloved wife and daughter, he would not have entrusted the task of capturing to these 3. The Chaos Demon Bull trio, jolted from their stupor, hastily scrambled to their feet. Overwhelmed by fear, their legs faltered, trembling as they stood, nearly causing them to stumble. Eliciting further disapproval from Ning Yetchin. Could he truly rely on these 3 creatures? Perhaps it would be better to simply unleash his apostle. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Ning Yetchin, the trio swiftly transformed into radiant streaks, racing towards the horizon. Their lives were at stake, and they exerted every ounce of their strength in pursuit. As Ning Yetchin observed their departure, he turned his attention to the opposite side of the forest. He too must hasten back to his precious daughter and wife, for if they discovered his absence, it would spell disaster. Chapter 23. Damn it. Speak up. Night Shun, every night. After the danger had passed, Luo Ruiying hurriedly dashed into the woods, searching for the figures of Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye. Anxiously weaving through the trees, she called out loudly. Soon, the rustling of leaves echoed from ahead. Ning Yetchin emerged from the thicket, cradling Luo Hongye in his arms. Upon seeing them both unharmed, Luo Ruiying exhaled a sigh of relief, her tense heart finally at ease. Mother! Mother! Luo Hongye's tears flowed forth like a breached dam as she reached out her tender arms, yearning for her embrace. As Ning Yetchin approached her, Luo Ruiying instinctively extended her arms to receive Luo Hongye, holding her tightly to her chest, gently caressing her back while softly soothing. Mother is here, dear Yu Yi. Do not cry. The joy of reuniting with her child and Ning Yetchin filled Luo Ruiying with immense gratitude, causing her eyes to mist over with tears of happiness. Ning Yetchin stood by, observing this poignant scene with a smile, his arms open wide as if inviting her to step into his embrace. Luo Ruiying glanced up at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach as she chided. I asked you to take the child away. Why did you bring her back? What if something had happened? What she had anticipated to be a heartfelt reunion turned into a moment of reprimand, even though her demeanor radiated joy. Ning Yetchin, caught off guard and unable to explain that he had known all along that everything was resolved, could only acquiesce. It is my fault. However, how could I allow my wife and our child to abandon you? Yes, Yi will not leave mother. Luo Hongye chimed in with innocent determination. Luo Ruiying felt her heart tremble, deeply moved, yet she shot another glare at Ning Yetchin. She understood that both he and Luo Hongye were concerned for her, which was why they had returned. She too was reluctant to part from them. Nevertheless, she could never place them in peril. If such a situation arose again, she would still insist they leave, choosing to buy them time herself. Thankfully, a senior expert had intervened this time, Otherwise, the consequences of Ning Yetchin returning with the child could have been dire. The time she sacrificed for their safety almost went to waste, which was why she felt a twinge of anger. Next time, do not do this. It is far too dangerous. I will forgive you this time. Yes, yes, understood. My lady. So, my lady, do you not intend to share a warm embrace with your husband upon our reunion? Ning Yetchin replied perfunctorily, smiling as he continued to hold his arms open for her. In response to Ning Yetchin's dismissive tone, Luo Ruiying pouted in dissatisfaction. After a brief moment of hesitation, she stepped forward and embraced Luo Hongya, drawing him into her arms. Observing his eager expression, she relented. After all, it was a long-awaited reunion, and a mere hug could be permitted. Ning Yetchin naturally wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, pulling her even closer. Her cheek pressed against his chest. A blush adorned her face, yet she remained silent, tacitly accepting his gesture. It was her first experience being held in such a manner, and to her surprise, she felt an overwhelming warmth and security within his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, she gently closed her eyes, fatigue from her overexerted spiritual energy enveloping her, and she succumbed to slumber, still clutching Luo Hongya tightly. Meanwhile, Luo Hongya, too, had nestled into Luo Ruiying's arms, finding solace in sleep. As Ning Yetchin gazed upon the sleeping mother and daughter, a tender smile graced his lips, mingled with a hint of concern as he softly caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek. The inadequacy of his power weighed upon him, yet he could not refrain from striving. Forcing the expenditure of spiritual energy to perform celestial techniques beyond his realm could jeopardize his foundation. A moment's negligence could lead to the loss of his remaining cultivation. Fortunately, he was there to safeguard her. Ning Yetchin infused his spiritual energy to protect Luo Ruiying's bodily meridians, then with a swift motion, he returned to their dwelling. Gently placing the two on the bed and covering them with a quilt, he seated himself at the bedside, vigilantly guarding them. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Sir, we have captured the person you requested. Upon receiving the news, Ning Yetchin's expression hardened. He cast a glance at the slumbering pair before vanishing from the room once more. Within a dimly lit cave in the demon territory forest, pained groans echoed from the depths. MMM. Su Sheng was tightly bound to a stone pillar, a wooden stick lodged in his mouth, enduring relentless assaults akin to a tempest. Gone was his former scholarly elegance. In its place was a visage of bruises, tattered garments, and a state of utter disarray. Speak. Who sent you here? Demanded the Chaos Demon Bull, standing before Su Sheng, its massive fists raining down blows upon him, persistently interrogating. Damn it, why won't you talk? Step aside, let me have a go. The Titan giant ape rolled up its sleeves and took the place of the Chaos Demon Bull, delivering powerful punches that struck Su Sheng with tremendous force. With each blow, the pillar behind him trembled, causing the entire cave to shudder. Stubborn, are we? Still silent? The Titan giant ape continued its barrage, and after several strikes, Su Sheng was left spitting blood, tears welling in his eyes, desperately attempting to utter muffled sounds of protest. As one of the most formidable beings in the mortal realm, he found himself shedding tears of indignation and anguish. After utilizing the divine escape talisman, he believed he had successfully eluded his pursuers. However, he was soon pursued relentlessly by 3 frenzied demon kings. Ultimately, he was overtaken, and with no choice left, he had to confront them, only to suffer the misfortune of defeat and capture. They silenced him and brought him into this cavern, where without a moment's hesitation, they subjected him to severe interrogations. He yearned to plead for mercy, to divulge all he knew in hopes of persuading them to spare him, yet his mouth was sealed, rendering him voiceless. The 2 demon kings, engrossed in their relentless assault, seemed utterly oblivious to his inability to speak. His suffering was truly inexpressible. Meanwhile, the Devourer Python observed silently from the side, regarding the Chaos Demon Ox and the Titan Giant Ape with a look of incredulity. Had these 2 fools truly failed to notice that his mouth was sealed, or was it a deliberate oversight? Although the Devourer Python was aware of the situation, it chose not to intervene, driven by a desire for retribution. It was precisely because of these insufferable beings' arrival that they nearly faced the wrath of their superior, their lives hanging by a thread. Thus, a few more blows were hardly sufficient to quell their pent-up frustration. Chapter 24. You must not die now, or I shall make you die at last. It was my turn. After the Titan Giant Ape delivered several blows to Su Sheng, the chaotic demon bull eagerly prepared to join in. What was supposed to be an interrogation had devolved into a contest to see who could make Su Sheng speak first. If this continued, Su Sheng might very well perish, prompting the swallowing heaven divine python to intervene. Enough. If you keep this up, he will die. If he dies, that esteemed individual will not spare us. I have already sent a message to that esteemed one. They are likely to arrive soon. We shall decide how to handle him once they do. Hearing this, the chaotic demon bull and the Titan giant ape trembled in fear and reluctantly ceased their assault. They became concerned about Su Sheng's injuries, genuinely worried that he might accidentally breathe his last, which would spell doom for them. The chaotic demon bull grabbed Su Sheng by his collar, glaring with its large, copper bell-like eyes, and threatened sternly. Listen well, you must not die now, or I shall make you die. Did you hear that? With that, the chaotic demon bull slapped Su Sheng's face twice, rousing him from his near-unconscious state. With a swollen and bruised visage, Su Sheng nodded through tears, his mind racing as he speculated about the identity of the esteemed individual referenced by the three demon kings. Each of these demon kings possessed strength that rivaled his own, placing them among the pinnacle of power in the world. He had heard tales of several terrifying demon kings in the demon domain forest, but he had never imagined they would so dutifully obey another. Who, indeed, could command such formidable demon kings? And why had they chosen to act against him without provocation? The first figure to spring to Su Sheng's mind was that mysterious old man in a black robe who had effortlessly dispatched both Gui Fu and Lu Jian with a single blow, sending a shiver of fear through him. If it were that enigmatic individual, then everything would fall into place. Only he could compel these three demon kings to submit. At that moment, Ning Yetchin strode into the cave with his hands behind his back. No longer concealing his identity, he presented himself with an air of confidence. Upon seeing Ning Yetchin's arrival, the chaotic demon bull and the others quickly knelt and bowed their heads in deference. We greet the esteemed one. Su Sheng gazed intently at Ning Yetchin, his expression a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The man before him appeared to be in his early 20s, strikingly handsome. Yet Su Sheng sensed no trace of power emanating from him. Nonetheless, he radiated an aura of cold arrogance that seemed to disdain the world. Had he not been bound to the pillar, Su Sheng might have found himself compelled to kneel in submission. Ning Yetchin regarded the ailing Su Sheng with a furrowed brow and inquired of the chaotic demon bull and the others. Why does he look as if he is on the brink of death? Have you resorted to torture? And no, my lord. We assure you, when we captured this rascal, he fought fiercely, and we may have used excessive force unintentionally. We certainly did not strike him. The chaotic demon bull stammered, assuring with a pale face and steady breath. Both the swallowing heaven divine python and the titan giant ape exchanged astonished glances at the chaotic demon bull. The words of this man sounded remarkably genuine. Gazing at the barely breathing Su Sheng, Ning Yetchin chose not to press further. He strode forward, his icy gaze fixed upon Su Sheng as he removed the wooden stick lodged in his mouth, inquiring, Speak, who are you, and who sent you? Senior, I am Su Sheng, the current master of the Confucian Palace. I inadvertently trespassed here and have undoubtedly offended you. I humbly request your mercy, and I shall compensate you with rich gifts in the future. I am asking who sent you. Do you not understand? Ning Yetchin's eyes darkened, and he grasped one of Su Sheng's arms, gently squeezing it until it shattered into fragments. Losing an arm, Su Sheng screamed in excruciating agony, blood gushing forth. The three kneeling chaos demonic oxes trembled, bowing their heads even lower. Their actions were considerably milder compared to their master. I will ask you once more. Who sent you? Ning Yetchin inquired coldly. It was a certain lord from the upper realm. He concealed his identity. I have never seen his face. He only mentioned that if I assisted him in bringing back a mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, he would aid us in ascending to the celestial realm. That is all I know. I beseech you, senior, to spare me this time. Su Sheng, enduring the excruciating pain, shouted with a pale visage. He realized that the individual before him was far from benevolent and dared not hesitate any longer. How did you contact that person? Ning Yetchin asked icily. We have no means to contact him. He approached us. Su Sheng replied weakly. Ning Yetchin frowned in displeasure, contemplating the difficulty of directly capturing that individual. Now, tell me about your origins, he demanded, inquiring about Su Sheng and the three others he had slain. Su Sheng then understood that Wu Kuang had already perished at Ning Yetchin's hands, and without a hint of concealment, he recounted their identities. Himself, Su Sheng, the master of the Confucian Palace; Lu Jian, the master of the Qifeng Sword Sect; Wu Kuang, the master of the Martial God Hall; and Gui Fu, the master of the Human Puppet Ghost Cave. All four belonged to the foremost sects in the present world, standing alongside the four great sections 3 days prior. The four had coincidentally encountered a mysterious visitor who requested their collaboration in capturing Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. The promise was that if they succeeded, he would lend them his support in ascending to the celestial realm and subsequently introduce them to prestigious sects there. Faced with such temptation and believing capturing a celestial realm maiden would be a simple task, they readily accepted. Following Gui Fu's tracking, they ventured into the demon domain forest, leading to the events that unfolded thereafter. Senior, I have divulged all that I know. I implore you to spare me. The Confucian Palace is willing to serve you, Su Sheng pleaded, his expression filled with terror. Ning Yetchin smiled softly, and the shadows beneath his feet extended to Su Sheng. A swarm of dark golden insects emerged from the darkness, crawling onto his body. What on earth is this? Stop, please. Senior, I implore you to cease. Su Sheng felt himself being relentlessly gnawed upon, countless insects burrowing into his flesh, feasting upon him. The excruciating pain and terror drove him to wail for mercy. In a short while, Su Sheng was completely engulfed by the insects. His cries faded swiftly, and his body ceased to struggle. When the insects receded from the stone pillar, nothing remained upon it. From the very beginning, Ning Yetchin had no intention of sparing anyone connected to his wife and children, nor their sect. Chapter 25. My lord, no more infusions. Upon finishing the meal of Su Sheng, a swarm of insects surged forth towards the trembling Chaos Demon Ox trio, who were huddled together in fear. And master, your little ones are crawling over. They cried out in terror. They barely stood a chance against these insects. Ning Yetchin waved his hand, and the insects that were about to reach the Chaos Demon Ox group immediately turned back, retreating to his feet and burrowing into his shadow once more. These creatures were soul-eating insects from the demon realm, capable of devouring all matter, but their preferred delicacy was anything infused with spiritual energy. Anything containing such energy would be consumed entirely. The most frightening aspect was that these soul-eating insects began their existence with merely the strength of the spirit realm. Yet they could enhance their cultivation through incessant feeding. This particular batch had even feasted on numerous celestial emperors' remains, and now each insect surpassed the cultivation of the Chaos Demon Ox trio. If Ning Yetchin had not intervened, it would have taken mere moments for the trio to be entirely devoured. Seeing the insects summoned back, the Chaos Demon Ox group sighed in relief, almost fearing that their master intended to eliminate them alongside the insects. Ning Yetchin had intentionally let the soul-eating insects approach them to instill a sense of dread, ensuring they would be more obedient. I have a task for you, Ning Yetchin stated, looming over the Chaos Demon Ox group with a calm demeanor. My lord, please command us. We are willing to serve. The celestial python spoke first, his voice resolute. The Chaos Demon Ox and Titan Giant Ape followed suit, bowing their heads in agreement. Ning Yetchin was pleased with their docile demeanor. He raised his palm towards them, enveloping them in a shroud of pitch-black spiritual energy, lifting them into the air. Master, the celestial python inquired, puzzled. In the next moment, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged into their bodies, catching them completely off guard. The terrifying energy flooded their meridians, filling their spiritual seas. And the bottleneck that had constrained their cultivation for over a century began to gradually yield. Master, it's too much. I can't take any more, they cried, the influx of spiritual energy causing their meridians to swell, as if they were on the verge of bursting. The celestial python and others were engulfed in a mix of agony and ecstasy from the overwhelming infusion of energy, experiencing a paradoxical pleasure amidst their suffering. If you wish to break through, you must endure, Ning Yetchin remarked, frowning slightly at the celestial python's desperate cries. Something about their tone felt peculiar. Upon hearing his words, the celestial python and the others gritted their teeth and persevered. This was a rare opportunity that came once in a millennium. Their master was forcibly assisting them in breaking through to the celestial realm and entering the immortal realm, accompanied by 3 resounding roars that echoed skyward. The celestial python and the others unleashed their spiritual power, a tremendous aura blossoming from within as they radiated a shimmering glow akin to stardust. This signifies that they have successfully transcended into the realm of immortals. Were it not for Ning Yetchin's barrier safeguarding the cave, isolating it from the laws of the world, the trio's ascension would undoubtedly have provoked a tremendous celestial tribulation. However, it was not the tribulation itself that instilled fear. Rather, the cacophony it would generate could attract the attention of Luo Ruiying and others from the mortal realm. Most importantly, his wife and child were peacefully slumbering. What if the thunder disturbed their rest? Having successfully transcended into the immortal realm, the group of sky-devouring divine pythons reveled in the baptism of spiritual energy, their faces betraying expressions of comfort and satisfaction. Upon returning to the ground, the Chaos Demon Bull opened its eyes, a glimmer of spiritual light flickering within, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its being. In that moment, it sensed that it was invincible in this world. Until Ning Yetchin's voice resonated once more among them. Do you not feel invincible? Indeed, the Chaos Demon Bull instinctively replied, but upon regaining its composure, its visage paled in terror, hastily shaking its head as if in a frenzy. No, no, no. I could never compare to you, my lord. Even having transcended into the immortal realm, it believed it would not last half a second in Ning Yetchin's hands. Our achievements today are all thanks to your generous bestowal of opportunity. The sky-devouring divine pythons and the Titan Giant Ape quickly echoed in agreement, their hearts brimming with joy. They never anticipated receiving such immense fortune at the hands of this master. Had they attempted to break through on their own, it was uncertain how long it would have taken to succeed. Yet this master forcibly wielded his spiritual energy, assisting them in their breakthrough in merely a moment. His prowess far exceeded their imagination. They regarded Ning Yetchin with a mixture of fear and profound reverence. With a wave of his hand, 3 immortal artifacts were embedded into the Chaos Demon Bull and its companions, a crimson battle axe, a pair of gauntlets radiant as gemstones, and a serpentine sword curved like a snake. My lord, what is this? The Chaos Demon Bull and its companions gazed at the immortal artifacts before them, their eyes practically bulging with desire, barely concealing their yearning. Such artifacts are exceedingly rare in the world. Observing the splendid celestial glow emanating from the artifacts, it was evident they were of considerable rank. They had traversed the demon domain forest for centuries, yet had never laid eyes upon an immortal artifact until now. Ning Yetchin regarded them and spoke calmly. The task I entrust to you is to ensure the safety of my wife and child during my absence. Your cultivation is insufficient. Thus I have aided your ascension into the immortal realm, and these 3 artifacts are also bestowed upon you. By assisting the Chaos Demon Bull and its companions in their breakthrough and providing them with immortal artifacts to enhance their strength, he effectively took them under his wing as loyal aides. Should the need arise, they would be capable of lending their strength. However, even with their ascension to the immortal realm, their abilities still paled in comparison to his former subordinates. The Chaos Demon Bull and its companions could hardly believe their fortune. The master so easily bestowed immortal artifacts upon them. After their initial shock, they were overwhelmed with joy, hastily bowing in reverence and pledging their loyalty. Thank you, my lord, for your generous gifts. I am willing to shed my blood and sacrifice my life to protect both my lady and the little princess. The Chaos Demon Bull stood tall, fist clenched against his chest, solemnly declaring, from this day forth, your lady and child shall be regarded as my own. Ning Yetchin felt something was amiss with this statement and narrowed his eyes at the Chaos Demon Bull. The Chaos Demon Bull also sensed he had misspoken and hurriedly clarified. No, what I meant is that I will regard your lady and child as my own. Oh, that still doesn't he sound quite right? Ning Yetchin silently approached the Chaos Demon Bull, a smile gracing his face. Then, with a resounding thud, he delivered a punch to the bull's head, causing half of his body to plunge into the ground, though he knew the foolish bull did not intend to speak so clumsily. He could not resist the urge to strike him. The sky-swallowing divine python and the titan giant ape exchanged pitying glances at the Chaos Demon Bull, who lay unconscious, half buried in the earth. Indeed, even having entered the realm of immortality, he remained so vulnerable in the presence of his master. Chapter 26. Your ancestor will not return in the western regions, within the depths of the human puppet ghost cave. A temple constructed entirely from various skeletal remains looms ominously against the sheer cliff face. Surrounding the precipice are countless caverns, each serving as the abode of a practitioner from the human puppet ghost cave. These numerous caves are densely scattered across the cliff, with several cultivators darting between them in swift, graceful leaps. Beneath the serene night sky, where the bright moon hangs high amidst thick clouds, the silhouette of Ning Yetchin silently arrives above the human puppet ghost cave, casting a watchful eye over this prestigious sect perched atop the craggy heights, softly murmuring, "Let it begin here. He is a man of principle. Should anyone harm those dear to him, he shall show no mercy." Having wounded his wife and attempted to endanger his child, he deems the 4 great sects of this world deserving of obliteration. While he could delegate this task to the Chaos Demon Ox and her companions, their efficiency would be regrettably low. Thus, Ning Yetchin resolves to take matters into his own hands, aiming for a swift and decisive resolution. After all, he must hasten to his next location. Raising his arm high, a small flame ignites in the palm of his hand. The tiny flicker expands rapidly, transforming into a colossal fireball with a diameter of several dozen zhang. This blazing orb radiates heat akin to the fierce sun, warping the air around it, while flames swirl across its surface like serpentine dragons. Its brilliance illuminates the entire night sky. The temperature surrounding the human puppet ghost cave skyrockets, alerting the practitioners within. They emerge from their caves, astonished, gazing upward at the celestial display. What is happening? Is it dawn? I just closed my eyes. Why does the sun seem so near? Wait. Look, that's a person. Someone is casting an immortal spell. Upon spotting Ning Yetchin, the denizens of the human puppet ghost cave are struck with terror, their faces paling at the sight of such formidable power wielded by a single individual. Should that fireball descend, it would undoubtedly raise the entire sect to the ground. Several figures swiftly emerge from the grand hall of the cave, hastening toward Ning Yetchin. May we inquire, esteemed elder, who you are and why you visit the human puppet ghost cave at such an hour? If you have matters to discuss, might you please retract your spell? The elders of the human puppet ghost cave approach Ning Yetchin, their demeanor respectful and cordial. As they draw nearer, they become acutely aware of the terrifying force emanating from the fireball in his grasp. The searing pressure nearly robs them of breath, causing sweat to drench their bodies and their skin to feel as if it is melting away. Esteemed elder, we are unaware of any offense from our human puppet ghost cave. We sincerely hope for your understanding. Upon the return of our ancestor, he will undoubtedly come to personally apologize to you. The Grand Elder, Gue Ke, bows with utmost respect, his thoughts racing to delay until their ancestor's return. Otherwise, this fiery orb would be sufficient to obliterate the entire human puppet ghost cave. Ning Yetchin cast a disdainful glance at the gathered crowd, allowing them to grasp the gravity of their situation, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Your ancestor shall not return. From this day forth, the human puppet ghost cave shall vanish from existence. What? The members of the ghost clan were struck with shock and disbelief. Their ancestor, ghost husband, had been slain? and this person before them truly intended to annihilate their entire enclave. Attack! Stop him! A member of the ghost clan bellowed. Several elders simultaneously unleashed their innate treasures, launching them toward Ning Yetchin. Ning Yetchin regarded them with contempt, raising one hand to hold the fireball aloft while the other rested behind him, his stance unwavering. Suddenly, numerous fire dragons erupted from the orb, surging towards the crowd. In an instant, the flames consumed everyone, including their innate treasures, leaving them utterly defenseless. With a chorus of anguished cries, the esteemed elders of the sect were reduced to mere ashes. The disciples of the human puppet ghost cave stood frozen in shock, unable to believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. They belonged to one of the most prestigious sects in the world, where every elder possessed divine capabilities. Yet they had been exterminated without a fight. The first to regain their senses, the members scattered in a panic. Ning Yetchin casually released the fireball, which quickly engulfed the entire human puppet ghost cave, leaving no avenue of escape. Before the fireball could fully descend, the searing heat had already turned countless individuals to ashes. Boom. When the fireball finally struck, the human puppet ghost cave was instantaneously reduced to nothingness, along with everything within a 100-foot radius. What remained was a deep, unfathomable chasm. Hot air surged from the abyss, and the residual heat was enough to deter any nearby creature from approaching. Thus, the human puppet ghost cave vanished from the world. Simultaneously, the Confucian Palace of the Eastern Continent was razed to the ground by a myriad of celestial lightning. The chief Feng Sword sect of the Central Continent was annihilated by a single sword strike, leaving behind only a gaping chasm of 100 feet. The Martial God Palace in the Southern Continent met a similar fate, completely crushed beneath an immense mountain, which replaced the entire edifice of the Martial God Palace. In a single night, the four great sects of the world were entirely obliterated. 3 manifestations of divine souls flew back from various locations, reintegrating into Ning Yetchin's being. Just then, under the night sky, dozens of bolts of celestial lightning struck Ning Yetchin without warning. Each bolt bore the power to tear the very fabric of the void. This was the punitive constraint of the rules of the human realm, a manifestation of the balance of the heavenly principles. In the human realm, one's strength could only reach the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Even beings from the 6 realms who entered the human realm were compelled to restrain their power. Should one exceed the pinnacle of the immortal realm, the heavenly principles would unleash celestial lightning to obliterate them. Ning Yetchin's displayed prowess had far surpassed this threshold, and upon being sensed by the heavenly principles, annihilation swiftly followed. However, there exists an absolute precondition, that is, the might of the heavenly Tao must reign supreme over that individual. If that person possesses cultivation and strength unyielding to the heavenly Tao's authority, then the rules of balance hold no sway over him. Take Ning Yetchin as an example. Faced with the descent of dozens of celestial lightning bolts, he has long since become accustomed to it. Almost every time he engages in combat, the heavenly Tao feels compelled to administer a couple of strikes as a sort of customary massage. Enveloped in a dark, ethereal shield of spiritual energy, Ning Yetchin stood resilient as the numerous bolts of celestial lightning struck his protective barrier, failing to shatter it. Only after the storm of lightning subsided did he leisurely retract his shield, perhaps due to simultaneously manifesting his divine soul clone and unleashing 4 celestial arts. He sensed that this round of celestial lightning bore significantly greater potency than before. Nonetheless, it still fell short in some regard. Having dealt with the 4 major sects, Ning Yetchin raised his gaze toward the heavens, once again transforming into a divine rainbow, soaring into the clouds. It is nearly time to return to the celestial realm for another visit. Chapter 27. I shall seek you again next time in the celestial realm. Within the imperial palace of the heavenly path, ever since Ning Yetchin casually obliterated a significant portion of the palace with a mere gesture, the disciples of the heavenly path have been preoccupied with gathering intelligence across the celestial domain, as well as the daunting task of reconstructing the palace. Whispers abound that the demon lord Yimachin is expected to return to the palace shortly, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation among its inhabitants. Ning Yetchin descended gracefully from the skies, striding towards the main hall of the palace as if he were returning home, exuding an air of familiarity and freedom. Following his previous encounter, the disciples recognized him instantly, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily retreated. The guards stationed at the entrance of the main hall, upon witnessing Ning Yetchin ascend the jade steps, were so frightened that they scrambled into the hall, exclaiming, "Elder Ancestor, the demon lord has returned." Swiftly, Tian Dao Wentian and several elders darted out, standing at the entrance to extend their respectful welcome. "Let us dispense with idle chatter and get straight to the matter at hand," Ning Yetchin declared with a languid demeanor, uninterested in wasting time. He made his way into the main hall, taking a seat and casually grabbing some fruits from the table beside him. Since he had chosen to conceal his identity while accompanying Luo Ruiying, he had not indulged in celestial fruits for quite some time. With his wife absent, he seized the opportunity to enjoy a feast, knowing that such pleasures would soon be denied. The assembly of Tian Dao Wentian was equally eager to see this harbinger of death depart, hastily approaching him to report the results of their recent investigations. Demon Lord. The woman named Luo Ruiying, along with her associated forces, has been meticulously scrutinized by us and other factions within the celestial realm. It appears that Luo Ruiying is the daughter of a faction known as the Luo God Temple in the northern underworld divine domain. However, there have been no reports regarding her whereabouts within the celestial realm. Over a century ago, she departed from the Luo God Temple, and her current location remains a mystery. Even within the temple, no information regarding her can be found. Upon concluding his report, Tian Dao Wentian cautiously observed Ning Yetchin's reaction, wary of his potential dissatisfaction with their findings. Despite their exhaustive search throughout the celestial realm, they could only uncover this scant yet pertinent information. Ning Yetchin listened intently, resting his chin upon his hand, deep in thought, his fingers softly tapping against the armrest. While he was indeed displeased with the results of the investigation, he did not wish to burden Tian Dao Wentian and the others. He recognized their dedicated efforts, and the meager findings were indicative of the limited intelligence available. At the very least, they had discerned the affiliation of her faction, which counted as a piece of useful information. Very well, I appreciate your diligence, Ning Yetchin remarked, rising to his feet and sweeping the celestial fruits into his possession before heading towards the exit of the main hall, casually waving his hand in farewell to Tian Dao Wentian and the others. As Ning Yetchin prepared to depart, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their faces lighting up with joy, they cheerfully replied, "It is our utmost pleasure to alleviate the concerns of the Demon Lord." Is that so? How rare it is to find such consideration. I shall seek you again next time, Ning Yetchin said, turning back with a smile at Tian Dao Wentian. He naturally understood that this was merely a fade crafted by Tian Dao Wentian. The other parties secretly wished he would refrain from returning. The more they acted this way, the more he felt compelled to seize the opportunity to visit several times. Upon hearing this, Tian Dao Wentian's face twitched slightly, resembling one who had just swallowed a fly. Filled with an overwhelming discomfort, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why did he have to utter that unnecessary remark? Being targeted by the Demon Lord was truly perilous. Behind Tian Dao Wentian, the elders wore sorrowful expressions, unable to reproach their ancestor. Ancestor, why must you utter that additional phrase? He took it seriously. In the Biming immortal domain, within the Hall of the Goddess, the layout was intricate, with buildings aligned in an orderly fashion. At the center stood a colossal stone statue of a goddess, towering 100 feet high. The female statue was armored and wielded a sword, her head held high, the sword's tip directed forward, exuding a valiant demeanor, embodying the spirit of a formidable woman. At that moment, the Hall of the Goddess was filled with anxiety and trepidation. Everyone was on edge, and many had already fled the hall. This was due to the recent rumors circulating in the celestial realm that the supreme demon, Ning Yetchin, had returned and was specifically seeking a woman named Luo Ruiying. And that very Luo Ruiying was one of their own. The crowd believed Luo Ruiying had offended the Demon Lord, prompting him to come seeking vengeance, causing widespread panic and unrest. Little did they know that the very person they feared had already arrived. After departing from the Tiandao Imperial Palace, Ning Yetchin swiftly ascended above the Hall of the Goddess. The scale of the Hall of the Goddess was entirely incomparable to that of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, at best. It could only rank as a third-rate celestial sect within the celestial realm. It was indeed rare for such a small sect to produce an immortal emperor like Luo Ruiying. Unfortunately, they failed to cherish her. What should be done? Should he simply annihilate them? Ning Yetchin gazed down at the Hall of the Goddess, momentarily conflicted. While obliterating them would be straightforward, merely a matter of a single slap, the issue lay in the fact that this was, after all, his wife's maternal home. If he were to eradicate them, it would mean the destruction of his wife's entire family. Such an action would be rather inappropriate. After much contemplation, Ning Yetchin ultimately decided to test the waters before making any decisions. In an instant, he vanished from the horizon, within the Hall of the Goddess. In a study, a composed middle-aged man sat engrossed in a book. Just then, as the flames in the room flickered gently, Luo Tianya's pupils constricted, his expression betraying astonishment. He sensed that someone stood behind him in the shadows. As an immortal sovereign, he had not detected the arrival of this individual at all. Had it not been for the stranger choosing to reveal his presence, he might have remained oblivious. After regaining his composure, Luo Tianya gently closed the book and placed it down, turning his head slightly to greet the visitor. "My lord, no. It is indeed an honor for our Hall of the Goddess to receive a night visit from the esteemed Demon Lord." Given the visitor's formidable strength and the recent uproar surrounding the Demon Lord, Luo Tianya quickly deduced the identity of the individual before him. Ning Yetchin no longer concealed his presence, striding confidently from behind Luo Tianya and taking a seat before him. Luo Tianya showed no inclination to resist nor any intention to call for assistance, for he understood that in the face of the Demon Lord, the entire Luo Divine Hall possessed no capacity for defiance. "Has the Demon Lord come to annihilate my Luo Divine Hall?" Luo Tianya inquired candidly, as though he had already steeled himself for the worst. That depends on your answer henceforth, Ning Yetchin replied, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his hand, his cold gaze fixed upon Luo Tianya. This statement implicitly suggested that there remained a glimmer of hope for negotiation, igniting a flicker of optimism within Luo Tianya. He took the initiative to offer his apologies, saying, I am unaware of how my young daughter has offended the esteemed demon lord. My Luo Divine Hall is willing to do everything within our power to make amends. She has not offended me. Rather, it is you who have wronged me, Ning Yetchin remarked coldly, pointing at Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya furrowed his brow in confusion, racking his brain to comprehend how the Luo Divine Hall could have possibly incurred the demon lord's wrath. After all, this was their first encounter. Chapter 28. This is indeed his esteemed father-in-law. Please, esteemed demon lord, clarify. Luo Tianya inquired, perplexed. After pondering for a while, he genuinely could not recall having offended the demon lord in any way. I ask you, did you send someone to hunt down Ruing? Ning Yetchin questioned coldly, his gaze sharpening. Luo Tianya furrowed his brow, his expression increasingly baffled. Is the esteemed demon lord jesting? Ruing is my daughter. Why would I send someone to kill her? Was it not his doing? Ning Yetchin, upon hearing this, also felt a wave of confusion, scrutinizing Luo Tianya intently. Observing his calm demeanor and puzzled expression, it seemed he was not lying. Could it be that it was not the Luo Divine Palace pursuing Luo Ruing? At this moment, Luo Tianya began to explain. Though I do not understand why the esteemed demon lord seeks my daughter. She was taken by a certain powerful faction over 100 years ago. Since then, I have not seen her again, nor has she returned to the Luo Divine Palace. What is the name of the faction that took her? Ning Yetchin pressed, his voice steady. Since it was not the Luo Divine Palace, it must be the faction that abducted her. Luo Tianya shook his head. I do not know who they are. All I know is that their power is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what our Luo Divine Palace can contend with. Even the ice mist holy domain of the northern mysterious immortal region would not dare to offend them lightly. They claimed my daughter possessed exceptional talent, destined to become an empress in the future, and after bestowing many benefits upon our Luo Divine Palace, they took her away. The ice mist holy domain is indeed one of the top sects among the 9 great immortal regions, comparable to the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. If even the ice mist holy domain dares not offend them, it must be one of the ancient clans of the immortal realm that have been hidden for centuries. These ancient beings typically remain concealed in some corner of the immortal realm, rarely appearing unless the realm faces catastrophic disaster, and they seldom involve themselves in any affairs. Yet, they issued a decree to hunt down Luo Ruing. The immortal realm is vast, reputed to encompass all the rivers of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, and the stars, being 100 times larger than the mortal realm, making the search for those ancient clans akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even if located, it does not guarantee that it would be the clan pursuing Luo Ruing. Ning Yetchin's face revealed a countenance of irritation and impatience. His wife's situation was more complex than he had imagined. However, the fact that his wife had caught the attention of those ancient beings indicated her extraordinary talent. Otherwise, she would not have been sought after by such reclusive clans. Noticing Ning Yetchin's displeasure, Luo Tianya mustered his courage to ask anxiously, might the esteemed demon lord have seen my little daughter? How is she faring now? Through their conversation, he sensed that the demon lord indeed seemed to be seeking justice. Yet it felt as if he was here to defend Luo Ruing. Moreover, it appeared that the demon lord might be acquainted with his daughter. It sounded as if she was still being pursued. As a father, for the future of his family, he had no choice but to relinquish his daughter over 100 years ago. Yet this had become his greatest regret. At present, he remained utterly oblivious to the fate of his daughter. Upon hearing Luo Xianya's inquiry, Ning Yetchin regained his composure, hurriedly retracting his legs and sitting up straight. The cold and haughty expression that had previously adorned his face was replaced by a warm and amiable smile, tinged with a hint of ingratiation. Initially, he had been prepared to take aggressive action against the Luo Divine Hall, adopting the demeanor befitting a former demon sovereign. However, upon realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly moderated his stance. After all, the individual before him was none other than his wife's father, his esteemed father-in-law. Resting with his legs crossed and his chin propped upon his hand, had been exceedingly impolite. It was imperative to leave a favorable impression. At that moment, Ning Yetchin felt immensely relieved that he had refrained from recklessly annihilating the entire Luo Divine Hall. Had he done so, it would have resulted in a monumental crisis. Cough. Cough. Esteemed, no, that is incorrect. Lord of the Luo Divine Hall, your daughter is in excellent health. You need not worry. Ning Yetchin coughed lightly, speaking with a courteous smile. His demeanor had taken a complete 180-degree turn compared to moments prior. Luo Xianya, bewildered and suspicious, could not comprehend the sudden shift in the demon sovereign's attitude. It startled him. Lord Demon Sovereigno, there is no need for such formalities. It feels rather awkward. My given name is Ning Yetchin. You may simply call me Yetchin. Ning Yetchin interjected with a warm smile, which only intensified Luo Xianya's unease. The demon sovereign was requesting him to address him by his name? Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the celestial realm. Who would dare to utter the true name of the demon sovereign? Why Yetchin? Luo Xianya cautiously ventured. Indeed. Please, do continue, Lord of the Luo Divine Hall. Ning Yetchin replied with a satisfied smile. This fostered a closer bond between son-in-law and father-in-law. However, he felt it was not yet the appropriate time to disclose his relationship with Luo Ruiying. He would wait until she accepted his identity before seeking a suitable moment to reveal it. Luo Xianya was deeply apprehensive regarding Ning Yetchin's newfound obsequiousness, but his primary concern lay with his daughter, Luo Ruiying. He steeled himself to inquire, "You must have encountered my daughter, correct? May I ask about her well-being and whereabouts?" "She is truly well, and you need not worry. As for her location, I shall refrain from disclosing that for the time being," Ning Yetchin contemplated, deciding against revealing any information about Luo Ruiying. He aimed to alleviate Luo Xianya's worries, even omitting the fact that Luo Ruiying had been subjected to grievous trials. On one hand, he feared that Luo Xianya would fret even more upon learning of her association with him. It was not yet the right moment to inform him. On the other hand, revealing such information could potentially invite catastrophe upon the Luo Divine Hall. The mysterious, reclusive clan that had taken Luo Ruiying could easily obliterate the Luo Divine Hall without a second thought. Luo Ruiying understood this peril as well, which is why she had no intention of returning to the Luo Divine Hall, not even to exchange a simple farewell. He was apprehensive about the possibility of that enigmatic clan discovering his whereabouts, which could lead to the annihilation of his family. Thus, he resolutely chose to flee to the mortal realm. Luo Tianya remained uneasy and wished to inquire further, but Ning Yetchin denied him the opportunity, vanishing like smoke before his very eyes. Now that he had learned that the pursuit was not commanded by the Lord of the Luo God, there was no point in lingering here any longer. Locating the true mastermind behind this conspiracy would prove challenging, for the time being. He could only wait for the adversary to approach him once more. The act of extracting his wife's celestial bones and heart would not go unpunished. Luo Tianya gazed after Ning Yetchin's departure, feeling no relief, but rather his expression grew profoundly grave. How could Ruiying possibly be acquainted with the Demon Lord? Did the Demon Lord deliberately traverse to the celestial realm to inquire about her? What had transpired? Why was she being hunted? An instinctive dread gripped Luo Tianya. Something must have happened to his daughter, Luo Ruiying. No, he could not remain idle in the face of such peril. With a solemn demeanor, Luo Tianya called out loudly toward the outside. Come forth. Chapter 29. The unwakenable Ning Yetchin in the depths of the night, within the mystical forest, in a wooden cabin. Luo Ruiying gradually awakened from a prolonged slumber caused by the exhaustion of her spiritual energy. As her eyes fluttered open, she beheld Luo Hongye curled up in her embrace. Gazing upon the serene visage of the peacefully sleeping Luo Hongye, a wave of tranquility washed over her, and she smiled tenderly, gently caressing the girl's cheek. However, as she turned her attention to seek the presence of Ning Yetchin, she suddenly realized a pair of arms was tightly wrapped around her waist. Luo Ruiying's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of panic flickered across her face. Turning to her side, she discovered that it was indeed Ning Yetchin, who had fallen asleep while holding her close. At that moment, it was not Luo Hongye nestled between them, but rather herself. She found herself in a sideline position, with Ning Yetchin's body pressing intimately against hers. She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his back and the gentle warmth of his breath brushing past her ear as he slept soundly. No, this is far too close. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she attempted to gently pry Ning Yetchin's arms from around her waist. Unfortunately, his grip was unyielding, making it impossible for her to escape. How could he sleep so soundly while holding her so tightly? Luo Ruiying shot a playful glare at Ning Yetchin, trying to twist her body to break free from his embrace. However, considering Luo Hongye was resting in her arms, she was cautious not to disturb the child, which limited her movements. This only resulted in her body brushing against Ning Yetchin's repeatedly, causing her to feel increasingly warm. At that very moment, Ning Yetchin's foot found its way onto her body, pressing even closer. In the darkness, the hands around her waist suddenly gave a gentle squeeze, and Luo Ruiying's face turned a deep shade of red, her expression fraught with panic, nearly escaping a gasp. Fortunately, she managed to cover her mouth just in time to suppress any unintended sounds. After all, the child was still asleep in her arms. She could not afford to make any peculiar noises. This man, his sleeping posture is simply dreadful. His hands are far too restless. Filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Luo Ruiying found herself unable to forcibly break free from Ning Yetchin's embrace. With no other recourse, she blushed and softly called out, Yetchin. Yetchin, could you wake up? After several attempts, she received no response. This man was sleeping far too deeply, completely unresponsive. Resigned to her fate, Luo Ruiying allowed Ning Yetchin to hold her as he slept. If only he would refrain from any strange movements. Thus, she placed her hands atop his, nestled within his embrace, and succumbed to slumber once more. In his dream, Ning Yetchin's lips curved into a faint smile. As dawn broke, the morning sun streamed through the cracks of the window, illuminating the room. My dear, my dear. A tender voice called out to the still sleeping Luo Ruiying. Gradually, she opened her drowsy eyes, only to be greeted by the strikingly handsome face of Ning Yetchin mere inches from her own, startling her into instinctively leaning back. Recalling the various restless actions of Ning Yetchin during the night, Luo Ruiying could not help but display a hint of pouting resentment, her cheeks slightly flushed. This fellow had caused her to have a rather unsettled sleep last night. In truth, she had slept quite soundly. Ning Yetchin offered a faint smile, sitting at the edge of the bed, extending his hand to gently caress Luo Ruiying's forehead, and softly inquired, "My dear, does your body still ache? It's already fine." The tender concern in Ning Yetchin's voice enveloped Luo Ruiying in warmth, causing her to swallow back the words she had intended to scold him with. Never mind. It was no wonder he slept so soundly. My dear, I have prepared some medicinal soup for you. Ning Yetchin brought forth a bowl of nourishing herbal broth, as was his custom, lifting the spoon to feed it to Luo Ruiying. This time, she did not stubbornly insist on feeding herself. Instead, she obediently opened her mouth to accept the spoonful. For only by restoring her strength could she avert the potential dangers that lay ahead. Ning Yetchin diligently fed her spoon after spoon. Although he could effortlessly heal all her injuries, he chose not to do so. On one hand, this might arouse her suspicions. Brewing herbal porridge was one thing, but presenting her with pills would inevitably reveal his true identity. On the other hand, witnessing Luo Ruiying's frail and delicate demeanor due to her weakness was utterly endearing. It also afforded him the opportunity to care for her in her vulnerable state. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the medicine, Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment before suddenly addressing Ning Yetchin. Yetchin, let us pack our belongings and leave this place. This was not a whimsical thought, but rather a conclusion reached after considerable contemplation. The pursuit of the ghostly husband and his cohorts to this location indicated that her whereabouts might have been compromised. Soon, they might dispatch even more formidable enemies. Given her current cultivation level, she could scarcely fend off the ghostly husband and his ilk, let alone other, more powerful adversaries. The most prudent course of action would be to depart swiftly before the enemy arrived. Ning Yetchin understood Luo Ruiying's intentions and concerns. Although her fears were entirely unwarranted, he nevertheless nodded in agreement. He had chosen to live a reclusive life here to savor a leisurely existence. Now that he had a wife and child, wherever they went, he would naturally follow. After their discussion, they began to organize their belongings in preparation for departure. Luo Ruiying possessed a spare spiritual ring, although it was empty. It served perfectly for the purpose of storage. With a mere wave of her arm, most of the items in the room were swiftly gathered into the ring. "Oh, my dear, how impressive!" Ning Yetchin applauded. "Leave anything that needs tidying up to me." Luo Ruiying responded with a smile. Despite the simplicity of merely using the spiritual ring, Ning Yetchin's praise inexplicably filled her with a sense of joy. Upon waking, Luo Hongya also padded about the room, eagerly assisting with the packing. "Dear, I will go outside to tidy up." "All right." Ning Yetchin gazed at Luo Ruiying and her daughter, a faint smile gracing his lips. He fabricated a casual excuse to depart from the room and discreetly summoned the 3 chaos demonic oxen. "I must temporarily leave this place," he informed them. "You have 2 choices. Remain here to oversee all matters or accompany me. The decision is yours." Ning Yetchin regarded the trio of chaos demonic oxen with a calm demeanor. Allowing them to stay and guard his residence and medicinal garden would suffice, yet having them by his side to discreetly protect Luo Ruiying and her daughter was equally appealing. The 3 chaos demonic oxen exchanged glances, their resolve solidifying within. "My lord, please permit us to remain by your side. We pledge our lives to serve you." Had it been before, they would have undoubtedly opted to stay in the Demon Domain Forest, continuing their reign as Demon Kings. However, after their recent empowerment and the bestowal of celestial weapons, their perspectives had shifted. Although remaining by their lord's side posed significant danger and fear, it simultaneously presented an invaluable opportunity. Chapter 30. The husband is actually quite afraid of heights in the heart of the forest. Luo Ruiying swiftly soared through the treetops, cradling Ning Yetchin in her arms, while Luo Hongya was snugly wrapped in a swaddling cloth upon her back. In an effort to expedite their escape from the woods, Luo Ruiying opted to carry Ning Yetchin in a princess hold, gracefully gliding above the foliage. Ning Yetchin initially wished to disembark and traverse the ground at a leisurely pace alongside her. However, the warmth and comfort of being held made him abandon that thought. As Luo Ruiying hurried onward, her vigilant gaze scanned the surrounding woods, ever watchful for any lurking enemies or monstrous beasts. Strangely, while she had sensed the presence of numerous beasts prior to her arrival, now there was an unsettling absence of their essence. It seemed as if the creatures had vacated the area. Even when she detected a distant aura of a beast, it would vanish swiftly as if fleeing from her approach. Though she had not exerted any oppressive aura, the mere proximity of her presence sent the beasts scurrying away. This peculiar phenomenon left her perplexed. "Mother, father, are we leaving this place again?" inquired Luo Hongya, peering curiously over Luo Ruiying's shoulder, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Since their departure from that dark place, Luo Ruiying had taken her to many locations, each visit fleeting. This time was no different, yet it was special as their father was with them, and she had grown fond of the quaint cabin nestled in the woods. Ning Yetchin gently ruffled Luo Hongye's small head, offering comfort as he spoke softly. Hongye, your father and mother are taking you on a trip. There will be many delightful treats and exciting activities to enjoy. Exciting, delicious. Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her face lighting up with longing. Can Hongye eat a lot? Of course. Our little Hongye can eat as much as she desires. Ning Yetchin assured her with unwavering confidence. Yay. Then Hongye will travel with father and mother. Luo Hongye beamed with joy, her exuberance manifesting in animated gestures. Luo Ruiying, gazing at the delightful scene of father and daughter, couldn't help but feel a blend of exasperation and affection. Leaning closer to Ning Yetchin, she whispered, You spoil her too much. Is that so? Is it a bad thing? Or are you feeling a tinge of jealousy, my dear? Ning Yetchin asked playfully. Casting a teasing glance at Luo Ruiying, her cheeks flushed, she shot him an indignant look. That's not what I meant. What are you even thinking? He had a knack for casually uttering such frivolous remarks, and she had to resist the urge to toss him from the sky for his audacity. How could she possibly feel jealous of her own child? Ning Yetchin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he suddenly wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing closer. Startled, Luo Ruiying whispered, What are you doing? My dear, I must confess, I am actually quite afraid of heights. At this moment, I only find solace in holding you close. Ning Yetchin, with utmost seriousness, earnestly spoke. Having said that, he displayed a pained expression, closed his eyes, and leaned his head against Luo Ruiying's bosom. Soft and fragrant. Is this fellow truly acrophobic? Why didn't he mention it last time? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip, gazing down at Ning Yetchin in her embrace. Her heart filled with doubt. After flying for so long without a word, he suddenly felt dizzy and fearful of heights now. Luo Hongye, with wide curious eyes, observed the interaction between Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying. From the very beginning, father had been whispering to mother. Under the relentless gaze of the child, Luo Ruiying felt awkward pushing Ning Yetchin away. What if he really was acrophobic and dizzy? How about, I let you down for a moment to rest? Luo Ruiying expressed her concern to Ning Yetchin in her arms. No need, this position is just fine, my dear wife. Ning Yetchin replied without opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying. Suddenly, Luo Ruiying felt that this fellow must be feigning it on purpose. However, at that moment, Ning Yetchin quietly opened his eyes and changed his tone, saying, My dear, perhaps you should let me down for now. All right. Luo Ruiying hastily descended from the air, asking with concern, Are you all right? I'm fine. I merely need to use the restroom, Ning Yetchin replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed anew, and she softly inquired, Do you want me to accompany you? Ning Yetchin was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. What does this mean? He only sought a casual excuse to temporarily dismiss her. Yet she suggested accompanying him to the restroom? Luo Ruiying, realizing her words might have been misconstrued, hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it that way. You mustn't misunderstand. I was merely concerned about the beasts in the woods, worried about you being alone. So that was it. He was startled for a moment. Ning Yetchin understood, almost believing his wife was unexpectedly bold. Do not worry, my dear. I can manage alone. You and the child stay here and wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Ning Yetchin smiled and waved his hand, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Though still somewhat anxious, Luo Ruiying felt it would be inappropriate to follow him. After sensing that there were no beasts or monsters nearby, she obediently waited in place. Once alone in the woods, Ning Yetchin retracted his smile, his brow furrowed. He sensed a familiar aura that had not been felt for over a century. That presence lay in ambush 100 miles ahead. It seemed to be waiting specifically for them. The three chaos demonic bulls might not even be able to contend with the adversary. It appeared he would have to resolve this personally. He despised nothing more than having his time with his wife and child interrupted. Forced to leave the warm embrace of his beloved, they were doomed. Ning Yetchin swiftly arrived in the forest 100 miles away, coldly addressing the surroundings. Come out, all of you. The woods were enveloped in a profound silence, with not the slightest stir in response. Afraid to show yourselves? Then allow me to assist you. Ning Yetchin's expression grew solemn as he reached out, penetrating the void with his hand. The void, akin to a mirror, fractured as his palm pierced through, leaving a shattered expanse around it. Ning Yetchin grasped a man, whose face was adorned with strange black patterns, and slowly pulled him out from the rift in the void. The man was filled with terror, desperately thrashing his limbs. He could hardly believe that he, hiding within the fissure of the void, had been discovered. Chapter 31 My beloved wife awaits my return. In a rush, with a sharp crack, Ning Yetchin effortlessly snapped the man's neck. His gaze, cold and penetrating, fixed ahead as he uttered calmly, Come out. I would rather not have to drag each of you out one by one. This time, within the forest, several twisted spirals materialized in the void, revealing individuals adorned with bizarre patterns akin to the deceased man. The onlookers' eyes were glued to Ning Yetchin, their expressions tinged with trepidation. They could not fathom the depths of this man's cultivation. He exuded no trace of spiritual power, appearing as ordinary as any mortal. Yet, upon his first strike, he effortlessly extinguished a being of divine stature. The intelligence had been misleading. It was said that they were merely to confront a gravely injured woman from the celestial realm, one whose cultivation barely reached divine heights. Who was this man? Ning Yetchin did not hasten to eliminate these individuals, for he had inquiries that required answers. Considering you hail from the demon realm, I shall grant you a single opportunity. Reveal your purpose for being here and the identity of your instigator. The peculiar dark patterns etched upon their faces, coupled with the manifestation of the twisted void in the demonic aura enveloping them, left no doubt that these individuals were indeed from the demon realm. He was all too familiar with the scent of the demonic. Yet, Ning Yetchin had not anticipated their involvement. Humph, since you are aware of our origins, prepare to meet your demise. Attack! Infernal shadow wolves. The leader, cloaked in black, bellowed, prompting the others to chant incantations in unison. The void once more birthed spirals of distortion. Dozens of obsidian-hued, massive infernal shadow wolves leapt forth from the abyss. Their fur shimmered like flames, their blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity, bared fangs glistening wickedly. Each wolf embodied the pinnacle of divine cultivation. In the realm of humans, these creatures could easily dominate any territory. Slay him. The foreboding leader grinned sinisterly, issuing commands to the pack of infernal shadow wolves. The multitude of wolves transformed into shadows, racing towards Ning Yetchin with ferocious intent. Yet Ning Yetchin remained unmoved, casting a cold glance at the approaching beasts. He softly intoned, "Pierce through." As his words echoed, the ground erupted with countless sharp spears. The spears, tinted a dark crimson, bore the stains of dried blood upon their shafts and tips. A forest of spears stood erect, their points gleaming ominously, exuding an aura of sanguine dread that sent shivers down the spine. In an instant, the pack of infernal shadow wolves, each of divine prowess, were impaled by the spears, suspended like specimens in the air. Blood cascaded from the spears, pooling onto the earth below. The leader stood in shock, his pupils trembling, disbelief etched across his features. Dozens of infernal shadow wolves, capable of conquering any domain, had been utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye by the man before him. Ning Yetchin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly traversing the field of long spears that rose like thorns, approaching the man at the forefront. "Quick, stop him!" the leader shouted, yet no one responded. When he turned to look back, he was met with the sight of his subordinates, unbeknownst to him, already impaled in midair by the long spears. His survival was solely due to the fact that the man before him had deliberately spared him. "Although I know not what you have done, your greatest blunder lies in not having killed me outright," he declared. "Come forth, King of the Netherwolf." The demon realm man sliced open his palms, forming a blood pact with his own dripping blood, forcibly summoning the Netherwolf King. A grotesquely large netherwolf, many times the size of an ordinary one, emerged from the blood rune, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. With the summoning a success, a smug smile crept across the demon realm man's face. This Netherwolf King possessed a cultivation level akin to that of an immortal, making it one of the most formidable entities in the human realm. Though there existed but a thin boundary between the realms of immortals and celestial beings, it was a chasm that could not be crossed. "Kill him!" the demon realm man bellowed, pointing at Ning Yetchin. The Netherwolf King lunged forward, its massive jaws agape, ready to consume Ning Yetchin whole. Yet, Ning Yetchin, without even a glance, casually swatted at the air. In an instant, the enormous head of the Netherwolf King was crushed, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. "What?" The demon realm man stood frozen, his triumphant smile fading into shock. The Netherwolf King, of immortal caliber, had been vanquished with such ease. Who on earth was this man? This power surely surpassed that of the human realm. Boom! Thunderous celestial bolts descended from the heavens without warning, striking Ning Yetchin directly. In an instant, the spot where he stood was reduced to an unfathomable pit, billowing smoke and dust around. The punishment of the heavenly decree had been unleashed. A satisfied smile returned to the demon realm man's face, as he breathed a sigh of relief. Having been struck by the celestial thunder, Ning Yetchin should have been reduced to ashes. However, as the dust settled, Ning Yetchin remained unscathed, unperturbed as he advanced towards him. Is it possible for someone to endure the wrath of heavenly punishment and emerge unscathed? As he watched Ning Yetchin approach with deliberate strides, dread began to swell within the demon realm man's heart. Just as he reached for something in his bosom, an invisible blade severed his arm cleanly. "Ah!" he shrieked in agony. In the fallen hand, he clutched a pitch-black communication stone. Ning Yetchin beckoned with his finger, and the stone flew into his grasp. A transmission stone. He was all too familiar with this demon realm artifact. The stone could be used for emergency calls for aid. By shattering it, even across two realms, the message for assistance would reach the other side. "Do you wish to summon help?" Ning Yetchin gazed down at the demon realm man sprawled on the ground. With the communication stone seized, Despair engulfed the demon realm man. What he never anticipated was that Ning Yetchin would toss the communication stone back into his hands, urging him, "Hurry up, call for help. My wife is waiting for my return, and time is of the essence. I will resolve this in one go." "Humph, you said it, so do not regret it." The demon from the underworld sneered, mocking Ning Yetchin for his exceedingly foolish action of voluntarily granting his enemy the opportunity to summon aid. "Lord Yetchin, please descend to the mortal realm and administer the most terrifying punishment upon those who offend my demonic domain." The demon shattered the communication stone in his grasp and shouted to the heavens, "Who dares to offend my kind?" In an instant, the void twisted in a spiral once more, and a towering figure, over 3 meters tall and clad in dark, menacing armor, stepped forth from the abyss. His imposing stature, coupled with an aura of formidable dread, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, though this was only apparent to others. Ning Yetchin slowly floated into the air, locking eyes with Yezhing, and calmly stated, "It is I." Chapter 32. Have you finished your move? Now it's my turn. Upon witnessing the arrival of Yizhan, the demon from the demon realm hastily scrambled to the ground at his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Yetchin, exclaiming, "Lord Yizhan, it is he who has slain my kin from the demon realm. He has offended our kind. What a worthless fool. You cannot even handle a mere insect." Yizhan scolded the demon with a roar, kicking him aside. He then lifted his gaze towards Ning Yetchin, his expression dripping with disdain. To him, the inhabitants of the human realm were nothing more than insignificant ants, easily crushed at his whim. "For your transgression against the demon realm, you shall atone with your life." Yizhan, unwilling to squander time, opened his mouth wide, gathering a brilliant beam of light within. "Be obliterated, insect." Demon annihilation. With a thunderous roar, the beam erupted forth from his mouth. The terrifying pressure of spiritual power tore through the void along its path, uprooting the earth as if it would annihilate everything in its wake. This strike possessed the power to effortlessly obliterate an entire city. In an instant, Ning Yetchin was wholly engulfed by the radiant beam. Yizhan snorted derisively, convinced that Ning Yetchin had perished within the blast. Just as he was about to turn and depart, he noticed his subordinate staring in horror behind him, their expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. Yizhan furrowed his brow, following the gaze of the demon back around. The next moment, his face mirrored the same expression of shock as the demon. For there stood Ning Yetchin, completely unscathed in midair after enduring the full force of the demon annihilation. Not a single injury marred his form, nor was there any damage to his attire. How could this be possible? Yuzhan's eyes widened in disbelief. That was his utmost strike in the human realm. Although constrained by the heavenly laws of the human realm, it was still a full-powered attack worthy of a celestial being. "You bear the surname Yi and can wield demon annihilation. Are you of the Yi family, belonging to the first legion of the demon realm?" Ning Yetchin calmly adjusted his slightly disheveled clothing and inquired nonchalantly. "Indeed, I am the commander of the first legion of the demon realm, Yuzhan." Yuzhan replied proudly, raising his head. The commander of the demon realm's legion was a position of considerable prestige, capable of leading tens of thousands. Ning Yetchin continued with an air of indifference. "Is the demon general of the first legion still that fellow, Yi Tianxin?" "Yes." Yizhan responded without hesitation. "Did he send you here?" Ning Yetchin's gaze sharpened, pressing further. If he were to discover it was that Yi Tianxin who orchestrated this, he would not let him off lightly. It was not Lord Yi Tianxin who commanded this, it was. No, wait. Why should I answer your questions? Yuzhan instinctively began to respond but suddenly realized his folly. Why was he providing honest answers to this insect's inquiries? Moreover, from his words, it seemed he possessed considerable knowledge of their demon realm, even deducing the legion to which Yuzhan belonged. "Who are you? Dare you to seek answers from me? Only when you have triumphed over me shall we converse." Though perplexed as to why Ning Yetchin survived a devastating blow, Yizhan firmly believed he must have employed some extraordinary means to evade disaster. Otherwise, he would not have emerged unscathed. This time, he took matters into his own hands. Swiftly appearing before Ning Yetchin, brandishing a formidable cleaver, and aimed a precise strike downward. The fierce sword energy descended from the heavens, cleaving the earth and creating a wide chasm. Yet, the anticipated sight of Ning Yetchin being cleaved in two did not materialize. The seemingly terrifying strike was firmly grasped in Ning Yetchin's fingers. With merely 2 digits, he caught the full force of the blow. Yizhang's eyes widened in astonishment once more. Had he truly been absent from the mortal realm for so long? When did such terrifying power become commonplace in the human world? "Have you exhausted your moves? Now it is my turn." Ning Yetchin gently exerted pressure with his fingers, producing a crisp snap as Yizhang's cleaver was effortlessly broken. Yuzhan, in disbelief, stared vacantly at the shattered weapon in his grasp. This was a divine artifact personally bestowed upon him by the Lord of the Night Sky. How could it be so easily broken? Could it be that the Lord had gifted him a counterfeit? In that moment, Yizhang began to doubt the authenticity of the cleaver he held. Otherwise, given the resilience of divine artifacts, how could it be so readily shattered? Ning Yetchin raised his palm towards Yizhang, who hurriedly assumed a defensive posture. Although he was astounded by Ning Yetchin's strength, he remained unduly concerned. For in the human realm, the heavenly Tao imposes restrictions, and one's cultivation could not exceed the realm of immortals. Even as a sovereign of the immortal realm, he was bound by these limitations. The man before him could only wield techniques commensurate with their shared level of cultivation. Even should he prove incapable of overcoming him, the reverse would hold true. Yu Zheng was resolute in his belief. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. An invisible force began to contort his limbs. This force was both intangible and formidable. Even with all his might, he found it utterly ineffective. His limbs twisted, bones cracking with a cacophony of snaps, and his demonic armor was violently wrenched apart. The excruciating agony compelled Yi Zheng to emit a heart-wrenching wail. Since ascending to the realm of immortals and becoming the leader of countless demons, he had never felt such helpless terror. The power wielded by the man before him surpassed all expectations of the immortal realm. The constraints of the heavenly Tao held no sway over him. How could this be? He had never heard of anyone who could disregard the heavenly Tao's rules. Speak. Who sent you here? Ning Yetchin slowly approached Yi Zheng, his demeanor indifferent. As Yi Zheng hesitated to respond, his body contorted further into disarray. I do not know who they are. When that person found me, he merely requested my assistance in a task, to eliminate a woman and abduct a child. He promised that upon completion, he would grant me a secret elixir to transcend the realm of the celestial emperor, and thus, I acquiesced. The rest remains a mystery to me. Knight Zheng finally recognized the terror embodied by Ning Yetchin. Such power was utterly beyond the capabilities of a mere celestial king like himself. Amidst the excruciating pain and fear contorting his body, Knight Zheng hastily exclaimed in panic. Upon hearing this, Ning Yetchin released his grip, ceasing to twist Knight Zheng into a pretzel. He knew better than to deceive him. Out of consideration for his former subordinates, he spared Knight Zheng this time. Regrettably, he still gleaned no useful information. The other party conducted their affairs with utmost caution, never revealing themselves. Ning Yetchin frowned in displeasure and addressed Knight Zheng. Return to the demon realm. Should you dare approach again, prepare for your disappearance. Otherwise, not even the entire demon realm can protect you. Just as Ning Yetchin was about to return to Luo Riying's side, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. What a bold proclamation. Chapter 33. The demon lord's affections are irrelevant to me. Suddenly, the void behind Yi Zheng tore apart, and a figure stepped through the rift. Clad in a magnificent black robe, with a high ponytail and long, ebony hair cascading nearly to his ankles, the newcomer bore a cold yet alluring countenance. This was none other than the demon general of the 3rd Legion of the Demon World, Yi Tianxin, possessing terrifying cultivation at the level of an immortal emperor. Even within the demon realm, he was among the most formidable beings. Upon seeing him, Yi Zheng was filled with joy and hastily crawled to kneel at Yi Tianxin's feet. Lord Yi Tianxin, you must stand up for me. This person has not only insulted our demon race, but also disrespected you and the demon realm. With Yi Tianxin's presence, Yi Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, certain that the man before him was doomed. Yi Tianxin did not immediately turn his gaze to Ning Yetchin, but instead glanced down at Yi Zheng, frowning as he reprimanded. What are you doing here? I don't recall granting you permission to descend to the human realm. I beg your pardon, Lord Yi Tianxin. Yi Zheng dared not reveal the truth, that he had been incited by a mysterious figure to come to the human realm to kill someone. Instead, he stammered and confessed his transgressions. Seeing Yi Zheng confess so readily, Yi Tianxin merely coldly remarked that he would impose punishment upon his return to the demon realm. Without further inquiry, it was not uncommon for individuals from various realms to venture into others without permission. Such occurrences were routine. The demon realm was no exception. And Yi Tianxin assumed that Yu Zheng and his companions were merely causing trouble in the human realm. He had been searching for traces of a demon lord and had inadvertently sensed the aura of Mo Yin. Out of curiosity, he approached and happened to overhear Ning Yetchin's remark. Yi Tianxin felt an immense fury upon learning that Yi Zheng's group had lost to a human. His anger towards Yi Zheng stemmed not solely from the unauthorized descent, but primarily from the humiliation of defeat. In the demon realm, honor and dignity were paramount. Losing a battle was tantamount to disgrace. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. If one fell in battle, it was simply a matter of lacking the requisite strength. However, Ning Yetchin's audacious words compelled him to reveal himself. He was eager to discover who had the audacity to speak so arrogantly. For even the 9 great domains of the immortal realm would not dare claim that the entire demon realm could not protect a person. Yi Tianxin's gaze shifted to Ning Yetchin, his expression momentarily taken aback, revealing a hint of confusion. He then narrowed his brows, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes widening gradually, and his expression becoming increasingly intricate, a blend of surprise and fear. It has been a long time, Yi Tianxin, Ning Yetchin sneered, offering a casual greeting. This provoked Yu Zheng, who struggled to stand and bellowed at Ning Yetchin, impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you address Lord Yi Tianxin so casually? You have offended our demon realm. Today, you shall meet your end, wretch. Indeed, Lord Night God, boasted Knight Zheng. his demeanor brazen in the presence of the night god. However, unexpectedly, the night god wore an expression of extreme displeasure. He seized Knight Zheng by the collar, his grip tightening painfully against his face, nearly crushing his skull. Leaning in close, the night god glared at him with a murderous intensity, his voice icy as he demanded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to bring my demise? Do you even realize who stands before you, you fool? Why yes, it is you, Lord Night God." Despite the excruciating pain threatening to split his skull, Knight Zheng managed to suppress any sound, confusion etched across his features. "I am not referring to myself, you imbecile." Enraged, the night god forcefully slammed Knight Zheng's head into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. After this blow, Knight Zheng lay there, barely conscious. Even at this moment, he could not fathom why the night god was punishing him with such fury. He had never witnessed such terror on his master's face. The night god seemed to be genuinely afraid of the man before him. Even the black-clad man who had miraculously survived wore an expression of utter disbelief. The formidable night god, who commanded the demon realm, was gripped by fear of the man standing before him. Releasing Knight Zheng, the night god tossed him aside and, with his left hand resting on his right chest, bowed respectfully to Ning Yetchin, greeting him with utmost elegance. "Night god, I pay my respects to the demon sovereign." The night god was overwhelmed with guilt and shame. It was inconceivable that he had failed to recognize the demon sovereign at first glance. He had even spoken disrespectfully to him. Moreover, his subordinate had seemingly attacked the demon sovereign. This was an utter disgrace for one who held the title of the foremost demon general. Knight Zheng and the black-clad man stared in shock, dumbfounded as they gazed at Ning Yetchin. The man standing before them was the demon sovereign who had vanished from the demon realm over a century ago. There could be no mistake. Only that great individual could compel the esteemed night god to bow so low. No one else in the demon realm held such a right. Regaining their composure, Knight Zheng and the black-clad man hastily knelt, bowing their heads in reverence, trembling as they uttered, "We pay our respects to the demon sovereign." At that moment, their hearts were filled with despair and regret. They had dared to lay hands on the demon sovereign. Such an act was an unforgivable sin in the demon realm. Ning Yetchin waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "Do not address me in such a manner. I am no longer the demon sovereign. Demon sovereign, you remain the one and only sovereign of our demon realm. We have been searching for you, awaiting your return. The demon realm cannot exist without you. Please, come back with me." The night god raised his head, his expression urgent as he beseeched Ning Yetchin. They had spent nearly a century searching for his whereabouts, yearning to welcome back their great demon sovereign. After my departure, was there truly no new demon sovereign to ascend? Upon hearing that the night god and his companions had been searching for him, Ning Yetchin inquired, bewildered. In the demon realm, strength has always been held in the highest regard, and countless individuals have aspired to seize the title of demon sovereign. Even he, in the past, ascended to this esteemed position only after vanquishing all challengers. Logically, upon his departure, it is only natural that many would covet the title of demon sovereign. Night Sky God nodded, his expression icy and solemn, responding, "Indeed, after your departure, there were those with ulterior motives who sought to ascend to the position of demon sovereign. We have eradicated numerous such individuals. They are utterly unworthy to lay claim to your esteemed position." Ning Yetchin was left speechless. Did this not imply that the demon realm had been without a demon sovereign for over a century, following his absence? He had assumed that someone had long since taken his place, and he had prepared himself for a tranquil retirement, ready to enjoy the remainder of his life. "Demon sovereign, we have all been awaiting your return. Please, I implore you to come back to the demon realm." Night Sky God earnestly beseeched Ning Yetchin once more. Ning Yetchin waved his hand dismissively, unequivocally rejecting the notion. "No, any one of you can take the mantle of demon sovereign. Let whoever desires it assume the role." "I shall not." "But, why?" Night Sky God inquired, utterly perplexed. A hopeful smile graced Ning Yetchin's face as he replied softly, "Because I now have far more pressing matters to attend to." Chapter 34. The excessive loyalty and zeal of subordinates is not always beneficial. What could be more important? Night Heavenly God repeated, filled with perplexity. What could possibly surpass becoming the supreme ruler of the demon realm and commanding its legions? Moreover, he had witnessed an unprecedented smile of happiness from the demon lord. Is it truly the same demon lord he had come to know? Having been discovered, Ning Yetchin saw no reason to conceal his intentions. He cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "I wish to care for my wife and daughter. I no longer have the time to be the demon lord. Henceforth, do not seek me out." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Night Heavenly God felt a tempest of emotions surge within him, his expression one of sheer astonishment, momentarily questioning if he had misheard. The demon lord was married, and had children. This was unfathomable. Throughout his reign, the demon lord had never shown interest in women, and now to learn he had a child was beyond comprehension. After over a century of seclusion, the demon lord had a family. If this news were to reach the demon realm, it would surely create a monumental stir. Dumbfounded, Night Heavenly God inquired, "Is this truly the case, my lord?" Ning Yetchin nodded with a smile. experiencing a peculiar joy akin to a proud father sharing the news of his daughter's birth. With Ning Yetchin's affirmation, Night Heavenly God's astonishment gradually transformed into delight, and he hurriedly offered his congratulations. Congratulations, Demon Lord, on your union. A little princess. I shall promptly inform the denizens of the demon realm of this exhilarating news. We shall prepare to welcome you, along with your wife and daughter, back to the demon realm. Saying this, Night Heavenly God eagerly prepared to relay the message throughout the demon realm. Ning Yetchin quickly raised his hand to halt him, casting an exasperated glance, and firmly reiterated, I have already stated that I am no longer the demon lord. I intend to live in seclusion with my wife and daughter, and I shall not return. You need not seek me out again. I do not wish for anyone to disturb our tranquil life, understand? If Night Heavenly God were to share this news with the entire demon realm, it would surely disrupt the peaceful existence Ning Yetchin longed for. But Night Heavenly God hesitated, wanting to persuade him further, but was met with Ning Yetchin's piercing gaze that silenced him. No buts. Have I been gone so long that you can no longer comprehend my words? In that moment, Ning Yetchin's familiar aura as the demon lord resurfaced, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Night Heavenly God's forehead. He dared not defy Ning Yetchin's wishes, obediently sealing his lips. Now that you understand, be swift in your departure. My wife has been waiting for a long time and is likely anxious. I must return. Ning Yetchin waved his hand, preparing to turn away and hasten back to Luo Ruiying's side. Night Heavenly God's expression was filled with curiosity. Whenever the mention of the demon lord's consort and child arises, the demon lord himself becomes unexpectedly gentle. A transformation has taken place within him. Just as Ning Yetchin was about to depart, Yi Tianxin finally regained his senses, recalling a matter of utmost importance. He remained oblivious to the reason behind his subordinate's offense towards the demon lord, a grave matter indeed. Demon lord, please hold on a moment. May I inquire if my subordinates have offended you? Yi Tianxin's eyes turned icy, his expression darkening as a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, piercing through the marrow like icy needles. He did not inquire how Yi Zheng had offended Ning Yetchin, but rather asked if an offense had occurred. For any transgression against the demon lord, regardless of the cause, equated to rebellion, an unforgivable crime in the demon realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Zheng and the man in black involuntarily shuddered, their hearts sinking like lead. Ning Yetchin turned back, nonchalantly remarking, although they did indeed lay hands on me, I shall spare them this time, considering they are your subordinates. It is my subordinates' fault to have allowed them to offend you, demon lord. I deserve death. Please, punish me. Yi Tianxin knelt, bowing his head in penitence. I have told you countless times, I am no longer the demon lord. I bear you no ill will. Just leave me be and do not disturb my life, Ning Yetchin urged, exasperated, as he hastened Yi Tianxin's departure. No matter how many times he reiterated this, Yi Tianxin seemed to persist in regarding him as the demon lord, leaving Ning Yetchin feeling quite helpless. The excessive loyalty and fervor of subordinates can be a double-edged sword. Seeing that Ning Yetchin intended no punishment, Yi Tianxin boldly thrust his palm into his own chest, declaring, I must bear the consequences of offending the demon lord. Even if you do not pursue it, I cannot forgive myself. Ning Yetchin stared at Yi Tianxin in disbelief. Despite his understanding of his subordinate's character, witnessing him unhesitatingly pierce his own chest left him speechless. The mindset of those from the demon realm is truly inflexible. He had already chosen not to pursue the matter. Yet they insisted on imposing punishment upon themselves. It always unfolds this way. Ning Yetchin couldn't help but wonder if everyone in the demon realm harbored a hidden masochistic trait. After exacting his self-punishment, Yi Tianxin's cold gaze turned towards Yi Zheng and the man in black. With a swift motion, a beam of pitch-black light engulfed and obliterated the man in black. His hand then pointed directly at Yi Zheng. As the commander of the First Legion, Yi Zheng bore the responsibility for his subordinate's offense against the demon lord and must face punishment. Furthermore, those who dared to strike against the demon lord must face death. Yi Zheng was acutely aware of this fact. He silently closed his eyes, refraining from uttering any pleas for mercy. Upon realizing Ning Yetchin's true identity as the demon lord, he had already anticipated his fate. Just as Yi Tianxin was about to act, Ning Yetchin interjected, All right, enough. Spare him. Given that Yi Zheng was unaware of my identity at the outset and posed no threat to my consort and child, I shall forgive him this time. Master of demons. He has indeed offended you. Night Sky God furrowed his brow slightly, his hand remaining raised, seemingly unwilling to easily forgive the transgressions committed by Night Chi. He was merely acting under orders. Even if you were to slay him, it would serve no purpose. I shall not pursue this matter further. Let him go. Ning Yetchin said indifferently. Very well, I shall heed the master's wishes. This time, I shall spare you. Night Sky God reluctantly lowered his hand. His intention had been to ensure Night Ji's demise, but since the master had spoken, he begrudgingly decided to let Night Ji off the hook this time. Furthermore, he intended to extract some information from Night Ji, who, after all, dared to incite the denizens of the demon realm against the master. Having narrowly escaped death, Knight Ji hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Ning Yetchin, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your mercy." His heart brimmed with appreciation as he realized that, just when he thought he was doomed, the Master had personally interceded on his behalf. "I shall take my leave now. Remember, do not disturb me again." Once Ning Yetchin had seen to the resolution of the matter, he did not linger, swiftly departing after leaving behind a single admonition. Night Sky God watched Ning Yetchin leave with a heavy heart. It was relieved to have finally discovered the whereabouts of the Master. He must hasten to convey this news to the others. Chapter 35. The Lady is Right. In the forest, Luo Ruing was playfully embracing Luo Hong Yi while waiting for Ning Yetchin to return. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from 100 miles away, and a cataclysmic beam of light flashed before her eyes, infused with a dense aura of the demon race. A demon had descended into the human realm. It seemed that a battle had occurred with someone, but it was likely not seeking her. However, even if it was not after her, it was unwise to linger in the vicinity. Before long, a celestial thunderous bolt struck down from the clear sky, reverberating throughout the heavens. The annihilation of the heavenly path's thunder? Luo Ruying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her expression grave. The presence of demons indicated that this place was fraught with danger. Moreover, the ensuing battle had provoked the heavenly path's punishment, suggesting that their power exceeded the constraints of the human realm's heavenly order. They needed to depart swiftly. Luo Ruing ceased her waiting and hurriedly ventured into the woods in search of Ning Yetchin's figure. Yetchin. After searching the surroundings without finding any trace of him, and sensing nothing through her consciousness, Luo Ruying's expression turned anxious as she called out loudly. Her greatest fear was that Ning Yetchin might have encountered some misfortune. Fortunately, after a few more shouts, Ning Yetchin gradually emerged from the other side of the woods. Seeing him, Luo Ruing sighed in relief and approached him. Her gaze tinged with reproach as she said, "Where have you been? You didn't even respond." "Apologies, my lady. I wandered a bit too far and got a little lost." Ning Yetchin scratched his head apologetically. Luo Ruing examined him closely and, finding him unharmed, felt reassured. "As long as you're fine, let's leave quickly. It appears that demons have appeared nearby, and their strength is formidable. It's unsafe. Let us take another route." "All right, as you wish." Ning Yetchin cheerfully stepped forward, arms wide open, ready to receive a princess carry. However, this time Luo Ruing blushed slightly and turned her back to him. "I'll carry you on my back instead." "Ah." Ning Yetchin couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh. He had been prepared to nestle into his wife's tender embrace, only to be relegated to lying on her back. At that moment, he deeply regretted having left her arms. All of this was the fault of Yi Zheng and the others. If they hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have had to leave his wife's embrace. Regrettable. With a heavy heart, Ning Yetchin settled onto Luo Ruying's back. She held Luo Hong Yi in one arm, while carrying Ning Yetchin on her back, leaping high into the air and altering their route to continue soaring beyond the forest. As Ning Yetchin lay on her back, he could feel the warmth radiating from her and the faint fragrance wafting from her cascading black hair, a scent that was utterly enchanting. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress her silky tresses, bringing them closer to his nose to inhale their delicate fragrance. The strands flowed through his fingers, smooth and exquisite. Luo Ruing sensed Ning Yetchin's actions. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she inquired, "Why are you lifting my hair? How could this fellow be so mischievous, even from behind?" "Because your hair has a delightful fragrance, my dear, and I am quite fond of it," Ning Yetchin candidly praised. Luo Ruing felt a bit bashful at the compliment, but said nothing further, allowing him to gently caress her tresses. Luo Hongye curiously climbed onto her shoulder and tugged at her hair. Ning Yetchin, still playing with her hair, amused Luo Hongye by tickling her ears with the tips, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. This father-daughter duo truly treated her hair as if it were a toy. Luo Ruing sighed. Yet a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. The earlier tension and unease dissipated with Luo Hongye's laughter. After a playful bout with Luo Hongye, Ning Yetchin recalled Luo Ruing's earlier mention of the demon clan and cautiously asked, "My dear, you spoke of the demon clan. What do you think of their kind?" Luo Ruing was taken aback by Ning Yetchin's sudden mention of the demon clan, her expression turning serious as she responded without hesitation. "The demons are ferocious and brutal, committing every conceivable atrocity. They are particularly bellicose, revering only the strong. They frequently invade other realms, causing unrest and turmoil wherever they tread. Their path is littered with corpses, transforming lands into ruins and infernos. They are a tribe of pure malevolence." Ning Yetchin, with a complex mix of emotions, attempted to counter. "Perhaps, the demon clan is not as terrible as you think." While acknowledging the truth in Luo Ruing's words, he was aware that such perceptions were remnants of an era long past. Since he had unified the demon realm, it had transformed considerably. Yet the outside world seemed to cling to outdated notions. Luo Ruing furrowed her brow, earnestly cautioning him, "You have never encountered the demons, so your understanding is limited. Their cruelty surpasses your imagination. They show no mercy to anyone, not even their own." especially that fabled new sovereign of the demon realm, Ning Yetchin. It is said that when he unified the demon realm centuries ago, he nearly annihilated half of those who opposed him, utterly ruthless. Subsequently, he led the demon army to invade the celestial realm, and that celestial demon war nearly obliterated a significant portion of the celestial world. This illustrates the inherent brutality of the demon sovereign. The entire demon clan venerates him as their lord, and none among them are exceptions. If you encounter a demon, you must flee far away. Do not entangle yourself with them. There is not a single good soul among the demons. Ning Yetchin could only respond with a sigh. You are right, my dear. I shall remember your words. Hearing Luo Ruiying's highly esteemed evaluation of him, he could not help but feel his face twitch slightly, offering a sheepish smile in agreement. Fortunately, it was merely a cautious inquiry. Had his true identity been revealed, the consequences would have been dire. The previous conflict between the celestial and demonic realms was instigated by the celestial beings, yet everyone insisted that it was the demons who initiated the invasion. He found himself unable to explain this to Luo Ruiying. Even if he did, it would not only expose his identity, but she would likely not believe him. Nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, Luo Hongye lifted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, and asked, Mother, are all those demons bad? Indeed, they are all villains. Luo Ruiying replied sternly. They possess 4 long fangs, 2 horns atop their heads, and several eyes on their faces. They particularly relish children like you Yi. This declaration filled Luo Hongye with dread, prompting her to shrink back into her mother's arms. Observing her daughter's reaction, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but smirk with a sense of triumph, soothing Luo Hongye's back as she reassured. As long as you obey and stay close to your mother and father, you shall remain safe. Yes, yes, I will be good. Luo Hongye nodded obediently, her voice soft and endearing. Luo Ruiying smiled with satisfaction, but was suddenly puzzled to see Ning Yetchin gazing intently into a mirror behind her. What are you doing staring into the mirror? She inquired. Nothing. Just checking to see if I look frightening, Ning Yetchin replied, putting away the mirror with a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had no long fangs, horns, or multiple eyes. Chapter 36. The kind-hearted lady. After nearly half an hour of swift travel, Luo Ruiying, accompanied by Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye, finally departed from the treacherous confines of the demon domain forest. The journey proved far smoother than anticipated, with not a single beast encountered along the way. Concerned that the prolonged flight might overwhelm her companions, Luo Ruiying decided to pause for a moment's respite. As Ning Yetchin and the others settled down, the distant sound of galloping hooves gradually grew audible. Ning Yetchin was unsurprised. He had sensed disturbances ahead. The opponents appeared to possess low cultivation levels, leading him to believe they were not specifically hunting for his wife and child. Hence he refrained from taking immediate action. Upon detecting the approaching presence, Luo Ruiying's nerves tightened. Fearing yet another assassination attempt, she entrusted Luo Hongye to Ning Yetchin's care and ventured forth alone to investigate, concealing her aura. She soared to a branch of a grand tree, keenly observing the scene below. On the road beneath, 2 figures rode swiftly on horseback. One was a youthful girl, perhaps 15 or 16, with a delicate visage, her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a spirited charm rivaling that of any young man. The other was a middle-aged man with a square face, visibly battered and scarred. Trailing behind them was a group of masked assailants clad in dark garments, brandishing sharp blades and relentlessly pursuing their quarry through the woods. The disparity in strength between the 2 parties was stark, yet both lacked considerable cultivation, the highest among them barely reaching the martial spirit realm. Luo Ruiying quickly deduced that these individuals were not in pursuit of her, but rather entangled in a coincidental assassination. As the assailants closed in, the middle-aged man urged the girl, Miss, you must flee. I will hold them off. No, Uncle Zhang, we must escape together. We are almost to Nanli City. Qi Yuan pleaded, her voice laced with reluctance, unwilling to watch her lifelong guardian sacrifice himself to buy her time. None of you shall escape. A black-clad assailant leaped into the air, hurling dozens of flying daggers toward Qi Yuan and Zhang He. The projectiles flew with such speed that neither had time to evade. Zhang He instinctively lunged to shield Qi Yuan, using his body as a barrier against the daggers meant for her. Consequently, they both tumbled from their horses, while the steeds succumbed to the rain of daggers. Uncle Zhang, are you all right? Qi Yuan anxiously inquired, gazing at Zhang He, who had shielded her with his own life. Zhang He, having sustained multiple wounds in addition to his prior injuries, appeared gravely weakened. Miss, do not concern yourself with me. Just flee. Flee? Where do you intend to go? A dozen black-clad figures descended, encircling Qi Yuan and Zhang He, their bloody blades advancing ominously toward the pair. As Zhang He realized they had been surrounded, despair began to take root in his heart. Given his current state, it was utterly impossible for him to break free. Qi Yuan gazed at the approaching group of men in black, her expression betraying no trace of fear. Drawing her sword, she rose and surveyed the crowd, her heart resolutely prepared for the embrace of death. The men in black exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with mockery, seemingly unperturbed. A mere girl from the spirit communication realm dared to challenge them? How absurd. Allow me to engage this young lady. One of the black-clad men stepped forward, dismissively beckoning Qi Yuan. Enraged, she swung her sword at him, but he deftly evaded her strike, reducing her to a mere plaything. Truly, the wasteful daughter of the Qi family. To harbor such delusions of resistance at this level? Ha ha. Lacking talent, yet possessing notable beauty. I wonder how delightful the taste of this Qi family daughter would be. The lascivious gaze of the man roamed boldly over Qi Yuan. Perhaps it would be entertaining to strip her of her garments first? Such a scene would surely be captivating. Huh? The surrounding black-clad men joined in the ridicule. Qi Yuan's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched tightly, and in a fit of rage, she swung her sword once more at the man. He sidestepped effortlessly, raising his sword to send her long blade flying, then delivered a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Qi Yuan clutched her abdomen, her expression fraught with unwillingness and despair. Her cultivation was simply too inadequate. She was nothing more than prey awaiting slaughter. He, no longer resisting? The man in black leisurely approached Qi Yuan, his sword slicing through her clothing. Miss Zhang He, lying on the ground, attempted to rise but found another assassin's foot pressing down on him. He could only watch helplessly as Qi Yuan faced imminent humiliation, unable to intervene. The lewd laughter of the assassins ringing in his ears. Zhang He, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes tightly. However, at that moment, the laughter abruptly ceased. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman brandishing a sword, standing protectively before Qi Yuan. The woman, renowned as the most beautiful in Nanli City, rendered Qi Yuan, even as a fellow woman, utterly overshadowed. Qi Yuan found herself entranced, filled with awe. Such breathtaking beauty exists in this world. It was only after a moment that she realized the black-clad man who had stood before her was now pierced through the heart, lying on the ground in disbelief. When had this woman appeared? How had she dispatched him so swiftly? Qi Yuan was utterly taken aback. The woman, Luo Ruiying, surveyed the remaining assassins with a cold gaze, threateningly declaring, "If you do not leave at once, do not expect to depart unscathed." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying resolved to intervene and save Qi Yuan and Zhang He. Although she had wished to refrain from involvement, she could not abide the filthy and despicable tactics of these assassins. Nearby, in a patch of grass, two heads, one large and one small, peeked out, secretly observing Luo Ruiying. The two individuals stealthily following were none other than Ning Yetchin and his daughter, Luo Hongya. Ning Yetchin observed Luo Ruiying, who still contemplated sparing those cloaked assassins, and could not help but shake his head. His wife remained far too compassionate. Were it left to him, he would have dealt with all of them swiftly and decisively. Allowing these individuals to escape would undoubtedly result in future complications. Although the presence of numerous mosquitoes poses little threat, merely requiring a few swats, they inevitably become a source of annoyance when buzzing incessantly about one's ears. Luo Hongya gazed at Luo Ruiying, who was encircled, and raised her small head to Ning Yetchin, her brow furrowed with concern. "Father, are those villains going to bully mother?" Ning Yetchin affectionately ruffled Luo Hongya's hair and reassured her, "Rest easy, my dear. Those ruffians are no match for your mother." Chapter 37. Evidently a gentle soul. As the group of cloaked figures regained their composure, they momentarily disregarded Zhang He on the ground, swiftly directing their swords towards Luo Ruiying. Observing this, Luo Ruiying let out a soft sigh, her brow furrowing as a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes. Since they chose not to retreat, she could hardly be blamed for her actions. The black-clad assassins exchanged glances, then leaped into the air in unison, brandishing their swords towards Luo Ruiying. Yet, she remained steadfast, and just as the assassins drew near, she gracefully arced through the air. A silver crescent of sword light flashed momentarily, as Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword. The assassins erupted into a bloom of crimson in midair, tumbling to the ground in defeat. Concealed nearby, Ning Yetchin had already raised his hand to shield Luo Hongya's sight. He could not allow such a gruesome scene to frighten his daughter. If his wife were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be furious as well. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongya turned her head, her voice filled with innocent curiosity. "Daddy, your hand is blocking Yi's view. Yi can't see. Now, my dear, let us engage in a little game," Ning Yetchin coaxed gently. "Close your eyes, and let us see who can keep them shut the longest, shall we?" All right. Have you closed your eyes too, Daddy?" Luo Hongya, thrilled at the prospect of a game, shut her eyes tightly without an ounce of doubt. "Of course, I have closed my eyes," Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. However, he had not truly closed them at all. The innocent Luo Hongya remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan stood in stunned silence, captivated by Luo Ruiying's elegance and grace, her eyes filled with admiration for the formidable strength displayed. Incredible, she marveled. With a single stroke, Luo Ruiying had dispatched several formidable opponents of the martial spirit realm. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful. As a fellow woman, Qi Yuan felt a profound sense of inadequacy when comparing her appearance and cultivation to that of Luo Ruiying. After Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword, she slowly approached Qi Yuan, bowing slightly and extending her hand. Are you all right? Why yes, I'm fine. Thank you so much for your assistance, sister. Qi Yuan grasped Luo Ruying's hand, rising with gratitude. Sister. Luo Ruying momentarily froze at this address. She was no longer young. Her own grandmother could have been addressed as such. Noticing Luo Ruying's surprise, Qi Yuan quickly waved her hands in apology. I'm so sorry, have I offended you? She had instinctively called her sister due to her youthful and beautiful appearance, only now realizing how overly familiar it seemed. It felt rather rude to address someone she did not know in such a manner. Luo Ruying offered a gentle smile and shook her head slightly. It's perfectly fine. It is merely a title. Then, may I continue to call you sister? Qi Yuan inquired with hopeful anticipation. Luo Ruying did not refuse, giving a slight nod. Wonderful. May I ask, what is your name, sister? Qi Yuan danced with joy, holding Lu Ruying's hand as she asked, what is your name? I am Lu Ruying. Lu Ruying replied softly. Are you also heading to the southernly capital, Sister Lu? Qi Yuan inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The southernly capital was the nearest and most renowned city, and those who appeared in this vicinity were generally drawn to it. Lu Ruying nodded slightly, as she intended to seek a town for seclusion. Yes, my husband and I are preparing to travel to the southernly capital with our child. Husband? A child? Sister Lu, you are married? Qi Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Given Lu Ruying's appearance, she could hardly fathom that she had already become a wife. However, it was indeed difficult to judge a cultivator's age by their looks. Yet, which fortunate man could have the honor of marrying a woman as exquisite as Sister Lu? Lu Ruying's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and nodded again, acknowledging for the first time in front of another that she was indeed a married woman. Just as Qi Yuan was about to continue her questioning, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the thicket behind Lu Ruying. Qi Yuan immediately furrowed her brow. Gripping the sword in her hand with caution, Lu Ruying turned her head as well, but she sensed the approaching figure and made no move. Ning Yetchin emerged slowly from the thicket, cradling Luo Hongye, a charming smile adorning his face. My dear, it has been a long time since you returned. I was worried about you, so I brought Yi along. Qi Yuan gazed at the unexpectedly appearing Ning Yetchin, momentarily entranced. The initial wariness she felt dissipated entirely at that moment. She had never encountered a man of such striking handsomeness. His gentle and approachable smile, coupled with an air of grace and calm composure, suggested he was a remarkably tender person. Qi Yuan had initially wondered which man had the extraordinary fortune to win Lu Ruying's heart. Yet upon seeing Ning Yetchin, she felt a sudden realization that the two were indeed a match made in heaven. Standing together, they exuded an inexplicable resemblance of a married couple. You brought Yi along? Lu Ruying chided Ning Yetchin with a slight glare as he approached with the child. She waved her arm, hastily covering the corpses surrounding them. This scene was not suitable for a child to witness. Lu Ruying reached out to take Luo Hongye from Ning Yetchin's arms, and upon noticing her closed eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi, you may open your eyes now. No, mother. Why not? Lu Ruying asked, perplexed. Yi is playing a game with father to see who can keep their eyes closed the longest, Luo Hongye replied earnestly. Lu Ruying immediately recognized that Ning Yetchin had likely tricked Luo Hongye into closing her eyes and shot him an exasperated glance. Surely, he must have kept his own eyes open the entire time. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the child had not witnessed the gruesome scene. Yi, you may open your eyes now. Your grandfather has already lost. Really? Then Yi has won. Luo Hongye opened her eyes, joyfully raising her hands. Suddenly, she noticed Qi Yuan, who was staring intently at her beside Luo Ruying, and quickly shrank back into Luo Ruying's embrace, timidly. Do not be afraid, Yi. She is not a bad person. Luo Ruying gently caressed Luo Hongye's back and turned her head to Qi Yuan, apologizing. I am sorry. Yi is a bit shy. No, it's all right. It seems I startled her. Qi Yuan quickly averted her gaze, expressing her regret. She had not intended to frighten Luo Hongye. She simply could not help herself. Both Luo Ruying and Ning Yetchin had already left her in awe, and she had not anticipated that their child would be so adorable. Delicate like a porcelain doll, she was simply enchanting. She truly could not resist stealing a few more glances. Sister Luo, Uncle Zhang, and I are also heading back to Nanli City. Why don't we travel together? Qi Yuan suggested as she helped the severely injured Zhang to his feet, turning back to Luo Ruying. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Ruying did not decline. They were not far from Nanli City, and it would be prudent to take a carriage to avoid attracting attention. Chapter 38 Indeed. It is utterly terrifying. The city of Nanli, located at the border of the Xinjiang Kingdom and the Forest of Monsters, was originally established to fend off the onslaught of monstrous beasts from the frontier, despite its position as a border town. The prosperity and spatial expanse of Nanli City rival those of the capital of the Xinjiang Kingdom, and one could even assert that it surpasses the capital in certain respects. The Forest of Monsters is home to innumerable beasts, with nearly 100 beast kings among them. The lesser monsters are countless, and various celestial herbs and spiritual medicines blossom in abundance, providing a rich array of resources for cultivation. It is a favored ground for numerous cultivators seeking trials, as well as an ideal locale for procuring materials from the beasts and harvesting celestial herbs. Thus, it naturally attracts countless cultivators who yearn to partake in its bounty, resulting in a significant congregation of practitioners. The lucrative trade in monster materials and celestial herbs has also drawn many merchants to settle here, thereby enhancing the commerce and prosperity of Nanli City. Both mortals and cultivators have made this city their home. The Qi family, to which Qi Yuan belongs, is one of the two oldest merchant families established in Nanli City. Within the carriage, upon learning that Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying were not natives of the Xianxian kingdom, Qi Yuan animatedly began to narrate tales of Nanli City and her family. Her expression brimmed with pride, yet when she spoke of the Qi family, a shadow of melancholy passed over her features. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and a voice from outside called out, "Miss, we have arrived. Sister Luo, we are here. This is Nanli City," Qi Yuan said with a faint smile, masking her earlier gloom as she rose to lift the curtain. The carriage was queued outside the city gate of Nanli, and beyond the curtain, one could witness the bustling throngs of people. The dense crowd queued to enter Nanli City validated Qi Yuan's words. Indeed, it was remarkably prosperous. Numerous cultivators whizzed past in their carriages, soaring directly over the city gate and into the heart of the city. Soon, Ning Yetchin's carriage also passed through the gate and entered the city. Upon entering the streets of the city, the air was filled with the lively cries of vendors, and the streets thrummed with the vibrant commotion of the bustling populace, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Luo Hongya, captivated by the cacophony outside the carriage, leaned against Luo Ruiying, her wide eyes curiously scanning the surroundings through the window. Having been either hidden away or confined, she had never witnessed such a multitude or such lively scenes before. Staring in awe, she timidly remarked, "Mother, father, so many people." "Indeed, dear. Would you like to go out for a stroll with mother?" Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Luo Hongya's hair. Upon reflection, she realized she had never taken Luo Hongya to experience the world outside. "Yes." Luo Hongya eagerly nodded her head. "Thank you, Miss Qi, for your kind escort. Since we have arrived in the city, we shall take our leave now." Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongya and stood to bid farewell to Qi Yuan. "Will you not come to my home for a visit? I would be honored to host you both in gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Qi Yuan's gaze shimmered with anticipation as she hurriedly inquired. Luo Ruiying shook her head gently, declining with gratitude. "Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Qi. We intend to settle in the city for a while and must find a suitable residence for the child, so we won't impose." "Perfect. I am quite familiar with the residences within Nanli City. Allow me to guide you, Sister Luo. I can also introduce you to the local specialties of Nanli City." Qi Yuan exclaimed cheerfully, clapping her hands. Ning Yetchin narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a discreet glance at Qi Yuan. This young girl certainly possesses a fervent spirit. After a moment of careful consideration, Luo Ruiying ultimately agreed to have Qi Yuan accompany them. Having a knowledgeable guide often expedites the process. Qi Yuan, delighted by the approval, whispered to Zhang He to depart first. Initially hesitant, Zhang He eventually nodded in acquiescence. After Ning Yetchin and the others disembarked from the carriage, Zhang He drove back to the Qi family alone. "Come, Sister Luo, let me take you on a tour. In the capital of Nanli, there isn't a place I don't know," Qi Yuan confidently asserted, patting her flat chest. Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongya and followed closely behind Qi Yuan alongside Ning Yetchin. Along their path, countless eyes fixated intently on Luo Ruiying. With her unparalleled grace and stunning beauty, she became a dazzling spectacle on the bustling street. Carrying Luo Hongya in her arms, what a breathtaking woman. Such beauty is rare in this world. Goodness, her ethereal demeanor must surely belong to a celestial being. The delicate child in her embrace appeared equally exquisite. Could she be her daughter? Surely not. That man beside her cannot be her husband. I cannot accept this. What right does that fellow have to win such a beauty? Is it merely because he is more handsome than I am? A sense of indignation rippled through the crowd, many expressing their profound regret. A few brazen individuals gazed at Luo Ruiying with lecherous eyes, yet she remained unyielding, her furrowed brow radiating an intimidating aura that left them bloodied and fallen. In an instant, everyone comprehended that this enchanting woman was a highly skilled practitioner. No one dared to provoke her again. Qi Yuan admired Luo Ruiying and continued to lead the group through the streets. An unusual event soon captured their attention. Numerous practitioners and idle mortals within the inns were, without exception, discussing a singular matter. Their expressions were grave, murmuring in hushed tones. "Have you heard? The 4 prestigious sects of the world, the Confucian Palace, the Martial God Hall, the Puppet Ghost Cave, and the Qi Feng Sword Sect, were all leveled in a single night. Who doesn't know this? The news has spread across all 18 states. Who possesses the power to annihilate 4 sects in one night? Truly terrifying. It is said that the 4 sect leaders coincidentally left their sects and have yet to be heard from." The surroundings buzzed with incessant discussions, the debates particularly fervent. This incident has stirred the entire world into a frenzy. The puppet master behind the scenes left no trace, rendering the entire affair an enigma shrouded in mystery. The populace spoke of it with palpable trepidation. Qi Yuan, having spent the last few days in the Demon Realm forest, was taken aback upon hearing this news for the first time, her astonishment leaving her momentarily speechless. She could not help but exclaim, "The four great sects obliterated overnight. This is utterly horrifying. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, do you think it could be true? If someone could indeed annihilate the four great sects in a single night, their prowess must be truly formidable." Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement, reflecting inwardly, indeed, the human realm is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Ning Yetchin also concurred with a solemn nod. Yes, it is indeed terrifying. Chapter 39. My husband is not someone you can insult. With Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying in tow, Qi Yuan traversed multiple streets, passionately elucidating the distinctive features of each thoroughfare. This bustling commercial district represented the zenith of prosperity in Nali City, where wealth afforded one the luxury of acquiring anything imaginable. Although another street could be deemed commercial, it lacked the vibrancy of the previous one, offering more accessible goods at relatively lower prices. Furthermore, there lay Tianbao Street, renowned for its assortment of spiritual artifacts, medicinal herbs, and materials for mystical beasts. On fortunate occasions, one might even stumble upon mystical beast companions for sale. Given Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess, Qi Yuan took particular care to guide her and the others through Tianbao Street, a place known to every cultivator within Nali City. The street was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with an eclectic array of low-tier magical items, although many were damaged or counterfeit. A mere glance from Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying extinguished any interest in these wares. To them, these items were scarcely worthy of being labeled as trash. At that moment, as Qi Yuan and Ning Yetchin ambled along the street, a group of figures approached, obstructing their path. The leading man, clad in resplendent attire adorned with various ornaments and magical artifacts, exuded the air of a newly affluent individual. His expression one of disdainful arrogance. Behind him trailed a retinue of dozens, establishing quite the spectacle. The vendors nearby, upon sighting this man, turned pale and hastily retreated. Wherever he tread, anything in his way was unceremoniously kicked aside, his demeanor brazen to the extreme, while the surrounding crowd seethed in silence, too fearful to voice their discontent. Even those of notable cultivation dared not speak out, for this man was none other than Jiang Li, the eldest son of the Jiang family. One of the two major trading houses in Nali City. The Jiang family currently commanded nearly 60% of the commercial avenues in Nali. With countless cultivators vying for their favor, they had also employed numerous cultivators as guards, among them purportedly several formidable beings of the celestial spirit realm. Whispers of their unfathomable backing and unimaginable strength circulated throughout the city, leading to a pervasive fear of provoking the Jiang family. From a distance, Jiang Li's gaze landed upon Qi Yuan, his countenance shifting to one of surprise and shock at her unexpected presence. She has returned. Although taken aback, he quickly donned a smirk, approaching Qi Yuan with an air of feigned cordiality. Upon seeing Jiang Li, Qi Yuan's expression darkened, her demeanor icy as she candidly declared, "Humph. Seeing me back, are you disappointed? Not in the slightest. In fact, this makes things all the more interesting," Jiang Li replied, unabashedly acknowledging his family's role in the assassination attempt, exuding an arrogance that suggested she could do nothing about it. Qi Yuan had anticipated at least a semblance of pretense from Jiang Li, but his blatant admission was astonishingly audacious. Qi Yuan, filled with rage, clenched her fists, contemplating a confrontation. However, upon noticing the numerous guards behind Jiang Li, she reluctantly abandoned the thought, her teeth grinding in frustration. Jiang Li, confident in his belief that Qi Yuan could do nothing to him, displayed an increasingly arrogant demeanor. Leaning closer to her, he whispered with a sly grin, "Soon, the Qi family will vanish from Nanli City. Perhaps Miss Qi should consider how to make a living." He continued, "Huayu Building is currently seeking new talent. I could certainly introduce you. With your esteemed name, you would undoubtedly become their star attraction." "You." Qi Yuan's complexion turned pale with anger as her hand instinctively moved to the hilt of her sword at her waist. The guards behind Jiang Li promptly drew their weapons in unison. "Miss Qi, engaging in violence within the city is against the law," Jiang Li remarked, raising his hand to signal his men to sheath their swords, casting a mocking glance at Qi Yuan, dismissing her entirely. After much deliberation, Qi Yuan ultimately released her grip, relinquishing the idea of drawing her sword. Given her strength, she could not even best a single guard behind Jiang Li, let alone defeat him. That's the spirit. Jiang Li smirked, shifting his gaze to Luo Ruiying, who was cradling Luo Hongye. He had already taken note of Luo Ruiying's breathtaking beauty as she approached. Now, in close proximity, he found himself utterly captivated. She was indeed a woman of extraordinary grace. Ignoring Ning Yetchin standing beside her, Jiang Li stepped directly in front of Luo Ruiying, feigning politeness as he inquired, "I don't believe we've met before, fair maiden. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "I am Jiang Li, son of the Jiang family in Nanli City. I possess considerable wealth and influence here. It would be my pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ning Yetchin, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, struggling to suppress the urge to slap Jiang Li into oblivion. How dare he attempt to woo her in front of him? If not for Luo Ruiying's presence, he would have already lost his composure. Leave. Luo Ruiying coldly commanded Jiang Li without hesitation. From the very first glance, she found his arrogant demeanor and lecherous intentions deeply distasteful. Jiang Li, appearing feeble and with darkened eyes, could not conceal his lascivious gaze. Countless women had fallen prey to his advances. Were it not for her desire to live a tranquil life in Nanli City with her husband and child, she might have succumbed to the impulse to eliminate him. Initially taken aback by Luo Ruiying's public rebuke, Jiang Li soon wore a scoff of disdain. He was not the least bit offended. He had encountered many women with a similarly fierce disposition. Many of those who had been just as brazen as she, upon arriving in Nanli City, were unaware of his tactics and the Jiang family's formidable influence. Yet, once they experienced his methods, did they not all end up submissively in his bed? At his beck and call, beside them, Qi Yuan observed Jiang Li's sinister demeanor as he flirted with Luo Ruiying, immediately sensing his ill intentions. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Luo Ruiying, admonishing Jiang Li, do not even think of laying a hand on Sister Luo. She is already married with children. Do not harbor delusions. Be gone. Married with children. Jiang Li's gaze shifted to the child, Luo Hongye, cradled in Luo Ruiying's arms, then turned to Ning Yetchin standing nearby, his expression still rife with disdain. Just this pretty boy? Ning Yetchin, restrain yourself. Control your temper. The hand he had tucked behind him was on the verge of slapping this insufferable fly. It had been ages since the Celestial Emperor dared to speak to him in such a manner. Luo Ruiying's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her charming face turning frosty as she stepped protectively in front of Ning Yetchin while cradling Luo Hongye. Coldly, she declared, my husband is not one you can humiliate. With that, a formidable aura emanated from Luo Ruiying, sweeping toward Jiang Li and his cohorts. Chapter 40. Rendering his third leg useless, the crowd surrounding Jiang Li was taken aback, instantly sensing that the pressure emanating from Luo Ruiying was beyond their capacity to withstand. The formidable and terrifying aura knocked them to the ground, just as Luo Ruiying intended to impart a profound lesson to Jiang Li. A figure suddenly leaped out from an unknown direction, positioning themselves in front of Jiang Li and his entourage. This was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, with piercing eagle-like eyes and a hawk-like nose. He extended his gnarled hands with great effort to shield against Luo Ruiying's overwhelming presence, retreating several steps, nearly losing his balance. Such incredible pressure. This young lady appears to be at least as formidable as a transcendent being, perhaps even superior. Esteemed young lady, my son did not mean to offend. I hope you will not take it to heart. In due time, our Jiang family shall present you with a generous gift, Zhao Zhuahao said courteously, clasping his hands in respect to Luo Ruiying. Aware that her cultivation might surpass his own, he recognized that he might not stand a chance against her. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows lightly, retracting her imposing aura, and replied coolly, are you his protector? As the name suggests, a protector is typically a personal guardian assigned by prominent families for the safety of their exceptional descendants. They often remain concealed until their charge is in danger, at which point they emerge. Luo Ruiying was taken aback that someone like Jiang Li could have a protector. It seems the Jiang family's influence is indeed considerable. Zhao Zhuahao nodded, acknowledging his role as the protector. Old Zhao, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Quickly capture her for me. Jiang Li, flustered and humiliated, pointed at Luo Ruiying and commanded. He had never endured such indignation in Nanli City. Young master, the family head is awaiting your return. If you keep him waiting, he will become displeased, Zhao Zhuahao advised, turning to Jiang Li. He understood well that his young master would not let this go easily. So he leaned in closer and whispered, young master, that woman is not easy to deal with. If you desire her, I will find a way to bring her to you in the future. For today, let it be. Jiang Li glowered at Luo Ruiying, unwilling to relent. Yet, hearing Zhao Zhuahao's promise to procure her later, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he licked his lips. Very well, I shall spare this woman for now. When she falls into my grasp, I shall make her pay dearly. Let us depart. Jiang Li rose, angrily addressing his entourage. As he was leaving, he cast a lingering, meaningful glance at Luo Ruiying. A married woman, is it? That adds to the intrigue. Zhao Zhuahao feigned an apologetic smile towards Luo Ruiying before departing with the group. I apologize, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, for the unpleasantness you endured. Qi Yuan bowed in a gesture of apology to Luo Ruiying. Jiang Li was evidently targeting her. Had she not insisted on following, Luo Ruiying and the others would not have been ensnared. Although Luo Ruiying felt a sense of helplessness within, she still shook her head, indicating that it was of no consequence. Were it not for the consideration of Luo Hongye and Ning Yetchin, she would have directly eliminated Jiang Li for his sordid gaze. If matters could simply pass, then so be it. Should he dare to offend her again, she would no longer show mercy. Let us depart. Luo Ruiying called to Ning Yetchin, turning her head. Yet, to her surprise, she found him grinning foolishly at her. What is wrong with you? Luo Ruiying asked in astonishment. My dear, I am perfectly well. I am just exceedingly delighted that you have finally addressed me as husband again, Ning Yetchin replied, leaning closer with a smile. Just moments ago, he had been fuming, but upon hearing Luo Ruiying declare, my husband is not someone you can insult, his heart had soared with joy. This marked the second occasion since Luo Ruiying had urged him to escape with their child that she had referred to him affectionately as her husband. Recalling her earlier words, Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush. In a fit of anger at Jiang Li's derogatory reference to Ning Yetchin as a pretty boy, she had spoken impulsively. Now, reflecting upon it, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nonetheless, such terms of endearment were quite natural between spouses, was it not? Could it be that he was so elated over a mere phrase? Beside them, Qi Yuan gazed dreamily at the affectionate exchange between Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying, marveling inwardly. Their bond appears to be truly profound. Yet, it seems to possess a hint of youthful innocence, despite the fact that they already have a child. Will my dear wife continue to call me husband, like just now in the future? Ning Yetchin inquired, clinging to Luo Ruiying's side with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks glowed like the dawn, and she murmured softly, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly try. The prospect of calling Ning Yetchin husband repeatedly still made her feel a tad shy. However, seeing him so blissful, she could not bear to refuse, merely deferring the matter for another time. Once she grew accustomed to it, she would naturally adapt her address. Ning Yetchin smiled gently, though slightly disappointed. He was in no hurry. He took her hand in his and continued their leisurely stroll down the street. There was no rush. After all, the days ahead were plentiful. With one arm cradling their child and the other held by Ning Yetchin, the scene of their little family was exceptionally heartwarming. Qi Yuan, walking behind them, suddenly felt hesitant to intrude. Was she not somewhat superfluous in this moment? As Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying passed through the street, they brushed past three figures adorned with wide-brimmed hats. These three figures, seated at a stall and enjoying their meal, had their backs turned to Ning Yetchin's party. As they walked by, the faces of the three demon kings of the enchanted forest emerged from beneath their hats. Indeed, these were the Chaos Demon Ox and his companions who had followed Ning Yetchin. They had been covertly trailing him all along, ever ready for his command. They had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Upon witnessing Jiang Li's disrespect towards Luo Ruiying and audaciously addressing them as little white faces, the three of them were nearly driven to madness with fear. They were genuinely concerned that their lord might become enraged and utterly obliterate Nanli City. The sky-devouring serpent feigned consumption of food, its gaze averted from Ning Yetchin, instead transmitting a cold inquiry directly to him. My lord, shall we eliminate those who have just offended you? As for the one named Jiang Li, do not kill him, merely render him incapable of using his third leg. The rest, however, must be slain. Remember to keep the commotion to a minimum so as not to disturb my outing with my wife and child. Ning Yetchin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he responded with a tone as casual as if he were discussing an everyday matter. Upon receiving the command, the sky-devouring serpent and its companions silently rose from their stall and proceeded towards Jiang Li and his entourage. Confounded by the Lord's peculiar instruction to merely incapacitate that individual instead of executing him, they began to speculate that their master likely intended to handle the matter personally, which led them to feel a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Li. To perish at their hands would at least afford him a swift end. However, to fall into the grasp of their lord could yield far more uncertain and dire consequences. Chapter 41. The Master's Decree. Your life must end. As Jiang Li made his way back to the Jiang residence, his countenance remained dark, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Never in his life had he felt such a sense of humiliation. Being intimidated by a mere woman was one thing. He found himself utterly powerless against her. Damn it! The more he pondered, the angrier he became. At that moment, a ball rolled to his feet. Jiang Li glanced up to see a delicate little girl approaching, attempting to retrieve the ball from the ground. Does this young master grant you permission to take it? He stepped on the ball, frowning as he coldly addressed the girl. The little girl, paralyzed with fear, stood frozen, struggling to muster the courage to point at the ball and timidly plead, Big brother, that's my ball, could you please give it back to me? Your ball? Humph. Do you not realize that your ball has sullied this young master's shoes? Jiang Li's voice was sharp as he forcefully crushed the ball beneath his foot, then ruthlessly struck the girl across the face. He was in a foul mood, and this Navi child would serve as his outlet for frustration. The girl was sent sprawling several meters away, her face swelling grotesquely, blood streaming from her mouth and nose as she lay on the ground, sobbing quietly while mother seemingly unsatisfied. Jiang Li strode towards the girl. Behind him, a group of attendants wore expressions of derision and sycophancy. Young master, what a splendid display of martial prowess. Your skills must have improved significantly. Of course, he is the young master of the Jiang family, gifted beyond compare, the finest in Nanli City, indeed, the greatest in the world. Witnessing Jiang Li's cruelty towards such a young girl, the onlookers were filled with indignation and pity. They clenched their fists tightly, yet felt utterly powerless. It was hard to believe that a cultivator would take pride in tormenting a child. Although Jiang Li's abilities were lacking, that slap could very well endanger the girl's life without prompt medical attention. What a despicable beast. Jiang Li reveled in the fear he inspired in the crowd, basking in the flattery of his attendants as he lifted his chin with pride, towering over the girl, as he seemed intent on delivering a fatal blow. A young woman clad in pale blue could no longer contain herself. She grasped the hilt of her dagger and rose to intervene, only to be restrained by a companion. Su-yi, do not act rashly. He is Jiang Li of the Jiang family. Even we at the Nali Academy should tread carefully around the Jiang family. The influence behind the Jiang family is immense. Must we simply stand by and watch this scoundrel murder that innocent girl? Sui retorted vehemently to her companion. If a cultivator cannot even save a life or uphold justice, then what is the purpose of their practice? Her companion fell silent, unable to counter her argument. In the midst of Sui's dispute with her companion, a woman rushed to Jiang Li's feet, kneeling before him and shielding the child in her embrace, weeping as she pleaded, "Young Master Jiang, the child, unaware and innocent, has unwittingly offended you. I implore your mercy to spare her." Jiang Li furrowed his brow, initially inclined to kick the woman aside. Yet upon noticing her lingering beauty and the lascivious smile gracing her lips, he reconsidered. Leaning closer to her, his gaze roamed her form with lascivious intent. He smirked wickedly. "If you wish for me to spare her, it depends on your sincerity." Sincerity, the woman murmured in confusion, acutely aware of her modest means and devoid of any wealth that might entice Jiang Li. However, as his suggestive whisper caressed her ear, her complexion drained of color. "Madam, for the sake of your child, you would do anything, wouldn't you?" He had never been interested in married women, dismissing them as second-hand goods, especially one of such mediocre beauty. Yet, the memory of Luo Ring ignited an insatiable curiosity within him to explore the allure of a married woman. The woman stood frozen in despair, utterly at a loss. Families like hers could never withstand the oppressive might of the Jiang clan. Noticing her silence, Jiang Li seized her forcefully, intending to drag her away. At that moment, the middle-aged man, the child's father, rushed over, his clothes tattered and hands calloused, a quintessential laborer. Upon seeing his daughter on the ground, tears streamed down his face. Upon spotting Jiang Li clutching his wife, he hurriedly knelt and pleaded, "Young Master Jiang, please spare them. What wrong have they done? Punish me instead. Get away. Do not disturb my pleasure." Jiang Li kicked the man aside with disdain, forcefully pulling the woman along. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su-yi drew his sword, ready to intervene. Just as he unsheathed his weapon, a ghostly figure darted past the guards behind Jiang Li at an astonishing speed. Huh, did something just rush by? The guards exchanged bewildered glances, but in the next heartbeat, their bodies erupted along the fissures, severed into pieces. Blood gushed forth, cascading like rain. All present stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the chaos that unfolded in an instant. As Jiang Li's retinue was decimated. Ah, murder. They've killed. The onlookers, terrified, scattered in every direction. Su-yi and his companions were equally bewildered, turning to see a figure cloaked in a hat, with a serpentine grace, wielding a sinuous serpent sword amidst the deluge of blood. This person exuded immense power. Instinctively, Su-yi and the others felt an overwhelming dread, unable to even catch a glimpse of this formidable figure. The celestial serpent, wielding its divine sword, advanced deliberately toward Jiang Li. At that moment, Jiang Li, paralyzed by fear, fell to the ground, crying out in desperation, "Zhao, old Zhao, save me." Zhao Zhuahao leapt forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Li, his expression filled with dread as he gazed upon the enigmatic woman before him. He inquired, "May I ask who you are? Why do you target the Jiang family?" Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Zhuahao's forehead, his eyes fixated on the devouring heaven serpent. At that moment, an unprecedented terror enveloped him, a fear that surpassed even the one he felt upon encountering Luo Ring earlier. He had been covertly observing Jiang Li, yet he failed to perceive any movement from the individual before him. There was no time for reaction. All had perished beneath her sword. The sheer magnitude of her prowess indicated that she far surpassed him in strength. It is worth noting that he himself was a practitioner at the immortal transformation stage, one of the most formidable cultivators in the entire southern state. The devouring heaven serpent, disinterested in further discourse with Zhao Zhuahao, fixed its frigid gaze upon him, coldly pronouncing his death sentence. "You are commanded to die?" Chapter 42. A New Beginning. Who is your master? Zhao Zhuahao inquired, furrowing his brows. Why would they target the Jiang family without reason? After pondering for a considerable time, he could not deduce who would dare to strike at the Jiang family. Though the Jiang family had made numerous enemies, he could not recall a figure of such formidable power who would be inclined to act against them. "Do you even deserve to know my master's name?" The Tian Hun divine Python-esque expression turned grave, exuding a chilling aura of impending doom. Zhao Zhuahao's heart quaked as he discreetly formed hand seals to channel his energy. Despite the possibility that he could not contend with the figure before him, he found solace in the fact that they were within the bustling city of Nanli, a hub teeming with cultivators. If he could merely buy a little time, reinforcements would surely arrive. It was not an insurmountable challenge. As Zhao Zhuahao contemplated his strategy against the Tianhun divine python, a powerful hand suddenly grasped his head from behind. What? He was momentarily stunned, unable to react before. With a sickening crunch, his head was crushed like a watermelon. Blood splattered forth, dousing Jiangli, who was seated helplessly on the ground. Enough with the incessant chatter. Your words are tiresome. The chaotic demon bull disdainfully tossed Zhao Zhuahao's lifeless form aside and wiped its hands. The surrounding Su Yi and others stood frozen in shock. They had heard of Zhao Zhuahao. He was a genuine transcendent being of the transformation realm. Yet, he had been utterly oblivious to the arrival of the burly man behind him, who dispatched him with a mere flick of the wrist. As effortlessly as one would crush an ant, Jiangli looked up at the imposing figure of the chaotic demon bull, his eyes filled with terror, paralyzed by fear. With Zhao Zhuahao's demise, his once arrogant demeanor evaporated, leaving him trembling like a pitiful creature stripped of its defenses. The chaotic demon bull cast a glance down at Jiang Li, a sinister smile creeping across its face. It's your turn now. I recall my master specifically instructing me to treat you with particular care. Spare me. Someone, please save me. Jiang Li cried out, his voice hoarse. As a stream of yellow liquid trickled from beneath him, Su Yi's companions were rooted in place, instinctively reaching for their weapons, yet none dared to draw their swords. They all understood that the two figures before them, capable of annihilating a transformation realm cultivator in an instant, were beyond their ability to confront. Only Su Yi, summoning her courage, unsheathed her sword and leaped forward. As a student of the Nanli Academy, she felt an obligation to uphold the Academy's reputation. Though she wished for Jiang Li's demise, she could not stand idly by as a murderer claimed a life before her eyes. Just as Su Yi leapt forth, another figure descended from the heavens, positioning themselves in front of her. Cloaked in a straw hat and moving with remarkable speed, they seized her by the throat. Despite Su Yi's desperate struggles, she could not free herself from their grip, and her sword failed to pierce their form. Panic surged within her as she felt her breath constrict, despair enveloping her. Who was the individual before her? Is she truly destined to meet her demise today? The master had instructed not to create too much commotion, as it would disturb him. Do not kill those who are not the target. The devouring sky serpent cautioned the titan ape who was poised to strike. It was only then that the titan ape recalled Ning Yetchin's admonition and forcefully hurled Su Yi away, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. As the devouring sky serpent approached Jiang Li, a woman and a middle-aged man tightly clutched their child while seated on the ground, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at her. The devouring sky serpent paid no heed to the trio and directly confronted Jiang Li. Please, spare me. How much did that person pay you? I will offer 10 times that amount. No, 20 times, 100 times. Seeing that no one dared to come to his aid, Jiang Li, in a state of fright, pleaded for mercy and attempted to bribe the three. The devouring sky serpent cast a cold glance at Jiang Li and said indifferently, proceed. Understood. The chaotic demon bull stomped heavily on Jiang Li's feet, and with a resounding crack, his legs were crushed. The excruciating pain caused Jiang Li to emit wails akin to a slaughtered pig. His cries mingled with the sobs, creating a hauntingly tragic sound. The master instructed you to incapacitate his third leg, not to shatter both legs. The devouring sky serpent remarked with exasperation, casting a glance at the chaotic demon bull. Is that so? Hiki, my apologies, I forgot. Let me try again. The chaotic demon bull lifted its foot once more, precisely stomping down between Jiang Li's legs. Instantly, a deep imprint was left on the ground beneath him. This time, Jiang Li did not utter a sound. His face turned pale as he fainted on the spot. Blood gushing forth. Mission accomplished, let us depart. The devouring sky serpent glanced at the unconscious Jiang Li and instructed the chaotic demon bull and titan ape. The three figures transformed into shadows, vanishing without a trace. By the time the city guards and numerous cultivators arrived, drawn by the commotion, they found the scene drenched in blood, utterly horrific. Moments later, the entire southernly city was thrown into chaos. Countless guards and cultivators scoured for the assailants. Yet none could uncover the whereabouts of the trio. Shortly thereafter, within the Jiang family mansion, the unconscious Jiang Li was carried back inside. Upon seeing his son, barely clinging to life, the family head, Jiang Zhen, trembled with fury, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Li as he bellowed. Who did this? Who dared to harm my precious son in such a manner? Who? Jiang Li was the sole heir of the Jiang family, whom Jiang Zhen had always cherished and never wished to reprimand. Now, his legs lay broken, and his manhood crushed. This would spell the end of the Jiang lineage. Jiang Zhen's furious shout sent tremors through the surrounding servants, causing them to bow their heads in fear, not daring to utter a word. Witnessing the silence, Jiang Zhen continued to roar at the crowd. A bunch of useless fools. What purpose do you serve? Find it. Quickly locate the murderer for me. Even if it requires turning the entire capital of Nanli upside down, I demand the culprit be found. Yes. A multitude of attendants hurriedly departed from Jiang Zhen's presence. After they left, a man clad in a pristine white lotus robe, with a delicate demeanor, slowly emerged from the grand hall. The ability to defeat the venerable Zhao. who had transcended into the realm of immortals, indicates that the adversary is certainly not to be underestimated. Even if the head of the Jiang family were to scour the entirety of Nanli City, it is likely that little would be uncovered. Your Excellency, the Holy Envoy. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiangjin had no choice but to suppress his fury and respectfully greet the man. With an expression of reluctant inquiry, he continued. Must I truly allow that murderer to escape unscathed? That is certainly not the case, the Holy Envoy replied. But I wish for the head of the Jiang family to prioritize the mission of the church. Once the trade conference concludes and the Jiang family secures control over all of Nanli City, I shall certainly report your merits to the Lord of the Church. Advocating for your aid. Jinro spoke with a subtle smile. After pondering for a moment, Jiangjin could only let out a resigned sigh. A flicker of resolve crossing his face as he responded. With the Holy Envoy's presence, there is no doubt that this trade conference will be a success. Once the Jiang family has dominion over Nanli City, we shall wholeheartedly assist the Holy Lotus sect. I hope that, upon achieving this, the church will avenge my son. Chapter 43. The Beauty of a Lady While Eating. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan led Ning Yetchin and Luo Ring through an unusual alley. The streets were lined with an array of delectable snacks, and the mingling aromas permeated the entire thoroughfare, creating an intoxicating fragrance that wafted through the air. The bustling crowd was teeming with life, particularly families with wives and children. This was the most vibrant and bustling food street in the southernly capital. Here, in addition to the unique delicacies of Zhuangqian, the culinary offerings from other realms were also abundant. Qi Yuan walked ahead, introducing the sights to Ning Yetchin and the others. Initially, one might assume that powerful cultivators like Luo Ruing would show little interest in such trivial snacks. Yet, upon arriving at the food street, Luo Ruing deliberately slowed her pace. Having been born in the celestial realm, she was accustomed to consuming ethereal fruits and drinking from spiritual springs, rarely having encountered the snacks of the mortal world. In the celestial realm, beings never needed to cook for sustenance, relying solely on the essence of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Even children born in the celestial realm required only the consumption of celestial fruits and spiritual nectar. Nestled in Luo Ring's embrace, Luo Hongye gazed with wide, curious eyes, taking in her surroundings, nearly drooling with anticipation. As they passed a stall adorned with fruit candies, Luo Hongye's attention was captivated, her little mouth agape in wonder. Observing this, Ning Yetchin smiled indulgently and approached the stall, raising 2 fingers. Sir, may I have 2 skewers? Please. Certainly. The stall owner replied with a cheerful demeanor, promptly handing over 2 skewers of fruit candies while complimenting. You are truly fortunate, sir. Your wife and child are as beautiful as flowers. Indeed, I consider myself very fortunate to have such a lovely wife and adorable child. Ning Yetchin beamed with pride, his spirits lifted by the owner's sincere praise, leading him to purchase the entire stock of the stall. Behind him, Luo Ruing cast a playful glare at Ning Yetchin, her cheeks tinged with a blush. You receive a compliment, and you buy out the entire stall. Here, Hongye, enjoy this, Ning Yetchin said, holding a large skewer of candies and offering one to Luo Hongye. The fruit candy consisted of fruit pieces strung together and coated in a layer of hardened syrup. Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with desire, yet she turned to her mother, asking sweetly, Mother, can I eat it? Your father bought it especially for you. Go ahead and enjoy, Luo Ruing replied, unable to miss the longing in Luo Hongye's expression. She nodded affectionately, her heart swelling with joy. Once, she had not fully cherished her child, but now her greatest wish was for her child to live a carefree and joyous life. Luo Hongye eagerly extended her chubby little hand to accept the fruit candy from Ning Yetchin, opening her mouth wide to take a bite. Concerned about the bamboo skewer injuring the child, Luo Ruing deliberately took the fruit candy from Luo Hongye's hand, removed the candy from the skewer, and then fed it to her mouth. Luo Hongye puffed up her chubby little face, radiating a brilliant and joyful smile. Just as Luo Ruing was feeding Luo Hongye piece by piece, another string of fruit candy suddenly appeared by her mouth. Luo Ruing raised her brows and saw Ning Yetchin holding out another string of fruit candy towards her, a charming smile gracing his face as he gazed at her. My dear, this string is for you. For me. Luo Ruing felt a moment of embarrassment. As a former empress of the celestial realm, was it appropriate for her to indulge in such trivial earthly treats? Moreover, being fed by Ning Yetchin made it even more peculiar. Under Ning Yetchin's expectant gaze, Luo Ruing tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and gently parted her lips to take the fruit candy and bite down. After all, no one knew her true identity, so a little indulgence wouldn't hurt, would it? Her elegant and light movements, coupled with her shy yet stunning beauty, captivated Ning Yetchin, who couldn't help but stare for a moment before exclaiming, My dear, you look truly beautiful even while eating. Ahem. What are you talking about? Luo Ruing coughed lightly, covering her mouth and shooting a playful glare at Ning Yetchin. His sudden compliment made her feel unexpectedly bashful. I am not lying, you can ask Yi. Ning Yetchin turned to the little one in Luo Ruing's arms. Yi, does mother look good while eating? She looks good, Mother is the most beautiful, Luo Hongye exclaimed cheerfully, raising her hands while munching on her treat. With the crowd bustling around them, Luo Ruiying felt even more embarrassed, her cheeks flushing as she shot another glare at Ning Yetchin. The playful banter between father and daughter made her feel all the more self-conscious. Qi Yuan, standing nearby, watched with a mixture of envy and embarrassment. Sister Luo and brother Ning share such a wonderful bond. It was only then that Luo Ruiying remembered Qi Yuan's presence, and feeling slightly bashful. She extended the fruit candy in her hand and asked, "Would you like some?" No, thank you, Sister Luo." Qi Yuan shook her head in refusal, smiling as she looked at Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms. "If little Yi likes to eat, I know many other delicious treats. Would you like me to buy some for you?" She had never seen such a delicate, adorable, and well-behaved child as Luo Hongye before. From the very first glance, she felt an inexplicable fondness. Luo Hongye typically only felt secure around Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin, often frightened by strangers. When Qi Yuan spoke to her, she instinctively nestled closer to Luo Ruiying, but upon hearing about delicious food, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Qi Yuan and timidly asked, Really? Of course, I never lie to lovely little children." Upon encountering the delicate and charming visage of Luo Hongye, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed. At long last, she was willing to engage in conversation. Little Yi truly was adorable. How she longed to pinch her chubby cheeks. The desire to embrace her and plant a kiss upon her tender face was overwhelming. Standing nearby, Ning Yetchin observed Qi Yuan's exuberance and suddenly felt the need to be more vigilant regarding this girl. After all, there was a possibility she might abscond with his child. Eventually, under the vivid descriptions of the delectable treats provided by Qi Yuan, Luo Hongye succumbed to temptation. Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye as they meandered along the street, indulging in various delights. Whatever piqued Luo Hongye's curiosity, Ning Yetchin would unhesitatingly purchase for her. Qi Yuan also took the initiative to buy an array of snacks to share with Luo Hongye. Candied hawthorns, glutinous rice cakes, baked cakes, tofu pudding, steamed buns. It seemed as though they had nearly sampled every delicacy the food street had to offer. The bond between Qi Yuan and Luo Hongye had successfully grown a little closer. After traversing most of the street, the trio found a stone bench to rest. It was tea fatigue from walking that compelled them to sit, but rather the sheer abundance of snacks they held, allowing Luo Hongye to savor them at her leisure. At that moment, Luo Hongye nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, joyfully biting into a bun that was larger than her own face. With a mix of exasperation and affection, Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from her mouth. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from the distance, the sound of alarm bells resonating throughout the city. The guards within the city hastily rushed towards the source of the commotion. Some fleeing individuals, panting heavily, relayed the alarming situation to the gathered crowd. Moments ago, 3 mysterious figures had attacked Jiang Li and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li's entire party had been slain. Only Jiang Li appeared to have miraculously survived. Chapter 44. This should suffice what? Someone dared to attack Jiang Li of the Jiang family in the heart of Nanli City. The surrounding crowd was left in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The Jiang family wielded immense power within Nanli City, feared and avoided by all. How could anyone have the audacity to attempt such an assassination? Qi Yuan, upon hearing this news, was equally astonished. Jiang Li was flanked by dozens of martial spirit guards and a guardian of the transformation realm. How could they have been killed? To her knowledge, there seemed to be no individual of such capability within Nanli City. A wave of astonishment and confusion washed over Qi Yuan, but soon, she couldn't help but let a smile of delight creep onto her lips. Who would have thought that the Jiang family and Jiang Li would face such a day? Surely, his usual arrogance and brutality had offended someone he should not have crossed. Truly, he reaped what he sowed. Luo Ruiying displayed no change in expression upon receiving the news. She remained indifferent to such matters, only hoping that the unrest in the city would not disrupt her upcoming life. Let us depart, it is getting late. And we should select a residence, she said, cradling Luo Hongye and addressing Ning Yetchin. They had wandered enough around the city. It was time to find a suitable place to settle down. What kind of house do Sister Luo and Brother Ning prefer? Inquired Qi Yuan, stepping forward as their guide. As the daughter of the chief family trading company in Nanli City, she was well acquainted with the various shops and rental houses throughout the area. Each district had a steward from her family in charge, and as long as Luo Ruiying expressed her preferences, she could quickly locate an appropriate property. After a moment of thought, Luo Ruiying replied, "If possible, I hope to find a place that is relatively quiet." She did not have high demands for their residence. What mattered most was that the family could be together. Qi Yuan contemplated briefly before summoning one of her family's stewards responsible for selling properties. The steward led Qi Yuan, Luo Ruiying, and the others to a more secluded courtyard in Nanli City. The street in front of the courtyard was empty, with only a few trees standing sporadically outside the gate, and a gentle stream flowed behind the courtyard, creating a serene and pleasant atmosphere. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, they entered a spacious and bright yard. In addition to the master bedroom, the back courtyard contained several auxiliary rooms, a kitchen, and a dedicated bathing area. The entire courtyard was almost as large as a small manor. This is quite nice, but it seems a bit too large, Luo Ruiying mused. For just the three of us, it feels rather extravagant. Although she had resided in far grander and more opulent accommodations in the celestial realm, as a married woman now, she had to consider many factors. Living in such a vast residence for 3 people would inevitably feel wasteful. Moreover, the upkeep and maintenance of such a large house could pose a hassle. Most importantly, a property of this scale would likely incur considerable expenses. Ning Yetchin surveyed the surroundings and also found the courtyard appealing. He took Luo Hongya from Luo Ruiying's arms and inquired with a smile, "Do you like it here, little one?" "I like it," replied Luo Hongya. "Anywhere with mommy and daddy is where I want to be." Luo Hongya nestled in Ning Yetchin's embrace, laughing joyfully. "Our Yi is truly obedient." Ning Yetchin, with a tender smile, gently pinched Luo Hongya's small nose and turned to Luo Ruiying, saying, "My dear, why not stay here? Isn't this place too expensive?" Luo Ruiying whispered, pulling Ning Yetchin aside. Little did she expect that as the Empress of the Immortal Realm, she would one day need to worry about finances. When she fled from the Immortal Realm, all her possessions were taken from her. Now, aside from her cultivation, she was essentially left with nothing. Ning Yetchin, however, had never been troubled by monetary concerns. Acquiring the entire Southly City would amount to little more than a trifle for him. How could a mere small residence pose any issue? "Do not fret, my dear. I assure you, I possess a modicum of wealth," Ning Yetchin said, patting his chest with a nonchalant demeanor. This revelation took Luo Ruiying by surprise. She had assumed that someone like Ning Yetchin, living a secluded life in the mountains, would be destitute. After all, it was rare for the affluent to choose such a hermetic existence. "Esteemed steward, my wife and I are quite satisfied. We shall take this residence. What is the price?" Ning Yetchin inquired. The cheerful steward approached with a smile. "If I may ask, do you intend to stay temporarily or purchase outright?" "Purchase," Ning Yetchin replied without hesitation. Luo Ruiying quickly whispered to Ning Yetchin, "There is no need to spend excessively. A temporary stay suffices. We primarily came to Southly City to evade impending threats. It would be unnecessary to waste money on a permanent residence. Rest assured, my dear, it will not cost us much," Ning Yetchin reassured her. Finding amusement in her newfound frugality, she was beginning to embody the essence of a refined and gentle wife. "Dear guest, should you wish to purchase the entire residence, the price is 200,000 taels, the steward announced, raising 2 fingers. Without a moment's thought, Ning Yetchin produced a small pouch from his robes and tossed it into the steward's hands. "This should suffice." The steward, puzzled, opened the pouch, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was filled with an assortment of rare and dazzling gems, each one more exquisite than the last, showcasing colors and shapes that were exceedingly rare in the world, many of which he had never seen before. Donning specialized glasses to inspect the gems, the steward carefully examined one, his expression growing increasingly incredulous. The purity of this material, if fashioned into jewelry, the price would multiply several times over. Having spent most of his life in the chief family business, he had never encountered gems of such perfection. The value of this small pouch far exceeded 200,000 taels. Qi Yuan, who had approached, recognized the worth of such treasures, having grown up in the merchant world. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the steward holding an entire bag of gems, and she cast a bewildered glance at Ning Yetchin. It turns out that Sister Luo's husband is a scion of a wealthy family. "Sister Luo, Brother Ning, these gems are sufficient to cover the cost of this residence, yet Qi Yuan cannot accept them." Qi Yuan picked up an entire bag of gems and returned them to Ning Yetchin. "Sister Luo saved my life. Let this house serve as my token of gratitude for her benevolence." "How can that be acceptable?" Luo Ruiying attempted to refuse, but Ning Yetchin anticipated her response, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he inquired of Qi Yuan. "If I am not mistaken, Miss Qi, do you indeed have a request?" After witnessing Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess, Qi Yuan displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm, while part of it stemmed from admiration and gratitude. Ning Yetchin discerned from her occasional hesitations that there was more beneath the surface. Qi Yuan's eagerness seemed to signal a desire to solicit a favor from his wife. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying directed her gaze towards Qi Yuan. Recognizing that her intentions had been unveiled, Qi Yuan no longer concealed her purpose. She earnestly bowed to Luo Ruiying and implored, "I truly have a request. Sister Luo, I wish to ask you to save the Qi family." Chapter 45. A glimmer of hope to save the Qi family? Is it true? Luo Ruiying inquired with a hint of confusion. "Indeed," Qi Yuan replied, her brow furrowed, her expression somber. "The Qi family is on the verge of being erased from the annals of Nanqing. In just a few days, there will be a commercial contest between the Qi and Jiang families. This contest will dictate the ownership of the various street markets within Nali City. Once, the Qi and Jiang families each commanded 50% of the street markets, but in recent years, the Jiang family, bolstered by powerful allies, has aggressively expanded and forcibly seized our family's assets. Now, less than 30% of the street markets remain under our control. How do you expect me to save the Qi family? I implore you, Sister Luo, to represent our family in the contest. Qi Yuan earnestly pleaded. Conflicts often arise between merchant guilds, and when such disputes escalate, they can lead to bloodshed and even annihilation. Consequently, a customary resolution method known as the commercial contest was established. When two guilds find themselves in irreconcilable conflict, one party may challenge the other to a contest. Each guild wagers their stakes and nominates a representative cultivator to compete. The losing party must then fulfill their wager to the victor. This arrangement significantly mitigates the likelihood of clandestine violence between guilds. This approach was proposed by the Treasure Alliance, a coalition of numerous guilds formed ostensibly for mutual support and development while also mediating disputes to maintain harmony within the alliance. To ensure fairness in the contests, representatives from the Treasure Alliance typically oversee these challenges. This particular contest was initiated by the Qi family against the Jiang family, driven by years of oppression that compelled the Qi family to risk everything in a desperate challenge to reclaim their former standing. However, the cultivators who initially agreed to fight for the Qi family either suddenly withdrew or met with untimely accidents. After witnessing Luo Ruying's formidable prowess, Qi Yuan contemplated entrusting her with this crucial task. Though she had not intended to embroil Luo Ruying in the Qi and Jiang family strife, especially given the Jiang family's powerful backing, her desperation left her no choice but to seek Luo Ruying's assistance. Very well, I shall fight on behalf of the Qi family, Luo Ruying declared after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. This decision served as a means of expressing gratitude for the residence she had recently acquired, and she believed that allowing the likes of Jiang Li to flourish in the city would jeopardize the stability and happiness of its inhabitants. Thus, she was willing to aid Qi Yuan in overcoming this dire predicament. Splendid. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, feeling a significant weight lift from her heart. Do not mention it. Consider it my payment for the residence, Luo Ruying replied, shaking her head. Sister Luo, I have another request to make of you. Could you take me on as your apprentice? I am willing to offer additional compensation. Qi Yuan, her expression tangled for a moment, looked at Luo Ruying with hopeful eyes. From the very first glimpse of Luo Ruying's splendid and graceful figure, she was deeply captivated. Although her family had been engaged in commerce for generations, she harbored a persistent dream of achieving enlightenment through cultivation. Luo Ruying did not anticipate Qi Yuan's desire to become her disciple. After glancing at her in surprise, she shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to take on a disciple. She had chosen to reside here to live a stable life, thus had no intention of accepting any apprentices. Moreover, she was still being pursued, and she was even less inclined to involve others in her troubles. Well then, I apologize for disturbing you, Sister Luo. After being declined, Qi Yuan's expression fell into deep despair. Since childhood, she had sought out numerous cultivators to take her as their student. Yet she had been rejected every single time. The reason was that she had sustained injuries in her youth, leaving her with residual wounds that obstructed her meridians, rendering her incapable of effective cultivation. Qi Yuan believed that Luo Ruying must have discerned the issues within her and concluded that she was unworthy of cultivation due to her lack of aptitude, which led to her rejection. Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean they are doomed to a lifetime without hope of cultivating the way? Qi Yuan asked, a hint of reluctance in her gaze as she looked up at Luo Ruying. From Qi Yuan's expression, Luo Ruying understood who she was referring to. Although she felt a twinge of compassion, she replied earnestly, the meridians are the pathways through which a cultivator absorbs and channels the spiritual essence of the universe. They form the foundation of a cultivator's practice. Without the ability to absorb the spiritual essence, one cannot circulate spiritual energy within their body, and thus cannot truly cultivate. One's entire network of meridians can be likened to the paths to immortality. The more intricate and expansive your meridians are, the further you can progress on your cultivation journey. Is that so? Indeed, it seems I am destined to be devoid of the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's countenance grew even more despondent. Deep down, she was not entirely surprised. She was already aware of this notion. She merely sought confirmation to dispel any lingering hopes. Then, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave. Just as Qi Yuan prepared to turn and depart, she heard Ning Yetchin's light laughter behind her. Though damaged meridians hinder cultivation, could one not restore them? At these words, Qi Yuan froze, turning around in astonishment to gaze at Ning Yetchin. She certainly understood this principle. However, how many could truly restore damaged meridians? She had never even heard of anyone capable of such a feat. Yet, it seemed that Ning Yetchin might possess a way to help her restore her meridians. Brother Ning, can you help me recover my damaged meridians? Hope ignited within her heart as she looked at Ning Yetchin with eager anticipation. Somewhat, Ning Yetchin modestly replied, his head held high. Beside him, Luo Ruying also looked at Ning Yetchin with surprise. It turned out he was skilled in medicine and could heal damaged meridians. That was indeed an extraordinary ability. Had she once been an empress of formidable prowess, she would have effortlessly healed the lingering injuries of Qi Yuan's meridians. Yet, in her current state, she found herself powerless. Curiously, this mere mortal seemed to possess a solution. Upon reflection, it was not unusual that Ning Yetchin had prepared medicinal kanji and highly effective healing broths during her times of distress. Perhaps he truly had some knowledge of medicine? Ninggu, please tell me what I should do. Is there any specific herbal remedy I need to gather? Qi Yuan inquired eagerly, leaning closer to Ning Yetchin, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She had never felt such excitement before. Ning Yetchin smiled gently and shook his head. You need not prepare anything. Just come inside with me and remove your garments. I shall administer a few acupuncture needles for you. Chapter 46. This is certainly not peeping. As Ning Yetchin's words left his lips, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Is it now? Qi Yuan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head, although she understood that Ning Yetchin did not mean it that way. The thought of undressing in front of an unfamiliar man was still somewhat embarrassing for her. Luo Ruiying furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Yetchin, clearly displaying her displeasure. It was then that Ning Yetchin realized his previous remark may have been inappropriate. He swiftly approached Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongya, and explained, My dear, do not misunderstand. I merely meant to use the silver needles to open her acupoints and unblock her meridians. I am fully aware. I have not misunderstood anything. Luo Ruiying huffed lightly, turning her head away. Ning Yetchin. Her demeanor certainly resembles that of someone who is upset. My dear, are you angry? He inched closer, his shoulder brushing against hers, smiling as he inquired. I am not angry. Do not mistake me for a capricious woman lacking understanding. Luo Ruiying shot him a sideways glance, taking Luo Hongya from his arms and coolly remarked, Do you not possess the means to heal her meridians? Hurry and assist her. Noticing a hint of sulkiness in Luo Ruiying's demeanor, Ning Yetchin felt an inexplicable sense of joy. After acknowledging her words, he approached Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, please follow me. With that, he stepped into the room, and Qi Yuan, her face still flushed, hesitated for a moment before promptly following him inside. This was a rare opportunity. Regardless of whether Ning Yetchin could truly heal her damaged meridians, she had to seize the chance. It could very well be her last opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Once inside, Qi Yuan stood awkwardly in place, completely unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Ning Yetchin had already seated himself cross-legged on the bed, beckoning her. What are you still dawdling for? Come here. Just turn your back to me and remove your clothing. Oh, Qi Yuan replied nervously, climbing onto the bed and slowly peeling off her garments. Her back turned to Ning Yetchin. Undressing in front of a stranger was undeniably embarrassing for her. However, for the sake of her future in cultivation, she steeled herself and gradually revealed her back. In stark contrast to Qi Yuan's bashfulness, Ning Yetchin remained composed and unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of interest even as he gazed upon her fair back. In his eyes, Qi Yuan could not compare to Luo Ruiying, neither in figure nor in beauty. How could he possibly be intrigued? He had encountered countless beautiful and alluring women before. It was only in the presence of his wife's form that he felt any semblance of interest. Ning Yetchin retrieved a set of silver needles from his possession, laying them out before him. He deftly extracted several fine needles, skillfully and swiftly inserting them into the meridians on Qi Yuan's back. In truth, whether Qi Yuan wore clothing or not made little difference to him. He could distinctly perceive the flow of meridians within every individual, even down to the state of their dantians. This clarity remained unaffected, regardless of the barrier of fabric. The reason for having Qi Yuan remove her garments was solely to prevent Luo Ruiying from harboring any suspicions. It would be rather implausible to assume that one could skillfully insert a silver needle into the delicate meridians without such an act, as it would inevitably raise doubts. In truth, he required no silver needles at all. A mere touch of his fingers could suffice to heal Qi Yuan's meridians. The act of needling was merely for the observation of Luo Ruiying and her companions. As Ning Yetchin inserted a silver needle into Qi Yuan's back, a slight sting caused her to involuntarily emit a soft moan. Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruiying stood at the doorway, cradling Luo Hongya. Her lips slightly pursed, her expression one of discontent. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable unhappiness lingered in her heart. Turning her gaze toward the interior, her countenance wavered. She felt an irresistible urge to uncover the circumstances within, yet deemed it inappropriate. It was hardly fitting for an empress of the celestial realm to engage in such clandestine behavior. After all, the two were merely attending to injuries. There was nothing for her to fret over. Mother, what are father and that sister doing? Luo Hongya inquired, tilting her head up to gaze at Luo Ruiying with innocent curiosity. Father is aiding that sister in her recovery, Luo Ruiying replied softly with a smile. In that very moment, a faint moan echoed from within the room. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and in an instant, she darted to the window, crouching down to peer through the gap, eager to ascertain what transpired inside. Her intentions were purely driven by curiosity and concern for their well-being. This was no act of voyeurism, just a fleeting glance. She merely wished to take a look. Luo Hongye blinked her large eyes, filled with innocent confusion. What is mother doing now? Inside, each time Ning Yetchin inserted a needle, Qi Yuan felt a twinge of pain followed by a wave of warmth, prompting her to involuntarily utter soft moans. This rendered Ning Yetchin somewhat reluctant to continue. Miss Qi, please refrain from making such peculiar sounds, otherwise, my wife may misinterpret the situation. Furthermore, try not to tense your body too much, Ning Yetchin remarked, holding the silver needle, bemused. He had sensed a pair of eyes intently fixed on him from the window. Even if Luo Ruiying believed him to be merely a mortal, such an unabashed gaze was impossible to ignore. Yet she seemed blissfully unaware. My apologies. I shall endure. Ning Gij, please continue. Qi Yuan's face flushed crimson as she pressed her hand firmly against her mouth. She recognized the oddity of her sounds. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress them. Each needle's insertion brought a fleeting sting, swiftly followed by an overwhelming warmth and indescribable comfort. She was doing her utmost to restrain herself. Ning Yetchin worried that if he continued this way, his wife would soon burst through the door. Thus, he swiftly inserted the remaining silver needles all at once into Qi Yuan's back. Despite her firm resolve, Qi Yuan could not suppress a gasp of pain as her face twitched slightly, her frail body leaning weakly against the bed. After a moment, she regained her composure, only to find that Ning Yetchin had removed all the silver needles from her back, tidied his belongings, and was preparing to depart. Ning Ji, aren't we continuing? I can endure, Qi Yuan anxiously inquired, raising her gaze. She had assumed that Ning Yetchin had ceased the treatment prematurely, fearing she could not withstand it any longer. With a faint smile, Ning Yetchin replied, continue? It has already concluded. Qi Yuan's expression was one of confusion, and she tentatively began to circulate her internal energy. To her astonishment, the flow within her body was as smooth as it had ever been, devoid of the previous discomfort. Her meridians had truly returned to their original state. Is this real? Qi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face alight with joy. She had truly recovered. Her family had expended countless treasures and sought the wisdom of numerous renowned physicians, all to no avail. Yet this man before her had achieved what they could not with just a few needles. The swiftness of the treatment was utterly astonishing. It felt as though she had simply received a few needles, and it was done. It was as if she had just asked if it had begun, only to be informed that it was already over. Chapter 47. Generations of Healers, Saving Lives. Thank you, Brother Ning, Qi Yuan exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to leap from the bed, eager to express her gratitude to Ning Yetchin. However, a graceful figure swiftly appeared before Ning Yetchin, blocking her path. Miss Qi, your attire, Luo Ruiying gently reminded her. Only then did Qi Yuan realize she was clad in a sheer, form-fitting white garment. Nearly committing an indiscretion before Brother Ning, she hurriedly covered herself, her cheeks flushed. My apologies, Sister Luo, it was unintentional, Qi Yuan stammered, hastily donning her clothing. During this time, Luo Ruiying cast a disapproving glance at Ning Yetchin. He responded with a wry smile, raising his hands in innocence. He had done nothing wrong. Nor had he looked. Once Qi Yuan was properly dressed, Luo Ruiying stepped forward to examine her pulse meticulously. The results of her inspection widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. The meridians within Qi Yuan's body were truly unblocked. How had he accomplished this? With just a few silver needles. He had successfully healed her entire system. This was nothing short of miraculous. Initially, she had perceived Ning Yetchin as a mere forest hunter, yet now, witnessing his effortless display of wealth and his miraculous healing prowess, she was utterly astonished. Thank you, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Qi Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude once more, acknowledging that Luo Ruiying had saved her life, while Ning Yetchin had reignited her hope for cultivation. A deep sense of appreciation enveloped her for both of them. There is no need for such formalities. Though your meridians have been restored, they require careful nurturing for a few more days to achieve full recovery. Here's a prescription along with some necessary materials. Follow the prescription and take the medicine as directed, and in a few days, you shall be as good as new, Ning Yetchin said with a gentle smile, producing some spiritual herbs and a prescription from his pocket, placing them in Qi Yuan's arms. As she glanced at the prescription, then at the rare spiritual herbs wrapped within, her eyes widened in shock. These were exceedingly rare and precious herbs. Each one possessed extraordinary value. The prescription was unlike any she had ever encountered, yet her intuition assured her of its authenticity. It seemed to be a formula for nourishing the meridians. The worth of this prescription alone far surpassed that of the entire estate, and he had casually given it to her. Brother Ning, am I truly allowed to accept these? Qi Yuan asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. The value of these items was monumental. Ning Yetchin nodded with a smile. You need these materials and the prescription. Since I have given them to you, they are yours to use. Thank you so much, Brother Ning, Qi Yuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. With these herbs and the prescription, not only did she have hope for her cultivation, But the Qi family business also saw a glimmer of new possibilities. Brother Ning, may I ask a question? Why are you being so kind to me? Qi Yuan asked in confusion, feeling grateful. Her encounter with Ning Yetchin was purely coincidental, a first meeting, yet she received assistance beyond her wildest imagination. It is merely because you treated my daughter well and brought her joy, Ning Yetchin replied with a faint smile. The favors he bestowed upon Qi Yuan, as a token of gratitude for bringing happiness to his daughter, were trivial in comparison. This reason was entirely unexpected for Qi Yuan. She had merely purchased some snacks to please Luo Hongye. Yet Ning Yetchin had gone so far as to heal her meridians and gifted her rare and precious medicinal herbs and prescriptions. His lavish generosity far surpassed that of her own family. Indeed, both he and Sister Luo were exceptional individuals. Initially, she had thought Ning Yetchin was just an ordinary person, devoid of any trace of spiritual power. Now, she realized he was a true divine physician, and one with a remarkably affluent background at that, showing such generosity. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, Qi Yuan said solemnly as she accepted the herbs and prescriptions, bowing respectfully to Ning Yetchin and Luo Ring before departing the residence with a light step. She could hardly wait to return home and study the prescription. Once Qi Yuan was gone, Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows and turned to Ning Yetchin, inquiring, "Why have I never heard that you possess medical skills?" The tone and demeanor of Luo Ruiying gave Ning Yetchin an inexplicable sense of being caught in a secret, akin to a husband discovered hiding his savings while facing his wife's inquiry. This unexpected pressure weighed upon him more than when confronting dozens of celestial emperors. "My dear, if you didn't ask, I wouldn't have mentioned it," Ning Yetchin said, slowly moving closer to Luo Ruiying with a charming smile. Luo Ruiying continued to scrutinize him closely before asking, "Then why do you choose to live in seclusion in the mountains?" Ning Yetchin's mind raced, and within a mere fraction of a second, he concocted a plausible explanation. "To be honest, my dear, I originally came from a very wealthy family, with countless members, all of whom practiced medicine and saved lives. However, due to unfortunate circumstances, I became disheartened and chose to retreat into the mountains." His words were impassioned and heartfelt, nearly bringing tears to his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's doubts dissipated and her expression softened considerably. She had not anticipated such a poignant backstory. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pride," she expressed apologetically. "No worries, my dear. I have long since moved past it. As long as you are not angry with me. That is enough." Ning Yetchin took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Luo Ruiying's delicate waist, gazing affectionately into her eyes. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bashfully turned her head away. "I am not angry." "Really? Who was it that sulked at the window while I was treating Miss Qi?" Ning Yetchin tightened his embrace around Luo Ruiying, a playful smile gracing his face. "I am not angry at all. I merely expressed concern for your safety," she protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon being caught eavesdropping. At that moment, Ning Yetchin's body inched closer to hers. Had he not been holding Luo Hongye in his arms, they would have been nearly face to face. Leaning in closer to Luo Ruiying's ear, he exhaled a warm breath and whispered softly, "My dear, I am not only proficient in medicine, but I also possess considerable skill in massage. After a long day of toil, might I offer you a soothing rub?" Chapter 48. Truly the little darling of her father. As he spoke, Ning Yetchin lifted Luo Ruiying and proceeded towards the bed. "Wait, hold on." Luo Ruiying's expression turned frantic, yet fearing to hurt Ning Yetchin, she hesitated to resist. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself gently placed upon the bed. "My dear, please remove your garments and turn over." Ning Yetchin whispered softly into Luo Ruiying's ear. He took the small Luo Hongye from her embrace and set the tiny child down at his feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she anxiously inquired, "Why must one undress for a massage?" "Because I intend to apply some medicinal liquid to alleviate your fatigue," Ning Yetchin earnestly replied. "Rest assured, my dear, you can entrust your body to me." "No," Luo Ruiying exclaimed in alarm, her voice filled with delicate resistance. It all felt rather improper for a mere massage. Sighing, Ning Yetchin said, "If you truly do not wish for it, then it shall be." His expression fell with disappointment, which suddenly stirred a pang of guilt within Luo Ruiying. He only sought to bring her comfort, and by outright rejecting him, she felt as if she were squandering his goodwill. "I still need to tidy up the room. Just for a moment," Luo Ruiying conceded softly, her cheeks ablaze. It was merely a massage. After all, he was her husband, and his touch was only natural. There was no need for her to resist so vehemently. "Excellent. Leave it to me, my dear," Ning Yetchin exclaimed, his demeanor instantly brightening, devoid of any trace of his earlier disappointment. Luo Ruiying couldn't shake the feeling that she had been deceived. His earlier sadness seemed feigned. However, having voiced her agreement, she found it difficult to retract her words. Turning her back to Ning Yetchin, she slowly loosened the silk ribbon at her waist, allowing her ethereal dress to slip down, revealing the delicate curves of her back. Her skin as soft as freshly fallen snow. At that moment, she wore only a snug, white floral undergarment. With a bashful glance at Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruing gradually laid down upon the bed. Just for a moment, she reiterated. Absolutely. Ning Yetchin replied with excitement. His hands already coated in the medicinal liquid. He gently pressed his palms against Luo Ruing's back. His hands glided over her smooth, delicate skin as the cool, silky liquid covered her back, his fingers alternating between firm pressure and gentle kneading. Ah! Luo Ruing closed her eyes in bliss. As he applied pressure to her waist, she couldn't help but let out an enticing sigh. Realizing her reaction, she quickly covered her mouth in shock, her face burning with embarrassment. How could she make such a sound, especially with the child nearby? It is all this fellow's fault. Who would have anticipated that his massage techniques were truly remarkable? Every area of her skin that he pressed felt unusually comfortable. As his fingertips glided across her back, an electrifying sensation coursed through her entire being. Although it was immensely pleasurable, Luo Ruing bit down hard on her silver teeth, enduring in silence. Just as she was on the verge of losing her composure, she could no longer restrain herself and softly uttered, that's enough. My dear, we have only just begun. Ning Yetchin increased the pressure of his hand slightly. Luo Ruing's delicate form instantly radiated a burning sensation, which, rather than being painful, was unexpectedly exhilarating and satisfying. Unconsciously, she surrendered to the experience, allowing Ning Yetchin's hands to roam freely over her body. Moments later, her cheeks flushed a captivating shade of crimson, her lips breathed out heated gasps, and her expression became alluringly dazed. Ning Yetchin found himself entranced, seemingly having crossed a line. However, his wife looked incredibly enticing in that state. He instinctively leaned closer to her cheek. Luo Ruing's heart raced violently, yet she still slightly raised her head. This indicated her lack of intent to refuse. Ning Yetchin felt an unprecedented flutter in his heart, cautiously inching closer. Just as their lips were on the verge of meeting, a voice suddenly interrupted them from nearby. Daddy only plays with Mommy. I want to play with Daddy and Mommy too. Luo Hongya pouted her chubby little face, reaching up to be held at Ning Yetchin's feet, bouncing eagerly. In an instant, Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruing snapped back to reality. Frozen at an arm's length apart, they exchanged glances, and Luo Ruing was the first to shyly turn her face away. Ning Yetchin felt a profound sense of regret. Oh, my little treasure, if only you had arrived a moment later. The perfect moment had slipped away. Ning Yetchin coughed lightly, quickly bending down to scoop up Luo Hongya, gazing at her adorably pouting face, and soothingly coaxed, all right, let's play together. He playfully tickled Luo Hongya's armpits, causing her to burst into laughter, wriggling joyfully in his embrace. The earlier sense of grievance vanished in an instant. After Luo Ruing donned her clothes, she looked at the joyful scene of father and daughter and smiled tenderly, joining in the merriment. The three of them engaged in playful antics on the bed until evening, completely forgetting about tidying the house. When they finally remembered, Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruing exchanged helpless smiles. They got up from the bed to begin cleaning the residence, with Luo Hongya thoughtfully helping out as well. Thanks to Luo Ruing's skill, the entire abode was soon spotless. The furniture floated gracefully back to its rightful places in midair. Luo Hongya delicately placed the last small candle on the table in the room, then turned her head with a joyful smile to Luo Ruing and Ning Yetchin, asking, "Is everything cleaned up? Did I help Daddy and Mommy?" "Of course, you did wonderfully." Luo Ruing replied with a tender smile, stepping forward to embrace Luo Hongya in praise. Although with her petite stature and limited strength, Luo Hongya was hardly capable of offering substantial assistance. Her understanding and eagerness to help were commendable. Overjoyed by the compliments, Luo Hongya nestled deeper into Luo Ruing's embrace. Noticing the beads of sweat on Luo Hongya's brow, Luo Ruing spoke up. "You've worked up a sweat, my dear. How about we go take a bath now?" "Yes. I love bathing with Mommy," Luo Hongya exclaimed joyfully, and then promptly turned to Ning Yetchin. "Daddy, come along. I want to bathe with Daddy and Mommy." Luo Ruing and Ning Yetchin were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, Ning Yetchin couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within, silently exclaiming, "Indeed, she is truly Daddy's little treasure." Chapter 49, Why are you touching the front? This is not acceptable, oh ye. Luo Ruing came to her senses and hurriedly smiled awkwardly at the little Luo Hongya in her arms. Bathing together with Ning Yetchin, being utterly honest with each other. She was not yet prepared for such intimacy. Why not, mother? You clearly promised Yi that you would accompany me and father for the next bath. Little Luo Hongya's eyes shimmered with disappointment as she expressed her wish to bathe with her parents. Luo Ruing did not wish to let Luo Hongya down, but she felt genuinely embarrassed, so she sought a reasonable excuse to explain. "My dear, it is not that mother is unwilling to bathe with you and father. In truth, I would love to join. However, our bathtub is simply too small to accommodate 3 of us." She had glanced at the bathroom while tidying up their home earlier, and the bathtub was indeed rather small. Squeezing in 3 people would be exceedingly cramped. This was one of her reasons for declining. Yet, as soon as Luo Ruing finished her explanation, Ning Yetchin vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he returned with a broad smile, giving a thumbs up as he declared, "Do not worry, my dear. I just discovered a larger bathtub in another room and have already replaced it." When Luo Ruiying mentioned the bathtub being too small, he had dashed out to procure an extra-large one and installed it in record time. Is it true? Luo Ruiying was momentarily bewildered. She had thoroughly checked each room while organizing, yet she had not seen any oversized bathtub. Could it be that she had overlooked it? "My dear, if you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourself," Ning Yetchin smiled. How could he miss such a rare opportunity to bathe with his wife and child? Slightly skeptical, Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongya and made her way to the bathhouse. To her astonishment, the previously narrow bathtub had vanished without a trace, replaced by a tub so large it resembled a small pool, nearly occupying the entire room. Indeed, there truly was an oversized bathtub. And when did you manage to change it? How could it be so fast? She had not even noticed. Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yetchin in astonishment, observing his hopeful and triumphant smile. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had been prepared for this all along. What should she do now? It seemed there was no reason left to refuse. Luo Ruiying stood frozen, her mind racing. But she could not conjure any further excuses to decline. Little Luo Hongya gleefully pointed at the grand bathtub, turning to Luo Ruiying with a smile. "Mother, it's so big here. You can bathe with father and me, yay?" Luo Ruiying. She wore a bittersweet smile, only to turn and discover that, at some point, Ning Yetchin had stripped off his clothing, now clad only in a pair of pristine white shorts, revealing his robust and graceful physique. "Why did you suddenly take off your clothes again?" Luo Ruiying blushed, a wave of shyness washing over her as she averted her gaze and exclaimed. She had been so oblivious that he had stripped off his clothing. She hadn't even noticed. "My lady, what are you saying?" Ning Yetchin replied with a righteous demeanor. "Of course, one must disrobe to bathe. Come on, my lady, you should also undress. I have already heated the water." With that, he boldly stepped into the bath, his entire body submerging into the warm water. He had transformed the bath within mere seconds, lining the bottom with self-heating stones that continuously generated warmth. Just pouring water into the tub would soon turn it into a veritable hot spring. Luo Ruiying was genuinely astonished by Ning Yetchin's promptness. He had even prepared the water ahead of time. She hadn't even had the chance to concoct an excuse while waiting for the water to heat up. "Mother, I want to play too." Luo Hongya eagerly pointed at the bath. With a soft sigh, Luo Ruiying ceased her search for excuses, helped Luo Hongya out of her clothes, and placed her into the tub. The moment Luo Hongya entered the bath, she joyfully splashed about. Ning Yetchin took hold of Luo Hongya's little hand, encouraging her to swim on the water's surface. Her tiny feet kicked excitedly, delighting in the play. Ning Yetchin turned to Luo Ruiying with a smile and asked, "My lady, will you not join us?" Standing at the edge of the bath, Luo Ruiying watched the joyful scene of father and daughter. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pursed her lips and, turning her back to Ning Yetchin, began to shed her garments. Having just had medicinal liquid smeared all over her back, which felt sticky and uncomfortable, she decided to relent. As her ethereal gown fell to the ground, a graceful and exquisite figure was revealed to Ning Yetchin. At that moment, Luo Ruiying was clad only in her undergarments and a delicate belly band, her ample, fair skin exposed, and the thin, loose fabric of the belly band hardly concealing her alluring silhouette. Ning Yetchin stood transfixed, his eyes wide, utterly captivated by her beauty. Whether it was the steam from the bath or her overwhelming shyness, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, glistening droplets of water cascading down her face, enhancing her allure. With a playful glare at the entranced Ning Yetchin, she gathered her hair, her arms modestly covering her chest, and slowly raised her delicate foot to step into the bathwater. Once submerged, Luo Ruiying appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy, keeping her distance from Ning Yetchin. Yet her beautiful eyes would occasionally dart his way. Ning Yetchin observed this all in silence, a smile tugging at his lips. His wife was simply adorable. As an empress of the celestial realm, her bashfulness resembled that of someone who had never laid eyes on a man's form before, always glancing over with subtle curiosity. When their gazes met, Luo Ruiying quickly averted her eyes, feigning interest in Luo Hongya as she called out, "Hongya, come here, mother will help you bathe." "Okay." Luo Hongya chirped happily, splashing her way to her mother's side. With practiced ease, Luo Ruiying began to wash Luo Hongya's hair, sitting contentedly before her mother. Luo Hongya closed her eyes, a blissful smile gracing her face. As Luo Ruiying was tending to Luo Hongya's hair, Ning Yetchin quietly approached her from behind. When Luo Ruiying became aware of his presence, she hurriedly turned around and stammered, What are you doing? Do not move, my dear. I am merely washing your hair," Ning Yetchin replied, drawing closer to her back. He gently removed the hairpin from her hair, allowing her lustrous, ink-black locks to cascade down and ripple upon the water's surface. With delicate care, Ning Yetchin gathered a strand of her hair in his hand, meticulously combing through its silky, satin-like texture that was utterly captivating. As Luo Ruiying realized that he was indeed only arranging her hair, her tension eased. And a subtle smile graced her lips as she allowed him to continue his work. In her heart, she playfully chided him, honestly. I hadn't intended to wash my hair today. In the bath, Luo Hongya was being attended to by Luo Hongya, while Ning Yetchin was grooming Luo Ruiying's hair, creating a scene of harmonious tranquility among the three. Suddenly, a pair of hands touched Luo Ruiying's back, causing her to stiffen as if electrified, and she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I am merely scrubbing your back, my dear," he responded. "No, it's quite unnecessary. I can manage it myself," Luo Ruiying insisted, attempting to reject his assistance. However, Ning Yetchin's hands had already found their way to her back, eliciting playful protests from her within the bathing chamber. Wait a moment. Wasn't it just a back scrub? Why are you touching the front?" Chapter 50. The Demon Lord is married. In the Demon Realm. Within the Grand Hall of the Demon God, Hui Hong, 12 mighty demon generals sat in silence around a lavish round table, their expressions marred by despondency and disappointment. Once again, there was no news of the Demon Lord. I have dispatched individuals into the Celestial Realm, yet still, there is no trace of the Demon Lord. Ever since the Demon Lord made a singular appearance in the Celestial Realm, there has been an utter absence of information regarding his whereabouts. Alas, where has the Demon Lord truly gone? The gathered demon gods exchanged words regarding their recent search efforts, and, without exception, the outcome remained futile. If the Demon Lord wished to conceal himself, finding him proved to be an arduous endeavor. They had searched for over 100 years in pursuit of the Demon Lord. Despite a fleeting glimpse of news about him, they still could not ascertain his subsequent whereabouts. A sense of discouragement and frustration enveloped the assembly. Among them, a robust man resembling a war chariot, his face marred by scars and exuding a wild aura, spoke up. "I have heard that the Demon Lord visited the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace twice. How about I launch an offensive against the Celestial Realm and interrogate that old fellow Tian Dao Wentian? That would only reignite the idiotic war between Celestials and demons." Another retorted. A striking woman with golden hair, her fingers incessantly twirling a golden halo. "Do you truly believe that all those old fossils in the Celestial Realm have perished? Why fear a fight? Is the famed Queen of Severed Heads, Qi Huan, afraid?" The burly man shot back with a sneer. "Am I afraid? What nonsense! My name echoed throughout the Celestial Realm long before you even wore trousers," Qi Huan exclaimed, her golden locks elevated in indignation, ready to engage in battle. The burly man, refusing to back down, slammed his hands on the table with such force that it shattered into splinters, rising in fury. The two glared at each other, tension thick in the air. Yet, the other demon gods remained unfazed, accustomed to such altercations. Several attendants of the demon hall skillfully brought in a new table to replace the destroyed one. "Enough. With the Demon Lord absent, has your respect for order diminished?" A cold voice echoed from the shadows. Both Qi Huan and the burly man, startled, obediently returned to their seats. A woman of graceful bearing and ethereal beauty emerged from the darkness, her presence radiating elegance. "Lady Left Guardian." The assembly greeted reverently upon her arrival. She was Yuqingyu, one of the two esteemed guardians of the demon realm. Her status was second only to the Demon Lord, serving as both protector and leader of the demon realm. During the absence of the Demon Lord, she was responsible for the governance of many affairs within the realm. Regardless of strength or status, it stands unparalleled above the 13 demon generals. Yu Qingyu's serene and cold gaze swept across the assembly, only to find one seat conspicuously vacant. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where has Night God gone? Why is he absent from the Demon God Conference?" "I believe I heard he has ventured to the human realm in search of clues regarding the Demon Sovereign." Another woman, poised and with a frosty demeanor, interjected. With skin like jade and an unyielding expression, her emotionless eyes revealed no hint of feeling, as she cradled a long blade exceeding 2 meters in length upon her shoulder. "Fetch him back. The Demon God Conference cannot proceed without him." Upon hearing that Night God was in pursuit of the Demon Sovereign's whereabouts, Yu Qingyu's brow eased slightly as she commanded. "No need. I have returned." Night God emerged slowly from the shadows, offering a respectful greeting to Yu Qingyu. "Night God, you must understand the significance of the Demon God Conference," Yu Qingyu remarked, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of reproach. Then she noticed the wound upon his chest, her brow knitting in concern. "You are injured." The others displayed expressions of astonishment, disbelief evident in their faces. Night God, the leader of the first Demon God Legion among the 13, was renowned for his formidable prowess in the demon realm. It had been an eternity since he was last seen wounded. Casting a glance at his injury, Night God dismissed it nonchalantly, stating, "It is merely a trivial wound. A punishment I have inflicted upon myself." "Punishment?" Yu Qingyu queried, perplexed. Who in the demon realm could punish Night God? Without a response to her question, Night God placed his palm over his chest and addressed Yu Qingyu with solemnity, reporting to you, esteemed left protector, I have encountered the Demon Sovereign. In an instant, all eyes in the room fixated on Night God, each individual rising in excitement. clamoring with questions. What? You have seen the demon sovereign. Speak. Where is the demon sovereign now? What is the status of the demon sovereign? Has the demon sovereign returned? Where did you meet the demon sovereign? Amidst the fervent inquiries, Night God scarcely had a chance to respond. Silence. Fortunately, Yetchin intervened, warding off the surrounding crowd. In the current demon realm, only she possessed the authority to command the 13 demon gods' attention. In a swift motion, Yetchin stood before Night God, her gaze intense as she pressed. Have you found the demon sovereign? Indeed. Where is the demon sovereign? The demon sovereign is currently concealed within the human realm. In the human realm, Yetchin murmured softly. So, the demon sovereign had been hiding in the human realm all along. The others exchanged glances, puzzled over the purpose of their sovereign's presence in the human realm. And what of the demon sovereign? Did he not return with you? Yetchin glanced behind Night God, her brow furrowing in displeasure as she queried. This is a matter of great concern for everyone. The Lord of Demons has not returned alongside his subordinates. Night Sky God replied helplessly. Then you must bring the Lord of Demons back, even if it means binding him. Yetchin reproached angrily. After all the effort to trace the Lord's whereabouts, if he were to escape again, who knows when they would find him next? I cannot defy the Lord of Demons. Night Sky God lamented once more. In the entire demon realm, aside from Yetchin, there was no one bold enough to speak to the Lord in such a manner, not to mention the issue of defiance. He simply was not a match for the Lord of Demons. Yetchin was acutely aware of this and did not truly harbor resentment towards Night Sky God. Rather, her anger stemmed from the fear of missing this opportunity to welcome the Lord back. Quickly tell me where the Lord of Demons is. I will seek him out myself. Yetchin pressed Night Sky God. Lord Guardian, the Lord of Demons has instructed us not to disturb his current life. Night Sky God hesitated before responding. Why? Does the Lord of Demons truly have no intention of returning to the demon realm? Disappointment washed over Yetchin's face as she clenched her fists in frustration. For the Lord to say such a thing meant that if she were to pursue him again, it would be tantamount to defying him. The other demon gods also bowed their heads in dejection. Yet, Night Sky God revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth and continued, the Lord of Demons has not forsaken us. He simply has more pressing matters at hand. More pressing matters? What could possibly be more important than the entirety of a demon realm? The assembly inquired with puzzled expressions. Night Sky God gently closed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his stern features, before revealing a momentous announcement. The Lord of Demons has wed. Chapter 51. The Demon Lord has married. The announcement made by the Night God that the revered Demon Lord had taken a bride left the assembly in a state of utter astonishment. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. It was well known that their Demon Lord had never shown any inclination towards women, nor had he ever demonstrated the slightest interest in romance during his reign over them. Yet now, they were being informed that their most esteemed leader had indeed wed. Could this be true, Night God? Even the usually composed and indifferent Yetchin could not restrain her excitement as she pressed the Night God for clarification. The others gazed intently at him, eagerly awaiting his response. How could a subordinate dare deceive the esteemed left guardian? This matter was conveyed to me directly by the Demon Lord himself. The Night God replied solemnly and with certainty. Yetchin stood momentarily stunned, before her emotions overwhelmed her, and she covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. The Demon Lord has finally awakened to the joys of companionship and has chosen to marry. I am so deeply moved. For centuries, she had awaited this moment, tirelessly supporting the Demon Lord as he unified the demon realm and eradicated all opposition. She had fought alongside him in the celestial wars, remaining steadfast by his side as a devoted assistant. Under his rule, the demon realm flourished like never before, and her heart's desire had been to witness him take a wife and carry on his lineage. However, the Demon Lord had seemed largely indifferent to matters of the heart, dedicating himself entirely to strengthening the realm and pursuing greater power. She had once endeavored to gather 30,000 beautiful demonesses for his harem, only to see her plans thwarted as the Demon Lord dismissed them the very next day, chastising her in the process. This had caused her considerable distress, for ensuring the continuation of the Demon Lord's bloodline was of paramount importance. Now, hearing that he had married, her joy was boundless, her tears flowing freely as if a dam had burst. The others, too, either wiped away their own tears or wore expressions of heartfelt relief and happiness. The Night God, moved by the occasion, discreetly brushed away a tear from the corner of his eye. Even those typically aloof were touched by the moment. They had long awaited this day. Were any outsiders to witness the sight of the demon realm's elite, notorious for their ruthless reputations, shedding tears, they would surely be left speechless. Congratulations, Left Guardian. The demon realm joyfully welcomes the Demon Lord's bride. After the emotional outpouring, the assembly congratulated Yetchin with deep respect. As for why Ning Yetchin's marriage warranted their congratulations, the reason was simple. Someone had once inquired about Yetchin's perspective on the Demon Lord. She replied with a face full of affection and admiration. The Lord of Demons possesses unparalleled strength, Yet he is not as ruthless and tyrannical as the demon lords of the past. Instead, he embodies reason and wisdom, dedicated to transforming the chaotic state of the demon realm, overflowing with boundless tolerance and love for his subjects. I have followed the Lord of Demons since childhood, witnessing his ascent to the pinnacle of the demon realm. He is the sole sovereign in my heart, my king, my child. I would exhaust all my efforts to serve the Lord of Demons. Indeed, this woman has referred to the Lord of Demons as her child, and she is truly the only one in the demon realm qualified to do so. Yu Qingyo's status is unique. She serves as the left guardian, second only to the Lord of Demons, overseeing all affairs of the demon realm, and she is also the Lord's personal maid, responsible for his daily needs. Moreover, she is the only one bold enough to incessantly present various suggestions and requests to the Lord of Demons regarding the matter of marriage. She has urged him more than once, even in front of others. If he returns late, she demands to know where he has been. On days when the Lord of Demons is reluctant to rise, it is she who pulls him from bed. The Lord of Demons is particularly tolerant of her, and it would not be an exaggeration to say she is like a mother to him, albeit her age seems to be even younger than his. The Lord of Demons' marriage marks the resolution of a matter of utmost importance in Yu Qingyo's heart. Once the crowd had somewhat calmed their excitement, Knight Tianxian announced another exhilarating piece of news. Esteemed Left Guardian, not only has the Lord of Demons married, but he is now also raising a child. Well, what? A child already? Why did you not mention this sooner? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess? Yu Qingyu exclaimed, gripping Knight Tianxian's collar with fervor, her emerald-like eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. The others mirrored her enthusiasm, eagerly looking at Knight Tianxian. The Lord of Demons mentioned it is a little princess. However, I have not seen her myself, so I cannot say how old she is, Knight Tianxian replied. How utterly useless, Yu Qingyu exclaimed, releasing his collar in disdain. How could you be unaware of such an important matter? Not knowing the child's age makes it impossible for me to prepare appropriate clothing and gifts. Yet, upon learning that the Lord of Demons had welcomed a child, Yu Qingyu felt an overwhelming joy. The Lord of Demons now has an heir. Perhaps in the future, she could assist the little princess. Quickly, spread the news of our little princess throughout the demon realm. Starting today, we shall hold grand celebrations. Yu Qingyu instructed everyone. She was determined to announce the arrival of the little princess to the entire demon realm. However, Knight Tianxian interjected, esteemed Left Guardian. I do not agree with this course of action. Why not? Yu Qingyu inquired, her brow furrowing in displeasure. The night deity's expression turned icy, his demeanor gradually growing grave as he recounted to Yu Qingyu the insidious machinations of his subordinate, Yi Zheng, who had been led astray by a mysterious figure. This individual had dared to launch an attack against the esteemed wife and daughter of the demon sovereign. Upon hearing this revelation, Yu Qingyu and those present turned pallid, an overwhelming aura of dread and murderous intent swiftly enveloping the entire demon god hall. Yu Qingyu's fair visage darkened, and with a mere gesture, she shattered the round table into fragments, the very air around them seeming to fracture under her fury. How audacious! Someone dares to lay hands on the wife and the young princess of our demon realm. Very well, seek them out, bring them to me. Once I uncover the identity of this perpetrator, death will be a mere fantasy for them. Night deity, your subordinate, Yi Zheng, has offended the demon sovereign and deserves execution. However, since the demon sovereign has personally chosen to pardon him, we shall let this matter rest. But heed my warning, there shall be no next time. You and your subordinate must remember this. Yu Qingyo's emerald eyes gleamed with a chilling light, her terrifying presence utterly dominating all those present, rendering them mere shadows of their former selves. Yes, I understand. The night deity replied solemnly, bowing deeply. He felt immense guilt and shame for his subordinate's transgression against the demon sovereign. Even if Yu Qingyu were to strike him down in her wrath, he would harbor no grievances. Gradually, Yu Qingyu tempered her murderous intent and decided to abandon her plan to publicize the identity of the young princess across the demon realm. Without knowledge of the adversary's identity, such an announcement could potentially embroil the demon sovereign in unnecessary complications. No one is to speak of the young princess's whereabouts to anyone, since there are those who dare to act against the wife and princess. I shall not remain idle. However, a voice from the assembly timidly interjected, but the demon sovereign has instructed us not to disturb his life. Yu Qingyo's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, I am aware that the demon sovereign's orders are to be followed without question. As long as we do not interrupt his life, I shall find my own means. Chapter 52. The husband's hands are a bit cold. In the courtyard, Luo Ruiying sat at a stone table, her knees resting on a ball of yarn, her hands deftly wielding knitting needles as she intently crafted a sweater. Several days had passed since their relocation to Nanli City, and with the onset of winter, the city had recently been blanketed in heavy snow, causing a swift drop in temperature. Inspired by a sudden whim, she resolved to personally knit a sweater for Luo Hongya. Although she possessed the ability to utilize spiritual power to expedite the process, She felt that something fundamental would be lacking. Thus, she chose to engage in the labor herself. As she began her endeavor, it became apparent that the task was not as straightforward as she had envisioned. The pride of being the Empress of the celestial realm spurred her resolve. Her competitive spirit ignited a determination to complete the sweater with her own hands. Surely, she mused, if she could learn to cook, then knitting a sweater should not pose a challenge for her. While consulting the illustrated tutorial provided by Qi Yuan, she tentatively embarked on her knitting journey. Qi Yuan had frequently visited her over the past few days, bringing various items, including the knitting guide that Luo Ruiying had requested. As this was her first attempt at knitting, she was not particularly skilled, often glancing back at the instructions and mirroring each step. Meanwhile, Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye frolicked in the courtyard, playing in the snow, having never encountered snow before. Luo Hongye expressed pure delight at the sight of the flurries falling from the sky, her tiny feet crunching on the snow with a delightful squeak. "Father, is this snow?" she inquired, cupping a handful of snow in her palms, her big, innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. "Yes, my dear, this is snow. Do you like it?" Ning Yetchin asked, lifting Luo Hongye into his arms and embracing her affectionately. "I like it." Luo Hongye beamed, her crescent moon smile illuminating her face. "My daughter is truly adorable." Ning Yetchin couldn't resist gently patting her chubby cheeks. Luo Hongye giggled, her innocent laughter endearing her even more. "Father, teach me how to make a snowman," she eagerly requested. "What is a snowman, father?" she asked, her eyes wide with confusion. "A snowman is simply piling the snow you have into the shape of a person." "Let me demonstrate," Ning Yetchin replied, rising to roll snowballs in the courtyard. Before long, he had created 2 spheres, one large and one small. He placed the smaller snowball atop the larger one, adorning it with a charming face. "Tada! This is the snowman, and it represents you." "Oh wow, father, you are amazing." Luo Hongye clapped her hands in delight, imitating him as she began to roll her own snowballs on the ground. "I want to make a snowman just like father." Given Luo Hongye's petite stature, it was evident that she could not create a snowman of equal size to Ning Yetchin's. Naturally, he joined her, and the father-daughter duo happily rolled snowballs together in the courtyard. As Luo Ruiying gazed at the father and daughter playfully pushing snowballs past her, a blend of helplessness and affection elicited a soft smile. Soon, Luo Hongye and Ning Yetchin collaboratively crafted a grand snowman. Instead of halting, Luo Hongye eagerly began to shape yet another snowball. "Yay, do you wish to continue building snowmen?" Ning Yetchin inquired, surprised by Luo Hongye's enthusiasm. "Now we have a snowman for both daddy and Ye, but we still need one for mommy." Luo Hongye replied cheerfully, a response that utterly astonished Ning Yetchin. Even Luo Ruiying, who was diligently knitting nearby, paused in surprise. They exchanged glances, both sharing a smile of contentment. "This child truly understands," Ning Yetchin thought. "Very well. Daddy will help Ye," he declared, continuing to assist Luo Hongye in creating another snowman. 3 snowmen stood proudly in the courtyard, 2 larger figures flanking a smaller one in the center, each holding sticks that resembled hands clasped together. After completing the snowman, Luo Hongye joyfully positioned herself in front of them. Ning Yetchin noticed her small, rosy hands and, feeling a pang of tenderness, pulled her into his embrace. Enveloping her hands within his warm grasp, given Luo Hongye's constitution, she did not truly feel the cold. Her hands were merely a tad chilled. "Daddy, your hands are so warm," she remarked while nestled in Ning Yetchin's arms, warmth radiating from his palms into her own. "Because Daddy wants to keep Ye warm," he replied with a gentle laugh, casting a glance at the graceful Luo Ruiying seated nearby, an idea suddenly sparking in his mind as a subtle smile graced his lips. "Ye, shall we go to mommy to warm up?" Luo Hongye nodded with delight. Ning Yetchin stealthily approached Luo Ruiying from behind, holding Luo Hongye's cool little hand and slipping it into the nape of Luo Ruiying's neck. Startled, Luo Ruiying turned to confront the mischievous duo, playfully glaring at Ning Yetchin. "You rascal," she chided. Taking hold of Luo Hongye's chilly hand, she decided to take her from Ning Yetchin's arms. Seating her comfortably in her lap, and gently tucked her little hand into the warmth of her clothing. "It's warm inside too," Luo Hongye exclaimed, snuggling against Luo Ruiying. Ning Yetchin, initially intending to play a harmless prank on Luo Ruiying, was taken aback as she actively embraced their child, allowing her hand to linger within her attire. "My dear," he softly called from the side. Luo Ruiying looked up, puzzled by his tone. "In truth, my hands are a bit cold as well," Ning Yetchin remarked earnestly. Luo Ruiying blinked in surprise, her cheeks gradually flushing, and pointed toward the interior of the house with a playful scold. "There's a stove inside. Go warm your hands by it." "This fellow, how frivolous," she mused, sighing. Ning Yetchin shook his head in disappointment. He anticipated such an outcome. His wife exhibited a slight bias. Why could the child reach in? Yet he could not. Luo Ruiying discreetly cast a glance at Ning Yetchin, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips as she extended her hand. "It would take too long to tend to the stove now. You may hold my hand instead." Upon hearing this, Ning Yetchin swiftly cooled his palm in secret, then clasped Luo Ruiying's hand with both of his. He regretted his previous words. Indeed, his wife was ever so considerate. Earlier, he had warmed his hands to provide comfort for Luo Hongya, but now, in order to hold his wife's hand, he had to chill them once more. Otherwise, his ruse would be exposed. As his palm enveloped hers, Luo Ruiying immediately felt a wave of coolness. So, this fellow's hands had grown so cold. What had he said earlier about his hands being warm? Luo Ruiying pondered this with curiosity, but thought little of it. Channeling her spiritual energy to warm Ning Yetchin's hands, Ning Yetchin cradled her hand against his cheek, displaying a look of utter contentment. His wife's hands were warm and soft. At that moment, a gentle knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. Chapter 53. Only the adults are terrifying. Is someone here? Luo Ruiying gently warmed Ning Yetchin's hand, cradling Luo Hongya, as she rose to open the door. Outside stood two men and a woman. One of the men had a robust stature, a handsome and resolute face, adorned with an endearing smile. The other man sported long, pale hair, his appearance equally refined and elegant. The woman, with a waist as slender as a water snake, possessed an exquisite beauty and a graceful figure, clad in simple garments. The trio stood at the entrance, their faces radiant with smiles as they bowed and addressed Luo Ruiying. Greetings, madam. These three were none other than the Chaos Magic Ox, Titan Giant Ape, and Sky-Eating Serpent from the Demon Domain Forest. Until now, they had not fully transformed, maintaining a semi-demonic form. This was their first complete transformation into human appearance in her presence. Madam. Luo Ruiying stared in bewilderment at the three. She had no recollection of ever meeting them, so why were they suddenly addressing her as madam? Just as she was about to inquire whether they had mistaken her for someone else, Ning Yetchin approached from behind, smiling as he spoke. You have arrived. Upon seeing Ning Yetchin, the three immediately bowed in reverence, greeting him. Greetings, young master. Young master, do you know them? Luo Ruiying turned her head, puzzled by the unfolding situation. Ning Yetchin nodded and explained, My dear, these three were once servants in my household. Since we plan to stay here for a while, I summoned them to assist you with household chores. You may freely instruct them on any matters concerning the home. Today's visit from the Chaos Magic Ox trio had been orchestrated by Ning Yetchin in advance. Recently, he had fabricated a backstory to present to Luo Ruiying, allowing him to justifiably bring the trio into their home, where they would serve as guardians and tend to domestic duties, thus granting his wife more leisure time. Though Luo Ruiying felt that there was no need for additional servants, believing she could manage everything herself. She reconsidered upon learning they were once his family's attendants and decided not to refuse their presence. After all, there were plenty of vacant rooms in the house, and leaving them unoccupied would be a waste. Please, come inside, Luo Ruiying said with a gentle smile, stepping aside to allow the Chaos Magic Ox trio to enter the courtyard. Luo Hongya, nestled in her embrace, remained timid as ever, casting shy glances at the three. Miss. Hello, the Sky-Eating Serpent raised a hand enthusiastically to greet Luo Hongya. This was the little princess they were destined to serve. There could be no room for error. They must cultivate a favorable relationship. Hello, elder brother and sister. Though frightened of strangers, Luo Hongya was always polite to those who were warm and friendly, responding softly with a shy greeting. Her words struck a chord in the hearts of the Sky-Eating Serpent trio. This was their first encounter with Ning Yetchin's daughter, and they had previously dared not even steal a glance at her. Such remarkable understanding and courtesy. Could she truly be the daughter of that esteemed individual? Every time they recalled the figure of Ning Yetchin, the three of them, the swallowing heaven divine python, could not help but shudder in fear. Yet, before them stood Luo Hongya, so petite and charming, her timid demeanor invoking an instinctive desire to envelop her in protective embrace. The contrast with that esteemed individual was strikingly vast. Naturally, such thoughts were only entertained in the recesses of their minds. Should the esteemed individual become aware, their fates would be sealed. Upon entering the courtyard, Luo Ruiying guided the three of them to three adjacent rooms. This will be your quarters from now on. Yes, madam. The three of them replied respectfully, bowing deeply, though they had never served as attendants. The prospect of disguising themselves as such under Ning Yetchin's orders spurred them to delve into numerous volumes on the etiquette of service overnight. They even discreetly observed the behaviors of servants in affluent households, striving to ensure flawless execution and leaving no room for error. By the way, I am yet to learn your names, Luo Ruiying inquired casually with a light smile after arranging their rooms. Even though she had once occupied the role of empress within the Celestial Palace, she made it a point to know the names of those who served her. She never imposed harshness upon her attendants. Even when mistakes were made, she would typically overlook them, never creating unnecessary difficulties. Each attendant was treated with respect. The three, upon being asked for their names, froze in place, struck with panic. Oh no, they had not even considered their names. Having secluded themselves in the Demon Realm forest for centuries, their sole focus had been on cultivation, leaving no room for thoughts of names. Noticing their sudden stupor and their inability to speak, Luo Ruiying's expression shifted to one of confusion. Isn't it just a name? Why does it require such deliberation? Seeing her growing suspicion, The three hurriedly fabricated names in a fluster. I am Meng Niu. I am Bai Yuan. The servant is Kai Se. Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, Kai Se. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, finding the names rather peculiar. The three felt a lump in their throats, their hearts racing with anxiety. If they botched this, that esteemed individual might just flay them alive. Fortunately, Ning Yetchin stepped in to clarify. My dear, their names are actually Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se. Oh. Luo Ruiying nodded with a smile, her doubts dissipating. It turned out their accents had caused her to misinterpret their names. She had thought the names sounded rather strange. Meng Niu and the others let out a sigh of relief. These would now be their new names, a gift from the esteemed individual. Ning Yetchin cast a glance at them, causing them to break into a cold sweat, trembling in fear. Would the esteemed individual be angered? What troubles you? Are you unwell? Luo Ruiying asked with genuine concern upon noticing their slight tremors. It's nothing, madam. We are merely feeling a bit chilly due to the cool weather. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll fetch you some clothing. Luo Ruiying smiled gently as she placed Luo Hongye into Ning Yetchin's embrace before turning to fetch some clothes. Kai Se and the others were deeply moved. Their mistress was so gentle. Yet, the master was undeniably fearsome. Father, will these brothers and sisters also live here in the future? Luo Hongye softly inquired while nestled in Ning Yetchin's arms. Yes. They were summoned by father to keep you company during playtime. You need not fear. If they dare to bully you, just let father know. Ning Yetchin replied tenderly to Luo Hongye. As he spoke, his gaze turned cold as he cast a sharp glance at Kai Se and the others, the implication clear. Should those three dare to bring displeasure to his daughter, they would swiftly find themselves gone from this place. The trio trembled in fear, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. When Luo Ruiying returned with the clothes, she was further perplexed by the sight of the three shivering on the floor. Though it was snowing and the weather had turned chilly, was it truly so cold? Chapter 54. Indeed, you are doomed. After acquiring the garments from Luo Ruiying, Meng Niu and his companions commenced their duties as attendants. They diligently swept every corner of the courtyard and tended to the firewood and water with remarkable industriousness. However, aside from Kai Se, both Meng Niu and Bai Yuan exhibited considerable clumsiness, often mishandling various items. Yet, Luo Ruiying seemed unfazed and encouraged them to take a break from their labor. At this moment, the three of them stood in the courtyard, exchanging bewildered glances with Luo Hongye, who was squatting on the ground, crafting a snowball. They were tasked by Ning Yetchin to entertain Luo Hongye, yet they found themselves at a loss on how to engage with a child. While they could easily commit acts of violence, playing with a child proved to be quite a challenge. Kai Se, think of a way, Bai Yuan urged, transmitting his thoughts to Kai Se, who stood beside him. They had all accepted the new names bestowed upon them by Ning Yetchin. If I had a solution, would I still be standing here idle? Kai Se retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu. They were utterly unreliable. Though Luo Hongye felt a tinge of fear, her father assured her that they were not bad people, which bolstered her courage. She raised her snowball and sweetly inquired, Brother and sister, shall we build a snowman together? Yes, yes, yes. The three of them nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains. This was a rare opportunity for interaction. They would gladly engage in any task, even mucking out a privy, to entertain her. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Luo Hongye beamed with joy and followed the instructions taught to her by Ning Yetchin, rolling a snowball on the ground. First this, then that, and then. The trio knelt beside Luo Hongye, assisting her in rolling the snowball while offering their praises intermittently. Wow, miss, how impressive. Miss, you are truly marvelous. Miss, you are exceptionally intelligent, far surpassing us. Ning Yetchin, seated beside Luo Ruiying, couldn't he help but wear a bemused expression. The flattery of these three was glaringly evident. Only someone as innocent as night, he could remain oblivious to it. However, seeing the child so joyful, he deemed it acceptable. Luo Ruiying, sitting quietly with her chin resting on her hand, smiled gently as she observed Luo Hongye. The presence of more playmates brought her great delight. Yet as she watched, she noticed someone inching closer to her side, their body drawing nearer. What are you doing? Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yetchin, inquiring, expecting him to retreat. She was taken aback when he edged closer still, leaning against her shoulder. This sudden action startled Luo Ruiying. I find myself a bit weary and seek to rest my head upon my wife's shoulder, Ning Yetchin replied with a soft smile, closing his eyes as he leaned against her. Though the presence of their child brought joy and contentment, there were moments when they longed for a semblance of intimacy as a couple. Seizing the rare opportunity while Meng Niu entertained Luo Hongye, they cherished the chance for undisturbed time together. Once Luo Ruiying had composed herself, she cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yetchin, remarking, if you are weary, you ought to retire to our chamber. Yet Ning Yetchin, his eyes still closed, candidly replied, but I prefer being here with you, my dear. This declaration caused a faint blush to grace Luo Ruiying's cheeks, prompting her to refrain from further comment. Instead, she surreptitiously admired Ning Yetchin's peaceful visage. If he found solace in her presence, she would indulge him. After all, leaning against his shoulder was a trivial matter. Thus, the couple sat quietly together in the courtyard. Within the same space, with the assistance of Meng Niu and his companions, 3 additional snowmen had been erected, standing proudly behind the original trio. Luo Hongyi pointed at the newly crafted snowmen and exclaimed, "These are the snowmen for my brothers and sisters." It dawned on Meng Niu and his friends that Luo Hongyi had intended to include them in her playful endeavor, and they were profoundly moved, nearly brought to tears. The young lady regarded them as part of her family. How kind she was. Kaisei could hardly suppress the urge to scoop the little Luo Hongyi into her arms and shower her with affection. But the fact that she was the daughter of an adult kept her in check. After the snowman construction, Luo Hongyi engaged in a snowball fight with Meng Niu and his companions. Given her petite stature and lack of strength, the snowballs she fashioned were soft and fluffy. Lacking any real impact, they barely reached the feet of her opponents, often disintegrating midair. Nevertheless, Luo Hongyi reveled in the delight of the game. Meng Niu and his friends retaliated with their own snowballs, yet they dared not truly target Luo Hongyi. Even with tenfold courage, they would not have the audacity to strike her. Most of their throws were deliberately aimed beside her, feigning disappointment at their misses. However, Meng Niu became increasingly engrossed in the fun, and in a moment of exuberance, he hurled a snowball that struck Luo Hongyi squarely in the face. Her delicate features were instantly covered in snow. Kaisei, Bai Yuan, Meng Niu. The scene seemed to freeze, with only the howling wind and swirling snow filling the air. At that moment, Meng Niu was left in shock, covering his face. His expression akin to that of Edvard Munch's famous painting, The Scream. Inside, he felt as frigid as the winter landscape surrounding them. He stiffly turned to Kaisei and Bai Yuan, his expression a silent inquiry of dread. Am I doomed? Even without uttering a word, Kaisei and Bai Yuan discerned the essence of his unspoken question, gravely nodding in affirmation. Yes, you are indeed doomed. At once, despair washed over Meng Niu, rendering him a picture of hopelessness, as if he had lost all will to live. Alas! At this very moment, his life has reached its terminus. Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying both noticed the snow-covered face of Luo Hongyi. They approached her and gently brushed the snow away from her petite visage. To their surprise, Luo Hongyi did not weep but instead wore an endearing and foolish smile. The snowball in Meng Niu's hand was rather flimsy, lacking any force. Thus Luo Hongyi felt no pain. Observing that Luo Hongyi was neither injured nor aggrieved, Ning Yetchin dismissed any thoughts of reproaching Meng Niu. Uncertain of Ning Yetchin's intended course of action, Meng Niu's mind was already preoccupied with thoughts of how he might vanish from this world. Once the snow on her face was cleared, Luo Hongyi eagerly pulled Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying to join her, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, let us play together. There is only one Yi, and Father and Mother shall assist Yi." "Good, good, good," Luo Ruiying replied with a tender smile, indulging her. Thus, the courtyard transformed into a battleground for a snowball fight, 3 against 3. However, Meng Niu and his companions dared not resist. Neither Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying, nor Luo Hongyi would throw a snowball at them. Before long, the trio found themselves entirely enveloped in a flurry of snowballs. Rather than a mere snowball fight, they resembled moving targets. Chapter 55. The household assets naturally belonged to the mistress as the merriment of snow play unfolded in the courtyard. A sudden knock echoed through the air. Kaisei took the initiative to open the door. Standing outside was Qi Yuan, holding an assortment of snacks, ready to greet. When her gaze fell upon an unfamiliar woman before her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Have I come to the wrong door? My apologies. It seems I have indeed made a mistake, Qi Yuan said, slightly bowing her head, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. Kaisei offered no further comment, merely nodding gently before closing the door again. Who was that? Upon Kaisei's return to the hall, Luo Ruiying inquired, noticing her solitary presence. Madam. It was someone who knocked by mistake, Kaisei replied, bowing slightly. Is that so? Luo Ruiying acknowledged, not giving it much thought. Outside, Qi Yuan turned away in confusion, meticulously surveying the surroundings and the courtyard, her brow furrowing slightly, lost in contemplation. This is indeed the right place. I have been coming here so frequently, how could I have gone astray? She pondered, stepping forward to knock once more. I'll handle this. This time. Luo Ruiying called out to Kaisei, rising to personally open the courtyard door. Sister Luo. Upon seeing Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan immediately greeted her with a bright smile. I knew it would be you. How could I possibly be mistaken? I could navigate to Nali City with my eyes closed, she exclaimed. Come in, Miss Qi. Luo Ruiying said with a warm smile, having anticipated that it might be Qi Yuan at the door, given that Kaisei was unfamiliar with her. Then I shall not disturb you, Qi Yuan replied politely, stepping into the house. Upon entering, she was greeted by Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kaisei, who had just opened the door for her. Sister Luo, who are these 3? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. They are the attendants who once served my husband, Luo Ruiying explained. Qi Yuan nodded kindly to Meng Niu and the others. It was only natural for someone of Ning Yetchin's affluent and distinguished background to have several attendants. However, she was taken aback by the striking appearance of the trio. Handsome men and beautiful women, even among attendants, they stood out remarkably. Sister Qi, Luo Hongya, cradled in Ning Yetchin's arms and warming her hands by the fire, greeted her sweetly upon her arrival. In the time that Qi Yuan had been visiting, she had brought delightful treats each time, endearing herself to Luo Hongya and fostering a closer bond. Little Yi, Qi Yuan's face instantly lit up with a fond and greedy smile upon seeing Luo Hongya, her hands tenderly caressing the baby's plump cheeks. The infant's soft, chubby face was utterly irresistible. Kai Sei and the others, watching from the side, could not help but exhibit expressions of envy. How they longed to affectionately squeeze the young lady's face as well, as she indulged in the delightful treats. Qi Yuan finally handed the snack bag to Luo Hongya, akin to a form of remuneration. Thank you, Sister Qi. Luo Hongya joyfully received the bag, eagerly devouring the contents, and even sharing with Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying. Father, Mother, please join in, but if you prefer, just enjoy it, though do not overindulge, Luo Ruiying said with a doting smile. Ning Yetchin, however, opened his mouth wide, allowing Luo Hongya to feed him. After all, it was his daughter serving him. Witnessing Luo Hongya's blissful expression brought a satisfied smile to Qi Yuan's face as she moved to sit aside. Kai Sei quickly brought her a cup of tea. Thank you. After taking a sip, Qi Yuan recalled the pressing matters at hand, almost getting lost in Luo Hongya's charm. From her pocket, Qi Yuan produced a low-grade spirit ring and handed it to Ning Yetchin. Brother Ning, during this time, following the formula for the healing liquid you provided, my family has attempted to refine some, which we auctioned at our Qi family commerce. This is 50% of the profits from the auction. She continued, in the future, my family will remit 50% of the profits from the sale of the formula each month back to you. Upon receiving the formula from Ning Yetchin, Qi Yuan hurried back to her family, instructing her people to research it overnight. They discovered that the formula was indeed for a rare elixir capable of nourishing the meridians and spiritual energy. Moreover, the materials required were not overly demanding, and the refining method was extraordinarily simple and efficient, boasting a high success rate. The Qi family scoured through all documented alchemical recipes but found no trace of such a miraculous spirit liquid formula. This elixir, which nourished the meridians, was immensely favored by cultivators. Once refined and sold, it would undoubtedly attract countless practitioners vying for it. As anticipated, the Qi family had their people attempt to refine several batches of the healing liquid, which were then auctioned off at their own auction house. Each batch fetched exorbitant prices. A multitude of cultivators flocked to participate in the bidding. The once moribund Qi family commerce came back to life, bustling with activity due to the healing liquid. A mere piece of parchment containing a formula revitalized the Qi family commerce. Qi Yuan was filled with gratitude for Ning Yetchin and felt compelled to express her thanks, returning what was rightfully his. However, Ning Yetchin, who was not in need of such trivial spirit stones, gently declined, stating, "There's no need. I did not intend to seek any reward for providing you with that formula." Qi Yuan's expression grew earnest as she firmly insisted, "That simply won't do. My family is already indebted to you and Sister Luo. How could we monopolize the profits from that formula? Brother Ning, you must accept it." "Well, very well. I shall accept it." Ning Yetchin pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to receive the spirit stones. He regarded it as a transaction, which the Qi family commerce could easily accommodate. Furthermore, these spirit stones would serve as a reserve for future household expenses. "My dear, I shall entrust these spirit stones to you for safekeeping." Ning Yetchin directly handed the spirit ring containing spirit stones to Luo Ruiying. "For me?" Luo Ruiying questioned, perplexed as she received the ring. "Indeed, household assets naturally fall under the management of the wife," Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. "Well, if you ever need it, just let me know," Luo Ruiying responded as she accepted the ring. The sensation of managing household wealth like a matron was quite novel to her. Qi Yuan observed the affectionate interaction between Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying, her expression betraying a hint of inner conflict. "What troubles you, Miss Qi?" Ning Yetchin inquired, noticing her demeanor. After a brief hesitation, Qi Yuan spoke, "Sister Luo, tomorrow marks the competition at the Merchant Guild. I have heard that the Jiang family has invited a powerful practitioner at the Celestial Realm. If danger arises, I implore you to withdraw immediately." Although Qi Yuan harbored a desire for the Qi family to triumph, her foremost concern was for Luo Ruiying's safety. Should the Qi family lose, they could merely withdraw from Nali City. Upon hearing this, both Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying couldn't help but smile lightly. They had initially thought she was worried about something more serious. "No need for concern, Miss Qi. If it is merely a practitioner at the Celestial Realm, I should be able to handle it," Luo Ruiying assured with unwavering confidence. Even against a deity-level opponent, she felt little trepidation. A mere Celestial Realm practitioner would hardly pose a challenge for her. Chapter 56. This couple is certainly extraordinary. The following day, the snowfall had momentarily ceased. draping the rooftops and every corner of the streets in a thick blanket of white. The entire city of Nanli was transformed into a pristine winter wonderland. Beneath the grand martial arts arena, a multitude of spectators gathered, eagerly anticipating a momentous competition of rare significance. Today, the two prominent merchant guilds of Nanli, the Qi and Jiang families, were set to engage in a vital contest. The victor would seize the opportunity to dominate the entire commercial landscape of Nanli, while the vanquished might face permanent exclusion from the guild. The crowd buzzed with excitement, exchanging whispers and speculations about the impending duel. Who do you think will triumph in this guild competition between the Qi and Jiang families? I believe the Jiang family has the upper hand. If the Jiang family continues to gain power, it may very well become the sovereign of Nanli. Indeed, the Jiang family exploits its unique body-refining elixir, inflating prices exorbitantly. They even pressure us to sell the materials from the beasts we hunt at a pittance. If the Jiang family gains control over the commerce in Nanli, how will we survive? We toil daily in the demon domain forest, risking our lives for meager earnings. The overwhelming majority of those present fervently wished for the Qi family to emerge victorious. This contest was not merely a matter between two guilds. It held profound implications for the future of countless cultivators in Nanli. The Jiang family, wielding their formidable influence, had long been unrestrained, engaging in the unscrupulous practice of undercutting the prices of materials and spiritual herbs, only to resell them at inflated rates, causing widespread dissatisfaction and hardship. At present, the Qi family stood as a bulwark against such tyranny, providing fair prices and benefiting the populace. Should the Qi family falter, life in Nanli would surely grow unbearable for many. Yet, a palpable sense of pessimism lingered regarding the Qi family's prospects in this contest. It will be a formidable challenge for the Qi family to overcome the Jiang family. Rumor had it that the Jiang family was backed by a formidable elder, one possessing celestial level cultivation. Celestial level? My heavens! What hope does the Qi family have? Even if they were to sell everything, could they possibly afford to hire such a powerful being? Amidst the collective sighs of the crowd, the Qi family made their entrance, led by the venerable patriarch Qi Rongchang, accompanied by Qi Yuan and several family officials and guards. With nearly a century of history in Nanli, the Qi family was a well-established merchant guild, renowned for their fair dealings and reasonable prices. Their arrival was met with cheers and encouragement from the audience. Patriarch Qi, we believe in you. You must not lose. Qi Patriarch, we stand with you. In response to the supportive shouts, Qi Rongchang's face broke into a radiant smile as he nodded graciously to the crowd. Supported by the throng, he gradually approached the already present Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin. This was the first encounter for Qi Rongchang with the family of Ning Yetchin, and his aged eyes brimmed with awe and respect. Ever since Qi Yuan returned to the Qi family, he had been regaled daily with tales of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin. She spoke of them with boundless admiration, her words flowing like an unending river. Initially, he paid little heed to her accounts until he learned of how Luo Ruiying had single-handedly vanquished dozens of cultivators at the spirit martial realm. Subsequently, Ning Yetchin healed the meridians within Qi Yuan and bestowed upon her the precious formula for the healing elixir. In that moment, Qi Rongchang became convinced that the Qi family had indeed encountered benefactors of great fortune. He had long desired to personally express his gratitude, but upon hearing from Qi Yuan that the couple preferred not to be disturbed frequently, he reluctantly refrained. Now, upon seeing them with his own eyes, his conviction only deepened. Having spent his life in commerce, he possessed a discerning eye. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an ethereal grace that hinted at her extraordinary lineage. The man, though merely handsome, possessed the ability to heal damaged meridians and casually produced a rare formula. How could he be ordinary? This couple was undoubtedly remarkable. The elder, Qi Rongchang, head of the Qi family, felt fortunate to have met them. I express my gratitude to both of you for your assistance to my family, he said respectfully, bowing to Luo Ruiying and her companions. There is no need for such formality, head of the Qi family. My assistance to the Qi family is merely a transaction with Miss Qi, Luo Ruiying replied softly, cradling Luo Hongya in her arms. I understand, the elder said. This kindness will be forever etched in the hearts of the Qi family. Regardless of today's outcome, should you ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to seek us out. The Qi family will undoubtedly offer our full support. Qi Rongchang was no fool. A mere residence worth 200,000 taels could not entice Luo Ruiying to aid the Qi family. It was evident that her assistance stemmed from her discontent with the Jiang family amid the Qi family's plight. Naturally, the Qi family needed to express their gratitude. As the discussions unfolded, the Jiang family members had already arrived. Upon the appearance of Jiangzhen and his entourage, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, retreating to the sides. In stark contrast to the reception of the Qi family, Jiangzhen, undeterred by the onlookers, strode purposefully towards the Qi family, followed closely by his kin and appellant, a feminine figure clad in white lotus attire. Even Zhang Li, who had suffered the loss of 3 legs, had regained consciousness after days of intensive care and was now being wheeled forward. Upon sighting the chief family, a cold smirk crept onto Jiang Zhan's lips as he approached, mockingly addressing them. Old Qi, I see you are still alive. It brings me great joy to see you in such good health. Qi Rongchan could not miss the sarcasm lacing Jiang Zhan's words. With a sharp gaze, he retorted without reservation, I am in excellent health. Even if you were to step into a coffin, I would still be standing. Once, when the Jiang family first arrived in Nanli City, they were but a small commercial association, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was the chief family that graciously acquired them and integrated them into a branch of the chief family. Later, with the chief family's robust support, they gradually began to thrive once more. It was unexpected that the once ascendant Jiang family, having grown in stature, would establish their own commercial association while disregarding past favors, relentlessly encroaching upon the territory of the chief family's association, nearly forcing them out of Nanli City. Observing the Jiang family, Qi Rongchang regretted having once taken in this treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Humph! Jiang Zhan, filled with indignation, soon dismissed it with a cold scoff and continued. After many years, old Qi's words remain as incisive as ever, unchanged from the past. Out of respect for our former bond, I advise you to concede voluntarily. Today, your Qi family is undoubtedly destined for defeat. If you admit defeat now and relinquish control of the remaining commercial properties, you may still secure a chance for a peaceful retirement, preserving your family's assets. Why gamble everything for naught? Humph! The competition of the commercial associations has yet to commence. How can you presume that my Qi family will lose? Could it be that the Jiang family is afraid? Qi Rongchang's expression was resolute, and he refused to relent. Even if it meant losing everything, he would not yield. Witnessing the Jiang family's arrogance, Qi Yuan could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward to assert. If you wish to consume my Qi family's association, you shall have to win first. Chapter 57. It cannot be him. Humph! Unaware of your own folly. This is a consequence of your own making. From this day forth, the Qi family shall vanish from the city of Nanli. Jiang Zhan's expression turned cold as he prepared to turn away, but was suddenly halted by Ning Yetchin's voice from behind. Wait a moment. Jiang Zhan paused, furrowing his brow in confusion as he turned to face Ning Yetchin. Who are you? I am merely an ordinary house husband. It is my wife who represents the Qi family in the business competition. Ning Yetchin stepped forward with a light chuckle. Jiang Zhan glanced at Luo Ruiying, who was cradling Luo Hongya behind Ning Yetchin, a sneer creeping onto his face as he coldly retorted, Is that so? Then I advise you to have your wife promptly concede defeat. Otherwise, after today, you might find yourself forever separated from her. Ha 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 ha. The crowd behind Jiang Zhan erupted into boisterous laughter. A young man responsible for pushing Jiang Li boldly teased Luo Ruiying. With such stunning beauty, it would be a tragedy for you to fade away. Why not join my Jiang family and indulge in wealth and splendor? If you ask me, marrying a mortal as a cultivator is laughable. Why not marry me instead? I shall treat you well. Jiang Gan's words resonated with agreement. Who knows? Perhaps we could bask in your glory and enjoy the fruits of your beauty. Rest assured, once I grow weary, you will have your turn. With a grand wave of his hand, Jiang Gan spoke with an air of arrogance. Jiang Gan was the eldest son of Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhan's brother, who had followed Jiang Li since childhood, absorbing none of his wisdom. His flamboyant and lascivious nature rivaled that of Jiang Li, and his notorious reputation surpassed even that of his uncle. While Jiang Li employed various means to coerce women into submission, Jiang Gan reveled in the sport of discarding women after his amusement, even offering his own wife to his subordinates once he had grown tired of her. Under the pretense of rewarding them, many women had chosen to end their lives rather than endure such indignity at his hands. Your name is Jiang Gan, is it? Upon hearing these words, Ning Yetchin's gaze turned icy, his heart aflame with fury. No one dared to insult his wife and child in such a manner. He discreetly clenched his fist, ensuring Luo Ruiying could not see his actions. In the next moment, Jiang Gan, sporting a lewd grin, suddenly began to bleed from his orifices. Jiang Gan, bewildered, touched his nose and the blood streaming from his eyes, still failing to comprehend the situation. Suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Blood splattered onto Jiang Li, who sat in a wheelchair, causing him to scream in terror. What is happening? This scene startled everyone present. The Jiang family recoiled in fear, utterly perplexed by Jiang Gan's sudden demise. Luo Ruiying's expression tightened as she swiftly placed Luo Hongya into Ning Yetchin's arms and stepped forward to investigate. The moment she did, her countenance shifted dramatically, her beautiful face filled with shock. Jiang Gan's internal organs were utterly decimated. Within a mere instant, his body had suffered severe distortion and compression. Who could it be? Silently, they struck down Jiang Gan without him perceiving even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. He had been entirely oblivious to the assailant's actions. Luo Ruiying scanned the surrounding individuals, yet failed to identify any suspicious figures. My lady, what has transpired? Ning Yetchin inquired, his face marked by a feigned look of terror as he stood beside Luo Ruiying. It was essential to maintain the act thoroughly, otherwise If his wife began to harbor doubts, it would spell disaster. Initially, he had intended to eliminate all those from the Jiang family who had mocked him. However, should he proceed with such a plan, the competition at today's business meeting might be jeopardized, and he could attract Luo Ruiying's suspicion. The remainder would have to be reserved for another occasion. Someone had struck him down, yet I remain unaware of their identity. Luo Ruiying responded with a serious demeanor, her heart heavy with helplessness and anxiety. Should the assailant target Ning Yetchin, she would possess no means to intervene. Fortunately, it seemed the individual was not seeking her. The members of the Jiang family, overwhelmed with shock, struggled to regain their composure. Jiang Jin approached Chen Rou, whispering with lingering trepidation, "Holy envoy, who was responsible for this act?" Chen Rou shook his head, equally astonished, as he too had detected nothing amiss. His gaze shifted to Ning Yetchin. Jiang Gan had suddenly perished after uttering those words. Could it be? Impossible, it cannot be him. There was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, nor did he make any move to strike. The true culprit must be someone else. Observing that Chen Rou had also failed to identify the assailant, Jiang Jun inquired with concern, "Holy envoy, should we postpone today's contest?" "No need. The perpetrator seems to have no intention of striking again and has likely departed. Let the competition proceed as planned. We must swiftly secure control over the streets of Nanli City to avoid further complications," Chen Rou stated with resolute calmness. Jiang Jun dared not oppose Chen Rou's decision. Although apprehensive, he could only continue with the established plan. The Jiang family quietly took away Jiang Gan's lifeless body. While this unexpected interlude had come to a close, it lingered in the minds of all present. Ning Yetchin turned his gaze toward Jiang Jin and articulated his objective, "Master Jiang, in this business meeting. The Qi family and the Jiang family have wagered 4/10 of the street jurisdiction in the city, correct? Might we amend the terms of the wager? What? Has the Qi family had a change of heart? Once a wager is made, there is no room for regret." Jiang Jun assumed the Qi family wished to retract their agreement and thus responded with derision. Ning Yetchin slowly shook his head, his eyes narrowing as he stated, No, Master Jiang has misunderstood. What I propose is the exact opposite. The wager should include the remaining 2/10 of the street jurisdiction belonging to your Jiang family." "What? You wish for my Jiang family to include all street jurisdiction in the wager? On what grounds? Do you, the Qi family, intend to wager less than 40% of your street jurisdiction against my Jiang family's 60%? How utterly ridiculous." Jiang Jin scoffed disdainfully. What if the Qi family were to additionally offer the formula for the healing essence as a wager? Ning Yetchin proposed with a light chuckle. These words instantly transformed Jiang Jin's expression, instilling a sense of hesitation within him. Recently, the Qi family had profited immensely from the healing essence, inciting considerable envy from the Jiang family. They had attempted to procure a portion themselves but were unable to gather all the necessary ingredients to replicate the formula. Should they acquire that formula and dominate the entirety of Nanli City, the healing essence would render the Jiang family unrivaled in power. The pricing would be at their discretion. However, wagering the entirety of the Jiang family's assets in Nanli City demanded caution from Jiang Jin. "Esteemed envoy, do you possess the confidence to triumph over that woman?" Jiang Jun whispered closely to Chen Rou. Chen Rou's gaze remained fixed on Luo Ruiying, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Rest assured, I have a 99% certainty." With Chen Rou's affirmative response, Jiang Jun's countenance brightened, and he promptly turned to accept Ning Yetchin's proposal to amend the wager. "Very well, my Jiang family agrees." Ning Yetchin smiled slightly and turned to Qi Rongchang, the head of the Qi family, and sheepishly inquired, "Might I presume to represent the Qi family in altering the wager?" "According to your words," Qi Rongchang responded, displaying no signs of displeasure at Ning Yetchin's unilateral alteration of the wager, which included the precious formula. After all, the Qi family had no grounds for dissatisfaction. The formula was granted to them by Ning Yetchin, and the decision rested firmly in his hands. Furthermore, Luo Ruiying was willing to represent the Qi family in the competition, for which the Qi family felt immensely grateful. "My Qi family concurs," Qi Rongchang declared sternly to Jiang Jin, with Han Guangji, the representative of the treasure chamber remaining in Nanli City, as witness. The Qi and Jiang families pressed their seals anew, amending the wager. Han Guangji would also serve as the witness and referee for this competition. He collected the contract and announced to both families, in the name of the treasure chamber, "This competition shall be conducted with absolute fairness and justice. The contest shall not regard life or death, continuing until one party is either defeated or surrenders. If there are no further objections from the Qi and Jiang families, the competition is hereby officially commenced." Chapter 58. She must hurry home to care for the child. As the spectators gathered increasingly around the arena, many onlookers gradually drew closer. Word had spread that the Qi and Jiang families had altered the terms of their wager, and the crowd was filled with eager anticipation for the outcome of their contest. Both families had staked everything they possessed in Nanli City. On the stage, the remaining members of the Jiang and Qi families retreated, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chen Rou standing resolutely in the center. A barrier rose around the circular arena, enveloping it entirely. Battles between cultivators are perilous, particularly those involving highly skilled practitioners. Their strikes often unleash cataclysmic force, inevitably causing collateral damage. Hence, competitions held in the city demand utmost caution. Ning Yetchin sat observing with Luo Hongye cradled in his arms, while Qi Yuan took a seat beside him. At that moment, Qi Yuan's expression was fraught with worry as she anxiously watched Luo Ruiying on the stage, her hands clenched tightly in apprehension. Luo Hongye, nestled in her father's embrace, raised her small head to gaze at him, her little face reflecting concern. "Daddy, is Mommy going to fight the bad person again?" "Yes, but don't worry, eh? Your mother is very formidable," Ning Yetchin replied with a reassuring smile, gently ruffling Luo Hongye's hair. He was well aware of his wife's prowess. Having nearly slain a peak celestial realm cultivator with a single sword strike, she would certainly handle this minor challenge with ease. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could intervene discreetly without detection. He would never allow Luo Ruiying to suffer even the slightest injury. Beside Ning Yetchin, Qi Yuan's face betrayed a hint of guilt. She hoped for Luo Ruiying's victory, but feared for her safety. Should Luo Ruiying sustain any injuries due to her, she would be consumed by remorse. How could she ever face Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye again? On the arena, Chenro gazed confidently at Luo Ruiying, her arms outstretched in an inviting gesture. "Come. Let me see what you are capable of." No sooner had the words left her lips than Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed, and in a blink, her figure vanished from sight, leaving only a faint golden afterimage behind. As Chenro regained her senses, she found Luo Ruiying's icy crimson gaze mere inches from her own. With a swift motion, Luo Ruiying unsheathed her celestial sword, the golden brilliance illuminating Chenro's face. At that moment, time seemed to slow infinitely. As the mocking confidence faded from Chenro's expression, replaced by sheer terror, her mouth slowly agape. So fast. Is she truly a cultivator at the celestial realm? With a swift stroke, the golden sword light sliced through Chenro's form, a diagonal slash that unleashed a torrent of blood. Luo Ruiying had no intention of wasting words. She aimed to swiftly and decisively conclude the fight. After all, she needed to hurry home to care for her child. With a gasp, Chenro coughed blood and immediately retreated, creating distance between them as she flung several heavenly thunder fusion pearls from her hands. The power of these pearls was immense, each containing the condensed force of celestial thunder, crafted from the might of the heavens, exceedingly precious indeed. The explosive power of the heavenly thunder was sufficient to annihilate a cultivator in the transcendence realm with a single strike. In an instant, he unleashed a dozen of them. A lethal weapon he had treasured for a long time, but had hesitated to use. Little did he expect that this wretched woman would possess such formidable strength, compelling him to act without reservation immediately. A multitude of heavenly thunder primordial pearls floated around Luo Ruiying, encasing her within a formidable barrier. Heavenly thunder. Explode. Chenro raised her fingers in fury, issuing a command. The heavenly thunder primordial pearls flickered with electric light before erupting simultaneously. In response, Luo Ruiying maintained a serene demeanor, elegantly reversing her celestial sword and plunging it into the ground. The sword's aura rippled outward, enveloping her in a translucent golden phantom. Boom, boom, boom. The simultaneous detonation of the heavenly thunder primordial pearls unleashed an astonishing force. The arena was instantly reduced to rubble, splintering into countless pieces. Spectators near the arena instinctively recoiled in terror, retreating to a safe distance. A thick cloud of dust engulfed the arena, and all held their breath, anxiously watching the scene unfold. Chenro clutched her bleeding chest, a sinister smile of triumph spreading across her face. The power of the heavenly thunder primordial pearls would surely leave Luo Ruiying on the brink of death, if not completely vanquished. However, as the dust began to settle, Luo Ruiying emerged, holding her celestial sword, her delicate and enchanting form completely unscathed. Not a single thread of her ethereal garments bore a mark of damage. How could this be possible? Chenro was left in stunned disbelief. How could she, situated at the epicenter of the heavenly thunder primordial pearls, emerge unscathed? Below the arena, the Qi family members breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a newfound tranquility. Ning Yetchin, throughout the ordeal, wore a gentle smile. Luo Ruiying's injuries had nearly healed, and her mastery of celestial techniques was unparalleled. How could such trivial orbs possibly harm her? Moreover, the celestial sword in her grasp radiated a brilliant golden light, its blade dancing like a shadow in motion, yet serene in stillness, truly extraordinary. Had it not been for Chenro donning a low-grade celestial armor at the onset, she would have been cleaved in two by a single strike. In stark contrast, the expression of the Jiang family was one of utter dismay. The envoy of the Holy Lotus sect was a peak cultivator of the celestial realm. How could he find himself utterly defenseless before that woman? Whatever happened to the promised odds of 99% in their favor? Jiang Li's face was clouded with rage. His legs were now rendered useless, and he was deprived of his very essence, which only served to intensify his frustration and malice. He attributed all his misfortune to the Ning family, convinced that had he not encountered them that day, causing a delay that led to his assassination. He would not have been reduced to his current state. Thus, prior to the contest, he had specifically instructed Chenro to humiliate Luo Ruiying publicly. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected, a complete one-sided affair. Chenro was no match for Luo Ruiying, leaving the members of the Jiang family in disbelief. At this moment, Chenro also noticed the Luo God sword in Luo Ruiying's hand, her expression shifting to one of profound shock. That is undoubtedly a celestial sword. Otherwise, it would not have effortlessly cleaved through the mysterious celestial armor adorning his form. Initially, he had been brimming with confidence, relying on the protection of the celestial armor and the thunder-mixed Yuan Pearl to secure an easy victory. However, he had not anticipated that his adversary wielded a remarkable celestial sword. Chenro's already pallid visage had grown even more ashen, resembling parchment, her expression dark and foreboding. "Your Excellency, the messenger, what are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate him." Jiang Li, consumed by rage, bellowed at Chenro on the stage. With the most critical asset lost, he had lost all interest in Luo Ruiying. All he desired now was to witness her demise. Moreover, this contest held dire implications for the Jiang family's future in Nanli City. Failure was not an option. Being berated by a mere wastrel, Chenro's countenance turned sinister. Once he triumphed in this contest, he would ensure Jiang Li's demise. Had it not been for his meddling and provoking others, he would not have found himself in this predicament against Luo Ruiying today. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to lose this contest. With a fierce expression, Chenro retrieved a lotus seed from his robe and consumed it, a ghastly smile spreading across his pallid face. "Heh, you have forced my hand." Chapter 59, One Sword to Victory. Upon consuming the lotus seed, a surge of ferocious spiritual energy erupted from Chenro, ascending to heights reminiscent of the heavens. The aura of his spiritual power escalated dramatically, clearly indicating that he had made an initial foray into the realm of the celestial deity. The members of the Jiang family, seated nearby, could not suppress their joy upon witnessing this transformation. The might of the saint had truly been unleashed. "Quickly, eliminate her, O saint," Jiang Jin exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, disregarding his status as the family head. He yearned for a swift victory to seize control of the entire Nanli city, wishing to avert any further complications. As the tempestuous energy gradually subsided, Chenro cast a malevolent glance at Luo Ruiying, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You have indeed pushed me to this extent, which is commendable, but this is where it ends. Even if you wish to surrender now, it is too late." The consumption of the sacred lotus seed had granted him a temporary and forced breakthrough into the celestial deity realm, a feat that came at the great cost of his foundational strength. This meant that a genuine ascension to the celestial deity realm would be exceedingly difficult in the future. This was his ultimate trump card and the reason for his audacious confidence in claiming a 99% chance of victory before the match commenced. Yet, he had been reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Given that he had been compelled to this point, he would not easily spare Luo Ruiying. However, just as Chenro finished speaking, a radiant golden light filled Luo Ruiying's eyes, and the ethereal form of the Luo goddess materialized behind her. In a flash, she closed the distance to Chenro, her cold gaze fixed upon him, as she brandished her celestial sword with lethal intent. The manifestation of the Luo goddess followed suit, delivering a strike of its own. This time, Chenro perceived Luo Ruiying's movements, yet he grievously underestimated her strength. Stunned, he conjured a barrier of spiritual energy and raised his sword defensively, but the celestial sword effortlessly cleaved through his weapon, the golden blade slicing past his neck. Even the barrier of the arena was severed by the radiant sword light. Chenro stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief. How could this be possible? Had he truly been defeated? What manner of woman was this? With such speed and sword prowess, could she genuinely be of celestial deity cultivation? The realization eluded him, and he would never have the opportunity to comprehend it. With a melodious chime as Luo Ruiying sheathed her sword, Chenro's head rolled from his shoulders. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Chenro was dead. The Jiang family had lost. This pinnacle celestial deity was vanquished by this woman in but 2 strikes. Had he not forcibly broken through to the celestial deity realm just moments ago, and yet, he could not withstand that one blow. The spectators were left in stunned disbelief. Many had deemed the Jiang family's victory a foregone conclusion, yet the outcome was startlingly unexpected. After a brief moment of shock, the Qi family erupted into jubilant cheers. "We have won. The Qi family has triumphed. How splendid. Elder Qi, we have emerged victorious." As the Qi family celebrated, others in the audience joined in, extending their congratulations and exclamations of joy toward the Qi family. This is also the outcome that most people yearn to witness, a result that resonates with the collective hopes of the crowd. Luo Ruiying gracefully descended from the arena and made her way towards Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongya. Ning Yetchin, cradling Luo Hongya, approached Luo Ruiying, intending to offer his wife a heartfelt embrace. However, he was taken aback as another figure swiftly leaped ahead, diving into Luo Ruiying's arms.
Sister Luo, thank you so much. You are truly remarkable, Qi Yuan exclaimed, tightly embracing Luo Ruiying, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with joy, flowing freely. Luo Ruiying smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. She had once again strained to summon the power of the Luo god, depleting her internal spiritual energy. Fortunately, having learned from her previous encounter with the ghostly husband, and with Chun Ro's cultivation not being overly formidable, she did not excessively drain her energy this time. My dear, you have worked hard, Ning Yetchin said with a gentle smile as he approached Luo Ruiying with Luo Hongya in his arms. He then shot an exasperated glance at Qi Yuan, still clinging to Luo Ruiying. This girl truly had taken his place. She showed no regard for the atmosphere at all. Luo Ruiying beamed with satisfaction as she accepted Luo Hongya from Ning Yetchin's hands. As a former empress of the celestial realm, if she could not dispatch even a lesser deity at the pinnacle of the heaven and human realm, then her years of cultivation would have been in vain. Just as the family of three prepared to leave, a furious roar erupted from behind. Wait. I refuse to acknowledge the results of this contest. Cheating. She must have employed some despicable means. Otherwise, how could she possibly triumph over the esteemed envoy? Jiangjin shrieked, pointing at Luo Ruiying with frenzied indignation. He could not accept such an outcome. Luo Ruiying's victory in the contest meant that, from this moment forth, the Jiang family would lose all jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. The entirety of Nanli City would belong to the Qi family. All his efforts would amount to nothing. What? Is the Jiang family unable to bear defeat? Planning to renege on their promises? Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Zhen, her expression a mixture of triumph and mockery. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Finally, she would no longer have to endure the oppression of the Jiang family. I will never acknowledge the results of this contest. Jiang Zhen glared fiercely at Qi Yuan, his eyes filled with a ferocity akin to that of a wild beast, wishing to tear her apart. Members of the Jiang family and their guards rushed in, brandishing weapons and encircling the Qi family. Tension filled the air in an instant. Just then, Han Guangji slowly descended from the air, positioning himself between the Qi and Jiang families, his gaze icy as he addressed Jiang Zhen and his entourage, proclaiming loudly, "The commercial contest has concluded. Surely the Jiang family does not intend to violate the rules established by the Treasure Merchant Association." Han Guangji's powerful aura surged forth, causing the Jiang family members to recoil in shock. The contest, witnessed by the Treasure Merchant Association, was unequivocally fair and just. The Jiang family's actions had already contravened the regulations of the Treasure Merchant Association. The faces of the Jiang family members paled in surprise and trepidation, utterly astonished to discover that Han Guangji's cultivation was at the divine level. Moreover, the Treasure Merchants Association spans across the globe, wielding an influence that cannot be underestimated. It is certainly not something a mere Jiang family could provoke. The onlookers, long discontented with the Jiang family's overbearing demeanor, were incensed by their attempt to renege after losing the contest. They rallied in support of the Qi family, standing resolutely behind them. Having already suffered defeat, did the Jiang family really intend to resort to violence? Such an about-face would tarnish the name of the Merchants Association. Leave at once. The Jiang family swiftly became the target of scorn on the martial arts stage, akin to a despised rat, facing the ire of the crowd. Members of the Jiang family clenched their fists in anger, letting out a huff, and turned away in disgrace. With representatives of the Treasure Merchants Association present, and having drawn the wrath of the masses, engaging in conflict was out of the question. Just wait. One day, he would make everyone present regret their actions. Jiang Zhen thought fiercely to himself. Today was nothing short of a humiliation for the Jiang family. Qi Rongchang, ever the seasoned strategist, was overjoyed and did not hesitate to call out to Jiang Zhen. I kindly request that the head of the Jiang family prepare the street jurisdiction contract by tomorrow and submit it to my Qi family. Jiang Zhen was so furious he felt as if he might explode, refusing to turn and respond, leaving in a hurried manner like a stray dog. Chapter 60. She has come too. After everyone from the Jiang family had departed, Qi Rongchang turned to Luo Ruiying and bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your assistance. The Qi family shall forever remember this kindness. Had it not been for your intervention on our behalf, it is likely that the Qi family would no longer exist in Nanli City after today." The members of the Qi family were filled with profound appreciation for Luo Ruiying. "Old Master Qi, you were too kind," Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, displaying her modesty. "Fairy Luo, would you and young Master Ning be willing to visit our humble abode? I have instructed my servants to prepare a banquet as a token of our gratitude." Qi Rongchang invited with a warm smile. Given Luo Ruiying's formidable cultivation and Ning Yetchin's extraordinary talents, it was clear that either one would be a valuable asset to the Qi family. Establishing a rapport with such a powerful cultivator capable of slaying a peak celestial realm expert with a single strike was undoubtedly wise. "Sister Luo, do come to our home for a visit, so that my family may express our thanks," Qi Yuan eagerly chimed in. Faced with the Qi family's earnest invitation, Luo Ruiying exchanged a glance with Ning Yetchin, and without the need for words, they understood each other perfectly. Luo Ruiying slowly shook her head and politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, but my husband and I prefer a quieter existence. Moreover, we have already prepared our own meal at home, so we do not wish to trouble the Chi family. I assume you all have much to attend to today as well." Their choice to reside in Nanli City was chiefly to lead a tranquil and ordinary life. Their assistance to the Chi family stemmed from a desire to reciprocate the generous gift of the residents, as well as a simple aversion towards the Jiang family, wishing to avoid any excessive entanglement with the Chi family. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's refusal, both Qi Rongchong and Qi Yuan displayed disappointment but did not press the matter further. With the recent victory in the business competition, the Qi family's fortunes in Nanli City had swiftly transformed, leaving numerous preparations for them to undertake. Ning Yetchin, however, smiled and advised Qi Yuan, "Miss Qi, if you have time tomorrow, please come to my home to see me." Both Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying exchanged curious glances, wondering what Ning Yetchin wished to discuss. Nonetheless, Qi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "All right, brother Ning." Ning Yetchin offered no further explanation and turned to grasp Luo Ruiying's hand, leading her away. Startled by the sudden clasp of his hand, Luo Ruiying felt an unexpected flutter in her heart. The sensation of being led by him was surprisingly agreeable. After regaining her composure, she reciprocated by taking hold of Ning Yetchin's hand. The trio departed slowly under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, who respectfully parted to clear a path. Many recognized Luo Ruiying as the enchanting woman they had seen days prior. Now that they had witnessed her true strength, no one dared to show her any disrespect. After all, she was a formidable being capable of slaying a peak celestial realm expert with a single strike. Killing them is no more difficult than slaying a chicken. Hand in hand, the two walked back to their residence. Along the way, Luo Ruiying noticed a considerable pile of luggage stacked at the entrance of several vacant houses next door. Numerous servants were bustling in and out, carrying belongings. It appeared that the houses had all been sold. The rapid sale of nearby properties overnight was quite a rarity for such a secluded area. "Yetching, it seems new neighbors have moved in next door. I think I shall take something over to greet them shortly." Although the arrival of new neighbors might disrupt their previously tranquil life, Luo Ruiying still intended to adhere to the customary practice of neighborly kindness among mortals. Ning Yetchin, of course, had no objections. Just as he was about to agree, he happened to catch sight of the door to the neighboring residence swinging open, revealing an incredibly familiar figure. Dressed in simple attire, the night god stepped out, appearing like an ordinary person as he began to carry items into the house. Upon noticing Ning Yetchin, the night god's stern face softened into a slight smile, and he nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a single word. It was as though he were merely greeting a new neighbor. Ning Yetchin. He was momentarily stunned. What is going on? That person is undoubtedly the night god. There could be no mistaking it. Although he was concealing himself perfectly, Ning Yetchin could still discern the hidden strength he possessed. Upon seeing the night god take the initiative to greet them, Luo Ruiying returned the gesture with a friendly nod. The night god said nothing further but continued to carry his belongings back into the house, maintaining an air of politeness. "I shall go inside and fetch some fruit to greet him," Luo Ruiying decided, planning to return home and bring some fruit to the new neighbor. Ning Yetchin, alarmed, hurriedly interjected, "My dear, that won't do." Why not?" Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yetchin in confusion. It was the first time she had seen him appear so agitated and nervous. My dear, just stay home with Ye Yue. I will personally go and buy some fruit to greet him. This matter should be entrusted to me," Ning Yetchin explained awkwardly, gently pushing Luo Ruiying back toward their home. If Luo Ruiying were to come into contact with the night god, and he were to inadvertently reveal his identity, it would be disastrous. "All right then. I shall leave it to you." Though Luo Ruiying was somewhat puzzled by Ning Yetchin's sudden enthusiasm to visit the neighbors personally, she thought little of it and returned home with Luo Hongya. Once Luo Ruiying had entered their home, Ning Yetchin swiftly appeared in the night god's residence, standing before him. "I greet you, Lord Demon Sovereign." The night god immediately halted his tasks, placing a hand over his chest and bowing respectfully. Ning Yetchin's countenance was cold. His brows furrowed in displeasure as he demanded, "What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing my life?" "I dare not." Night god immediately responded with a solemn voice, "Then hurry and pack your belongings to return to the demon realm. Do not dare to appear before me again." Ning Yetchin swiftly commanded his dismissal. However, to his astonishment, Night God did not comply. Instead, he spoke, "My lord, the demon sovereign, I find it difficult to obey your command. We are tasked with safeguarding you, your lady, and the little princess, ever ready to heed your directives and protect them. Rest assured, my lord, we shall disguise our identities and will not cause you any trouble." Ning Yetchin, taken aback by Night God's audacity to defy his orders, was poised to raise his hand to discipline him and subsequently cast him back to the demon realm. Yet, as he lifted his hand, he suddenly realized the implications of Night God's earlier words. "Wait a moment, what do you mean by we? Is there someone else besides you?" Night God lowered his head respectfully and replied, Indeed, in addition to myself, other commanders and leaders from various legions, as well as the elite guards and shadow operatives, have been ordered to disguise themselves and lie in wait throughout the city. We stand ready to serve your every command. My lord, Ning Yetchin was left in a state of shock. Who issued this order? To answer your query, my lord, it was the left protector. Could it be that she has also arrived? Chapter 61. Are you three the newly adopted pets of the great demon lord? As time rewinds to the period of the Merchant Association's competition, Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying, along with their companions, have already departed. Consequently, Meng Niu and his two associates naturally assumed the responsibility of guarding the home. Even in Ning Yetchin's absence, they diligently ensured that every corner of the house was meticulously cleaned. Once their task was complete, the three of them gathered on the steps of the courtyard, idly seated with cleaning tools such as feather dusters and cloths in hand. How long do you think it will be before the lord and the madam return with the young lady? Bai Yuan inquired curiously, directing his question towards Meng Niu and Kai Se beside him. Although the madam's cultivation is merely at the celestial realm, her internal spiritual energy is exceptionally profound. I believe they will return shortly, Kai Se remarked nonchalantly, arms crossed and legs crossed in a relaxed manner. She had once witnessed Luo Ruiying covertly employing her spiritual energy to wash clothes, and the faint golden energy exuded an extraordinary pressure that made her instinctively wary. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, she doubted her ability to triumph over Luo Ruiying. This indicated that the madam's strength was indeed formidable. Meng Niu, brimming with pride, thumped his chest and declared, I know not how long the madam will be gone, but if the Lord permits me to act, I could dispatch those people with a single slap. Foolish Niu, you should temper your bravado. If you expose your identity and jeopardize the Lord's interests, he will not spare you. Do not forget, you struck the young lady with a snowball, and the Lord has yet to settle that score with you. You ought to be grateful for your continued existence, Kai Se chided, casting an exasperated glance at Meng Niu. At times, she genuinely feared that this dim-witted creature might inadvertently reveal their identities. Should the Lord pursue the matter, both she and Bai Yuan would likely suffer repercussions as well. Mention of Ning Yetchin caused Meng Niu's earlier bravado to dissipate, his demeanor wilting like a withered flower as he shrank back, behaving submissively. He recalled how he had recently been clumsy and broken items, causing him to tremble slightly. What if the Lord grew discontented and decided to eliminate him? Rather than pondering when the Lord and Madam will return, I find myself feeling more sympathy for the Jiang family. Of all the people to provoke, they chose the Lord. Reflecting on Ning Yetchin's terrifying presence, Kai Se couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the Jiang family. Given the Lord's temperament, he would undoubtedly not let the Jiang family off easily. It seemed likely that within a few days, the Jiang family would vanish from existence. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. A few days? That is far too long. If the Lord wished, he could obliterate the Jiang family right now. Yet, it appears he does not desire such a direct approach. Kai Se replied coolly. The fact that Ning Yetchin has not instructed us to annihilate the entire Jiang family suggests that he has no intention of doing so just yet. Otherwise, their destruction would be mere moments away. Just as the trio engaged in their idle chatter, a gentle knock echoed from the courtyard door. Is someone here? Could it be the Lord returning? Startled, Kai Se and the others quickly stood up, feigning to resume their chores. As the sweeping continued and the tables were dusted, Kai Se and the others were enveloped in a shroud of confusion. Logically, the master and madam would not return home without revealing their presence. Why, then, had they not detected the slightest sound? Before long, the courtyard gate creaked open, and a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of cold elegance and poised grace, stepped into the yard. Her captivating eyes surveyed the surroundings with keen interest as she murmured softly, Is this the secluded abode of the esteemed demon lord? After searching for over a century, I have finally found it. Meng Niu and his companions gazed at the newcomer in perplexity, instinctively pausing their tasks. They had initially believed the master had returned, only to be startled by an unexpected visitor. Meng Niu, feeling irked, bluntly inquired, Hey, who are you? Do you not understand that one cannot simply enter another's home? In recent days, aside from Qi Yuan, no one else had frequented their residence. Upon encountering a stranger, Meng Niu's first reaction was to assume she was lost and to urge her to leave. Kai Se swiftly intervened, fearing that Meng Niu might provoke trouble. He approached the ethereal figure of Yuqingyu with measured politeness, inquiring, May I ask whom you seek? The master and madam are currently away. Not home, Yuqingyu murmured, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features. Yet, having waited for over 100 years, she deemed it inconsequential to wait a little longer. During this interval, she wished to gain insight into the current life of the demon lord. Unfazed, Yuqingyu stepped further into the courtyard, her curious gaze flitting about, disregarding Meng Niu and the others. This nonchalance caused Kai Se to furrow his brow in concern. Who exactly was this woman, exhibiting such audacity? Were it not for his desire to avoid causing trouble for the master, he would have already taken action to expel her. As Yu Qingyu prepared to enter the main hall, the trio could no longer restrain themselves and positioned themselves in front of her, displeased. Pray tell, who might you be? It is rather impolite to enter someone else's home without permission. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyu halted, her calm eyes locking onto the trio, and her words astonished them all. Sky-swallowing serpent, chaotic demon bull, titan ape. I never expected remnants of ancient beast bloodlines to still exist in the human realm. Though your power seems a tad lacking, have you only recently stepped into the realm of immortals? Kai Se and his companions widened their eyes in shock. This woman had seen through their disguises at a glance. It was worth noting that they had already ascended to the realm of immortals, placing them among the pinnacle of cultivators in the human world. Even Luo Ruiying had failed to unveil their true identities, yet this sudden arrival had perceived them effortlessly. Though she bore no discernible aura of power, she was undoubtedly extraordinary. Instantly, the expressions of Kai Se and his companions turned grave. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they prepared to act. Word had it that someone was relentlessly pursuing the madam and the young lady. Perhaps this woman was the one. With the master absent, safeguarding their home was their duty. They resolved to subdue her first. As the three approached, Yu Qingyo's expression remained utterly unchanged. She simply uttered, "Lie down." In an instant, a tremor coursed through Kai Se and his companions, as if an unseen force had seized control of their bodies, compelling them to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Their bodies moved against their will, devoid of any ability to resist. This was not a coercive pressure exerted through spiritual power, for she emitted no aura of such energy. Rather, her words seemed imbued with an inexplicable enchantment that commanded their bodies into submission, leaving them utterly powerless. This was the second individual since their encounter with Ning Yetchin who instilled such fear and helplessness within them. Yu Qingyu stood over Kai Se and his companions, gazing down with a slight frown, her tone laced with disdain as she remarked, "You are far too weak. Are you three mere pets taken in by the Demon Lord?" The mention of the Demon Lord left Kai Se in a state of bewilderment, as he raised his head in confusion. Was the Demon Lord to whom this woman referred truly that esteemed figure? Despite being formidable beings of the immortal realm, they found themselves regarded as mere pets in her words. Yet, considering the prowess of that esteemed individual, perhaps it was not entirely unfounded to label them as such. Chapter 62. My wife has been deceived. After parting ways with Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying entered the courtyard, cradling Luo Hongya in her arms. Upon noticing the gate wide open, she felt a pang of confusion, suspecting that Kai Se and the others had forgotten to close it. However, as she stepped into the yard and beheld the exquisite and enchanting figure of Yu Qingyu, she realized that someone had indeed arrived. Casting a glance at Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruiying then turned her attention to the three individuals sprawled on the ground and inquired, "What has happened to you? Why are you lying on the ground?" "Madam Miss, you have returned. We accidentally slipped and fell," Kai Se explained sheepishly. Just then, Yu Qingyu discreetly withdrew her command, granting the three individuals their freedom, who promptly scrambled to their feet. Their gazes toward Yu Qingyu were imbued with an unprecedented wariness. If she had wished to eliminate them, it would have taken but a mere word. The fact that all three had fallen simultaneously seemed rather careless. Luo Ruiying gave it little thought and again directed her gaze toward Yu Qingyu, questioning, "And who might this young lady be?" Since Luo Ruiying had returned with Luo Hongya in her arms, Yu Qingyu's eyes had been steadfastly fixed upon the two, her beautiful orbs gradually revealing boundless joy and affection. She is the wife of the Demon Lord, the lady of the Demon Realm. Such a breathtaking beauty, indeed a perfect match for the Demon Lord. And the little darling in her arms must be the princess of the Demon Realm. Truly exquisite, utterly adorable, just like the Demon Lord in his youth. Delightful. She was utterly enchanted. Yu Qingyu's icy visage could not help but betray a slight smile at the corners of her lips, revealing an uncontrollable joy. At such a moment, she should maintain her poise and composure, yet she simply could not resist. In Luo Ruiying's eyes, Yu Qingyu's smile appeared exceedingly suspicious. This woman had been scrutinizing both her and the little Luo Hongya from the very beginning, her fervent gaze brimming with delight. Could she be? Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow slightly, her vigilance heightened. Unperturbed, Yu Qingyu gracefully approached Luo Ruiying, her steps light and dignified. Crossing her feet, she gently placed her palm over her heart, slightly bowing as she delivered a most elegant greeting. "I have the honor of meeting the madam and the little princess." "Madam." "Little princess." Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongya, her expression filled with bewilderment as she stared at Yu Qingyu. Just as Yu Qingyu was about to respond, Ning Yetchin hurriedly returned. Upon seeing Yu Qingyu, Ning Yetchin's countenance shifted dramatically. She has truly come. He swiftly stepped in front of Luo Ruiying, inquiring, "You, what brings you here?" "Yetchin, do you know this young lady?" Before Yu Qingyu could reply, Luo Ruiying interjected with her question. "My dear, she was once a servant in my household. It has been quite some time since we last met." Ning Yetchin quickly formulated a response. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying remarked, scrutinizing Yu Qingyu once more. Though Ning Yetchin had previously mentioned that his family background was notable, I was unprepared for the striking elegance and charm of even the attendants. Initially, I believed that Kai Se and his companions possessed an extraordinary allure, but this young lady's beauty and demeanor surpass even theirs. Yu Qingyu exuded an air of noble and graceful aloofness, entirely unbefitting that of a mere maid. She was certainly not inferior to them. Yu Qingyu, highly intelligent, swiftly comprehended why Ning Yetchin had sought to silence her. This lady appeared to remain unaware of the true identity of the demon lord. Furthermore, from Luo Ruiying, she sensed a faint aura of the celestial realm. She hailed from the celestial realm. No wonder the demon lord went to such lengths to conceal his identity. Although Yu Qingyu felt some confusion regarding Ning Yetchin's choice of a celestial maiden as his wife, she harbored no objections. For as long as the demon lord desired to marry and bear children, no matter whom he chose as his spouse, she would wholeheartedly support him. Even if he were to wed a pig demon, she would not mind in the slightest. Understanding that Ning Yetchin wished to keep his identity hidden, Yu Qingyu immediately followed his lead, bowing respectfully as she introduced herself. I am Yu Qingyu, honored to meet you, madam. I have served as the young master's personal maid, and at his behest, I have come to attend to you and the young miss. My orders, Ning Yetchin exclaimed in surprise. When had he given such a command? Yu Qingyu's words indicated her intention to remain here. Is that so? Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yetchin, inquiring. Ning Yetchin thought to himself, this is troublesome. If she continued along this line, it would be difficult for him to find an excuse to send her away. However, he could not outright deny it. Otherwise, explaining to Luo Ruiying would be equally difficult. With little time to hesitate, Ning Yetchin reluctantly nodded in agreement with Yu Qingyu's assertion. Yes, my dear. It is as you say, but I am not accustomed to being attended to. Upon learning that Yu Qingyu had been summoned by Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying relaxed her guard. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Yetchin promptly interjected. Since my dear is unaccustomed to such service, I shall have her leave. With that, he shot a glance at Yu Qingyu, silently urging her to depart. Yet, Yu Qingyu feigned ignorance to Ning Yetchin's unspoken command. Her formerly icy visage transformed into one of sorrowful despair, tears brimming in her eyes. She delicately brushed away a tear, lamenting softly, Young master, I have been searching for you ever since you left. I am truly delighted to see you again. But now you wish to send me away. I have wandered for so long, and if you do not want me, I have nowhere else to go. Woo. Ning Yetchin. Huh? Ning Yetchin stood in stunned silence. He never anticipated that Yu Qingyu would resort to such a heart-wrenching tactic to remain. The supreme leader of the demon realm, second to none, was displaying a pitiful demeanor. Were it not for his deep understanding of her character, he might have almost believed her. This was utterly discordant. You are not typically like this. Do not embellish your own narrative so casually. Moreover, how could you possibly resemble someone who has been wandering for an extended period? My dear, you must not be deceived by her. Ning Yetchin turned to gaze at Luo Ruiying, and was instantly rendered speechless. To his astonishment, he noticed that Luo Ruiying's eyes were also glistening with unshed tears. As she looked at Yu Qingyu with profound sympathy, it is quite all right. There are vacant rooms at home. Since you have arrived, let us temporarily reside together here. Luo Ruiying approached, and gently took Yu Qingyu's hand, speaking softly. After that, she cast a fierce glare at Ning Yetchin, seemingly reproaching him for his callousness. How could he summon someone only to heartlessly send them away? Luo Ruiying had spent some time wandering in the mortal realm with Luo Hongye to evade pursuers, thus she deeply resonated with Yu Qingyu's plight. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Yetchin's immediate reaction was one of despair. His wife has been tricked. Come, miss you, allow me to show you to a room of your liking. Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu towards the inner chambers. Thank you, madam, Yu Qingyu replied with a graceful bow, her eyes discreetly glancing at Ning Yetchin, a victorious smile gracing her lips. Ning Yetchin. Chapter 63, Overzealous Security. From now on, this shall be your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, instructed Luo Ruiying kindly as she assisted Yu Qingyu in selecting a chamber within the inner courtyard. Thank you, madam. Yu Qingyu replied with a slight bow, her every gesture exuding grace and respect. This demeanor piqued Luo Ruiying's curiosity about Ning Yetchin's familial background. What kind of lineage could possibly cultivate such an exemplary and courteous maidservant? Ning Yetchin remained closely by Luo Ruiying's side, ever vigilant for any peculiar actions or utterances from Yu Qingyu. With Yu Qingyu constantly accompanying Luo Ruiying, he found himself deprived of any opportunity for a private exchange with her. Moreover, his attempts at silent communication were entirely disregarded, as if she were certain he would not dare confront her in Luo Ruiying's presence. At that moment, Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, looked up and softly murmured, Mother, I am hungry. Dear, please assist Hongye in preparing something to eat. Ning Yetchin interjected, seizing the moment. He gently ushered Luo Ruiying out the door. Very well, then, I shall leave you to your conversation. Luo Ruiying thought Ning Yetchin longed to catch up with his attendant after a prolonged separation, and with that, she departed, cradling Luo Hongye. I shall assist the madam. Yu Qingyu began to follow Luo Ruiying, but was promptly halted by Ning Yetchin. You stay. I have matters to discuss with you. Once he confirmed Luo Ruiying had moved far enough away, Ning Yetchin swiftly closed the door. Furrowing his brow as he confronted Yu Qingyu. What brings you here? To serve the esteemed demon lord, along with the madam and the little princess, she replied, resuming an exceedingly respectful demeanor, her hand resting upon her chest. I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. You need not remain by my side. I require no such service from you. Leave at once. Ning Yetchin commanded sternly. With their presence, how could he possibly lead a tranquil, secluded life with his wife and child? Upon hearing his words, Yu Qingyu's expression shifted to one of solemnity. She knelt on one knee, her palm still pressed to her chest, and gazed up at Ning Yetchin earnestly, stating, You shall forever remain my sole sovereign of the demon realm. We, akin to the day of our oath, shall eternally follow you. If you truly wish for us to depart forever, you must slay me with your own hands. Ning Yetchin's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand, causing the very fabric of space around Yu Qingyu to distort. Yet, she remained steadfast, showing no inclination to resist. After a final moment of hesitation, Ning Yetchin let out a resigned sigh and conceded, Get up. Sometimes, I truly find myself vexed by the fervent loyalty of my subordinates. It makes the thought of retirement utterly unattainable. Despite having instructed them not to seek me out, they have pursued me for over a century. The thought of harming such devoted followers is simply unbearable for me. He was acutely aware that Yu Qingyu had taken full advantage of this fact, knowing that he would never resort to violence against her. This left him utterly powerless against her. It was this very realization that fueled his frustration. Thank you, Lord Demon Sovereign, Yu Qingyu said, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she rose with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Pray tell, how many individuals from the demon realm have you summoned? Ning Yetchin settled into a chair nearby, resting his chin on one hand, his expression impassive and aloof, reminiscent of the former demon sovereign as he inquired of Yu Qingyu. Seeing Ning Yetchin embody the demeanor of the demon sovereign once more brought Yu Qingyu immense joy. My lord demon sovereign, I have commanded all 13 demon gods to descend into the human realm. The 1st, 3rd, and 6th legions are also being mobilized and will arrive shortly. The leaders of each legion, along with your shadow guards and the imperial guards, have already begun to reach the city. I have arranged for each of them to assume concealed identities throughout the city, ready to await your command. They will ensure the safety of the lady and the little princess. Of course, we shall not intrude upon your life with the lady and the little princess. My lord demon sovereign, Ning Yetchin interjected. This already greatly disrupts my way of life. He gently rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress his exasperation. The arrival of all 13 demon gods, coupled with 3 legions numbering nearly 1 million, not to mention the shadow and imperial guards, hardly resembled a protective force. It felt more like an impending invasion of the entire human realm. And yet, they expected him to live a tranquil existence amid such chaos. Minimize the personnel movements in the city, and withdraw all legions back to the demon realm. Ning Yetchin commanded curtly, casting a disapproving glance at Yu Qingyu. The scale of her mobilization alone could flatten the entire human realm. Yu Qingyu hesitated, expressing her concerns. My lord demon sovereign, wouldn't such a course of action compromise our safety? It is already sufficiently secure. Overly secure even. With you and I present, it is more than adequate, Ning Yetchin retorted. Speechless. The mere presence of him rendered any need for protection unnecessary, yet Yu Qingyu had orchestrated such a grand show of force. The 13 demon gods alone were of celestial emperor caliber, not to mention Yu Qingyu's own involvement. Upon hearing Ning Yetchin's last remark, Yu Qingyu perceived it as a sign of his trust, and she smiled softly, nodding in agreement. Understood. I shall adhere to your wishes, my lord demon sovereign. For the time being, you may remain in the household under the guise of a maid. Faced with the impossibility of persuading Yu Qingyu to leave, Ning Yetchin reluctantly accepted her presence in his home. Yu Qingyu was a shrewd and diligent individual. Her presence was unlikely to disturb his life. Moreover, with the presence of Yu Qingyu by the side of Luo Ruiying and her daughter, he felt a greater sense of reassurance. Her existence was incomparable to that of Meng Niu and the other 3. I have always been your devoted handmaiden, esteemed Lord Demon Sovereign. Yu Qingyu earnestly retorted to Ning Yetchin's earlier remarks. Ning Yetchin, disinterested in further debate, summoned Meng Niu and the others, instructing them, You 3, in my absence, you shall heed her every command. Yes, my lord. The trio responded respectfully, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. They had already come to understand the esteemed identity of Ning Yetchin as the Demon Sovereign and had profoundly witnessed the terrifying prowess of Yu Qingyu, leaving them without a hint of dissent. Yu Qingyu furrowed her brows as she regarded Meng Niu and the others before turning to Ning Yetchin, inquiring, Esteemed Lord Demon Sovereign, if you wish to keep pets, they ought to possess greater strength. These 3 are far too feeble to be of any use. They are even inferior to the hellhounds guarding the entrance of your demon palace. Perhaps I could procure a stronger batch for you from the demon realm? Upon hearing this, Meng Niu and the others trembled in fear, their eyes brimming with tears as they looked towards Ning Yetchin. If the Lord were to dismiss them, would they not face immediate disposal? Although they may be weak, surely they were not entirely without merit. They had learned to wash clothes, prepare meals, tidy up, chop wood, and kindle fires. Ning Yetchin gazed at Meng Niu and the others in exasperation, pondering how they bore no semblance of formidable demon kings. Let us keep them. I find some enjoyment in their company. If that is the case, then as you wish, esteemed Lord Demon Sovereign. Seeing Ning Yetchin's stance, Yuqingyu did not press further. Thank you, my lord. Meng Niu and the others immediately expressed their gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. The lord had not cast them aside. They had successfully survived once more. Chapter 64. She has always been like this. On the other side, Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye in her arms, sitting in the hall, diligently feeding her spoonfuls of porridge while her beautiful eyes frequently darted towards the courtyard room. Ning Yetchin and Yuqingyu had been conversing inside for quite some time, yet they had not emerged. An instinct whispered to her that the relationship between Yuqingyu and Ning Yetchin seemed to be extraordinary. Yet, she could not quite pinpoint what felt amiss. A persistent urge tugged at her to sneak a glance, but she hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Had her prolonged stay in the mortal realm transformed her into one prone to unfounded speculation? Luo Ruiying could not help but gently caress her cheek, pondering the change. She had never been one to indulge in such thoughts before. Perhaps, she was merely overthinking it. Mother, Luo Hongye cooed softly, nestled comfortably in Luo Ruiying's embrace, swinging her little feet and looking up with an eager mouth, waiting to be fed. Luo Ruiying, filled with affection, cast aside her distractions and continued to feed her daughter, spoonful by spoonful. Luo Hongye's eyes squinted with delight, her feet swinging rhythmically, revealing a smile as adorable as a crescent moon. At that moment, Ning Yetchin and Yuqingyu emerged from the inner courtyard. Father, Luo Hongye called out sweetly, and Ning Yetchin, smiling, gently took her from Luo Ruiying's arms, cradling her tenderly and stroking her petite back. Observing this, Luo Ruiying merely smiled softly, reaching for a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's mouth. Yuqingyu, witnessing the scene, felt tears welling in her eyes, her face adorned with a contented smile. What a heartwarming and blissful tableau. She had long awaited this moment and was finally graced to witness it in her lifetime. Now, even death would hold no regrets for her. She yearned to capture this moment, to project it into the demon realm, so that all might sing its praises. Noticing Yuqingyu gently wiping her tears, Luo Ruiying, puzzled, inquired, Miss Yu, what troubles you? My lady, I am fine. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. Overwhelmed? Luo Ruiying asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, witnessing the affection shared between the young master, Yu, and the young lady fills my heart with immense emotion. Thank you, my lady. As she spoke, Yuqingyu bowed deeply to Luo Ruiying. Were it not for her, Yuqingyu pondered, she might never have witnessed the moment when the demon lord wed and bore children. Luo Ruiying, taken aback and at a loss, turned to Ning Yetchin for clarification. Ning Yetchin, equally bewildered, could only offer a vague reassurance. My dear, do not concern yourself. She has always been like this. Yuqingyu had been urging him to marry for at least several decades. For her, perhaps this moment was indeed profoundly moving. Yuqingyu slowly approached Ning Yetchin, her typically indifferent eyes shimmering with tender affection, fixating intently on the lovely little princess in his arms. What a charming and beautiful little princess. She was indeed a splendid inheritance of the demon lord's noble lineage. In the future, she would undoubtedly not be inferior to the presence of the demon lord. Yuqingyu, suppressing her overwhelming desire to embrace Luo Hongye, inquired of Ning Yetchin with an almost pleading tone, Young master, may I hold the young lady? Her eyes were fixed on Ning Yetchin, reflecting an unspoken yearning to embrace. Ning Yetchin found himself at a loss to refuse her. If it was merely a hug, it posed no issue, as long as it did not frighten Yi. Rest assured, young master. Should I frighten the young lady, I shall atone with my life. Yuqingyu replied with a calm demeanor, as though discussing something trivial. There is no need to go that far, Ning Yetchin remarked, somewhat speechless. Beside them, Luo Ruiying appeared equally astonished. This Miss Yu seemed rather overly serious about her vow of atonement. Cuddled in Ning Yetchin's embrace, Luo Hongye gazed at Yuqingyu with a mix of timidity and curiosity. Ning Yetchin gently handed Luo Hongye over to Yuqingyu and softly admonished, Yi, do not be afraid. She is neither a good person nor a bad person. Initially, Luo Hongye felt a strong reluctance, clinging tightly to Ning Yetchin. The only ones she truly trusted were Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying. She never allowed others to hold her. Even when Qi Yuan attempted to embrace her, she instinctively resisted. However, comforted by Ning Yetchin's gentle assurances, Luo Hongye, though still somewhat frightened, displayed remarkable composure, allowing Yuqingyu to cradle her without struggle or tears. Yuqingyu held Luo Hongye with utmost care, her face illuminated with incredulous joy. Her trembling hands could not contain the excitement within. She cradled the child of the demon lord, the little princess of the demon realm. What an honor! She resolved then and there to never wash this outfit or these hands again. She resembles the young master during his childhood so closely. Truly, she is my beloved little princess, Yuqingyu expressed with tender admiration towards Luo Hongye. Ning Yetchin glanced at Yuqingyu, exasperated, and interjected, "Wake up, that's mine." If her gentle demeanor were to be witnessed by others in the demon realm, they would be incredulous. Is this truly the stern and uncompromising commander of the demon realm? It seemed Yetchin had not heard Ning Yetchin's words, her eyes still gleaming with joy as she meticulously observed every detail of Luo Hongye. By mere touch and sight, she had already gauged Luo Hongye's weight and measurements. Feeling scrutinized, Luo Hongye timidly asked, "Sister, are you here to play with Yi too?" "Sister, is it? If only you would call me grandmother." "Well, sister is fine too." Upon hearing Luo Hongye refer to her as sister, Yetchin's expression flickered with slight disappointment. Yet she quickly embraced the title. "Please do not arbitrarily alter the generational titles." Ning Yetchin admonished Yetchin once more, his patience waning. Standing beside them, Luo Ruiying's expression grew increasingly perplexed. She found it difficult to comprehend. Did she just hear something? Grandmother. Could it be that Miss Yu wishes to become a mother to both her and Ning Yetchin? Is this something a personal attendant should utter? Night Chang this. Luo Ruiying, filled with confusion, sought an explanation from Ning Yetchin. However, Ning Yetchin himself was at a loss for words and merely stated, "My dear, please do not take offense. She has always been this way." "It is quite challenging not to take offense," Luo Ruiying silently mused. The aura of Yetchin became increasingly peculiar to her. Yetchin, seemingly oblivious to the inappropriateness of her earlier remarks, solemnly placed her hand over her heart and answered the question posed by Luo Hongye. "From this moment forth, I shall remain by your side, miss, and serve both you and your lady." In that instant, she pledged her loyalty to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye in the name of the demon realm. Chapter 65. Uncomfortable night. After a soothing bath, Luo Ruiying sat on the edge of the bed, gently drying Luo Hongye's damp hair. As soon as her hair was dry, Luo Hongye eagerly turned and burrowed into the blankets. Besides indulging in food and play, her favorite activity was snuggling up to Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying every night. "Daddy, Mommy, let us sleep," she called out in a sweet, childlike voice, peeking out from under the covers. Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying exchanged a knowing smile, shedding their outer garments before joining her on the bed. In the cozy embrace of a shared bed and blanket, the three nestled together, with Luo Hongye comfortably positioned between her parents. Not long after lying down, lulled by Luo Ruiying's gentle caress, Luo Hongye quickly fell into a deep slumber. Ning Yetchin rested on one arm, gazing tenderly at Luo Hongye before shifting his gaze to Luo Ruiying. Noticing his affectionate stare, Luo Ruiying lifted her enchanting eyes in curiosity. Why are you staring at me?" "Because my dear wife is simply beautiful," Ning Yetchin replied, his admiration spilling forth unreservedly. This was indeed heartfelt. Among all the women he had encountered, Luo Ruiying was the most exquisite. Her hair, elegantly pinned up, framed a face of breathtaking beauty that exuded a mature charm. As she had soothed Luo Hongye moments before, a warm maternal glow radiated from her. Caught off guard by his sudden praise, Luo Ruiying felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. With a playful glare at Ning Yetchin, she lowered her gaze, embarrassed by his unexpected compliment. What was he suddenly saying? It made her feel a bit shy. Seeing her flustered demeanor only intensified Ning Yetchin's affection. Though she was already a mother to a toddler, she retained the innocence of a youthful maiden, a quality he found utterly delightful. Ning Yetchin slowly leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, their proximity diminishing gradually. Although they had been together for some time, moments of intimacy were rare, as most of their time was spent together with their child. While their bond was undeniably deepening, they had yet to experience any significant advancement in their relationship. With Luo Hongye peacefully asleep, this quiet night provided a precious opportunity for them to share whispers of love. Just as Ning Yetchin was about to draw even nearer, Luo Ruiying's unexpected question halted him in his tracks. "By the way, Yetchin, was that moon girl truly your former maid?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Ning Yetchin. Why does my wife inquire about this? Has she sensed something amiss?" Noticing his prolonged silence, Luo Ruiying lifted her head in confusion, only to find him now intimately close to her face. What are you doing so close?" I worry that the blanket might be taken away by the wind, causing you to feel cold at night. Which is why I thought to huddle closer for warmth." Ning Yetchin earnestly stated. "I see. But why are you so close to my face at this moment?" The distance between Ning Yetchin's visage and hers was merely a fist's width, quite intimate. One could not shake the feeling that his words did not quite align with reality. Ning Yetchin coughed awkwardly and discreetly shifted a bit further away, lying down. Regrettably, he had failed. Luo Ruiying gazed at the crestfallen Ning Yetchin and found it inexplicably amusing. What exactly was he disappointed about? She propped herself up slightly, adjusting the blanket to cover both Luo Hongye and Ning Yetchin more snugly. With her cultivation, even the coldest weather posed no threat to her, so it was only natural for her to ensure the children and him were better covered. "My dear, you are truly wonderful." Ning Yetchin's countenance brightened with a satisfied smile as Luo Ruiying personally adjusted the blanket for him. "My love, you are so gentle." Luo Ruiying replied with a hint of annoyance. "Don't think you can evade my question. You still haven't answered me." Ning Yetchin was momentarily speechless. My dear, she was indeed my personal maidservant in the past. However, after I left home to live in seclusion, I haven't seen her for quite some time, he responded cautiously. There was no falsehood in his words. Yuqingyu had indeed been his devoted maidservant in the demon realm. Ah, a personal maidservant. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she let out an ambiguous murmur. Ning Yetchin felt a lump rise in his throat, carefully observing the changes in her expression. Would she be feeling jealous or upset? Fortunately, the jealousy he feared did not materialize. Rather, Luo Ruiying curiously inquired, Yetchin, your household seems to have rather extraordinary attendance. I find myself quite curious about your family background. If it were just Ming Niu and the others, it would be one thing, but Yuqingyu's demeanor and beauty are truly exceptional. It's hard to believe such a person is your personal maidservant. What sort of family background could cultivate such a remarkable maidservant? Moreover, I have an inexplicable feeling about Yuqingyu. My instincts tell me she is not ordinary. Yet, without a doubt, she seems to harbor no hostility towards us. Instead, she appears particularly respectful. Noticing Luo Ruiying's curiosity, Ning Yetchin smiled meaningfully. My dear, what is there to be curious about? If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall personally take you back to see it, and then you will understand. Ah, indeed. Luo Ruiying did not grasp the deeper implication behind Ning Yetchin's words and assumed it was akin to a common visit of a wife returning to her husband's family. Now that she was Ning Yetchin's wife, it was only proper for her to visit his family. Are there still many people at home? If we are to return, I should prepare some gifts. There is no need for you to prepare gifts, my dear. When you return, they will be delighted. Besides, there are quite a multitude of them, far too many for you to cater to. Ning Yetchin smiled awkwardly. As the sovereign of the demon realm, all its inhabitants could be considered as subjects, and their numbers were indeed staggering. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's curiosity only deepened. Just how many individuals resided in his household? Concerned that Luo Ruiying might persist in her inquiries, Ning Yetchin swiftly altered the subject. My dear, could you lift your head for a moment? Luo Ruiying replied, her face reflecting confusion, yet she gently raised her head from the pillow. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yetchin extended his arm across her pillow and smiled, saying, You may lie down now. Luo Ruiying glanced at his arm and finally comprehended his intention. He wished for her to rest upon his arm. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively laid her head against it. As soon as she did, Ning Yetchin instinctively drew her closer, enveloping her in his embrace, her form nearly resting against his chest. Luo Hongye nestled between the two, their trio forming a close-knit embrace. A flicker of surprise coursed through Luo Ruiying, her cheeks warming slightly. However, she shot Ning Yetchin an exasperated glance without making any effort to withdraw. My dear, how does it feel? Ning Yetchin inquired with a smile. Well, it's rather firm. Not comfortable at all. Luo Ruiying pouted slightly, expressing her displeasure. Is that so? Shall I change my position? Ning Yetchin offered, intending to retract his arm and adjust. Yet, Luo Ruiying pressed down on his arm, closed her eyes, and softly murmured, No need, this is fine, quite good. Actually, Chapter 66, she has yet to experience such tenderness. On the following morning, Luo Ruiying sat gracefully before the vanity, meticulously arranging her flowing locks. Her elegant silhouette fully revealed. My dear, allow me to assist you, Ning Yetchin murmured softly, leaning closer to Luo Ruiying's ear and brushing against her cheek. Do you know how to style hair? Luo Ruiying inquired, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, surprised by his question. If my dear wife must ask, then you underestimate my capabilities, Ning Yetchin replied with a gentle smile, taking the hairpin and comb from her hands, skillfully tending to her tresses. Luo Ruiying remained seated before the mirror, silently permitting Ning Yetchin to style her hair. Though his technique was somewhat unrefined, it was unexpectedly deft, and before long, he had elegantly arranged her hair and secured it with a pin. Luo Ruiying gazed into the mirror, slightly taken aback by the result. Meanwhile, Luo Hongye was eagerly bouncing at Ning Yetchin's feet. Papa, it's my turn now. It's time for my adorable little self. With a chuckle, Ning Yetchin lifted Luo Hongye into his embrace, fashioning two delightful buns atop her head. Luo Ruiying watched on, finding the unfamiliar hairstyle surprisingly charming. Just as they finished, a voice emerged from outside the door. It was Yuqingyu. Young master, madam, breakfast is ready. Thank you for your hard work, Luo Ruiying responded. Cradling Luo Hongye as she opened the door, Yuqingyu stood poised at the threshold, and upon seeing the charming hairstyle adorning Luo Hongye, her eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. How close I was to losing my composure. The little princess is simply too adorable. I wish I could hold her like the madam does. As Ning Yetchin entered the dining hall, a lavish spread of delectable dishes awaited on the table. You can cook? Ning Yetchin exclaimed in astonishment, discreetly inquiring of Yuqingyu. His memory of her did not suggest culinary skills. After the birth of the little princess, I spent 3 days mastering it, Yuqingyu replied nonchalantly. This revelation left Ning Yetchin even more incredulous. Was it truly necessary to exert such effort? The notion of the president of the demon realm personally learning to cook seemed utterly absurd. Luo Ruying, too, was taken aback. After tasting a few bites, her eyes lit up. The flavor is indeed delightful. She offered tender morsels of tender fish to Luo Hongye, who chewed happily, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It's delicious. To receive praise from the young lady is an honor. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day. Upon hearing Luo Hongye's words, a proud and satisfied smile graced Yuqingyo's face. She would be the first in the demon realm, aside from the revered demon lord, to earn the little princess's commendation. All her diligent practice had not been in vain. It was worth it. Meng Niu and his companions stood patiently behind Yuqingyo. In the past, Luo Ruying did not mind their trio dining together, but now, with Yuqingyo present, they dared not. She had declared that should they commit any act unbefitting their status, she would ensure their disappearance from existence. The terror she instilled was no less than that of that esteemed figure. Moreover, her standards were even more stringent. Observing Yuqingyo and Meng Niu standing in place, Luo Ruying smiled and said to them, "You may join us for the meal. We are merely your servants, madam, and thus lack the privilege to dine alongside you." Yuqingyo replied with a serious bow. Luo Ruying did not expect Yuqingyo to adhere so strictly to her principles and laughed, saying, "It is perfectly acceptable here. There is plenty of food. Not partaking would be a waste. Madam, that is not permissible. It contradicts our identities and duties." Yuqingyo resolutely refused once more. Luo Ruying found herself at a loss regarding the obstinate Yuqingyo. Ning Yetchin gently patted Luo Ruying's shoulder and said, "My dear, simply rephrase your request." With that, Ning Yetchin turned to Yuqingyo and stated coolly, "You shall all sit down and partake in the meal. This is an order." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Yuqingyo hesitated briefly before nodding and taking her seat. Though she was inclined to refuse, the command of the demon lord was not to be defied. This was an absolute decree in the demon realm. Thus, she had no choice but to comply. Once Yuqingyo settled, Meng Niu and the others cautiously took their seats as well. Luo Ruying felt a touch of exasperation. Did they all require an order to sit down? Her lengthy entreaties were no match for a single command. Just as everyone was gathered around the table, a series of knocks echoed at the courtyard door. Ning Yetchin, without needing to speculate, recognized it was likely Qi Yuan arriving. Although he had instructed Qi Yuan to visit him today, he had not anticipated her arrival at such an early hour. Kai Se rose to open the courtyard door. As expected, Qi Yuan entered the hall, brimming with warmth and joy as she greeted Luo Ruying and Ning Yetchin. "Sister Luo, brother Ning." Since their victory over the Jiang family the previous day, Qi's family had been tirelessly occupied with consolidating their control over the various streets in Nanli City. However, this busyness had instilled immense joy throughout the Qi household. From yesterday until now, her smile had been unwavering. "Little Yi." Qi Yuan approached Luo Hongye, squatting down to affectionately pinch her round, chubby cheeks. "Sister Qi." Luo Hongye found it difficult to articulate her words under the playful assault. Yuqingyo, seated not far off, was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in shock as she witnessed Qi Yuan so brazenly toying with the princess of the demon realm. How utterly unforgivable. She had never dared to be so familiar. Demon Lord, who is this woman? May I eliminate her? Rest assured, I shall cause no trouble for you or the madam. I assure you, she will depart in tranquility. Yuqingyo fervently suppressed the surging intent to kill within her, simultaneously communicating with Ning Yetchin through thought. While her icy gaze remained fixed on Qi Yuan, should the demon lord consent, she would swiftly ensure this woman's disappearance. Ning Yetchin cast a displeased glance at Yuqingyo and decisively replied, "No. Just because Qi Yuan caressed Luo Hongye's cheek does not warrant her eradication. Moreover, this act stems from Qi Yuan's affection for Luo Hongye, making it even less justifiable to harm her." Qi Yuan, sensing a chilling presence behind her, turned to meet Yuqingyo's frigid eyes. It was then she realized there was an unfamiliar figure present. This sister was nearly as striking as Sister Luo. Yet, she appeared quite formidable. Why did it seem as though she regarded her with hostility? Had she committed some transgression? Chapter 67. I do not quite understand either. Hello. Qi Yuan cautiously greeted Yuqingyo. Greetings. The duties of a servant compelled Yuqingyo to respond politely. Yet her gaze remained icy and fixed upon Qi Yuan, causing her to involuntarily shrink back in fear. Who exactly is this woman? She is truly terrifying. Being scrutinized by her feels as though one is plunged into an icy abyss, leaving one chilled to the bone. Qi Yuan glanced towards Ning Yetchin, her eyes brimming with confusion and trepidation. "Miss Qi, this is my family's newly appointed servant, and also my former personal maid, Yuqingyo," Ning Yetchin briefly introduced. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's curiosity towards Yuqingyo intensified. When she observed Yuqingyo's striking appearance and demeanor, she briefly mistook her for either Luo Ruying or a guest of Ning Yetchin. To her astonishment, she was merely Ning Yetchin's former personal maid. Having grown up in affluence and encountered numerous nobles, she fancied herself well acquainted with many distinguished servants, yet she had never before encountered one with such exceptional beauty and grace. Even if someone were to claim that Yuqingyo was a princess from a foreign realm, she would harbor no doubts. That even the servants in Ning Yetchin's household could possess such a lure left her utterly astounded. Meng Yo and his companions were already remarkable, but Yu Qingyu was a revelation. Still, she could not fathom why Yu Qingyu harbored animosity towards her upon their first meeting. Qi Yuan decided to dismiss her thoughts, quietly averting her gaze. Unwilling to meet Yu Qingyu's stare any longer, she turned to Ning Yetchin and inquired, "By the way, Ning Yetchin, did you summon me for some purpose today?" "Indeed." Ning Yetchin replied with a faint smile. "Miss Qi, although the jurisdiction of all the streets in Nanli City has now been transferred to the Qi family, it seems the Jiang family has not entirely disappeared from the city, has it?" "Correct," Qi Yuan replied indignantly. "While the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City now belongs to my family, numerous merchant associations still choose to align themselves with the Jiang family. They remain affiliated with Jiang family shops, and their business continues." Her anger flared at the mention of the Jiang family. Despite the Qi family successfully acquiring control over the streets of Nanli City, significantly undermining the Jiang family's influence and impacting their trade, a considerable number of merchant associations still opted to support the Jiang family. The contracts for the street shops had not yet expired. Thus, even without jurisdiction, the Jiang family shops could operate as usual. However, once the contract period concludes, the Qi family could threaten those merchant associations, asserting that if they wish to continue their operations, they must sever ties with the Jiang family. At that point, even if they refused, the Qi family could leverage their jurisdiction to deny them contract renewals, forcing them to close their doors. Yet, until that time arrives, the Qi family found themselves at an impasse with the Jiang family, left only to strive to win over or persuade those merchant associations still loyal to the Jiang family to join the Qi family. Unfortunately, the results were far from satisfactory. This was the very predicament that had been troubling Qi Yuan since yesterday. One cannot simply strike down the Jiang family without considering the potential repercussions of their subsequent actions. Ning Yetchin had anticipated this scenario and continued to inquire. "I recall that the Jiang family's primary business revolves around the sale of various elixirs and pills?" "Indeed," Qi Yuan replied earnestly. "Over a decade ago, the Jiang family somehow acquired a fourth-grade body refinement liquid known as the Fire Lotus Essence. This essence has the remarkable ability to refine one's physical constitution, garnering immense favor among countless cultivators. It was through this very essence that the Jiang family rapidly ascended in power. All the major merchant associations in the city, under the influence of the Jiang family, are engaged in the sale of this Fire Lotus Essence. Were it not for this lucrative product, the Jiang family could not have risen so swiftly, overshadowing our Qi family. The exorbitant profits from the Fire Lotus Essence have led numerous merchant associations to support the Jiang family." "Fourth-grade body refinement liquid, you say?" Ning Yetchin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qi Yuan looked on, perplexed, as she could not fathom why Ning Yetchin was suddenly inquiring about the Jiang family's business. After a brief silence, Ning Yetchin beckoned to Yu Qingyu. "Qingyu, pen and paper." "Yes, young master." Without hesitation, Yu Qingyu promptly brought forth the requested materials and presented them to Ning Yetchin. He swiftly took the pen and began to list dozens of rare herbs and elixirs. Qi Yuan remained bewildered, and Luo Ruiying, seated beside Ning Yetchin, leaned closer. Her curiosity piqued. The more she scrutinized the enumerated herbs, the more her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This appears to be a formula for a certain body refinement liquid. Moreover, it is a recipe for a spirit liquid I have never encountered before. Having grown up in the immortal realm, she had perused countless medical tomes and was well acquainted with various elixirs and their formulations. Yet, the recipe Ning Yetchin had laid out was entirely new to her. She attempted to contemplate the formula in her mind, only to realize that these herbs were perfectly synergistic, capable of yielding remarkable effects and refining one's bones and meridians. This was at least a 7th-grade body refinement liquid. He was not merely scribbling nonsense. Luo Ruiying's eyes sparkled with shock. The formula crafted by Ning Yetchin was indeed for a 7th-grade body refinement liquid, and it was unprecedented. After completing the formula, Ning Yetchin handed the paper to Qi Yuan, stating nonchalantly, "This is a formula for a body refinement liquid called the Immortal Refinement Pill. The finished product, when dissolved in water, transforms into a spirit liquid for bodily refinement. As for the grade, it should be of 7th-grade quality, though I am not entirely certain." 7th grade. 7th grade body refinement liquid. Qi Yuan received the paper, initially unable to discern its significance. However, upon hearing Ning Yetchin confirm that she held a 7th grade body refinement liquid formula, her hands trembled in disbelief. This was indeed a 7th grade body refinement liquid formula. The value of such a formula could nearly secure control over the entire Nanli city, and yet, Ning Yetchin had so casually presented it to her. Furthermore, he had scrawled it on a mere piece of paper. Upon witnessing the astonished expression of Qi Yuan, unable to close her mouth in disbelief, Yu Qingyu could not help but find it amusing. She was merely an ignorant insect. This 7th grade body refining elixir represented the most rudimentary formula that the esteemed demon lord could conceive. Were the demon lord inclined, he could effortlessly present formulas surpassing the 10th grade. The materials required for the immortal refinement pill are not exceedingly difficult to procure. I am confident that, given Miss Chi's family resources, gathering these materials for mass production should pose no challenge. Even if the quality of the concoction were to be subpar, it would still yield effects exceeding those of a 5th-grade potion. Upon your return, instruct the Chi family to exert their utmost effort in acquiring all the necessary herbs, even if it means purchasing them from the Jiang family at tenfold the price. Ning Yetchin continued to advise with a calm demeanor. Qi Yuan, clutching the formula in her hand, blinked in a daze, her gaze gradually brightening. She instantly grasped Ning Yetchin's intention. Brother Ning aimed to enable the Qi family to completely suppress the Jiang family in business using this 7th-grade body refining formula. Chapter 68. Is it your intention, Brother Ning, to have the Qi family concoct the immortal elixir to undermine the business of the Jiang family? Qi Yuan gazed at Ning Yetchin in astonishment. Precisely. Ning Yetchin replied with a subtle nod. Qi Yuan, being the daughter of a merchant, was not lacking in intelligence. She quickly grasped his meaning. Before the Qi family acquires a sufficient amount of materials, we must refrain from hastily concocting and selling the elixir to avoid raising the suspicions of the Jiang family. It would be prudent to wait until we are fully prepared. Furthermore, the immortal elixir should not be sold through auction, but rather at a low price. Do you understand the rationale behind this, Miss Qi? Brother Ning is concerned that selling through auction would inflate the price too considerably, rendering it unaffordable for most cultivators. Consequently, even if the Qi family successfully launches the immortal elixir and increases their revenue, they would fail to suppress the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid. Qi Yuan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, both impressed and astonished by Ning Yetchin's strategic acumen. Brother Ning is willing to sacrifice the precious 7th-grade body refining liquid and sell it at a low price to suppress the Jiang family's business. It is evident which option the public would prefer, the exorbitantly priced 4th-grade body refining liquid or the affordably priced 7th-grade body refining liquid. Thus, the Jiang family's business would inevitably suffer, and their accumulated fire lotus liquid would become difficult to sell. Ning Yetchin nodded in approval, affirming that Qi Yuan had essentially captured the essence of his plan, albeit missing a few nuances. However, you have not articulated the entirety of it. Once the Jiang family's business plummets, those merchant associations beneath them will inevitably seek refuge with the Qi family, even if they do not choose to align with us. Their businesses will struggle to remain operational. At that juncture, the Qi family can forcibly acquire those associations and shops at a remarkably low price. After the Qi family successfully sells the immortal elixir, numerous merchant associations may proactively seek collaboration. At that time, the Qi family should not hastily agree. Instead, wait until they can no longer contain their impatience and propose a higher profit-sharing arrangement before acquiescing. The shops under the Jiang family should also be acquired at the lowest possible prices. Ning Yetchin elaborated further to Qi Yuan. He could obliterate the Jiang family effortlessly, erasing them from existence in the blink of an eye. His restraint in taking action was not due to compassion, but rather a calculated decision to strike when the Jiang family had lost everything. At this moment, Qi Yuan was completely taken aback, astonished that Ning Yetchin had already devised a comprehensive strategy for the Qi family. Brother Ning, who usually appeared gentle and cultured, possessed such extraordinary cunning. Although his strength may not rival that of Sister Luo, his tactics were formidable. Had he been plotting against the Jiang family since their encounter with Jiangli? He had even devoted considerable effort to assist the Qi family in this endeavor. Though Qi Yuan understood that Ning Yetchin's assistance to the Qi family was primarily aimed at countering the Jiang family, her heart was filled with immense gratitude. Beside them, Luo Ruiying was completely taken aback by Ning Yetchin's unconventional approach to dealing with the Jiang family. However, her curiosity was piqued even more by how he could effortlessly compose a recipe for a 7th-grade body refining elixir. Yetchin, how did you come to know the formula for this immortal refining pill? Luo Ruiying could no longer suppress her intrigue. It was indeed astonishing that an ordinary mortal could pen a recipe for a 7th-grade elixir that she had never encountered. Prepared for her inquiry, Ning Yetchin smiled and retrieved a notebook from his pocket, presenting it to her. My dear, I chanced upon this manual containing various alchemical recipes in the mountains. He explained that the formula for the body refining elixir was transcribed from its pages. Curiously, she accepted the notebook and flipped through its pages, her attention captivated by the notes inscribed within. Each page detailed different medicinal concoctions. Although many appeared peculiar at first glance, upon further reflection, they seemed remarkably innovative. The combinations of various immortal herbs and spiritual medicines, though seemingly illogical, hinted at extraordinary effects. It was evident that some esteemed practitioner had been experimenting with an array of novel alchemical formulations. Among them were several high-grade elixirs, including the 7th-grade immortal refining pill that Ning Yetchin had mentioned, and even records of the meridian nourishing elixir. This revelation clarified how Ning Yetchin could effortlessly produce the formula for the meridian nourishing liquid. Luo Ruiying's doubts about him dissipated entirely. As an ordinary mortal, how could he possibly concoct so many innovative recipes? It turned out he had stumbled upon this invaluable notebook. Yet, as she contemplated, a sense of concern arose within her. The worth of this notebook was extraordinary. It had birthed numerous novel and easier-to-create elixirs. Surely, it must have belonged to the venerable figure who had rescued her in the forest. He must be quite anxious now. If the opportunity arises, I shall return it to him. Yetching, this notebook you found must have belonged to some esteemed master. Its value is immense and exceedingly rare. I shall take it upon myself to safeguard it for now. I will return it to its rightful owner when the chance presents itself, Luo Ruiying stated to Ning Yetching. Fortunately, the notebook was intact, and returning it to the elder should pose no issues. Ning Yetching nodded with a smile. Very well, as you wish, my dear. This notebook is merely a rough draft of my notes and holds little significance. However, it was perfect for dispelling his wife's suspicions. Without further ado, Miss Qi, you should return promptly to prepare the Qi family, Ning Yetching advised Qi Yuan. Yes, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan beamed with excitement, her heart racing. With the formula for the immortal refining pill secured, she was eager to return and initiate preparations within the Qi family. She could hardly wait to witness the Jiang family's reaction. After placing the precious pill formula into her bosom, Qi Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity and began to hide it in various places on her person. Yet, no matter where she concealed it, a sense of vulnerability lingered. This was not merely a piece of paper, it was the invaluable recipe for a 7th-grade body refining elixir. The significance of this paper was immeasurable. Should others discover its existence, she might not survive to return to the Qi family. After much contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately resolved that the safest course was to clasp the formula tightly in her hand, concealing it within her garments. Brother Ning, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave. With a cautious heart, Qi Yuan bid farewell to Ning Yetchin and Luo Ring before gently stepping out of the courtyard. Upon exiting, her eyes darted around, casting wary glances as if everyone harbored ulterior motives against her. This behavior only heightened her suspicion, as if she were overly concerned that others might not realize she bore something of immense value. Qingyu, discreetly send someone to protect her. Ning Yetchin communicated anxiously to Yu Qingyu. TSK. Very well, Yu Qingyu replied, her displeasure evident in her tone. It was clear she harbored a genuine desire to eliminate Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan's departure, Luo Ruiying, perplexed, turned to Ning Yetchin and inquired, Yetchin, why are you intent on undermining the Jiang family? Since the recent alteration of the betting agreement at the trade conference, she had sensed that Ning Yetchin seemed to be purposefully targeting the Jiang family. Ning Yetchin turned back to gaze at Luo Ruiying, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, because they have insulted my wife. These words sent a slight tremor through Luo Ruiying's heart. It became apparent that his motives against the Jiang family were rooted in his desire to protect her. Chapter 69, A Scheme of Mine. Days later, the city of Nanli was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, which danced gracefully through the air. After a brief pause, the heavens once again released a cascade of thick, feather-like snow. Within the city, an air of tranquility and serenity prevailed, yet the streets buzzed with an even greater excitement than before. The annual festival heralding the arrival of spring, marked by auspicious snow, was soon upon them. Households busied themselves procuring provisions for the new year, while the windows of homes adorned with vibrant paper cuttings heralded the festive spirit. Bright red lanterns hung high, embellishing every alley and thoroughfare. Stalls brimming with New Year goods dotted the streets. And even the most seasoned cultivators residing in Nanli could not help but be swept away by the jubilant atmosphere of the mortal realm. The entire city of Nanli was awash in a joyous ambience. Yet, within the confines of the Jiang family estate, a stark contrast emerged, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded in desolation. Recently, the Qi family had commenced an extensive acquisition of various celestial herbs and spiritual medicines throughout the city, offering exorbitant prices. Among these, many herbs were utterly devoid of value or purpose. Numerous cultivators and herbal merchants hastily sold their wares to the Qi family at inflated prices. Jiang Zhen, possessing a keen commercial acumen, sensed the unusual nature of the Qi family's fervent procurement. He tirelessly convened with many alchemists to analyze the herbs obtained by the Qi family. Yet they could not ascertain the purpose behind these acquisitions. This inability to decipher the Qi family's intentions was hardly surprising. The formula for the immortal pill, bestowed upon the Qi family by Ning Yetchin, was a product of his own invention, unrecorded in any texts. Qi Rongchong, the head of the Qi family, was equally astute. He understood that the Jiang family would inevitably take notice. Hence he mixed in numerous herbs that were entirely extraneous to the formula. No amount of research by the Jiang family could unveil the Qi family's secrets. At this moment, Jiangzhen sat in the grand hall, his brow furrowed, hand pressed against his forehead, a visage of exhaustion, with the Gem Merchants Guild as a witness. He dared not refuse the transfer of jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli to the Qi family. Upon gaining control, the Qi family swiftly began to suppress Zhang's business interests, with many of his associates now aligning themselves with the Qi family. In order to counter the Qi family's onslaught, Jiangzhen found himself overwhelmed in recent days. Apart from a few managers and his brother Jiang Ming, the rest of his family proved utterly ineffectual. Particularly disheartening was his son, Jiang Li. who had long been a frivolous character, lacking any aptitude for commerce. Now, rendered incapacitated, he spent his days sulking at home, venting his frustrations by smashing things, displaying no ambition whatsoever. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Li was his only son, Jiang Jin would have had no qualms about casting him out of the Jiang family. The enigmatic figure responsible for the demise of Jiang Gan remained elusive, leaving the Jiang family in trepidation. They were left to wonder how they had attracted such a formidable adversary and whether this individual would strike again. Since the death of Chen Rou, Jiang Jin and the rest of the Jiang family had lived in constant fear. Fearing that the next Jiang Li or Jiang Gan might be among them, the mental torment weighed heavily on the Jiang family, leaving them utterly exhausted. With one issue unresolved, another burden fell upon them, and Jiang Jun felt nothing but frustration and headache. At that moment, Jiang Ming entered the hall and greeted Jiang Jun. During this period, he had been tasked with recruiting alchemists to study the Qi family's healing elixir and the various spiritual herbs they had procured. He was also diligently investigating the identity of the murderer who had slain his son, Jiang Gan. Seeing Jiang Ming enter, Jiang Jun's expression brightened, and he hastily inquired, "You're here. What is the update? Have you managed to decipher the Qi family's formula?" Jiang Ming slowly shook his head, expressing his regret. "Unfortunately, no. The herbs acquired by the Qi family are numerous and peculiar. I have consulted over a dozen alchemists, yet we are still unable to ascertain the formula in their possession." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun, disappointed, leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. "If there's no result, then why have you come to see me? The Qi family has sent someone again. They claim they wish to purchase our spiritual herbs at 10 times the market price." Jiang Ming stepped forward, producing a list of herbs compiled by the Qi family and handed it to Jiang Jun. Without even glancing at it, Jiang Jun snatched the list and tore it to shreds, shouting angrily, "Tell the Qi family to get lost. Otherwise, I shall send their heads back to them." He declared vehemently, "Even if the herbs rot in our warehouse, I will never sell them to the Qi family." Jiang Ming stood by, pondering for a moment, before gently urging, "Brother, why not raise the price a bit more and sell those herbs to the Qi family?" "You want me to sell those herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Jun glared at Jiang Ming, questioning him fiercely. Jiang Ming nodded, his expression grave as he replied, "Brother, you know we are in debt. The Jiang family's primary business relies on the high-price sale of Fire Lotus liquid. Now that the Qi family's business holds the lifeline of Nanli City, we can no longer afford to suppress the prices of the materials needed for the Fire Lotus liquid as we once did. The cost of producing the Fire Lotus liquid has significantly increased, and our sales channels have diminished. Recently, large quantities of materials for the Fire Lotus liquid have been ordered from various places, with debts to be repaid monthly in installments. Additionally, a hefty tribute in spirit stones was owed to the Holy Lotus sect each month. Although the Jiang family appeared prosperous, their cash flow was vast, leaving very little in hand. With the Qi family's commercial pressure, next month's funds would be insufficient to cover the debts that had accumulated. Failure to settle debts on time would tarnish their reputation among the merchant guilds. Once credibility was compromised, future collaborations with other guilds would become exceedingly difficult. Jiang Jun understood this all too well, which only added to his headache. He had believed that the Jiang family would have an upper hand in the commercial competition, leading him to order a large quantity of Fire Lotus liquid materials, even at the cost of incurring debt. As long as we triumph in the Merchant Association competition, the Jiang family will seize control of the entire Merchant Association and shops in Nanli City, swiftly rectifying the financial deficit. However, it was utterly unexpected that we would face defeat. This has led to the current dire predicament of the Jiang family. Sai, do share your plans. Since you have suggested I sell those medicinal herbs, you must have a strategy in mind, right? Jiang Jun sighed softly, casting a glance at Jiang Ming. His younger brother was quite astute. The Jiang family's achievements today are largely due to the efforts of the two brothers. Alas, their sons have proven to be rather disappointing. Jiang Ming smiled slightly and articulated his thoughts. "Elder brother, I have a plan. The medicinal herbs acquired by the Qi family are very likely intended for the concoction of a healing essence. Since the healing essence does not fall under the category of body-tempering liquids, it will not adversely affect our Jiang family's business. We can take this opportunity to raise the prices and sell the herbs to the Qi family, while simultaneously ramping up the production of the Fire Lotus liquid. When we sell this batch of Fire Lotus liquid at a premium, it will sufficiently cover our Jiang family's financial shortfall. In that case, Nanli City shall remain under the Jiang family's dominion." Chapter 70, Trouble at Home. Jiang Jun's expression was pensive as he contemplated the situation, ultimately deeming it feasible. Indeed, he could consent to selling the medicinal herbs to the Qi family. However, he insisted on a slight increase in price and demanded that the Qi family supply the materials for the Fire Lotus essence to the Jiang family. Jiang Jun instructed Jiang Ming. Once a significant quantity of Fire Lotus essence was sold, the Jiang family would surmount this crisis. They would soon rise again. Jiang Ming, understanding the implications, nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to turn to attend to matters, Jiang Jun inquired from behind, "By the way, what of the response from the Holy Lotus sect? The Holy Lotus sect has informed us that their leader intends to visit personally. They should arrive within a few days. Jiang Ming replied with a sinister smile playing on his lips. Despite the Jiang family's current predicament, they still had the backing of the Holy Lotus sect. Once their leader arrived, the tide would surely turn. At that time, he would also seek to uncover the murderer of his son, Jiang Gan, likely connected to the Qi family or that woman named Luo Ruiying. Excellent. Truly excellent. Upon learning of the Holy Lotus sect leader's impending visit, Jiang Zhen's gloom dissipated, and he sprang to his feet in excitement, applauding fervently. After losing to the Qi family in the Merchant Association competition and the death of Chen Rou, he had immediately dispatched someone to notify the Holy Lotus sect. This humiliation would not go unavenged. He vowed that all who mocked or betrayed the Jiang family would come to regret their actions. Let the Qi family revel for now. When the Holy Lotus sect leader arrives, the Qi family will swiftly vanish from existence. Neither the Qi family nor that Luo Ruiying would escape his wrath. After the Qi family acquired a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs from the Jiang family, in turn, procured a considerable amount of materials for the Fire Lotus essence, employing numerous alchemists to commence large-scale production. On this day, the Jiang family stocked their various stores with a considerable supply of Fire Lotus essence, simultaneously raising its price once more. This action immediately incited dissatisfaction among numerous cultivators. Seriously? Didn't they just raise the price a few months ago? How can they raise it again? Indeed. And this time, the increase is outrageous. A bottle of 4th-grade body refining liquid now costs 50,000 spirit stones. Are they mad? Given the inferior quality of the Fire Lotus essence, hastily produced, how dare they charge such exorbitant prices? Unbelievable. Refund now. I suspect the Jiang family is preparing to make a quick fortune and disappear. A multitude of disgruntled cultivators congregated at the entrances of Jiang family stores, voicing their displeasure. Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Zhen not only paid them no mind, but instead wore a brazen smile, leisurely enjoying tea alongside Jiang Ming. After taking a sip, he calmly instructed his subordinates. Pay no attention to those people. Let them shout if they wish. Understood, his subordinate replied before promptly departing. The reason Jiang Zhen felt so at ease was that such occurrences had transpired numerous times before. It was merely a matter of allowing those individuals to vent their frustrations with a few curses. At that time, those who needed to spend money would inevitably do so. In the entirety of Nanli City, only the Jiang family offered the highest grade of body-enhancing elixirs. There was no concern about unsold stock. Suddenly, a servant rushed into the main hall, visibly anxious and panting heavily, exclaiming, "No, no. This is terrible, master. I am well. But what could possibly require such haste? Your lack of composure is alarming." Jiang Zhen, witnessing the servant stumble forward, was incensed and rebuked. "What urgent matter has arisen that you cannot articulate properly? I am guilty, yet, indeed a grave incident has occurred." The servant trembled as he knelt on the ground. Both Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming furrowed their brows and inquired, "Speak swiftly. What has transpired?" The Qi family has suddenly made public the sale of a body-enhancing pill known as the Celestial Refinement Pill. The servant stammered. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Their faces filled with incredulity. "What? You say the Qi family has begun selling body-enhancing pills?" Yes. It is said that this Celestial Refinement Pill is a 7th-grade elixir." The servant replied. 7th grade. If you are fabricating tales, beware for your life." Jiang Zhen stuttered in shock, hastening towards the servant and seizing his collar in a fervent inquiry. "That is a 7th-grade elixir. It is not mere trinkets. The value of a 7th-grade elixir is extraordinary, a rarity that cannot be sought. Such a thing has never appeared in all of Nanli City. And now you tell me the Qi family has produced a 7th-grade elixir? Moreover, it pertains to body enhancement." "It is true, master. I would not dare utter a falsehood," the servant lamented. Upon receiving this news, I immediately verified its authenticity and hurried back to report. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Zhen appeared utterly distraught, staggering backward several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Ming rushed to assist him, offering words of comfort. "Elder brother, do not despair. 7th-grade elixirs are not easily concocted. The Qi family cannot possibly produce them in large quantities. Even if they manage to create them, the price will undoubtedly be steep, beyond the reach of many. For our Jiang family, the Qi family's 7th-grade body-enhancing elixir may not adversely affect the sales of our Fire Lotus liquid." Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, another servant hurried in, kneeling and speaking in a panic. "Master, this is dire. Numerous cultivators have expressed intentions to withdraw their purchases of our Fire Lotus liquid. The Qi family shops have launched the 7th-grade body-enhancing elixir at a price equivalent to our Fire Lotus liquid. Everyone is flocking to the Qi family. Furthermore, the Qi family has persuaded many cultivators who initially agreed to guard our shop to defect to them. Now, many cultivators are causing a ruckus in our store. What shall we do, master?" One piece of bad news followed another, plunging Jiang Zhen's heart into a profound abyss of despair, leaving him in a daze, unable to regain his senses for an extended period. Even Jiang Ming could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He could hardly believe that the Qi family was selling their 7th-grade body refining pills at such a meager price, and that they were capable of mass production. When compared to the relatively low price of the 7th-grade body refining pills, Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid was utterly incomparable. It would not be long before the market for body refining liquids was completely monopolized by the Qi family, rendering the Fire Lotus liquid, which Jiang family had invested considerable resources to produce, unsellable. Other cultivators who had made purchases would inevitably demand refunds from Jiang family. It was all over. Completely over. Jiang Ming sank down to the ground in despair. It was only at this moment that both Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming comprehended the truth. The herbs that the Qi family had been fervently acquiring were not intended for the formulation of the healing spirit liquid, but rather for crafting these 7th-grade immortal refining pills. They had been deceived. If there had been any breath of hope remaining for Jiang family after the conclusion of the Merchant Association competition, that final breath had now been extinguished by their own hands. They had sold a substantial quantity of herbs to the Qi family. Yet, they simply could not fathom where the Qi family had obtained a recipe. Chapter 71. All for the little princess in the grand city of Nanli. The annual New Year festival has arrived. At the onset of each new year, this vibrant city hosts an extravagant celebration to welcome the spring. The festivities are not only a jubilant welcome to the new season, but also a prayer for favorable weather and family safety in the coming year. During the New Year festival, the bustling streets of Nanli are alive with activity, as crowds flock to the squares where various performances and entertainment abound. The avenues are lined with an array of stalls, filled with the sounds of lively chatter and vendors calling out to passers-by. The flurry of snowflakes in the sky does little to dampen the spirits of the revelers. Rather, it adds a unique charm to the winter strolls. Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying walk hand in hand with Luo Hongye, while Kai Se and her companions trail behind under the guidance of Yuqinyu. This rare New Year festival is a perfect occasion to bring the children along to enjoy the merriment. Luo Hongye is adorned in a hand-knit New Year sweater made by Luo Ruiying, complemented by a snug little cotton jacket, giving her a particularly cherubic appearance. Her tiny hands are held by Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying, while her little feet happily bounce in the snow. Her bright, curious eyes dart around, occasionally pointing at something and asking innocent questions. "Look, there's a toy stall," she exclaims, pointing at a booth displaying colorful rattles. "Father, mother, what is that?" "Ah, my dear, that is a rattle. If you like it, I shall buy you one," Ning Yetchin replies, smiling as he leads her and Luo Ruiying toward the stall. "Excuse me, sir? I would like to." Ning Yetchin begins, but as he approaches the toy stall, he is taken aback when the vendor raises his head. Despite his attempts at disguise, the vendor's imposing physique and wild features are unmistakable. Ning Yetchin instantly recognizes him. It's the infamous leader of the 6th Legion of the Demon Realm. The 6th Demon Lord, the Mad Prisoner. "What are you doing here? And why on earth are you selling toys?" Ning Yetchin exclaims inwardly. Bewildered by the incongruity of the scene, a man as formidable as a boulder, surrounded by playful trinkets. The Mad Prisoner, upon seeing Ning Yetchin, breaks into a warm, radiant smile, his wild visage lighting up as he greets him with a jovial laugh. "What can I get for you, dear customer?" Ning Yetchin remains silent, staring at the Mad Prisoner in disbelief. The notion that a powerful being like him is reduced to selling toys in the human realm is simply too much to process. Is this what Yuqinyu meant by arranging for someone to disguise themselves and blend into the city? Could they not have given him a more fitting identity? Ning Yetchin cannot help but glance back at Yuqinyu, his eyes filled with unspoken questions. In the tranquil moonlight, Yuqinyu maintained an air of dignified composure, as if everything around her was of no concern. "Uncle, I want this every night," Lo Hongye said, tiptoeing and pointing at the rattle drum in the hands of the fervent captive. "Oh, what a delightful and charming little princess," exclaimed the captive, his heart melting at the sight of Lo Hongye, as he lovingly presented the rattle drum to her. He extended his hand with utmost care and gentleness, fearing that he might startle the little princess. Winning the affection of the princess of the demon realm would be the greatest honor of his life. And this windmill is also a gift for the adorable little princess. And this, all of these are for the little princess. The fervent captive felt that merely giving her the rattle drum was insufficient. He plucked various toys from his stall and offered them to Lo Hongye. As long as she was happy, he would gladly part with everything. In fact, that was his utmost desire. However, Lo Hongye could not possibly carry so many. Her hands were already overflowing with a multitude of toys. All right, let's go explore elsewhere." Ning Yetchin was genuinely concerned that the fervent captive would soon try to load an entire cart of toys into Lo Hongye's hands, and he hurriedly pulled her away. As they departed, Lo Hongye turned back to the fervent captive, flashing a crescent-like charming smile. "Thank you, uncle." Oh. The little princess is truly adorable." He was overwhelmed that the little princess had thanked him. This would be his greatest glory after becoming a demon god. The fervent captive waved gently at the departing Lo Hongye, his face radiating tenderness. Meanwhile, another group of parents approached the fervent captive's stall, inquiring, I just heard that the toys here are free. Is that true? Huh. Who said they were free? I don't need to do business. He barked, his demeanor shifting dramatically to one of ferocity. 200 taels each. If you want it, take it. If not, then leave. The fervent captive transformed into a fearsome figure, his patience waning. Were it not for the little princess and the need to disguise his identity from the demon lord, he would not deign to entertain such insignificant beings. The family was nearly petrified by his wrath, the children on the verge of tears. The stark contrast in attitude from before was astonishing, like heaven and earth apart. Moreover, even if it weren't free, the price of 200 taels for a single toy was exorbitantly high. Clearly, a swindle. Others who had also intended to approach were frightened away, keeping their distance. On the other side, after leaving the fervent captive stall, Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yetchin with a puzzled expression. Yetchin, did you not find the stall owner a bit strange? Strange. In what way? Ning Yetchin feigned ignorance. Truth be told, he too found it quite peculiar. Luo Ruiying contemplated, noting that the stall owner's physique clearly indicated he had undergone training. In the midst of the bustling marketplace, a cultivator was inexplicably selling toys. This peculiar sight raised her suspicions, especially since she could not discern the other's cultivation level. It was likely that this individual surpassed her in strength. The human realm, indeed, is a place of hidden talents, not to be underestimated. Even a cultivator engaged in the humble trade of toys could possess such formidable abilities. Luo Ruiying attributed this oddity to personal hobbies, for there are many cultivators with eccentric interests in the world. Perhaps it was merely a desire to experience the joys of the mortal realm, akin to her and other cultivators who leisurely strolled through the vibrant streets. However, there was one aspect of the toy-selling cultivator that piqued Luo Ruiying's suspicion, his excessive enthusiasm towards Luo Hongye. His fervor was so pronounced that it compelled her to remain vigilant. At one point, she even questioned whether he might be a nefarious practitioner of dark arts, preying on children. Regardless, it was prudent for her to maintain a degree of caution. Having resolved to dismiss her concerns, Luo Ruiying continued to hold Luo Hongye's hand, strolling alongside Ning Yetchin, immersing themselves in the festive atmosphere. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, igniting Luo Hongye's insatiable appetite. As she turned her gaze toward the source, she saw a barbecue stall surrounded by a lively crowd, teeming with eager patrons. Luo Hongye's wide, sparkling eyes and slightly parted lips betrayed her desire for a taste, almost causing her to drool. Ning Yetchin, recognizing the signs, knew instantly that the child was yearning for a snack. Chapter 72. 2 grilled sausages, not spicy. Hey, do you want to eat? Ning Yetchin bent down with a smile, addressing Luo Hongye. I do. Luo Hongye's big, innocent eyes sparkled as she nodded earnestly. Hey, recently you've been eating too many snacks. Luo Ruiying, instead of her usual indulgent demeanor, spoke sternly. Lately, Qi Yuan has been bringing various treats for Luo Hongye every time she visits. Although Luo Hongye is supposed to inherit her celestial lineage, she is still quite young and has shown some signs of frailty from an early age, which raises concerns about her health. Mother. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's apparent disapproval, Luo Hongye widened her eyes and gazed up at her mother with a pitiful expression. In an instant, Luo Ruiying's heart softened. My dear, if the child desires it, let her indulge. She wants to eat so many snacks in the future, right? Hi? Ning Yetchin assured Luo Ruiying while holding Luo Hongye's hand. Luo Hongye obediently nodded in agreement. Yes, I want to eat so many snacks from now on. Luo Ruiying shot a glance at Ning Yetchin, exasperatedly replying, You just spoil her ISNT that the purpose of having your own child? Ning Yetchin chuckled. Luo Ruiying, unable to argue further, relented. All right, but this is the last time. Luo Hongye immediately nodded with a beaming smile. Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying led Luo Hongye toward the barbecue stall to queue. Behind them, Yu Qingyu held a paper and pen, diligently noting down everything that intrigued Luo Hongye along the way. Meanwhile, Meng Niu and his companions had transformed into a mobile shopping basket, carrying a variety of items in their hands. As they reached the front of the line, Ning Yetchin's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, causing him to freeze in place. There stood Yi Tianxin, donned in an apron, expertly flipping various grilled delicacies. Would you like a skewer, esteemed guest? Yi Tianxin raised his gaze to Ning Yetchin, a slight smile gracing his stern countenance. Ning Yetchin, what are you doing? Unable to contain his curiosity, he communicated telepathically. Reporting to the esteemed demon lord, I am fulfilling my duty. Yi Tianxin replied seriously while continuing with his grilling. Your duty is to sell barbecue. Yes, demon lord. This is the identity I am currently masquerading under in the human realm. Yi Tianxin stated earnestly. Ning Yetchin felt at a loss for words. First, the 6th demon of the demon realm was selling toys. And now the 1st demon was selling barbecue. Don't you find this utterly incongruous? You are the pride of the demon realm. Without a doubt. Ning Yetchin knew this was all Yu Qingyu's doing. It was Qingyu who pressured you into this, wasn't it? No, demon lord. The left guardian merely offered us a suggestion and a choice. Choosing barbecue was my own decision. Yi Tianxian replied. Why? Ning Yetchin, perplexed, inquired further. With so many possible identities to disguise, why choose to sell barbecued food? He simply could not comprehend it. Yet, Night God provided a compelling explanation. It was because the little princess adored it. For the past few days, he had been discreetly observing her and discovered her particular fondness for various snacks. Thus, he resolutely embarked on mastering the art of barbecue, solely to win her favor. Upon hearing this rationale, Ning Yetchin found himself unable to counter, silently raising 2 fingers. 2 grilled sausages, not spicy. No problem. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Night God's eyes as his demeanor turned exceedingly serious. He executed each step with a remarkable 200% skill. The control of the heat, the precise ratio of seasonings, all meticulously considered for the little princess's healthy growth. Every detail demanded exactitude, yet his hands moved with incredible speed, unfazed by the other patrons awaiting their barbecued delights. His hands danced like fleeting shadows at the stall, and at that moment, the grill ignited to life. Ning Yetchin stood transfixed before the stall, awestruck. This technique, he was convinced that Night God had secretly honed his grilling skills for decades. Who would have imagined that his subordinate possessed such talent? If the commander of the First Legion were to switch careers to barbecue, he would surely find a vast new horizon. Meanwhile, standing beside Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying began to take notice of Night God. With his unique, austere demeanor, it was hard for her to forget him. Wasn't he the new neighbor who had moved in recently? To think he was selling barbecued food was entirely unexpected. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Sir, here are your sausages. In a short while, Night God bowed slightly, gracefully presenting 2 beautifully grilled sausages to Ning Yetchin. Oh, how much? Ning Yetchin inquired upon receiving them. Although he was well aware of the other's true identity, he felt compelled to pay as a customer. Suddenly, Night God produced a small bell from somewhere, shaking it to emit a series of delicate chimes. The sound immediately captured the attention of nearby patrons, who turned with curious gazes. Night God stepped back, tossing a handful of confetti, and proclaimed, "Congratulations to this group of guests. You are the 1000th customer today, earning a year of complimentary meals. From now on, you and your family can enjoy anything here without charge." Ning Yetchin. He stared incredulously at Night God, deeply suspicious that this so-called 1000th customer was entirely fabricated. What a coincidence. Clearly, he was too timid to accept his money and had simply concocted an excuse. The surrounding onlookers, oblivious to the underlying tension, erupted in applause, congratulating Ning Yetchin's family. What incredible luck. A year of free meals. If I won, I could eat until he went bankrupt. Alas, why am I not so fortunate? Let us not speak of it. I have never won a prize. The individual trailing behind Ning Yetchin was engulfed in profound regret and lamentation. How unfortunate. That grand prize of a year's worth of free meals was almost his. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, Ning Yetchin decisively took hold of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, leading them away from the stall of Yi Tianxian. Remaining any longer would surely draw even more attention. Yi Tianxian, unfazed, bid farewell as they departed, saying, "We welcome your next visit." Never again, Ning Yetchin thought vehemently. What he yearned for was a simple outing at the market with his wife and child. Why is it that he encounters acquaintances everywhere? My dear, let us explore that way, Ning Yetchin suggested. He handed the grilled sausages he held to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, then proceeded toward another part of the street. He resolved to seek a different location. Luo Hongya blew on the steaming sausage and eagerly took a small bite, her face radiating joy. Observing her relish in the food brought a gentle smile to Ning Yetchin's lips. You should try it too. It truly is delightful. After taking a small bite from the sausage, Luo Ruiying shyly offered it to Ning Yetchin's mouth. With a touch of bashfulness in her demeanor, her gesture was irresistible. Naturally, he would not refuse the tender offering from his beloved wife. He opened his mouth to take a delicate bite, savoring the flavor. Indeed, it must be said, this vendor's skill is rather impressive. Chapter 73, Unrecognizable. Esteemed guest, might I interest you in selecting a piece of jewelry for your wife? Ning Yetchin guided Luo Ruiying into another bustling alleyway. Just a few steps in, a vendor seated on the ground suddenly called out to him. The vendor was slender and graceful, her face veiled, obscuring her features, yet it was evident she was a woman. Ning Yetchin paused, his brow slightly furrowing as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Ning Yetchin leaned closer to the vendor and tentatively whispered, "Chi-Huan." Sir, what are you saying? I am not Chi-Huan. Chi-Huan averted her gaze, nervously defending herself. All right, it's definitely her. Ning Yetchin concluded with resignation. Realizing he had inadvertently encountered someone from his past, he had deliberately chosen a different location, yet it felt as if he were surrounded by familiar faces. Casting a glance down the street, he spotted numerous recognizable figures. That short-haired man deftly preparing beef balls with dual blades was the 7th-ranked demon lord of the demon realm, Luo Sha. The woman with hair cascading over her face, obscuring her features while selling wigs, was the 5th-ranked demon lord, Fag. And amidst the performers, there was a girl with fiery red hair. the 10th-ranked demon lord, Yin Lily. Moreover, the throngs of passers-by included several elite guards and commanders of the demon realm. The circle around him was already growing. Even the seemingly innocent children running about were disguises from the demon realm. Qingyu, please be honest with me. How many of your people have you stationed in the city? Ning Yetchin could no longer contain his curiosity and demanded an answer from Qingyu. Your Excellency, as per your directive, I have only retained the bare minimum in the city. There are a total of 60,000 lurking here. 60,000? Ning Yetchin was taken aback. He found 6,000 excessive, yet Qingyu had arranged for 60,000. Furthermore, these 60,000 were primarily top-tier elites of the demon realm, ensuring that Luo Ruiying remained oblivious to their presence. 60,000 cultivators above the immortal realm hidden within Nanli City. He was momentarily uncertain whether he was in the demon realm or the human realm. Any one of these 60,000 could effortlessly dominate any region in the human realm. Ning Yetchin was at a loss for words. He thought about reprimanding Qingyu, yet she had been dutiful. It was difficult for him to scold her. Even if he did, she would likely present a multitude of reasons to justify her actions. Yetchin, do you know this young lady? Luo Ruiying observed Ning Yetchin leaning close to Qi Huan, scrutinizing her, and could not help but inquire with curiosity. Unrecognizable. Both Ning Yetchin and Qi Huan emphatically denied the connection simultaneously. Is that so? I thought you two were acquainted, Luo Ruiying replied, slightly taken aback, unaware that both Ning Yetchin and Qi Huan had nearly been frightened to death just moments before. Ning Yetchin was concerned that Luo Ruiying might detect some clues, while Qi Huan was even more fearful of inadvertently revealing the identity of the demon lord. If that were to happen, she certainly wouldn't be able to remain here, as Qingyu would undoubtedly be the first to exact her vengeance. The number of seats for the 13 demon gods might very well be reduced by 1. Madam, would you care to select a piece of jewelry? Qi Huan smiled awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Qingyu behind Ning Yetchin. Only after noticing that Qingyu displayed no change in expression did she breathe a sigh of relief and direct her recommendation towards Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying had once been the empress of the celestial realm, she held no particular desire for jewelry, initially intending to decline outright. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the exquisite adornments displayed at the stall, drawing her in with an irresistible allure. The jewelry on display was crafted from rare gemstones and minerals, some of which were entirely unfamiliar to her. Picking up a bracelet, she marveled at the impeccable craftsmanship and flawless design. Within the bracelet, radiant colors flowed gently, vibrant and mesmerizing. This was evidently crafted from the 7-colored magic stone unique to the demon realm. Moreover, the purity and artistry of the piece were unparalleled, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. It was astonishing that someone from the human realm could carve such a stone. Madam, do you have your eye on this bracelet? Qi Huan inquired with a smile, noticing Luo Ruiying's captivated gaze. Rumor had it that both the frenzied prison and the night god had been graced by the demon lord and the little princess. Such exalted honors could not be overlooked here. Do you fancy this bracelet, my lady? Ning Yetchin added, crouching beside Luo Ruiying with a smile. He would not hesitate to purchase it if she desired it. After all, these treasures were rightfully his. However, Luo Ruiying gently set the bracelet down and slowly shook her head. While the bracelet was indeed remarkable, she ultimately decided against it. The material was exceptional, and its price would not be trivial. Seeing Luo Ruiying prepare to rise and leave, Qi Huan became anxious and quickly interjected, Madam, please wait. We are currently holding a free lottery event. A lottery event? Indeed. The lottery is entirely free, with 4 distinct prizes. The Ding prize offers a 50% discount on purchases from this stall. The C prize grants a 30% discount. The B prize offers a 10% discount. And the A prize allows you to choose anything, entirely free of charge. Qi Huan enthusiastically presented a box from behind her, filled to the brim with small, identical balls. Observing Qi Huan's fervor, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to randomly select a ball from the box. After all, participating in a lottery wouldn't take much time. Besides, how often does one win a prize? She thought to draw a ball and then leave. Gently squeezing the ball in her hand, she extracted a slip of paper. Upon unfolding it, she was astonished to find it boldly stated that she had won the A prize. Before she could even show the slip to Qi Huan, the latter erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Oh, congratulations! You have successfully won the A prize. You are free to choose any jewelry you desire from my collection, all at no cost. Ning Yetchin stood silently beside Qi Huan, gazing at her in disbelief. He could tell without even looking that she had won the grand prize. He suspected that the box was filled entirely with first prizes. Luo Ruiying had never imagined she would casually select the grand prize. Now, to refuse it would seem a waste of this hard-won opportunity. Luo Ruiying surveyed the dazzling array of jewelry at the stall once more and turned to Luo Hongya, inquiring, Is there anything you fancy? Luo Hongya, clearly uninterested in the jewelry, glanced at the display and pointed to a hairpin intricately carved in the shape of a rabbit. I'll take this one, she said. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, picked up the rabbit hairpin, and delicately placed it into Luo Hongya's hair. Meanwhile, Ning Yetchin casually picked up a finely crafted black and white comb from the stall. Do you fancy this comb? Luo Ruiying asked with curiosity. This one is a gift for you. My dear, from now on, I shall be the one to comb your hair, Ning Yetchin replied, turning to reveal a charming smile as he handed the comb to Luo Ruiying. Her cheeks flushed, and in that moment, a flutter of excitement stirred within her heart. Chapter 74. This time, no one can save them. Within the Jiang residence, the exterior was ablaze with light and filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment. Yet the interior lay shrouded in darkness and desolation. A haunting stillness prevailed. Not only was there a lack of festive spirit, but even the warmth of home was conspicuously absent. With the emergence of the Chief family's immortal refining pills, the Jiang family had entirely lost their grip on power within the bustling city of Nanli. Various merchant associations began to sever ties, leading to a cascade of shop closures. An abundance of Fire Lotus liquor languished in warehouses and shops, neglected and unwanted. Even at drastically reduced prices, no one was inclined to purchase the Fire Lotus liquor. The Jiang family's previously tarnished reputation had deterred trust, compounded by the inconsistent quality of their product. Were it not for the absence of alternative body-enhancing elixirs in Nanli, the Jiang family would not have been so brazen in their dealings. Moreover, the Chief family's elixirs boasted a remarkable 7th-grade classification, rendering their efficacy significantly superior, by more than a mere tenfold, compared to the Fire Lotus liquor. The pricing set by the Chief family was essentially a gift. Individuals would eagerly resort to any means, even selling their possessions or talents, to obtain the Chief family's immortal refining pills. In stark contrast, the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquor was so devalued that it might not even be accepted as a free offering. For the Jiang family, the tide had irrevocably turned. Most servants had chosen to abandon their posts, leaving behind only a select few guards personally trained by the family. Jiangzhen sat alone in the dimly lit hall, his countenance twisted with rage and resentment. It was all the Chief family's fault. That woman, had she not appeared, the city of Nanli would have been his family's dominion. The Jiang family would not have fallen to such depths. While others may have deemed the Jiang family finished, he believed they had yet to lose. He still possessed one final move, a strategy he was confident would secure his victory. Eldest brother, the Holy Lotus sect leader has arrived. At that moment, Jiang Ming rushed into the hall, his face alight with joy. This was perhaps the most optimistic and eagerly anticipated news the Jiang family had heard in days. Quick, invite her in, Jiangzhen exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. No sooner had he spoken than a somber voice resonated from the heavens above. There is no need. I have come personally. A woman clad in a flowing gown adorned with lotus motifs descended gracefully from the sky, her delicate features accentuated by soft makeup. Flanking her were two strikingly beautiful women, one dressed in green, the other in red. Upon seeing the trio, Jiangzhen and Jiang Ming hastily approached and knelt before them, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Holy Lotus sect leader and the two esteemed envoys." "Rise," replied Song Yin, casting a cursory glance at the kneeling Jiangzhen before striding into the hall to take her seat. The two envoys closely flanked her sides. Jiangzhen and Jiang Ming, trembling in awe, lowered their heads as they approached Song Yin, scarcely daring to breathe. The Jiang family had forged an alliance with the Holy Lotus sect, which had dispatched an envoy to assist with the family's affairs. The Jiang family was entrusted with the governance of Nanli City by the Holy Lotus sect, obligated to offer a monthly tribute of spiritual stones and to incorporate any willing cultivators into the sect. This was the agreement between the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect. Now that Shenro, the White Lotus Saint, has fallen, the Jiang family has completely lost control over Nanli City and is unable to deliver this month's tribute. It can be said that the Jiang family has become of little use to the Holy Lotus sect. At this moment, Jiangzhen was deeply anxious, fearing the wrath of the Holy Lotus sect and the potential abandonment of the Jiang family. Should that occur, the Jiang family would not only be unable to seek revenge, but might even face the threat of extinction. Jiang family head, it has been a while since we last met. You appear to be in rather poor spirits, Song Yin remarked coldly, casting a glance at Jiangzhen. Instantly, Jiangzhen fell to his knees with a thud, followed closely by Jiang Ming. "We humbly beseech your forgiveness, esteemed sect leader." "Humph, you still seek forgiveness. Is this how you uphold your promise to govern Nanli City for my Holy Lotus sect? Perhaps supporting your Jiang family was a grave mistake from the very beginning. It is my Jiang family's incompetence. Please grant us your mercy, esteemed sect leader." Jiangzhen dared not deflect blame and pressed his forehead to the ground, fervently pleading for clemency. Considering the years of dedication the Jiang family had shown, offering substantial monthly tributes of spiritual stones and personnel, Song Yin reluctantly chose to forgive them this once. "Tell me, who dares to oppose my Holy Lotus sect?" Song Yin inquired, her eyes icy with fury. Ever since the annihilation of the martial god hall in the southern province, that region had belonged to her Holy Lotus sect. This was an opportunity bestowed upon her. She had intended for the Jiang family to control all of Nanli City as the foundation for the sect's expansion. enabling the Holy Lotus sect to eventually dominate the entire southern province. Yet, she had never anticipated the failure of her plans to govern Nanli City, nor the loss of her prized subordinate. This grievance must be avenged. Esteemed sect leader, it is the chief family. They have somehow procured a remarkably powerful woman. That woman, representing the chief family, killed the White Lotus Saint during the commercial competition. My son has been incapacitated, and my nephew met a tragic end in the audience. This must be connected to the chief family. Esteemed sect leader, you must seek justice for the White Lotus Saint and my Jiang family. Jiang Jin wept, tears streaming down his face, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Song Yin furrowed her brow deeply, displaying her displeasure. Humph, this grievance shall not go unpunished. However, I fail to understand. Even if your Jiang family lost the commercial competition, with your grasp over Nanli City, how could you have fallen so swiftly to this state? Esteemed sect leader, you are unaware. The chief family has somehow obtained a formula for the 7th grade body refining elixir, the Lianxian pill. The cost of the required materials for this elixir is incredibly low, and it can be produced in large quantities. The chief family has dominated the market in Nanli City with this Lianxian pill. The fire lotus liquid you provided has now become unsellable. Jiang Jin lamented. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the immortal refining pill by the chief family, the Jiang family would not have suffered such a complete defeat. A 7th grade body tempering elixir recipe. Is what you say truly accurate? Upon hearing this, Song Yin's expression shifted in shock, and she quickly pressed for clarification. If I utter even a half-truth, may I be at the mercy of the master? Jiang Jin immediately bowed his head in assurance. Song Yin pondered, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of her mouth. If this is the case, then the Jiang family's failure cannot be blamed entirely on them. The 7th grade body tempering elixir recipe is remarkably cost-effective and can be produced in large quantities. This is an exceedingly rare and valuable formula. It seems her journey here was not in vain. She would gladly accept this 7th grade body tempering elixir recipe. A glint of determination flashed in Song Yin's eyes as she commanded her 2 protectors beside her, Qinglian Saint Envoy, Honglian Saint Envoy. You two shall lead a force to eradicate the chief family. By tomorrow, I want to see the chief family obliterated from existence. As for the woman who killed my Balian Saint Envoy, I shall personally deal with her. Yes, master. The 2 protectors accepted their orders and promptly departed. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming's faces were alight with elation. Both the chief family and that woman's clan were doomed. Han Guangji of the Treasure Merchant Association had already left Nanli City. This time, no one would come to their rescue. Chapter 75. It is my duty at the festival market. The night had deepened, yet the streets were still bustling with lively crowds. Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying strolled with Luo Hongye, enjoying numerous performances and purchasing various items at different stalls. Although they claimed to have bought these items, in truth, not a single coin was spent. They either won prizes or fortuitously encountered shops celebrating their 20th anniversary with limited-time free offerings. Some even proclaimed that due to the festival, everything was complimentary. They visited over a dozen stalls, and each experience was the same. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that the people of Nanli City were exceedingly warm and friendly. Even when incurring losses, the shop owners remained cheerful and enthusiastic. Moreover, their luck today seemed remarkably favorable. They seemed to win at every turn. Could it be that the festival had intentionally increased the odds of winning? Luo Ruiying speculated within her mind. This appeared to be the only reasonable explanation. Trailing behind Ning Yetchin, Yuqiyu diligently recorded Luo Hongye's preferences, yet she remained keenly observant of Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying, though uncertain of the reasons. She sensed a peculiar subtlety in the relationship between the demon lord and his wife. She had felt it even during their time at home. Now, amidst the vibrant market, their date was even more revealing. Although they were clearly married, their interactions resembled that of courteous strangers. Their feelings could not be described as lacking. On the contrary, their bond seemed quite strong, yet there was an elusive quality that felt amiss. At such a lively and splendid festival, it was the perfect opportunity for a romantic outing, yet they didn't even hold hands. Hadn't he, the demon lord, and his wife already borne a child? Why did they behave like a pair of starry-eyed first loves? Yuqiyu furrowed her delicate brows, perplexed. Could it be that the demon lord was shy? Given his centuries of solitude, it was indeed conceivable that this was his first experience of marriage. While she felt deeply satisfied to witness the day the demon lord wed and fathered a child, she still hoped to see more displays of affection between him and his wife. Ideally, they would remain in a state of romantic bliss every day and have several more little princes or princesses, no matter how many children his wife bore. She would take responsibility to nurture them into formidable beings worthy of the demon lord's legacy. With this thought, Yu Qingyo's expression radiated excitement, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably. In her mind, she envisioned a future where she accompanied Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying with a multitude of children. How blissful that would be. The trio beside Yu Qingyu, Kai Sei, and her companions noticed her sudden dazed smile and felt an unsettling chill run through them. They had already witnessed the terrifying aspect of this woman. What could possibly evoke such a frightening smile from her? Realizing her lapse in composure, Yu Qingyu quickly restored her usual dignified and graceful demeanor. Now was not the time for joy. For the sake of the Demon Lord and the future of the Demon Realm, she resolved to discreetly give the Demon Lord a gentle push forward. All idle personnel, heed the call. An urgent mission. Yu Qingyu, through a clandestine transmission, commanded all those concealed within the city of Nanli. In an instant, every demon, shadow guard, and commander of the Forbidden Army, disguised and lurking in Nanli, received the message, their eyes narrowing and expressions turning grave. An urgent mission. It had been an eternity since the Demon Realm had issued such a pressing task. Everyone stood at the ready, awaiting Yu Qingyu's orders. The transmission was a mystical technique that transformed sound into a unique spiritual energy, embedding it within another's mind, where it would echo back. This subtle and extraordinary energy was typically difficult to detect, particularly when conveyed by someone of profound cultivation, making it even harder for the ordinary person to perceive. Yet, faced with someone of considerably higher prowess, the transmission would still be sensed. As Yu Qingyu's voice resonated, Ning Yetchin immediately felt it. He turned to her, a look of confusion crossing his face, as though silently questioning what significant event necessitated such an urgent mission. Why had he not sensed anything amiss? However, Yu Qingyu had no intention of explaining herself to Ning Yetchin, merely offering him a cryptic smile. This smile sent a shiver down Ning Yetchin's spine. Sure enough, amidst the already bustling crowd, a surge of people suddenly emerged. The throng squeezed past Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying, forcing the two uncomfortably close together. Unbeknownst to who accidentally collided with Luo Ruiying, she was unexpectedly thrust into Ning Yetchin's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, shielding her within his grasp. Luo Ruiying rested against Ning Yetchin's chest, her cheeks faintly flushed. It felt as if the crowd had suddenly multiplied. Yes, indeed. Careful, my lady. Ning Yetchin chuckled awkwardly. He shot a fierce glare at Yu Qingyu. What are you doing? The newly appeared crowd and the one who pushed Luo Ruiying were clearly all from the demon realm. Yu Qingyu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, I am merely assisting you, esteemed demon lord. There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty. I do not wish to thank you. Moreover, your duties do not encompass this. Ning Yetchin reprimanded Yu Qingyu in silence. Yu Qingyu, unfazed by any perceived wrongdoing, countered with righteous fervor, what are you saying? Esteemed demon lord? All matters concerning you and your lady are affairs of the demon realm, thus falling under my responsibilities. Though I may speak rather boldly, you should be more forthright. Your lady would not object to it. Since my arrival, it seems I have yet to witness you and your lady consummate your union. Ning Yetchin, silence. This matter is within my own purview. No need for your interference. Ning Yetchin warned Yu Qingyu, exasperated. Previously, it was one thing to push for marriage. Now, even such matters are being pressed. Although he had his thoughts, he understood that one must proceed step by step. His subordinate acknowledged this. Yu Qingyu readily agreed, yet her demeanor suggested she had no intention of conceding. Ning Yetchin sensed that she had scarcely absorbed his words. Luo Ruiying lifted herself from Ning Yetchin's embrace, and as the crowd around them grew increasingly dense, she bent down to cradle Luo Hongye in her arms to prevent getting separated. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yetchin took her hand. When his palm was suddenly clasped tightly, Luo Ruiying felt a slight jolt of surprise, but upon realizing it was Ning Yetchin, she relaxed and gently reciprocated his grip. In such a bustling throng, holding hands would ensure they would not be jostled apart. Observing this, Yu Qingyu felt a contented smile tug at the corners of her mouth. This was the moment she had been waiting for. It was time to take the next step. Chapter 76, Is the atmosphere not yet sufficient? Outside the capital of Nanli City, after the midnight hour, a grand fireworks display is set to commence, heralding the arrival of a new year. At this moment, the procession of fireworks is already assembled on the outskirts, poised to ignite the fireworks at the appointed time. With still some time to spare before midnight, the individuals responsible for igniting the fireworks gather together, indulging in revelry and laughter. Suddenly, several shadowy figures materialize behind them in an instant. Before they can react, they are silently rendered unconscious and dragged into the thicket. A stunningly beautiful woman, her expression impassive and aura aloof, emerges slowly from the shadows, a long, ornate blade slung at her waist. Dozens of shadowy figures follow in her wake, awaiting further instructions. She raises her arm, and the shadows promptly begin to arrange the fireworks. Once everything is set, Yulian transmits a message to Yu Qingyu from a distance. Esteemed Left Guardian, preparations are complete on this end. Meanwhile, Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying finally navigate through the throngs of people, arriving at a less crowded street. Even after escaping the bustling crowd, they appear to have reached a tacit understanding, their hands showing no signs of parting. Following closely behind, Yu Qingyu wears a satisfied smile, just as she receives the communication from Yulian. Excellent. Yu Qingyu steps closer and leans towards Luo Ruiying, saying, Madam, I have heard that the New Year's fireworks display is about to commence. Would you care to witness it? The fireworks display? Isn't it supposed to start after midnight? Isn't it still too early? Luo Ruiying replied, puzzled. recalling that the fireworks usually began later. Ning Yetchin's immediate thought was that Yetchin must be scheming something behind his back. She clearly hadn't paid heed to his prior words. In response to Luo Ruiying's confusion, Yetchin remained unfazed, explaining, "Madam, you may not be aware, but the fireworks display has been moved up. Is that so?" Luo Ruiying inquired, intrigued. She had heard that the annual New Year's fireworks in Nanli City were resplendent and memorable. Before leaving, Qi Yuan had specifically emphasized that she should not miss the midnight display. Yetchin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Then since we are here, let us go and see it," Luo Ruiying said, turning to Ning Yetchin with a smile, as if seeking his approval. "Since my wife is interested, let us proceed." Though Ning Yetchin was uncertain of Yetchin's intentions, he could not refuse when he saw Luo Ruiying's enthusiasm. The couple, carrying Luo Hongye, made their way to a small hill prepared for viewing the fireworks. From this vantage point, they could not only gaze upon the myriad lights of the city, but also enjoy the magnificent fireworks blooming against the night sky. However, upon their arrival, the hill was devoid of any other presence, empty and still. How peculiar it is that not a single soul is present. Could it be that everyone is unaware of the fireworks festival commencing ahead of schedule? Luo Ruiying could not help but feel a sense of doubt. Little did she know that the area had already been cleared in advance. Yetchin communicated softly to the serene outskirts. "The demon lord and his esteemed lady are in position. Let us begin." Indeed, the response came from the outskirts as they swiftly relayed the command to their subordinates. "Execute the plan." Upon receiving the order, the dark guards quickly ignited the fuses in their hands. In an instant, brilliant sparks shot up into the night sky, blooming into a spectacular array of fireworks against the inky backdrop of night. The dazzling display illuminated a significant portion of the darkness, reflecting beautifully with the twinkling stars above, creating a breathtaking scene. As Qi Yuan had prophesied, the fireworks festival was indeed resplendent and magnificent. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongye, gazed quietly at the vibrant fireworks and the myriad of lights from the homes below. This sense of tranquility and harmony was something she had never experienced in the realm of immortals. Suddenly, she felt that the ephemeral beauty of earthly fireworks was not inferior to the countless pursuits of the immortal path sought by many in the celestial realm. Nestled in her embrace, Luo Hongye turned her head, joyfully observing the fireworks in the starry sky, her eyes sparkling with the brilliance of the illuminating spectacle. Ning Yetchin initially intended to chastise Yetchin for her meddlesome behavior, but seeing how much his wife and child seemed to enjoy it, he decided against it. At that moment, others in the city also noticed the fireworks in the sky, halting their steps to gaze upward in awe. Some quickly realized, bewildered, "Wait, this is strange. Why has the fireworks festival started ahead of schedule? Indeed, why was there no notification?" Those who grasped the situation hurriedly gathered their families and rushed towards the hillside where Ning Yetchin stood. However, Yetchin would never permit anyone to intrude upon the private moments of the demon lord and his lady. A mysterious fog began to envelop the slope, causing those who entered the white mist to lose their bearings. No matter which way they turned, they could not find their way out. Even the cultivators attempting to soar out on their swords found it impossible. The fog seemed boundless, utterly impenetrable. She sought to create an unparalleled opportunity for the demon lord and his lady to connect. Observing that Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying merely stood hand in hand, gazing into the distance without any further advancement, Yetchin could not help but furrow her brow. She took it upon herself to offer a gentle reminder. "Demon lord, perhaps you should consider taking a step closer to your lady. Such matters require the right atmosphere. With someone watching from behind, how could such an atmosphere possibly exist?" Ning Yetchin retorted in silence. Although Yetchin had indeed created a pleasant ambience, the presence of several light bulbs behind him dampened any interest. Realizing this, Yetchin turned with a stern expression and commanded Meng Niu and the other two. "You three are a significant hindrance. Depart at once. I am referring to you." Ning Yetchin could not help but almost roar through their telepathy. Yetchin was utterly oblivious to the situation. Yetchin wore an expression of disbelief, as if she were taken aback by the notion that Ning Yetchin was referring to her. Her subordinates understood the unspoken intent. In order to provide Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying with a moment of solitude, Yetchin discreetly led Meng Niu and the others away. At last, they had departed. Ning Yetchin took a seat on the lawn alongside Luo Ruiying, their arms intertwined, silently gazing at the blooming fireworks. Although the intention was to create a private moment for the two, Luo Hongye still nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace. With a child present, no matter how splendid the ambience, their actions remained limited, yet the three of them sitting together in such tranquility, enjoying the fireworks, possessed its own charm. At least, he found great pleasure in it. Nearby, from the thicket, Yetchin and Meng Niu stealthily peeked out. Yetchin furrowed her brow slightly, her expression contemplative. Why had the scene she anticipated not yet unfolded? Was the atmosphere still insufficient? Chapter 77. The true profession lies in murder and arson. As Yetchin pondered how to cultivate a more enchanting atmosphere for the esteemed demon lord and his lady, she was suddenly alerted by a transmission from a shadow guard. Left Protector, someone is approaching the Qi family. Ever since Ning Yetchin entrusted Qi Yuan with the recipe for the immortal elixir, Yu Qingyu had been discreetly assigned to protect the Qi family. According to the Demon Lord's foresight, it was only a matter of time before the Jiang family could no longer remain still. Indeed, the Demon Lord's predictions proved accurate. Yet, it was precisely at such a moment that her tranquility was disrupted. Yu Qingyu's delicate visage instantly turned frigid, exuding a regal and chilling aura akin to that of an empress wielding dominion over life and death. Before she could voice her commands, another transmission reached her from Yu Yan, who was stationed outside the city to set off fireworks. Left Protector. There is a swarm of ants approaching the Qi family from the outskirts. Additionally, someone seems to be heading towards the Demon Lord's direction. Shall we eliminate them all? Dispose of those ants entirely. They must not disturb the rendezvous between the Demon Lord and his lady. As for the individual approaching the Demon Lord, leave that to me. Qi family. Qi Huan and Quang Qiu, you two shall handle it. Remember to leave 1 or 2 alive for questioning. The rest must vanish without a trace. The remaining personnel shall cleanse the city of the other pests. Remember, do not make a sound. Otherwise, it will disrupt the Demon Lord and his lady's intimate moment. Yu Qingyu issued her commands with an air of indifference. All those disguised and lurking within the city received her orders promptly, their eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty coldness. After days of masquerading as mortals, they could finally stretch their limbs. The art of murder and arson was indeed their true calling in the Demon Realm. Many of the Demon Realm's commanders, shadow guards, and the likes of Quang Qiu and Qi Huan displayed sinister grins. It may prove challenging for the Left Protector to leave any survivors. At the barbecue stand, Yi Tianxin's eyes were colder than ever. He would not allow anyone to intrude upon the date between the Demon Lord and the princess. We shall temporarily close shop. Yi Tianxin, Quang Qiu, and Qi Huan each hung signs declaring their stall's closure and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the stall owner disappeared, leaving the patrons bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Where did the owner go? Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying sat on the lawn, cradling Luo Hongye in her arms, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Ning Yetchin beside her. Illuminated by the fireworks blossoming against the night sky, she could distinctly see Ning Yetchin's elegant yet composed profile. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was indeed remarkably handsome. Even among the immortals, he could be considered a standout in appearance. Luo Ruiying subtly reached into her bosom to grasp a gift she had meticulously prepared over the past few days. Though her expression betrayed a hint of hesitation, Ning Yetchin immediately sensed her strange demeanor and curiously turned to her, asking with a smile, "My dear, what troubles you? Why do you keep staring at me? And no reason." Upon being questioned by Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying realized that she had been gazing a bit too intently. Blushing, she averted her gaze and vehemently denied it. The object she had been holding in her hand suddenly felt too embarrassing to reveal. Ning Yetchin noticed Luo Ruiying's hand delving into her bosom, seemingly in search of something. Just as he was about to inquire, his expression suddenly tightened. Someone was approaching from a distance. It appeared they had come specifically to find him and Luo Ruiying. The Jiang family could no longer contain themselves. Their impatience exceeded his expectations. How unfortunate that they chose the day of the festival for their actions. They truly knew how to pick their moments. He had intended to allow the Jiang family to survive a few more days to celebrate the new year, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. Simultaneously, Ning Yetchin received a transmission from Yu Qingyu. "Your Excellency, someone is plotting against you and the Qi family. I will take care of it immediately." After contemplating the situation, Yu Qingyu realized that Ning Yetchin had likely already sensed the disturbance. Thus, she voluntarily reported the situation to him. After all, it was her duty as the leader of the Demon Realm. First, ensure that those insignificant pests are eradicated completely, so they do not disturb Ruiying and the child. I will personally attend to the matter shortly. Although she could handle everything herself, and would undoubtedly do so flawlessly, Ning Yetchin decided to pay a visit to the Jiang family. There was someone he absolutely needed to see again. Yu Qingyu was taken aback by Ning Yetchin's decision to take matters into his own hands. A surge of anger, regret, and self-reproach flooded her heart. As the leader of the Demon Realm, it was a severe dereliction of duty that she required the Demon Lord to intervene personally. Had she arranged for someone to deal with those detestable pests sooner, the Demon Lord would not have to intervene and could have remained with his wife and the little princess, uninterrupted in their rendezvous. It was all the fault of those wretched pests, forcing the Demon Lord to abandon his wife and child, thus disrupting their evening together. She vowed that those pests would come to regret their actions tonight. With a face like frost, Yu Qingyu fiercely suppressed the fury and killing intent within her. She feared that if she did not restrain herself, she might reduce the entire Southly city to ashes with a single slap. The trio of Mengnyo, who were close by, sensed Yu Qingyu's terrifying killing intent and were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. They had never encountered such a formidable aura. Just being near her felt suffocating, as if they were struggling to breathe. "You three, follow me." After leaving a cold remark to Meng Niu and the others, Yu Qingyu vanished in an instant. Why yes, they responded, just as they lifted their heads, only to find her already gone. Where did she go? My lady, your speed is beyond our capacity to keep up. Meng Niu and the others lamented, on the verge of tears. This was quite the challenge for them. Determined not to appear useless in Yu Qingyu's eyes, they quickly exerted all their energy to pursue her. Sensing the commotion among his subordinates in the city, Ning Yetchin slowly rose to his feet. Is something wrong? Luo Ruiying inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It matters not. I suddenly recalled an item I neglected to purchase. My dear, you may take Yi home first. I shall return shortly. Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. What is it that you forgot to buy? Perhaps I should go instead? You may take Yi home comfortably. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hong Yi, rose to inquire. With her cultivation level, acquiring anything would be but a fleeting moment. There is no need to trouble you, my dear. I have some matters to attend to along the way. You should obediently take Yi home first. Ning Yetchin gently urged, cradling Luo Ruiying's face. Very well. Luo Ruiying's cheeks, illuminated by the glow of fireworks, flushed slightly, and she refrained from pressing further. Yet, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Ning Yetchin's manner of appeasing her, as one might a child. As Luo Ruiying turned to leave, she instinctively touched her bosom, suddenly remembering she had yet to give Ning Yetchin something. However, upon glancing back, she discovered that he had already vanished from sight. Did he depart so swiftly? Chapter 78, The Consequences of Disturbing the Lord of Demons and His Lady. In the dead of night, the city of Nanli appeared tranquil and serene, a fade of vibrant festivities and merriment. Yet beneath this exterior lay a tumultuous undercurrent, rife with lethal intent. Disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect began to converge upon the residence of Ning Yetchin and the chief family, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. As they traversed the crowded streets, shadows suddenly emerged beneath their feet, or from the dark alleys beside them, pulling each of them into the abyss. Those seized by the shadows were oblivious to their fate, vanishing from existence without uttering a single sound. Others, while passing through desolate, shadowy lanes, were swiftly cut down by phantoms that sliced through their necks. They barely caught a glimpse of their assailants before their eyes widened in shock, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Their bodies were subsequently dragged into the darkness, the blood meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace of the heinous acts that had transpired. Gradually, some disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect began to sense something amiss. They had started their journey in groups of over a dozen, yet upon glancing back, one found themselves utterly alone. Where had they all gone? One disciple stood frozen in place, terror etched across his face, his gaze darting around in frantic disarray. In the next instant, he too was swiftly engulfed by the shadow beneath his feet. Passers-by remained oblivious to his sudden disappearance. The street continued to buzz with its usual fervor. Meanwhile, another faction of airborne disciples from the Sacred Lotus sect abruptly halted mid-flight. Before them stood a breathtaking maiden, her fiery red hair flowing like flames, and her dual-colored eyes, one crimson, the other azure, captivating all who beheld her. Who are you? Barked the leading elder of the Sacred Lotus sect, directing his ire at Yen Lily. A playful smile danced upon Yen Lily's lips as she replied, My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to become mere corpses. The elder's expression shifted to one of shock, quickly morphing into furious indignation. Arrogance. No one in the South Province dares to speak to my Sacred Lotus sect in such a manner. Kill her. With a commanding shout, the elder signaled the dozens of disciples behind him to charge at Yen Lily. Unfazed, she stood her ground and snapped her fingers. In an instant, flames erupted around the bodies of the Sacred Lotus disciples, including the elder himself. They had no time to emit even a single scream of despair before their souls were extinguished, their forms reduced to nothing but gleaming white bones. With her formidable abilities, she could have effortlessly turned them to ash, leaving no remnant behind. However, she chose to temper her power, opting instead to leave them as mere skeletal remains. Collecting ornamental skeletons is one of her few hobbies. It has been a long time since she last engaged in this craft, yet her skill in crafting skeletons remains intact. Although these dozens of skeletons are nothing more than inferior products, mere refuse among refuse, they can still serve to fill the bone mountain, albeit barely. Regrettably, had it not been for the decree from the Left Guardian forbidding any significant disturbances, she would have relished the opportunity to listen closely to the mournful cries of those being slowly incinerated. That would undoubtedly be the most exquisite symphony. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Ning Yetchin's courtyard, the members of the Holy Lotus sect, who had arrived early, lay in wait around the courtyard, anticipating the arrival of others to convene. However, as the scheduled time passed, they were still met with an unsettling absence of their companions. The leading elder furrowed his brow deeply and scolded a disciple beside him. Did you not say that the others were on their way? Where are they now? After all this time? I do not know, master. The disciple quivered in response. He had indeed received word that the others were en route to join the operation. Who could have foreseen that they would be delayed for so long? This is a command issued personally by the sect leader. To treat such an important matter with such negligence is intolerable. Once our objective is achieved, I shall not show mercy. The elder barked at the disciple. Hurry, and urged them to come. Yes, the disciple replied, turning to leave in search of the others when a chilling voice emerged from the dark alley behind him. No need for that. I have brought them to you. Who is it? The leading elder exclaimed in shock, turning abruptly, his expression a mixture of astonishment and wariness. Despite his peak cultivation in the celestial realm, he had failed to sense someone approaching from behind. Night sky deity slowly emerged from the shadows, holding several severed heads. His expression as frigid as the gaze he directed at the members of the Holy Lotus sect. He cast the heads at their feet. As the Holy Lotus sect members glanced down, their faces paled with terror. The heads belonged to their long-awaited companions. Each one of them was an elder of the celestial realm, yet they had perished without a whisper. Who on earth are you? The leading elder, now bereft of his earlier bravado, asked tremulously. Why have you targeted the Holy Lotus sect? You have offended someone you ought not to have. Night sky deity stepped forward, appearing before them in an instant, raising his hand toward the crowd, his gaze as cold as if he were looking upon the dead. The elder of the Holy Lotus sect, gripped by fear, attempted to flee, only to find himself paralyzed by dread. As he meticulously recalled Night Sky Deity's words, an ominous realization dawned upon him, amplifying his terror. Could it be that the person he referred to as someone not to be offended was indeed that family? Did the sect leader truly comprehend the magnitude of the offense she had committed? At this moment, the elder of the Sacred Lotus sect was engulfed in despair, desperately questioning the sect leader, Song Yin, about whom they were to confront. Why provoke such a being? This was an existence the Sacred Lotus sect could never challenge. Annihilate them. The Night Sky deity spoke nonchalantly to the members of the Sacred Lotus sect. Wait. The elder attempted to clarify the misunderstanding, but along with a dozen disciples, they were all engulfed by a beam of pitch-black light. A dark glimmer flashed through the shadowy alley. When the light dissipated, the scene was left pristine, devoid of any trace. To attempt an assault on the esteemed demon lord and the young princess is a tremendous grace for you to perish so easily, the Night Sky deity remarked to the void. Were it not for the desire to avoid disturbing the demon lord, he would never have allowed these insignificant beings to meet such an effortless demise. Outside the capital of Nanli City, over 100 elite disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect soared through the skies towards the city. They had been on standby outside the city, awaiting orders. Upon receiving Song Yan's command to enter the city and slaughter the Qi clan, they immediately set forth. Meanwhile, along their path, Yu Lian had already taken her position on the ground, accompanied by several shadowy attendants. Do not engage, Yu Lian instructed her attendants, slowly resting her hand on the hilt of her long blade. The hundreds of disciples from the Sacred Lotus sect hovered in the air, confused yet vigilant, scrutinizing Yu Lian. A glint of cold light flickered in Yu Lian's eyes, the blade slightly unsheathed, though her hands made no visible movement. Thousands of silver beams flashed past the members of the Sacred Lotus sect. In the next instant, all the disciples suspended in the air were dismembered. Blood and severed limbs rained down from the heavens, resembling a cascade of crimson. This is the fate that befalls those who disturb the demon lord and his lady. Chapter 79. Wake up! Outside the Qi family residence, the Scarlet Lotus Saint Envoy Wang Xian and the Azure Lotus Saint Envoy Chao Yu led a faction of disciples from the Sacred Lotus sect to the vicinity of the Qi estate. Gazing at the brightly lit interior, where the family gathered in joyous reunion, their laughter and celebration echoing within, Wang Xian and Chao Yu could not help but reveal a cruel smirk. These ignorant mortals. Soon, the entire Qi family would vanish from the face of the earth. This would be their final festive moments. However, they would generously escort them all to another realm for reunion. As Wang Xian and Chao Yu exchanged glances, raising their hands to issue the command to invade the Qi household, the surrounding air suddenly distorted, and figures cloaked in darkness emerged from the void. Upon closer inspection, they realized that they had been encircled by dozens of these mysterious individuals without their knowledge. Wang Xian and Chao Yu were filled with dread. Who were these people? How did they know of their intentions against the Qi family? When did the Qi family acquire such formidable protection? This was untenable. They needed to report this matter to the master immediately. Chao Yu, we must separate and retreat at once. It is imperative that we inform the master, Wang Xian quietly conveyed to Chao Yu, only to turn and discover a golden halo had inexplicably encircled Chao Yu's neck. Chao Yu, your neck, Wang Xian hastily warned her. Chao Yu looked down in bewilderment, realizing the halo's presence. Before she could comprehend its nature, the halo suddenly constricted. She was powerless to resist as it severed her neck with the ease of slicing through tofu. Chao Yu's head tumbled to the ground, her face etched with shock. Her body remained upright, blood gushing from the severed neck. Drops of blood splattered onto Wang Xian's face and clothing, causing her to instinctively scream in terror. Yet, just as she opened her mouth, a towering figure loomed before her, coldly observing her. A massive hand encircled her head, making it appear diminutive in comparison. It's late. You mustn't make noise and disturb others nearby, murmured the imposing figure as he gripped Wang Xian's head, leaning closer and speaking softly. At that moment, even if Wang Xian wished to scream, fear rendered her utterly speechless. From the shadows, Qi Huan emerged with a seductive grace. A halo spinning like a hula hoop around her finger, her face alight with ecstatic madness. She inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood that permeated the air. Her cheeks flushed with intoxication as she caressed her face, her smile growing more fervent. What a captivating aroma. What should I do? I can hardly contain my excitement. Ahem. The mad prisoner cast a silent glance at the nearly ecstatic Qi Huan behind him, expressing his dissatisfaction as he spoke. The left guardian has instructed us to leave 1 or 2 alive for questioning. Why did you act so hastily? There are still many people present. Unfazed, Qi Huan turned her gaze towards the members of the Holy Lotus sect, who were frozen in fear, and playfully inquired, Tell me, who among you is the leader? Reveal it to your sister, and there shall be a reward. That would be her. The members of the Holy Lotus sect trembled as they pointed at the lifeless Qiao Yu on the ground. Qi Huan, the mad prisoner. What to do? I inadvertently killed the leader among them. Qi Huan's flirtatious demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by panic as she turned to the mad prisoner. Typically, the leader possesses knowledge that others do not, yet she had failed to restrain herself and had acted recklessly. To them, these insignificant ants could be easily crushed, making it impossible to discern who the leader was. If the left guardian were to learn of this, her fate would be sealed. The mad prisoner grinned, a gleeful expression gracing his face. After all, he was not the one who had committed the act. Seeing the mad prisoner's infuriating expression, Qi Huan could not help but feel anger rise within her, pointing an accusatory finger at him. It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me from the beginning? Huh? Are you blaming me? It was your inability to control yourself, you wretched woman, the mad prisoner retorted, his voice laced with indignation. The surrounding shadowy attendants dared not interject. Wretched woman, you dare to insult me. Although it was indeed her fault for acting first, did he not bear some responsibility as well? Qi Huan's reasoning was flawed, yet her indignation was fierce. Huh? The mad prisoner's temper flared as he turned to confront Qi Huan in anger. Unwilling to back down, she summoned radiant rings of light that encircled her arms. Were it not for their current mission, and Moon Qingsong's explicit instructions to maintain their disguise and avoid drawing attention, they would have clashed long ago. The other one you are holding is also our esteemed envoy. A trembling disciple of the Holy Lotus sect ventured to remind them. Upon hearing this, both the mad prisoner and Qi Huan paused their quarrel, their expressions shifting to one of cruel delight. Is that so? Thank you very much. In that case, you are of no further use. A chilling sensation washed over the members of the Holy Lotus sect, as a wave of deathly aura enveloped them. A golden halo expanded, swiftly darting past the remaining individuals before retracting, returning to Qi Huan's fingertip. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Holy Lotus sect disciples met their demise. The mad prisoner extended his arm, palm open, as a claw-like, transparent giant hand materialized above the remaining survivors. With a gentle squeeze, all that remained of them was reduced to a pool of blood. The two individuals were consumed by an exhilarating, bloodthirsty fervor. Had it not been for Yu Qingyo's command to leave 1 or 2 alive, they would have succumbed to their impulses and struck without hesitation. After dispatching everyone, Huang Qiu intended to depart with Wang Xian, but suddenly sensed an unsettling stillness from the person in his grasp. He hastily released his hold, only to discover that Wang Xian's eyes were wide open, devoid of any breath. She had been frightened to death. Huang Qiu and Qi Huan were momentarily frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. Once the reality sank in, both were engulfed by sheer terror. It was over. They had eradicated everyone else. And now the sole survivor had perished from fright. How would they report back now? Hey, wake up. Please awaken. I had no intention of killing you. Why did you succumb so swiftly? Huang Qiu urged, shaking Wang Xian by her collar, intermittently slapping her face in a desperate attempt to revive her. This was the first instance where Qi Huan and Huang Qiu felt such trepidation over unintentionally taking a life. Chapter 80. You may consider me as his mother in the esteemed office of the Southly Academy, located within the heart of Southly City. A composed and mature middle-aged man sat at the desk, his fingers interlaced, his expression solemn. He was none other than Xiaogua, the esteemed principal of the Southly Academy. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, her demeanor equally grave as she reported the urgent developments occurring within Southly City. Principal, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, has personally arrived in Southly City, accompanied by 2 holy envoys and several hundred disciples. Each of these individuals is an elite member of the Holy Lotus sect. Reports indicate that Song Yan has departed from the Jiang family, and the sect's disciples have begun to mobilize. It appears that the Jiang family intends to leverage the Holy Lotus sect to take action against the Qi family and a woman named Luo Ruiying. Upon hearing this, Xiaogua's brow furrowed deeply, his expression fraught with concern. The inevitable had finally arrived. The news of the Qi family triumphing over the Jiang family in the commerce competition brought him mixed emotions, joy for the Jiang family's diminished control over the city's commerce and trepidation at the potential repercussions. With the Jiang family backed by the Holy Lotus sect, informing them would place both the Qi family and the woman representing them in peril. Recently, the Qi family had unveiled the immortal refinement pill, further destabilizing the Jiang family's foundation, forcing them into a corner. Xiaogua had anticipated that the Jiang family would soon reach out to the Holy Lotus sect for assistance, yet he had not expected it to transpire so swiftly. Especially during the festive New Year period. This was a scenario he dreaded most. Tonight would likely usher in a tempest of bloodshed. The Holy Lotus sect would not spare the Qi family or their kin. The Southly Academy bore the responsibility of maintaining peace within the city. And as its principal, Xiaogua could not stand idly by while the Qi family and their relatives faced annihilation. However, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Song Yin. Any intervention on his part would inevitably plunge the Southly Academy into peril. Yet, he questioned whether he could truly turn a blind eye to the impending disaster. The Southly Academy was established not only to cultivate exceptional cultivators, but also to safeguard the city itself. To allow the Holy Lotus sect to run rampant within Southly City would render the existence of the Academy meaningless. Linya, summon all members of the Academy at once. Ensure they proceed to protect the Qi family and their relatives. I shall personally seek an audience with Song Yan. Xiaogua instructed after a moment of contemplation. If Han Guangji from the Treasure Merchant Association were still in the city, he could have allied with him against Song Yan. However, the Jiang family had clearly seized the opportunity presented by Han Guangji's departure from Southly City. Alone, Xiaogua found it arduous to contend with Song Yan. And he could only strive for a negotiation with her. Should a confrontation arise between him and Song Yan in Southly City, the consequences for the innocent populace would be unavoidable. Understood. I shall gather everyone immediately. Please, Principal, take care. It is said that the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect has already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Linya nodded and, after giving a brief instruction to Xiaogua, promptly set about organizing personnel. Any delay could spell danger for the Qi family and that other faction. In the night sky above Nanli City, Song Yin personally led a group of disciples from the Sacred Lotus sect, hastening towards the location reported to be that of Luo Ruiying. Meanwhile, a breathtakingly ethereal shadow had long been standing in the night sky, quietly awaiting their arrival. Yu Qingyou's cold, deep, and serene eyes fixated on Song Yin and her companions. Song Yin immediately halted, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Yu Qingyou. This woman was an enigma. Is she from Nanli Academy? Before their operation commenced, Song Yin had anticipated that the greatest obstacle would likely be Nanli Academy, the Academy's head. Xiaogua possessed formidable powers within the celestial realm and was indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, she had never heard of this woman appearing within Nanli Academy. Who are you? Song Yin coldly inquired of Yu Qingyou. Are you their mastermind? Are those people in the city your subordinates? Yu Qingyou disregarded Song Yan's questions. Instead, she coldly responded with a question of her own. Song Yan sneered in disdain, openly admitting, Indeed, I am the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect, and all those in the city are my disciples. Is that so? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Yu Qingyou's icy gaze as she delicately raised her slender finger and softly uttered, Burst. Huh. Confusion washed over Song Yin as she wondered what Yu Qingyou was up to. However, the next moment, strange sounds erupted from behind her disciples, turning around in bewilderment. Her expression shifted to one of shock. One by one, her disciples, who had been trailing her, began to swell violently, inflating like balloons. Their faces contorted in excruciating pain as they desperately reached out towards Song Yin, pleading, Leader, save us. Before her words faded, dozens of disciples behind her exploded like balloons. Blood and flesh fragments burst forth like fireworks against the night sky. What? Song Yin stood frozen, her face pale with horror, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed at Yu Qingyou. In that moment, the defiant bravado she had earlier vanished, replaced solely by fear. What have you done to my disciples? Song Yin shrieked, pointing an accusing finger at Yu Qingyou. She had seen no incantation nor sensed any surge of spiritual energy from Yu Qingyou. Merely with a single word, she had caused her elite disciples to perish in such a gruesome manner. After more than 300 years of cultivation, she had never witnessed such a method. At this moment, Meng Niu and the others had just arrived behind Yu Qingyou, coincidentally witnessing the horrific scene of blood and gore, their faces turning ashen. Even having fought countless battles in the demon forest, they had never encountered such a gruesome display of carnage. Yu Qingyou slowly advanced towards Song Yan, stepping lightly upon the void. Despite her graceful posture and dignified demeanor, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, Song Yan inexplicably felt an unprecedented wave of immense pressure. Do not underestimate me. I am the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect. Transforming her fear into fury, Song Yan formed intricate hand seals. Yet, Yu Qingyou merely stated, Twist. In the next instant, Song Yan's arms began to contort and rotate in an exceedingly irregular manner, the sound of her bones cracking resonating sharply. Her hand bones even protruded grotesquely. Meng Niu and the other two stood by, frowning in discomfort, feeling a sympathetic ache throughout their bodies. Ah! The excruciating pain contorted Song Yan's face, leaving only boundless terror in its wake. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she desperately questioned Yu Qingyu. Who exactly are you? Yu Qingyu approached Song Yin and finally addressed her confusion. I am merely a servant of that supreme being. Of course. You may also perceive me as his mother. Chapter 81. Such a beautiful task. Why not embrace it? Attendant. Mother. Song Yin found herself utterly bewildered by Yu Qingyu's cryptic words, suspecting her to be merely jesting. What attendant would dare to refer to their own master as mother? Then, you shall pay the price for the decision you have made tonight. I will ensure you understand the consequences of disturbing the esteemed demon lord and his lady. The cost of interrupting my enjoyment shall be made clear to you. Yu Qingyu's expression turned icy, her deep, dark eyes transforming into a mesmerizing shade of emerald green. An overwhelming sense of dread engulfed Song Yin, prompting her to make a swift escape without hesitation. Yet, how could she possibly elude Yu Qingyu's grasp? In her frantic flight, she glanced back, only to find that Yu Qingyu had silently appeared before her. It seems I should first cripple your legs, she declared, her voice twisted with malice. Wait a moment. Upon hearing Yu Qingyu's words, Song Yan's face drained of color as she desperately pleaded for mercy. However, as soon as Yu Qingyu finished speaking, her legs twisted uncontrollably, snapping beneath her. The sound of bones breaking echoed painfully in the air. The combination of terror and excruciating pain caused tears to stream down Song Yan's face as she emitted a heart-wrenching wail. You're too loud, be silent. Yu Qingyu replied with a look of disdain, her voice calm, yet chilling. Song Yan's mouth snapped shut against her will, unable to utter anything more than muffled pleas. Her face a mask of desperation. She could not comprehend the nature of the being she had provoked. Who was this woman, and from whence did she come? With her peak divine realm cultivation and the fall of the martial god temple, there should have been no one in the southern state capable of challenging her. Tonight's plan should have been foolproof. Yet, why had it come to this? Yu Qingyu's emerald gaze bore into Song Yin, and in an instant, Song Yin felt her consciousness waver. The next moment, an invisible force began to strip away her hands, scalp, and every inch of her skin. The flesh beneath her skin, the bones beneath that, all were methodically excised, piece by piece. The agonizing torment rendered Song Yan's existence more unbearable than death, her body trembling uncontrollably. Strangely, her mind remained remarkably clear, allowing her to fully experience the excruciating pain of her skin being peeled away. MMM. Helpless to resist, she convulsed violently, her eyes losing focus. Just as Song Yin teetered on the brink of collapse, believing she had succumbed to death, she came to her senses. Realizing that aside from her broken hands and feet, she bore no other injuries. The horrors of what had just transpired felt like a mere nightmare. Yet, the despair and agony of witnessing herself being methodically stripped away were indelibly etched in her mind. That sensation was alarmingly real. She could not have been mistaken. What in the world was happening? Song Yan's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she cast a puzzled glance at Yu Qingyu before her. With a gentle smile, Yu Qingyu began to explain, do you sense it? Your body will be gradually stripped away within this illusion of consciousness, and that torment will be indistinguishable from actual experience. But rest assured, your true self will not suffer any tangible harm. This process will continue to repeat itself until I choose to release it. Upon hearing this, Song Yin's pupils constricted in horror, her face paling as she fervently bowed her head in desperate supplication, pleading for even her immediate demise. She could no longer endure such agony. The thought that her essence remained unscathed, while she continually relived the horrifying sensation of disembodiment, was utterly terrifying. This form of punishment was beyond what any human could withstand. Yu Qingyu, however, paid no heed to Song Yan's anguished pleas, her expression remaining cold and composed as she gazed down at her. Soon, the next cycle of disembodiment commenced. To outside observers, apart from her limbs appearing broken, nothing else seemed amiss. There were not even the slightest indications of injury. Yet, Song Yin writhed in torment, tears streaming down her face as she convulsed wildly in midair, resembling a person driven to madness. In this moment, she was experiencing a form of execution that most individuals could endure only once. Typically, one would succumb to the pain or excessive blood loss before reaching such extremes. But she would not. She would endure the entirety of this ordeal from beginning to end, only to commence another cycle anew. Meng Niu and his companions stood frozen, paralyzed by the sight of Song Yan's continuous convulsions and silent cries. They trembled in fear, realizing that this woman was more terrifying than any adult they had encountered. An adult, even in death, would likely provide a swift conclusion. Their suffering would be fleeting, unlike this woman's endless torment. What are you all still doing? Bring her along, and follow me to the Jiang family. Also, inform me of what transpired during the time the Demon Lord and Madam entered the city, Yu Qingyu commanded. her brows slightly furrowing as she addressed Meng Niu and his companions. Though these three demons possessed remnants of ancient bloodlines, their abilities were astonishingly feeble, so weak that it seemed almost absurd. It was unclear why the demon lord had chosen to keep them nearby, if not for the fact that the young princess appeared to have a fondness for them and that the demon lord had issued the order. She would have reluctantly accepted them. Yes, yes. The trio of Meng Niu hastily complied with Yuqinyo's orders, trembling as they approached to carry the still convulsing Song Yan. Trailing behind Yuqinyo, they meticulously recounted to her everything that had occurred during the city visit involving Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying, and Qi Yuan, including how Jiang Li of the Jiang family had provoked Ning Yetchin and spoken disrespectfully towards Luo Ruiying. Yuqinyo's expression grew increasingly frigid as she listened. Humph. The Jiang family. How dare they disrespect the demon lord and madam. Very well. Within the Jiang family estate, hundreds of cultivators and guards congregated, their presence saturating the premises. Each guard donned armor and wielded various weapons as they assembled. These individuals are the formidable talents that the Jiang family has tirelessly nurtured and recruited from various places over the years. It is indeed the moment for them to shine. Although the leader of the Holy Lotus sect and two of its saints are personally taking action, he feels assured. However, how could he possibly miss the night of the Qi family's annihilation? Therefore, Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming resolved to summon all their kin and join forces with the Holy Lotus sect to storm the Qi family. Not a single one shall be spared. Esteemed guests, I express my profound gratitude for your presence at Jiang's behest. After we eradicate the Qi family tonight, the Jiang family shall undoubtedly reward each of you generously. I have but one request, the complete obliteration of the Qi family from this world. Jiang Zhen stepped into the courtyard, bowing in appreciation to the gathered crowd. The atmosphere was electrifying, with everyone raising their weapons, responding fervently. Rest assured, Master Jiang, tonight, we shall ensure the Qi family's utter disappearance. Indeed, the Jiang family has treated us with great kindness over the years. It is time to repay Master Jiang. We await but a single command from Master Jiang to charge into the Qi family. The crowd was filled with enthusiasm, harboring no concerns. They had already heard that the Holy Lotus sect was taking action on behalf of the Jiang family, and they were merely there to lend their support. Perhaps, upon success, they could earn a favor from the Jiang family and receive a handsome reward. Such an enticing opportunity, who would not wish to partake? Chapter 82. This woman is truly a demon. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming gazed at the spirited crowd, their long-repressed emotions finally finding release at this moment, and smiles of rarity graced their faces. What if the Jiang family triumphed in the Merchant Association's contest? What significance did the alchemical elixir hold against the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid? After tonight, Nanli City would still belong to the Jiang family. The Qi family was destined to falter against them. It seemed I had arrived just in time. As the Jiang residents erupted in jubilation, a serene yet chilling voice suddenly echoed from the skies above. The crowd looked up in confusion, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful figure standing beneath the hazy night sky. Behind her trailed one woman and two men, one of whom appeared to carry another on his shoulder. May I inquire who you are? Jiangzhen furrowed his brow and stepped forward to ask. Moon Qinyu, disinterested in such insignificant beings, waved her hand dismissively, signaling Meng Niu to drop the unconscious Song Yan. Meng Niu, not daring to delay, seized Song Yan and hurled her towards the center of the Jiang estate. Song Yan plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily into the courtyard of the Jiang family. The onlookers, perplexed, rushed to examine her. Upon seeing her, they were instantly rendered speechless in horror. There lay Song Yan, barely clinging to life, convulsing as fear, regret, and despair twisted her features, with dried tear tracks evident at the corners of her eyes. Even more horrifying was the sight of her limbs twisted grotesquely, bones and flesh exposed in a ghastly display. Some of the more timid individuals, upon witnessing this scene, felt their legs weaken and retreated in fright. Saint Lotus sect leader Song Yan. Leader, what has happened to you? Speak to us. The crowd gasped in alarm and hurried to assess Song Yan's condition. They could scarcely believe that such grievous harm could befall the leader of the Saint Lotus sect, the most powerful force in southern province since the disappearance of the martial god Hall. Jiang Zhen, witnessing Song Yan in such a state, was rendered speechless in shock. How could this be? Wasn't she sent to eliminate that woman? How could she return in such a pitiful condition? At this moment, the crowd's gaze shifted to Moon Qinyu and her companions, filled with both confusion and terror. Moon Qinyu coldly surveyed the inhabitants of the Jiang estate below, commanding Meng Niu and the others, go, eliminate all the insignificant beings except for the Jiang father and son. Yes, Meng Niu and the others responded, immediately leaping into the Jiang residence. The Jiang family members drew their swords, their expressions wary as they regarded Meng Niu and his companions. Meng Niu flashed a grin, revealing a handsome and sunny smile, drawing forth a crimson battle axe. With a swift motion, the crimson axe flashed like a streak of blood, and in an instant, those standing in the front row were severed at the waist. Blood spurted forth, staining the ground. As the crimson axe absorbed the blood, emanating a dim scarlet glow. If it weren't for the need to maintain a semblance of order, Meng Yo would have relished the opportunity to level the entire Jiang family to the ground with a single stroke of his axe. Kai Sei, wielding a serpent-like sword, glided through the crowd with the grace of a serpent, leaving a trail of severed bodies in her wake. The members of the Jiang family scarcely caught a glimpse of her figure. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan, adorned with brilliant gauntlets, unleashed a punch that seemed to materialize from thin air. The ferocious wind of his fist sweeping through the Jiang family like a tornado. Every individual in its path was utterly obliterated. In the blink of an eye, countless members of the Jiang family met their demise. Faced with Meng Yo and his companions, the Jiang family had no avenue for resistance. Only the instinctual urge to flee in terror. A glimmer of pride crept onto the faces of Meng Yo and his companions. At long last, after a prolonged absence, they once again savored the sensation of being the formidable demon kings they once were. Ever since they aligned themselves with Ning Yetchin, they had nearly forgotten that they were once the mightiest beings in the demon realm's forest. For a time, they had even come to regard themselves as mere pets. Nay, they were far more obedient than any pet. While pets might occasionally indulge in capriciousness and defy their masters, they dared not do so. Yet, despite the near extermination of the Jiang family, Yu Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. Is this truly how you conduct yourselves in service of the demon lord? With a light touch of her toes, Yu Qingyu descended from the heavens, addressing the trio with displeasure. Startled, Meng Yo and his companions halted their slaughter, gazing at Yu Qingyu with confusion and fear, utterly at a loss as to where they had erred, but they dared not question her. Since you three have been adopted by the demon lord, you are now considered citizens of our demon realm. As such, you must exhibit no mercy toward our enemies. Yu Qingyu reprimanded coldly. The trio stood in bewilderment. Was their previous method still considered merciful? It had been undeniably brutal. I instructed you to eliminate them, but not in such a direct manner. Your swift execution left them devoid of any suffering. That was nothing short of a gift to them. Anyone who offends our demon realm should be made to endure endless torment and agony, struggling in despair until their death. Yu Qingyu's expression was frosty, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, a terrifying smile curling at her lips. Despite her exquisite and ethereal beauty, her words and demeanor sent shivers down one's spine. Meng Yo and his companions stood frozen, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Very well, allow me to demonstrate our methods here in the demon realm. Yu Qingyu turned her gaze towards Jiang Ming, who cowered in fear behind the crowd, and spoke softly. Take your own life, and witness your demise in anguish and regret. As her words fell, Jiang Ming suddenly found his body moving of its own accord. I find myself in a state where my hands no longer heed my commands. What have you done to me? Someone quickly, please save me. Jiang Ming cried out in terror, his hands uncontrollably grasping a short sword from the ground. Under the horrified gaze of onlookers, Jiang Ming gradually drove the sword into various parts of his own body. First, he severed his arm completely, then proceeded to his thigh, and finally, he plunged the blade into his abdomen. His anguished cries resonated throughout the Jiang family estate, his face a mask of fear and suffering, until he ultimately succumbed to his dread after his abdomen was completely opened. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as Jiang Ming's wretched screams echoed in the ears of the spectators, leaving them all in a state of shock at such a harrowing sight. Even those who had practiced for many years were left with nothing but an overwhelming sense of terror. Yet, Yu Qingyu observed with a serene smile, appreciating the unfolding drama. In that moment, a singular thought permeated the minds of all present. This woman is nothing short of a devil. Chapter 83. Yes, it is you. Meng Yo and his companions stood frozen in shock. They prided themselves on having taken countless lives and considered themselves exceedingly cruel, yet in comparison to Yu Qingyu, they appeared remarkably lenient. The remaining members of the Jiang family were already paralyzed with fear, unable to face Yu Qingyu, and hastily scattered in every direction. Naively, they believed that fleeing would grant them a chance of survival. However, as they leaped into the air, shadowy figures emerged silently from the void, ruthlessly slaying those who soared above. No one knew from where these figures had come or when they had lain in wait. In their despair, the crowd huddled together, realizing they had nowhere to escape. Who was the head of the Jiang family? Yu Qingyu gracefully approached, her every movement exuding elegance and poise. As she calmly inquired of the crowd, without hesitation, they thrust Jiang Zhan, who had been hiding at the back, forward. As senior, you seek the Jiang family. He is the head of the Jiang family. Yes, we have no connection to this. I implore you, senior, to show mercy and spare us. Senior, I am truly unfamiliar with the Jiang family. I merely came for a meal. The Jiang family is irredeemably wicked. How about this, senior? We will eradicate the entire Jiang family for you if you let us go. Is that acceptable? The crowd incessantly wailed for mercy, desperately hoping Yu Qingyu would spare them. Some even proposed the idea of exterminating the Jiang family in exchange for a slim chance of survival. Others nodded in agreement. Had the Jiang family not provoked such a formidable adversary, they would not be facing such dire consequences tonight. It was hardly worth sacrificing themselves for the Jiang family. Jiang Zhen turned back in disbelief, gazing at the crowd. Just moments ago, they had united in proclaiming their loyalty to the Jiang family. Yet now they spoke of annihilating his entire clan. These individuals had often sought favor during the Jiang family's glorious days, and he had generously rewarded them. I only require Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li, Yu Qingyu stated indifferently. The crowd understood her intent and promptly dragged out Jiang Li, who was sprawled over several women in the room, forcefully tossing him beside Jiang Zhen. Despite the impending demise of the Jiang family and his own paralysis, Jiang Li remained oblivious, blissfully indulging in pleasure atop the women. The anguished wails echoing within the estate went unheard as he remained ignorant of the calamity befalling the Jiang family. Disheveled and thrown harshly to the ground, Jiang Li, already disabled, let out a cry of pain, furiously roaring at those who had dragged him. You have rebelled. How dare you treat me like this? I am the eldest son of the Jiang family. Do you wish to die? I shall have your heads. Someone. Clearly, Jiang Li had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The crowd silently observed him, filled with sympathy and indignation. Soon, Jiang Li sensed something amiss. His gaze swept around, and he finally noticed the courtyard littered with debris and blood, countless severed limbs and bodies lying in pools of crimson. His greatest support, his father, Jiang Zhen, the head of the Jiang family, knelt with trembling limbs, his body quaking. Old man, what is wrong with you? What has happened? Jiang Li called out to Jiang Zhen, but received no response. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Jiang Li turned around and beheld the ethereal beauty of Yu Qingyu, her cold, captivating eyes gazing down upon him. How beautiful! Jiang Li's initial reaction was one of astonishment at Yu Qingyu's appearance, his gaze inadvertently revealing a lewd glimmer, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Truly deserving of being the most despicable of ants. Yu Qingyu observed Jiang Li's foolish demeanor with immense disdain. Yet a profound smile graced her lips. We have brought you the Jiang father and son you requested, esteemed one. Please see. The remaining individuals trembled as they implored Yu Qingyu. Ah, you have worked hard. You may leave now. Yu Qingyu responded with a light laugh. Thank you, esteemed one. The crowd's faces lit up with joy upon hearing her words. However, they were soon met with her chilling pronouncement. As a consequence of your obedience, I shall ensure your departure is not so painful. You shall turn upon one another. Wait, you promised you would. A terrified individual stepped forward to plead, only to have a long blade pierce through his chest from behind. You. The man turned in confusion to confront his assailant, who desperately shook his head in protest, exclaiming, No, it wasn't me. My hand. It's beyond my control. No sooner had he spoken than he too was struck down by others wielding blades. In an instant, the throng became engulfed in chaos, each person desperately fighting one another, all shouting that they were not the instigator, pleading for a cessation of violence. They all wished to stop, yet found themselves unable to do so. The air was filled with anguished screams and wails, blood spilling forth in torrents. Before long, only one remained standing amidst the sea of corpses, his body impaled by dozens of blades, drenched in crimson. Yet, his hands remained uncontrollably gripping the long knife, gliding across his own throat. Thus, the last of them fell into a pool of blood. Jiang Li was utterly paralyzed by the scene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he comprehended the true terror of the woman before him. No, do not kill me. You can have anything from the Jiang family. Jiang Li began to plead desperately with Yu Qingyu. Fear not, the Supreme Demon Lord wishes to see you. I shall not take your life just yet. Yu Qingyu replied coolly. Had it not been for the Demon Lord's specific summons, she would have long since succumbed to the urge to eliminate Jiang Li. His prior disrespect towards the Demon Lord and his spouse, coupled with that lascivious gaze cast upon her, warranted 1,000 deaths in her eyes. Demon Lord. Jiang Zhen and his son murmured, struggling to grasp the identity of such a figure. When had the Jiang family ever entangled themselves with such an individual? Just as Jiang's father and son were enveloped in confusion, Ning Yetchin gradually descended from the heavens. Surrounding him were hundreds of shadowy guards, all emerging from the darkness, placing their hands upon their chests while bowing deeply in unison, reverently proclaiming, Master Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu elegantly stepped aside, placing her hand on her chest and slightly bowing, softly calling out, Master Demon Lord. As for Ming Niu and the others, they had already obediently prostrated themselves on the ground, understanding the humility expected of a pet. Ning Yetchin slowly walked past the numerous shadowy guards, arriving before Jiang Li and Jiang Zhen. Upon looking up, Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. It's you. Chapter 84. Defeated, yet not completely vanquished, Jiang Zhen was taken aback, raising his head in shock and tremblingly pointing at Ning Yetchin. You are that woman's husband. He could hardly fathom that the one who effortlessly vanquished the Holy Lotus sect leader, Song Yin, and brought ruin to the Jiang family overnight, was the husband of that very woman. This individual, apart from his strikingly handsome and refined appearance, possessed no other remarkable traits. Upon first encountering Ning Yetchin, Jiang Jun had scarcely given him a second glance. Jiang Li also lifted his gaze towards Ning Yetchin, disbelief etched across his face. The once derided pretty boy he had scorned had transformed into the esteemed demon lord in the mouths of others. Yuqingyu, noticing that the father and son from the Jiang family dared to raise their heads and meet Ning Yetchin's gaze, furrowed her brows and coldly reprimanded. The demon lord is not someone of your insignificant stature who can gaze upon directly. Kneel. With her words hanging in the air, Jiang Jun and Jiang Li immediately knelt, their heads bowed, their bodies rendered motionless, unable even to lift their gaze. The demon lord has not permitted you to speak. You lowly insects are unworthy of uttering a word. Yuqingyu's dissatisfaction with the Jiang family's insolence was palpable. Were it not for the presence of the demon lord, she would have long given these two a taste of what it truly meant to suffer. It seems you are quite astonished by my arrival, Ning Yetchin remarked coldly. Looking down upon Jiang Jun and Jiang Li, his purpose in coming here was to ensure they understood precisely whom they had offended, while also addressing matters he had been unable to resolve in the presence of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. The disrespect shown to my wife, as well as the offenses against me, are matters that must be reckoned with. Ning Yetchin extended his hand towards Jiang Li, and instantly, Jiang Li's limbs began to contort and compress, gradually folding his body into a ball. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Father, save me. It hurts so much. Jiang Li cried out in agony, desperately pleading for help from the prostrate Jiang Jun beside him. Jiang Jun trembled, his eyes wide with terror, utterly neglecting Jiang Li. In truth, he now loathed his unworthy son. Had it not been for him, perhaps the Jiang family would not have fallen to such depths today. Decades of family legacy obliterated because of this inept wastrel. After compressing Jiang Li nearly into a spherical form, Ning Yetchin released his grip, opting not to continue the compression or to end his life immediately. He wished for Jiang Li to endure the torment of his twisted and fractured body. Ever since Jiang Li had dared to mock him in front of Luo Ruiying, Ning Yetchin had yearned to eliminate him. Allowing Jiang Li to linger for a few more days was merely to witness the downfall of the Jiang family. Ning Yetchin's gaze shifted momentarily to the kneeling Jiang Jun, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I have heard that you specifically informed the Holy Lotus sect of your intention to kill my wife? Did he even threaten to spare no one? Upon hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Jiang Jun's pupils constricted sharply, and an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed his heart. He was acutely aware of all the schemes and preparations he had orchestrated in his home these past few days. Jiang Jun understood that he was destined to perish tonight, and the manner of his demise would likely be excruciatingly cruel. The Jiang family of Nanli City would vanish from existence. Yet he found a strange sense of tranquility in this realization. It was evident that confronting such a terrifying figure had sealed the fate of the Jiang family long ago. Sir, may I ask you a few questions? Jiang Jun implored, kneeling on the ground. Just a mere ant dares to question the demon lord? Yuqingyu's brows furrowed slightly as she spoke coldly. The oppressive aura instantly bore down on Jiang Jun, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood as if his very insides were being crushed. Ning Yetchin raised his arm, signaling Yuqingyu to withdraw her pressure, and addressed Jiang Jun with indifference. Speak, and let your demise be comprehensible. Thank you. Sir, I merely wish to know if the healing spirit liquid and the immortal refinement pills of the Qi family were bestowed upon them by you. Jiang Jun lay weakly on the ground, his face ashen, yet he mustered the strength to inquire. In his final moments, he needed to grasp the truth behind the sudden emergence of two alchemical formulas within the Qi family, or he would find no peace. He believed his business acumen rivaled that of the Qi family, and he understood profit better than most. During his time serving the Qi family, he genuinely worked for their benefit, overseeing a particular street. Under his management, the commercial association of that street had seen profits soar multifold. Yet he received no recognition from the Qi family, only reprimands and accusations. His sharp insight had seized upon an opportunity. He recognized that a rare herb would soon become scarce. Thus, he preemptively acquired vast quantities of that precious material, achieving a monopoly and inflating the price manifold. Yet, for this very reason, he faced numerous complaints and dissatisfaction from others, only to be chastised by the Qi family. Their philosophy was to benefit the populace and avoid high profits, a stark contrast to his own beliefs. Coincidentally, when the Holy Lotus sect approached the Qi family, seeking to leverage their control over Nanli City, the Qi family outright rejected them. Consequently, he took the initiative to contact the Holy Lotus sect, and with their assistance, the Jiang family achieved its current standing. He firmly believed that he should never be outdone by the Qi family. His principles were not flawed. After all, isn't commerce about profit? Ning Yetchin was somewhat taken aback that Jiang Jun would specifically inquire about this matter. The obsession to uncover the truth was evident on his face. Indeed, the healing spirit liquid and the immortal refinement pills of the Qi family were bestowed by me. Is that so? Ha ha. Then I have not truly lost to the Qi family. A semblance of relief graced Jiang Zhan's wretched visage. Finally, he beseeched Ning Yetchin once more. Sir, I understand that even if I plead for mercy, you would not spare me. I only hope you can grant my son and me a swift end. Having witnessed the various tragically gruesome fates of those within the estate, it would be a lie to say Jiang Zhan felt no fear. He was but an ordinary man, having undergone only the most rudimentary physical trials. How could one not be engulfed by fear? Even now, the mere sight of the ethereal figure of Yuqing sends shivers coursing through his entire being, rendering him breathless. Beside him, Jiang Li, writhing in agony, heard Jiang Zhan's words and, disregarding his own suffering, cried out in a fit of terror, "You wretched old fool! If you wish to die, then perish alone. I have no desire to meet my end. I implore you, spare me. Once you are gone, I shall ascend as the head of the Jiang family. I will grant you anything you desire. Just allow me to live." Witnessing Jiang Li's continued display of desperation, Jiang Zhan's expression turned ashen, his heart a tumult of sorrow and sudden acceptance. With such a beast still in existence, the Jiang family would inevitably face ruin, whether tonight or at some point in the future. In a certain sense, the chief family had undeniably triumphed over him. Chapter 85, His kindness knows no bounds. I could grant you a swift demise, but him, I shall not. Out of pity for Jiang Zhan, who still possesses a flicker of spirit, Ning Yetchin generously allowed him a merciful end, casually tossing a dagger before him. As for Jiang Li, he would not be so easily spared. The moment he entertained thoughts against Luo Ruiying, his fate was sealed. He would not be met with a quick death. Jiang Zhan cast a final glance at the wretched Jiang Li, who continued to writhe in agony, then slowly picked up the dagger from the ground, resolutely plunging it into his own chest. All of this chaos was brought upon by Jiang Li. At this juncture, he had no one to blame but himself. As a father, he was undeniably a failure, yet he had done all he could for his son. The dagger pierced his heart, and soon he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, Jiang Li's screams intensified, filled with desperation and pleas for mercy. Please, spare me. I will give you the entire Jiang family. I want nothing. Just let me live. Ning Yetchin regarded Jiang Li with disdainful indifference, questioning whether he comprehended the gravity of the situation. His intent to annihilate the Jiang family was not motivated by their trivial possessions. The meager wealth of the Jiang family would hardly find a place in his demonic realm. What he sought was the price for the offenses committed against him. Ning Yetchin slowly raised his hand, preparing to compress Jiang Li into a mere disc. Just as he commenced, Jiang Li's cries echoed, resembling the anguished wails of a slaughtered animal. To Ning Yetchin's astonishment, Yuqing unexpectedly interjected. "My lord, might you spare his life?" Why? Ning Yetchin paused, turning back in bewilderment. In his recollection, Yuqing was not one to harbor compassion for mere insects. In her eyes, most beings within the 6 realms were akin to pests. He considered himself the most merciful among the inhabitants of the demon realm, especially in comparison to his subordinates, who indulged in various peculiarities. Yuqing's icy gaze fell upon Jiang Li, and a chilling smile graced her lips as she calmly elucidated. "My lord, this man has not only offended you, but has also shown disrespect towards the lady. To simply execute him would be an unmerited mercy. Instead, may I suggest delivering him to the execution palace of the demon realm? The execution palace, as its name implies, is filled with those specifically tasked with administering punishment and interrogation. Their methods are notoriously cruel and horrifying, reaching unprecedented levels of terror. Even beings from the celestial realm tremble at the mere mention of the execution palace. Many would rather face death than be captured and interrogated there, as they possess countless ways to make one's existence a living hell, all while ensuring that one does not perish. The wails and cries for death from within the execution palace never cease. Those captured within its grasp never emerge again. Even the most resolute of wills, once incarcerated, would find themselves begging to divulge everything by the following day. That place was one that even Ning Yetchin would feel revulsion upon entering. The execution palace of the demon realm was established in ancient times and has been continued by successive demon lords ever since. Ning Yetchin had proposed multiple times to abolish the execution palace, but he faced vehement opposition from numerous demon gods and subordinates. They unanimously believed that the existence of the execution palace served as a formidable deterrent to those with ulterior motives within the demon realm, ensuring that those who offended the demon lord received their due punishment. Given the inherent chaos of the demon realm, and considering he had only recently ascended to the position of supreme ruler, it was indeed necessary to impose some intimidation upon the disobedient demon kings scattered across various regions. Thus, the execution palace remained intact. It wasn't until he chose to resign and departed from the demon realm that he ceased to concern himself with the execution palace. Had it not been for Yuqing's mention, he might have forgotten all about it entirely. After pondering for a moment, Ning Yetchin nodded in agreement to Yuqing's proposal. "Very well, I entrust it to you. Yes, I assure you, I will not disappoint you, demon lord." Yuqing responded with a bright smile. In her mind, anyone who dared to offend the demon lord and his consort deserved to be sent to the execution palace. The methods employed by those within the execution palace were such that even she felt inferior. Many of her own techniques were learned from them. Upon hearing Yetchin express her desire to report on the execution processes and results, Ning Yetchin quickly waved his hand in refusal. There is no need for that. I would likely lose my appetite just by hearing about it. Understood, my lord, she replied, acquiescing. Yetchin then slowly approached Jiang Li, instructing the shadow guards beside her. Take him to the execution palace and inform the palace master, Tian Xing, that this insignificant creature has offended the demon lord and his consort. He should know what to do. And remember to tell him that I want him to remain alive. If he dies accidentally, the next one to be executed will be him. Yes. The two shadow guards promptly dragged Jiang Li into the distorted void that had been torn open. Where are you taking me? I'll let go. Jiang Li, filled with fear, attempted to struggle, but he was effortlessly carried away like a helpless chick, disappearing into the void. Awaiting him was a brand new and thrilling chapter of life, with the matters concerning the Jiang family resolved. Ning Yetchin turned to hasten home to find his wife and warm the bed. Before leaving, he caught sight of Song Yin convulsing on the ground, her pupils dilated, wearing a vacant and numb expression. At that moment, Song Yin had just undergone another excruciating process of being stripped of her essence, and her gaze met Ning Yetchin's, pleading desperately, praying for a swift end to her suffering. Ning Yetchin recognized at once that Yetchin must have employed her ocular technique again, forcing her to endure a cycle worse than death. Who is she? Demon Lord, this is Song Yin, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, the one who attempted to harm your consort tonight, and also the backing of the Jiang family. In the present day, I have resolved all the insignificant creatures within the city and its outskirts. Yetchin responded softly. Ning Yetchin hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand, causing Song Yin to dissolve into nothingness in an instant. This was a decisive and merciful conclusion for her. In the past, he might not have granted Song Yin such a swift end. However, after spending time with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, he chose to show compassion, not wanting his beloved daughter and wife to think him excessively cruel. Alas, he truly was too kind-hearted. Yetchin was taken aback by Ning Yetchin's abrupt conclusion for Song Yin, yet she respected the Dark Lord's every decision, praising him effusively. Truly, Dark Lord, your mercy is unparalleled throughout the demon realm. Enough, enough. You are responsible for ensuring that everything is cleaned up. I do not wish for any disturbances tomorrow. Ning Yetchin waved his hand casually, eager to vanish into thin air. Yetchin remained behind to direct the others in erasing all traces. At that moment, another message arrived. Left Protector, more people are approaching. Chapter 86. The snow tonight seems significantly colder than in previous years. More ants have arrived? Yetchin furrowed her brow, revealing her displeasure. The influx of these pests this evening was beginning to test her patience. Who were these individuals? They appeared to be from Naley Academy, in the heart of Naley City. An undercover attendant inquired affirmatively, Lord Left Protector, shall we eliminate them all? There's no need. Refrain from taking action for the time being. I will handle them myself, Yetchin commanded after a moment's contemplation. Prior to her arrival in Naley City, she had already gathered extensive intelligence about its affairs, as Naley Academy was responsible for training cultivators and maintaining order within the city. They had likely sensed the unusual occurrences of the night, while it would have been simpler to eradicate Naley Academy along with the rest. Since the Demon Lord had expressed a desire to avoid drawing too much attention, she decided against it. The sudden disappearance of Naley Academy would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar, potentially leading to unnecessary complications for the Demon Lord. Therefore, it was best for her to personally address the situation. After entrusting the scene at the Jiang residence to her subordinates, Yetchin donned a mask and vanished in an instant. Under the cloak of night, Xia Jie led several companions swiftly towards the Jiang household, yet a look of confusion crossed his face. According to the information he had received, the Holy Lotus sect had mobilized its entire force, but he had encountered not a single trace of them along the way. The city remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs of turmoil. Strangely, it seemed as though all members of the Holy Lotus sect had vanished without a sound. His spies scattered throughout the city had reported no indications of the sect's presence. This was indeed perplexing, leaving him uncertain of the Holy Lotus sect's intentions. Just as Xia Jie approached the Jiang estate, a masked figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Who might you be? He asked, squinting to discern any hint of the figure's aura, feeling a surge of caution. You are Xia Jie, the principal of Naley Academy, are you not? Yetchin spoke coolly. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire who you are and why you obstruct my way? Xia Jie asked, his brow slightly furrowed, instinctively regarding her as an agent of the Holy Lotus sect sent to hinder him. Humph. Obstruct you? Do not jest. I could end your life in the blink of an eye. The only reason you are still breathing is due to the Supreme Lord's compassion and mercy. Yetchin retorted with a cold laugh, dismissing the notion that she would be concerned about stopping someone like him. There were few in the 6 realms worthy of her attention. This mere ant before her was overly self-important. Xia Jie was taken aback by her words. Though he did not dare to claim immense power, With his celestial-level cultivation, he was undoubtedly among the top-tier cultivators within the southern region. Apart from Wukong of the Martial God Temple and Song Yin of the Holy Lotus Sect, he is essentially unmatched. Yet, the mysterious woman before him speaks with such arrogance, daring to assert that killing him would merely take an instant. And who, pray tell, is the supreme being she refers to? Could they not be affiliated with the Holy Lotus Sect? Before Xia Jia could voice his inquiries, Yu Qingyu continued with an air of indifference. I have come solely to inform you. If your concern pertains to the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect, you may return. I have ensured their obliteration from existence. What? The Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect have already been eradicated. Xia Jia and the group behind him were instantly taken aback, their faces a mask of disbelief. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Holy Lotus Sect. Otherwise, they would not harbor such trepidation. Ever since the Martial God Temple vanished from South Prefecture, the Holy Lotus Sect had reigned supreme, virtually invincible. Yet she claims to have annihilated them. It has barely been half an hour since he received news of the Holy Lotus Sect's mobilization, and now they have been completely destroyed. This rapidity has left him questioning the veracity of the information. However, as he observed the absence of any trace of the Holy Lotus Sect within the city, an inexplicable chill gripped Xia Jia's heart, compelling him to accept the words of this enigmatic woman. By tomorrow, you shall learn of the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect's disappearance from the world. This serves as a minor retribution for their offense against the Supreme Being, Yu Qingyu remarked coldly. At this moment, Xia Jia felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. A feeling of helpless fear he had never experienced even in the presence of Song Yin. He could only wonder whom the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect had provoked to incur such a devastating fate. Comprehend this and depart. While I have yet to change my mind and take action against you, Yu Qingyu issued her final warning to Xia Jia, her tone frigid. Although fear coursed through him, he mustered the courage to inquire, May I ask, who is this Supreme Being? Humph, a Mirant dares to seek the name of the Supreme Being? The Supreme Being abhors disturbances. It would be prudent for you not to probe into matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, the next target may very well be the Southly Academy. With that, Yu Qingyu's figure became ethereal, vanishing without a trace. Xia Jia remained rooted in place, stunned into silence by the revelation. When had such a terrifying force descended upon Nali City? He had been utterly oblivious to it. Soon after, Xia Jia received news that the Qi family and various other locales within the city were safe, confirming the complete annihilation of the Holy Lotus Sect. The swiftness of these events left him momentarily speechless. Just then, a flurry of snow began to fall under the night sky, delicate flakes descending upon the city. Xia Jia shivered involuntarily, a chill enveloping him. This evening's snowfall seemed considerably colder than in previous years. He promptly commanded all personnel of the Southly Academy to withdraw, deeming it unnecessary to concern themselves with the safety of the Qi family and their kin any longer. Do not engage in any extraneous inquiries. Treat tonight as if you were oblivious to everything. After departing from the summer pavilion, Yu Qingyu did not immediately return to Ning Yetchin's side, but instead made her way directly to the headquarters of the Holy Lotus Sect. She had no intention of concealing her presence and entered the sect with an air of dignity. The last remaining Golden Lotus Saint, stationed at the Holy Lotus Sect, swiftly intervened, blocking her path. Who dares to intrude upon the Holy Lotus Sect? He demanded. Yu Qingyu cast him a disinterested glance and replied coolly. In the next instant, the Golden Lotus Saint was violently torn asunder, meeting a gruesome demise on the spot. The remaining disciples of the Holy Lotus Sect stood in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with fear and astonishment. The Golden Lotus Saint, their second most formidable member, had perished with but a mere utterance. Yu Qingyu, unwilling to squander further time on these insignificant beings, softly intoned, annihilate. With a thunderous roar, the vast expanse of the Holy Lotus Sect erupted from its core, a violent shockwave consuming all in its wake, the residual force extending for miles. Beneath Yu Qingyu's feet, the Holy Lotus Sect had been reduced to a fathomless abyss. Following this night, the Holy Lotus Sect would vanish from the annals of existence. Chapter 87. My dear, please guide me through life as night deepened. Snow began to fall gently. The streets, once bustling with people, gradually saw individuals choosing to return home, transforming the lively thoroughfare into a serene landscape. Luo Ruiying stood at the street corner, cradling Luo Hongre in her arms, gazing into the distance. After parting ways with Ning Yetchin, she did not immediately decide to head home. Instead, she opted to wait here on the soul path leading back, anticipating his return, for she wished to present him with the gift she had prepared for the New Year festival tonight. Luo Hongya, having accompanied her for some time, had fallen asleep in her embrace. Ning Yetchin had originally intended to sneak back home directly, but upon noticing Luo Ruiying waiting for him at the street corner, he found himself bemused. Why was this young lady not returning home, braving the snow to wait for him? A subtle smile graced Ning Yetchin's lips as he stealthily approached, pretending to have just returned from the market. My dear, you are back. Did you not say you were going to buy something? Upon seeing Ning Yetchin's arrival, An inexplicable sense of relief washed over Luo Ruiying. She had a nagging feeling that something unusual was afoot in the city tonight, and she regretted allowing him to venture out alone. As a mere mortal amidst numerous cultivators, it would be disastrous if he encountered danger. Her wait for Ning Yetchin was not solely to present her gift. She was also deeply concerned for his safety. If he did not return soon, she would have to seek him out herself. However, upon his return, she noticed he bore no gifts, which sparked her curiosity. After all, he had claimed he was going to buy something, and she was eager to know what it was. Ning Yetchin paused, suddenly recalling the excuse he had concocted about purchasing items, only to find himself returning empty-handed. Under Luo Ruiying's inquisitive gaze, he explained, "I just happened to arrive as they were closing." Closing? On the busiest day of the year? Luo Ruiying questioned, perplexed, though she did not dwell on it. Indeed, perhaps the owner took their family out to enjoy the festivities, Ning Yetchin suggested casually. Luo Ruiying pondered this and found it quite plausible. It was indeed reasonable for the proprietor to temporarily close shop to partake in the vibrant celebrations. "All right, my dear, it is chilly outside. Let us hasten home," Ning Yetchin said, taking her arm to lead her back. At that moment, Luo Ruiying suddenly felt a wave of shyness. "Wait a moment, I have something to give you." "HM?" Ning Yetchin halted, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at her. He had sensed that she had something to say before he left, and it turned out she had prepared a gift for him. Seeing the eager expression on Ning Yetchin's face made Luo Ruiying even more bashful. After a brief hesitation, she retrieved a stunning, silvery, fluffy scarf from her embrace and handed it to him. Initially, she had planned to knit a sweater for him, much like the one for Luo Hongye, but upon starting, she felt it did not turn out as beautifully as she had hoped. Ning Yetchin was not like Luo Hongye, a child who could wear anything. A plain sweater without any pattern seemed rather unattractive to wear out. Thus, she ultimately decided at the last moment to transform the sweater into a scarf. With the New Year festival tonight, she thought it would also serve as a gift for him. Holding the scarf in her hands, Ning Yetchin's face was filled with surprise. The scarf felt incredibly warm. He had assumed that in recent days, Luo Ruiying was busy knitting a sweater specifically for Luo Hongye to prepare for the winter, but he did not expect that she had also crafted a scarf for him. "My wife is truly wonderful. Thank you, my dear wife." Ning Yetchin stepped forward and enveloped Luo Ruiying in his embrace, his hands wrapping around her slender, soft waist. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, but fortunately she was still holding Luo Hongye, so their bodies were not pressed too closely together. All right, let us return home," Luo Ruiying said, her face slightly reddened. Seeing that Ning Yetchin seemed to genuinely appreciate her gift brought her great joy. This was the first time she had given a gift to someone outside her family. "My dear wife, I have a request. I wonder if you would grant it." Ning Yetchin did not release Luo Ruiying, instead gazing intently into her eyes. During their stroll through the festival, they had been surrounded by children, and later, their enjoyment of the fireworks was interrupted by members of the Holy Lotus sect. Now that they had finally found a moment alone, he was determined to seize this rare opportunity. What is it?" Luo Ruiying asked curiously. It was seldom that Ning Yetchin made such earnest requests of her. Ning Yetchin smiled gently, leaning closer to Luo Ruiying to whisper softly. Instantly, her delicate face turned bright red, her expression wavering as she glanced around and asked shyly, "Now here?" "Yes," Ning Yetchin smiled, nodding solemnly. After confirming that the surroundings were quiet and devoid of people, Luo Ruiying, with her cheeks still flushed, softly called out, "Husband." Indeed, what Ning Yetchin desired was for her to address him as husband in person, although she had called him that a few times in front of others. This was the first time she was doing so alone, face to face, making it somewhat difficult to articulate. For some reason, Ning Yetchin had expressed a wish to hear her say it once more. Since there was no one around, she decided to try and utter it. Hearing Luo Ruiying's shy and gentle call, Ning Yetchin felt an overwhelming joy within, gazing at her enchanting, blushing face. He couldn't help but cup her cheeks in his hands. Leaning slightly closer, Luo Ruiying's heart raced, a sense of inexplicable tension enveloping her. She vaguely sensed what this implied, slowly closing her eyes. Her ruby lips slightly parted. Despite having contemplated vengeance for the loss of her innocence, she had never truly blamed Ning Yetchin in her heart. After all, it was she who had initially compelled the situation. However, after spending time with him, she found that this man was rather agreeable. He treated both her and the child with kindness and demonstrated a sense of responsibility. Now, they seemed to have established a blissful life as a family of three. Gradually, she no longer regretted surrendering herself that night. She cherished such days. Having devoted herself to him and given birth to their child, she had resolved that he would be her one and only husband in this lifetime. "My dear, I seek your guidance for the rest of my life," Ning Yetchin whispered, his fingers gliding over Luo Ruiying's delicate, fair cheek. Following his heartfelt declaration, he leaned in to kiss her enticing lips. A soft, enchanting sigh escaped her lips as their mouths met, their tongues intertwining in a tender embrace. This marked the first time they shared a passionate kiss. Fully aware and conscious of each other. At that moment, a captivating flush adorned Luo Ruiying's cheeks. As their lips parted, she gazed at Ning Yetchin, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness and allure, and gently nodded, seemingly responding to his earlier confession. Chapter 88. Absolutely no peculiar conduct. As Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying reveled in the enchanting atmosphere, a row of heads peeked out from the opposite side of the alley. Each pair of eyes fixated with rapt attention. They gasped in unison. They kissed. The demon lord and his lady have shared a kiss. Such a momentous occasion must be recorded. Quickly, alert the left protector. Her plan has succeeded. Where are the fireworks? Hurry. Prepare the fireworks team. The night god and his companions were even more exhilarated than Ning Yetchin, their expressions brimming with joy as they hurriedly issued commands. Such a splendid ambience could not be without the accompaniment of fireworks. Unbeknownst to Luo Ruiying, the crowd from the demon realm was caught by Ning Yetchin's watchful gaze, startling him. How could these rascals follow him so stealthily? He shot a fierce glare at the peeping night god and his entourage. Startled, they promptly retreated, only to peek out again moments later. What is the matter? Luo Ruiying asked, noticing the sudden tension in Ning Yetchin's demeanor, which had just moments ago been fierce. As she turned her head to follow his gaze, Ning Yetchin swiftly cupped her face in his hands, redirecting her attention. He could not let his wife discover that band of mischief makers. Under the curious gaze of Luo Ruiying, Ning Yetchin, without hesitation, leaned down to capture her luscious lips in another kiss. At first startled, Luo Ruiying's form tensed slightly, but gradually she relaxed, responding with her tender, youthful tone. At that precise moment, a burst of flame shot into the night sky, illuminating the darkness with a cascade of vibrant fireworks. The townsfolk of Nanli City, intrigued and curious, leaned out of their windows to admire the spectacle. How strange, fireworks at this hour. Is there a second show tonight? They wondered. Nevertheless, it was delightful to enjoy another display from the comfort of home. As the resplendent fireworks ascended and exploded in a dazzling array, Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying held each other closely, sharing deep, affectionate kisses. Time slipped away unnoticed until they reluctantly parted. A gentle warmth of rare tenderness and shy allure graced Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes, making her appear irresistibly endearing. Ning Yetchin found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Suddenly, their peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Hongye, who had been peacefully slumbering in Luo Ruiying's arms, now wide awake and gazing curiously at them with sparkling eyes. The child is awake. When did that happen? Was it the sound of the fireworks that stirred her? Oh no, did she witness our earlier exchange? Luo Ruiying's fair neck and cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. It was far too awkward for a couple to be caught in such an intimate moment by their child. Why you reawake? Ning Yetchin stammered, his expression equally flustered as he smiled awkwardly at Luo Hongye. Daddy, mommy, what are you doing? Luo Hongye, with an innocent curiosity, inquired, prompting an immediate flush of embarrassment to grace Luo Ruiying's face. Father is playing a game with your mother, Ning Yetchin explained with utmost seriousness. It was imperative to maintain the faade. The child was still young and should not be burdened with excessive knowledge. A game? I want to play too. I want to play games with father and mother, Luo Hongye exclaimed, tilting her head with exuberance and raising her hand in excitement. Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying exchanged awkward glances and gently kissed the adorable cheeks of Luo Hongye, one on each side. It's your turn now, said Luo Hongye, her little face beaming with joy as she reciprocated with a kiss on the cheeks of Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying. The couple smiled softly at each other and intertwined their hands as they made their way home. Let us return home, Luo Hongye chimed in her sweet voice. From the shadows, the celestial beings of Yitian Shun watched with expressions of contentment, their hearts swelling with emotion as they covered their mouths, tears glistening in their eyes. Oh, how wonderful! The relationship between the demon lord and his wife is so harmonious. Perhaps it won't be long before they welcome another little prince or princess into the world. Later that night, in the bedroom, after soothing Luo Hongye to sleep once more, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin lay down together. This time, Luo Hongye was not nestled between them. Instead, Luo Ruiying lay on her side, cradled in Ning Yetchin's embrace. With no child to separate them, Ning Yetchin could easily wrap his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, pressing against her back. The child is still asleep. You must not engage in any peculiar antics. Luo Ruiying, with her back turned to Ning Yetchin, felt her cheeks flush, yet did not resist. Fear not, my dear. It is merely the chill of the night. I simply wish to hold you close as we sleep, Ning Yetchin whispered reassuringly in her ear. Seizing the pleasant atmosphere of the evening, it was only natural to deepen their bond. Having the opportunity to hold her while they slept was indeed a rare delight. Luo Ruiying's back was not only warm, but also emanated a subtle, enchanting fragrance that was utterly delightful. He relished the moment. Sensing that Ning Yetchin genuinely just desired to embrace her as they slumbered, Luo Ruiying gradually relaxed. Upon hearing his explanation regarding the cold, she intentionally shifted her posture slightly backward, pressing her delicate form against his chest. With her body temperature, she should feel quite warm. However, the sensation of nestling against a man like a delicate bird stirred a unique feeling within Luo Ruiying. She had never anticipated that one day she would lie in a man's embrace, feeling as though she were under his protection, much like an ordinary woman. And this man was merely a mortal. My husband, if there comes a day when I am no longer here, you must promise me to raise our child with love. Let her grow up as an ordinary child. She tenderly caressed the sleeping Luo Hongye in her arms, her head gently leaning against Ning Yetchin's chest as she spoke. She cherished this period of her life, yet the more she cherished it, the more fear gripped her heart. The fear of suddenly losing it all. The celestial realm was likely still searching for her and her daughter, and she worried about involving Ning Yetchin in their plight. Moreover, she was merely prolonging her life with a false heart, uncertain how long this artificial heart could sustain her. She even contemplated leaving alone, entrusting the child to Ning Yetchin, perhaps to divert the celestial realm's attention. Yet, she could not bear to part with her child and the life she had now. Ning Yetchin sensed Luo Ruiying's spirit was somewhat diminished. He tightened his embrace around her waist and softly reassured her, "My dear, do not let your thoughts wander. As long as I am here, nothing shall harm you or our child. No one can hurt you again." Hearing his words, Luo Ruiying felt a slight tremor in her heart, and a charming, reassuring smile crept onto her lips. How could a mere mortal claim to protect her, a being of divine origin, and her child? Yet, instead of resentment, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His words alone were enough to soothe her. Feeling secure in Ning Yetchin's embrace, Luo Ruiying gradually succumbed to slumber. However, it was not long before she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her expression a mix of playful annoyance and shyness, casting a fierce glance at the sleeping Ning Yetchin behind her. Why was it that this man's sleep was always marked by restless feet or wandering hands? Chapter 89. The other party's strength is extraordinary. The following morning, a shocking piece of news swept through the city of Nanli. In a single night, every member of the Jiang family had vanished without a trace from their residence. The estate stood eerily empty, devoid of any signs of life. Speculation arose that the Jiang family, aware of their untenable position in Nanli, had quietly relocated under the cover of darkness. However, this theory was swiftly dismissed by others, as nearly all of the family's possessions remained untouched, suggesting no signs of a hasty departure. Given that the Jiang family, along with their guards and attendants, numbered in the hundreds, how could they have slipped away unnoticed in a single night? Some posited that the Qi family must have some hidden backing from a powerful force that orchestrated the Jiang family's abrupt disappearance. Yet, this conjecture was met with skepticism, as it seemed ludicrous. If the Qi family had such formidable support, why had they endured decades of oppression from the Jiang family? Moreover, it was well known that the Jiang family was allied with the Holy Lotus sect, the most potent force in southern state following the mysterious disappearance of the martial god temple. Who could possibly challenge the Holy Lotus sect that stood behind the Jiang family? The enigma surrounding the Jiang family's disappearance became the talk of the town, captivating the citizens of Nanli with its myriad theories. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Ning Yetchin resided, he and the Luo family were joyfully gathered around the breakfast table. Unlike before, Luo Hongye no longer sat in the laps of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yetchin, being fed. Instead, she perched beside Ning Yetchin. On her other side, Yu Qingyu carefully fed her spoonful by spoonful of porridge. Upon seeing the little princess consume the food she offered, a gentle smile of satisfaction graced Yu Qingyu's typically cool countenance. The small princess had accepted her nourishment. This moment filled her with profound emotion, adding a glorious chapter to her history in the demon realm. She vowed to embrace her role as the president of the demon realm, nurturing the little princess as if she were her own granddaughter. Luo Ruiying observed Yu Qingyu with curiosity. Ever since Yu's arrival, she found herself drawn to study her. Beyond her impeccable poise and grace, Yu was diligent and reliable, maintaining the household in impeccable order. She treated her with utmost respect and showered affection upon Luo Hongye. It was evident that she held a particular fondness for children. Whenever an opportunity arose to care for a child, her enthusiasm was palpable, almost as if she regarded them as her own. "Big sister Yu, I still want more." Luo Hongye leaned toward Yu Qingyu, her mouth agape in anticipation. With delight, Yu Qingyu fed her another spoonful of porridge and gently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. The little princess was still growing. She needed to eat well. Surely, she would one day become a figure of great stature, rivaling even the demon sovereign. Perhaps in the days to come, she ought to prepare more precious medicinal dishes for the little princess, or perhaps procure some divine beast meat for nourishment. Just as Yu Qingyu pondered over the dietary plans for Luo Hongye, a knock echoed from the courtyard. Without a doubt, it could only be Qi Yuan, aside from her. "Sister Luo, brother Ning, Xiao Yiyi." Upon entering the home, Qi Yuan greeted Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying before joyfully rushing to Luo Hongye, affectionately pinching the adorable, round cheeks of the little girl, as was her custom. No matter how many times one saw her, Xiao Yiyi was simply enchanting. That soft, cherubic face was utterly irresistible. However, it wasn't long before Qi Yuan sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon her from behind, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Turning her head, She indeed found Yetchin regarding her with icy eyes. The spoon in her hand had been crushed into fragments. This beautiful older sister is rather terrifying. Did she just single-handedly crush that spoon while staring at me? Is this something an ordinary maid could do? Surely, this is a threat. It must be. Qi Yuan's face turned pale with fright. Even now, she could not fathom why Yetchin harbored such animosity toward her. Suppressing her murderous intent, Yetchin transmitted a thought to Ning Yetchin. My lord, may I eliminate her? You have already posed this question before. Rejected. Ning Yetchin replied, utterly speechless. If everyone who dared to fondle his daughter's cheeks were to be slain, what chaos would ensue? Meng Niu and his companions sat nearby, gazing at Qi Yuan with a mix of envy and admiration. This woman was truly fortunate. Not only could she boldly pinch the little princess's cheeks, but she also remained unscathed, even in the face of Yu Qingyo's murderous intent. Miss Qi, do come and sit with us, Luo Ruiying beckoned, patting the empty spot beside her and smiling at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan immediately dashed to sit beside Luo Ruiying, avoiding any further eye contact with Yu Qingyo. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this beautiful older sister wished to end her life once seated. Qi Yuan steadied her nerves and, with a serious expression, informed Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying. Sister Luo, brother Ning, you may not yet be aware, but a significant event has transpired in the city. Last night, the Jiang family seemingly vanished without a trace from Nanli City. Even those from Nanli Academy claim there is no way to investigate this matter, though she felt a sense of joy at the Jiang family's disappearance. The circumstances were truly bizarre. A vast family like the Jiangs, with hundreds of members, disappearing overnight without a whisper of commotion. It's worth noting that these days were filled with festive celebrations, bustling with people, yet none had noticed the Jiang family's absence. From her understanding of the Jiang family, they did not seem like the type to willingly depart without warning. The Jiang family has vanished? Luo Ruiying exclaimed in astonishment. That is not all, Sister Luo. It is said that the Holy Lotus sect was annihilated overnight as well. That sect is the foremost in southern province, second only to the martial god temple. Qi Yuan, still haunted by her lingering fears, continued, strange occurrences have been multiplying in Nanzhou recently. First, it was the martial god temple, and now it involves the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect. To this day, no one knows who has struck against them. Luo Ruiying's expression grew contemplative. She held little interest in the Jiang family. Had it not been for Jiang Li provoking her, she would have turned a blind eye to their actions. It was only out of disdain for their behavior that she decided to aid the Qi family in winning the business competition. In her heart, she had already resolved that should the Jiang family dare to provoke her again, she would ensure their obliteration from existence. However, it appeared that someone had acted before her. The ability to cause the entire Jiang family to vanish overnight without her notice indicated that the adversary possessed extraordinary strength. Chapter 90. How did she know? Luo Ruiying felt an unsettling sense that there lurked a mysterious force within the city, one that she had yet to perceive. She hoped fervently that this entity would not become entwined with her life, for all she desired was to lead a tranquil and ordinary existence with her family. Noticing the furrow in Luo Ruiying's brow and the hint of concern in her expression, Ning Yetchin gently took her hand, presenting her with a charming smile. A wave of inexplicable comfort washed over Luo Ruiying, prompting her to respond with a faint smile of her own. Qi Yuan had been quietly observing the interaction between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin, and as she noticed their hands intertwined beneath the table, a maternal smile graced her face. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but it seemed that the bond between Sister Luo and Brother Ning had deepened slightly. To preserve the enchanting atmosphere, Qi Yuan refrained from discussing any disquieting matters and instead inquired, by the way, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, did you attend the fireworks festival last night? Yes, we did. It was truly beautiful, quite spectacular, Luo Ruiying affirmed with a nod, feeling grateful to Qi Yuan for recommending the event. Did you, Sister Luo, go up the hillside? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Yes. Was I mistaken about the location? Luo Ruiying replied, puzzled as to why Qi Yuan posed such a question. Was the hillside not the designated spot for viewing the fireworks? Yet, it seemed there had been a lack of spectators the previous night. Upon seeing Luo Ruiying's confusion, Qi Yuan realized that she was unaware of the circumstances and clenched her delicate fist in indignation, exclaiming, Sister Luo, you were indeed at the right place. However, for reasons unknown, the fireworks festival commenced unexpectedly early last night. The individuals responsible for igniting the fireworks were discovered asleep among the trees, with no recollection of the events leading up to that moment. To make matters worse, the entrance to the hillside had been ensnared by a fog formation, leaving everyone unable to ascend. Some were trapped in the mist all night, only to be found exhausted at dawn at the foot of the hill. Now, many cultivators in the city are searching for the prankster behind this ruse. Because of the fog last night, no one in the city could make it to the hillside to enjoy the fireworks. Hearing that Luo Ruiying had indeed gone up, Qi Yuan was taken aback. Perhaps it was due to Sister Luo's formidable strength that the mist had failed to confine her. Luo Ruiying, intrigued by the identity of the mischief maker, instinctively glanced toward Yuqinyu. After all, it was she who had informed her of the festival's early start. How did she come to know? Yuqinyu sat calmly, elegantly lifting her teacup for a sip, exuding an air of indifference as if the entire affair bore no relevance to her. Only Ning Yetchin was aware that she was the mastermind behind it all. Father, Luo Hongya, having had her fill, climbed into Ning Yetchin's embrace from the chair beside him, settling comfortably as she nestled against him. Ning Yetchin tenderly embraced Luo Hongya, affectionately ruffling her adorable, petite head. The child's head was round and smooth, a delightful sensation to touch. Luo Hongya squinted her eyes in blissful enjoyment. It was only in the presence of Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying that she displayed such a joyful demeanor. During their time together, Qi Yuan observed that Luo Hongya seemed perpetually by the side of Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying. She exhibited extreme shyness towards strangers and was reluctant to engage with others, let alone play with peers. Even Qi Yuan herself had only managed to earn Luo Hongya's affection through the allure of delicious treats and prolonged companionship. It seemed that Luo Hongya had become overly reliant on the two. Sister Luo, brother Ning, after the new year. It will soon be time for the annual recruitment at Nanli Academy, Qi Yuan suggested thoughtfully. Nanli Academy was renowned throughout the southern region, offering not only specialized cultivation classes but also classrooms for young children, including a dedicated kindergarten. Should we consider enrolling little Hongya? Upon hearing the suggestion of sending Luo Hongya to kindergarten, both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin paused momentarily, their expressions revealing hesitation. They were well aware of Luo Hongya's fondness for being close to them and her excessive dependence. This was largely attributed to her upbringing. Having spent her early years isolated in various corners or confined to dark dungeons, she had never interacted with others. The absence of a sense of security and reliance naturally made her resistant to strangers. This understanding only deepened Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying's affection for her. While they cherished Luo Hongya's attachment, they also hoped she could interact more with others and broaden her understanding of the world. After all, what parent does not wish for their child to become more outgoing and vivacious? Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying contemplated Qi Yuan's proposal earnestly. Yet the thought of sending Luo Hongya away from their side elicited feelings of reluctance and concern, especially for Luo Ruiying. She felt a twinge of panic at the mere thought of Luo Hongya being out of her sight. The idea of parting with her for a significant portion of the day was unbearable. Thus, the two were determined to deliberate carefully on Qi Yuan's suggestion. Noticing the unease and reluctance in Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying's expressions, Qi Yuan confidently reassured them, Sister Luo, brother Ning, you need not worry. I will also enroll at Nanli Academy, and I shall take good care of little Hongya there. However, her words were met with disdainful glances from Yuqinyu. With such a meager strength, this insignificant ant dares to audaciously claim to protect their most treasured little princess of the demon realm. The unreserved gaze of Yuqinyu revealed her disdain, which immediately caught Qi Yuan's attention. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but the strikingly beautiful elder sister seemed to regard her with the derision typically reserved for insects. Suddenly, Qi Yuan felt an inexplicable sting to her heart. Miss Qi, are you planning to join the Southly Academy? Do you not intend to take over the family's business affairs? Upon hearing that Qi Yuan also wished to enroll in the Southly Academy for her cultivation, Luo Ruiying inquired with curiosity. Qi Yuan straightened her expression, her gaze resolute as she declared, thanks to Sister Luo and brother Ning, the Qi family is thriving. Even if my presence is no longer required, it poses no issue. Furthermore, thanks to brother Ning, I can once again embark on my cultivation journey. Thus, I aspire to pursue my childhood dream of becoming a formidable cultivator like Sister Luo. Previously, due to the damage to her meridians, her path of cultivation had been fraught with difficulties. Now that her meridians had completely recovered, she was determined to join the Southly Academy and follow the path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation may not be straightforward, so Miss Qi must persevere. Luo Ruiying, recognizing that Qi Yuan was truly resolute and passionate, offered a smile and words of encouragement. Qi Yuan's talent is not lacking. If she remains steadfast, she may indeed achieve remarkable feats in the future. Chapter 91. Could it all be her misunderstanding? Above the city of Nanli, a graceful and enchanting young woman streaked across the sky like a celestial rainbow, casting her gaze upon the bustling crowds below. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to Luo Ruiying, with fair skin and extraordinary beauty. However, her long hair, cascading down to her waist, was a mesmerizing blend of black and white. Could she be here? Luo Ruixing clutched a fragment of a broken sword. Peering down at the vast expanse of Nanli City, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Would her sister truly reside in this place? After Ning Yetchin's visit to the Luo Divine Temple, Luo Tianya had an inkling that something might have befallen his daughter, Luo Ruiying. Thus, he dispatched her younger sister, Luo Ruixing, to seek her out. The shard in her possession was a remnant from the family's divine sword, the Luo Divine Sword. This fragment could sense the presence of its original form. The closer it drew to the sword, the more it would emit a faint glow, seemingly guiding her path. While in the celestial realm, the fragment had shown no reaction, but upon her unceremonious return to the mortal world, it began to respond. Relying on this sword fragment, Luo Ruxin first ventured to a small cottage nestled within the demon domain forest. After a thorough inspection, she confirmed that it had been inhabited, with lingering traces of the Luo deity's aura still present on the ground. She concluded that Luo Ruing must have lived there for a time, but the signs indicated a hasty departure, as if she had encountered some peril. Fearing for her sister's safety, Luo Ruxin continued her search in the vicinity. Guided by the shimmering fragment, she soon found herself soaring above the city of Nanli, where the fragment pulsated with an intensified glow, strongly suggesting that her sister resided within the city. With the shard in hand, Luo Ruxin descended into the heart of the city, resolutely continuing her quest. Unbeknownst to her, as she entered the city, shadows began to emerge around her from the void above. Celestial King Cultivation, beings from the celestial realm. To kill? The Demon Lord has decreed that all celestial beings must be closely monitored and reported immediately. For now, we shall refrain from making a move. With that, the shadows twisted and vanished back into the ether. After spending some time at Ning Yetchin's residence and playing with Luo Hongya, Qi Yuan finally rose to take her leave. The primary reason for her departure was the oppressive gaze of Yu Qingyu, which made her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles, constantly aware of the potential danger lurking nearby. Once Qi Yuan left, Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruing contemplated whether they should enroll Luo Hongya in a school to facilitate her interaction and play with peers. However, with a few days remaining until the commencement of classes at Nanli Academy, they decided to take their time in making a decision. At that moment, both Ning Yetchin and Yu Qingyu received a simultaneous transmission from their shadowy attendants. The Demon Lord and the Left Guardian have been informed of the appearance of celestial beings. It seems one is approaching your direction. Ning Yetchin and Yu Qingyu immediately narrowed their eyes, a glint of sharp coldness flashing within. The elderly recluses from the immortal realm could no longer restrain themselves and had sent someone over? Ning Yetchin pondered. If so, that would be splendid. He was eager to inquire about the individuals behind this. He had been troubled by the absence of any leads, having taken away his wife as heart. He would undoubtedly reclaim it one day. Lord Demon Sovereign, allow me to handle this, Yu Qingyu volunteered. She was already aware that Luo Ruing had lost her heart in the immortal realm and had escaped to the mortal world with Luo Hongya. If the pursuers were indeed those who threatened the lady and the little princess as mentioned by the Demon Sovereign, she would show them no mercy. An attack on the lady and the little princess of the demon realm was tantamount to declaring war on the entire demon realm. There was no reason to show leniency. Go ahead, but remember to bring them back alive. Ning Yetchin imparted with a sharp gaze, communicating his caution to her. He was concerned that Yu Qingyu might exert herself too vigorously and end up killing them outright. With a slight smile, Yu Qingyu rose, bowed to Luo Ruing, and stated her intention to procure some ingredients before departing. Luo Ruing furrowed her brows in confusion, watching Yu Qingyu's retreating figure. Hadn't they just stocked the pantry with ample food a few days prior? Why was there a need to shop again so soon? Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Ning Yetchin and Yu Qingyu had exchanged glances laden with unspoken words. It seemed as though they were concealing something from her. Dear, is something the matter? Ning Yetchin inquired with a curious smile, observing Luo Ruing's pensive expression. Could this young lady have sensed something? No, it's nothing. Luo Ruing slowly shook her head. She found it difficult to voice such matters. Wouldn't that imply a lack of trust in Ning Yetchin? She was certain he was not that sort of person. Surely, it was merely a misunderstanding on her part. What could he possibly be hiding from her? Surely, there couldn't be anything particularly special between Ning Yetchin and Yu Qingyu. Could there? Meanwhile, on the streets of Nanli City, Luo Xinxin clutched a fragment of a broken sword, following its pull step by step towards the courtyard where Ning Yetchin resided. Feeling the tug grow stronger in her hand, she felt a surge of joy. It seemed her sister was nearby. However, in the next instant, Luo Xinxin halted abruptly, her expression turning grave as she scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. At some point, the lively clamor that had filled her ears vanished, and the once bustling streets had fallen eerily silent. The nearby streets were desolate, exuding an unsettling quietude. Yet, it felt as though dozens of eyes were fixated upon her. So engrossed in the fragment of the broken sword, she had utterly failed to notice the shift. In that moment, as a cultivator at the Immortal King level, Luo Xinxin felt a chill run down her spine. Yu Qingyu's silhouette gradually strolled into view from the street ahead. Upon seeing her, Luo Xinxin tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, her brows furrowing deeply. She could not discern the woman's cultivation level, nor could she sense any spiritual energy emanating from her. Could it be that this woman's power far surpassed her own? Was it truly well concealed? Yu Qingyu, with a cold and serene gaze, observed Luo Ruxin, poised to speak, when she suddenly detected the aura of spiritual energy emanating from Luo Ruxin, a result of her overwhelming tension. This aura bore a striking resemblance to that of the lady. Upon closer inspection, the appearance of this woman from the celestial realm bore a certain likeness to the lady as well. Could she be a member of the lady's family? Yu Qingyu quickly deduced Luo Ruxin's identity and felt a wave of relief wash over her for not having spoken directly. She immediately conveyed a silent command to disperse all the lurking demons in the vicinity, then turned to Luo Ruxin with a smile that radiated the warmth and humility of a devoted maid. Suddenly, Luo Ruxin felt the chilling presence dissipate, the terrifying aura vanishing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingyu had also vanished without a trace, and the street was once again bustling with the flow of people. The sense of impending crisis seemed as if it had never existed. Could it be that all of this was merely a misunderstanding on her part? Chapter 92. This is my child. A few minutes after Yu Qingyu stepped out, she returned home with a bag of ingredients. Having utilized the excuse of purchasing supplies to leave, she opted to collect some items from her neighbor, Yi Tianxin, to avoid raising suspicion with Luo Ruiying. As a proprietor of a barbecue stall, his residence was naturally well-stocked with various prepared ingredients. Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying, who were playing in the courtyard, were somewhat surprised at Yu Qingyu's swift return. Did you procure everything so quickly? Indeed, my lady. I had pre-ordered these ingredients. I merely went to collect them. Yu Qingyu casually provided a plausible explanation. Oh, I see. Luo Ruiying harbored no further doubts. However, Ning Yetchin was aware that Yu Qingyu had not gone out to buy groceries. He curiously inquired through a private transmission, has the matter been resolved? Not yet, my lord. The individual appears to be associated with the lady, Yu Qingyu clarified. Concerned that the person might be someone Luo Ruiying recognized, Yu Qingyu prudently refrained from taking any action. Upon hearing that the individual might be related to Luo Ruiying, Ning Yetchin's curiosity piqued. Has someone from the Luo Divine Palace come searching for us? As Ning Yetchin and Yu Qingyu exchanged their thoughts in secrecy, Luo Ruiying scrutinized the two with keen interest. It was not a mere figment of her imagination. There was indeed a subtle exchange of glances between Ning Yetchin and Yu Qingyu. What could they possibly be concealing from her? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Luo Ruiying felt an inexplicable sense of heaviness, as if a stone were lodged within her heart. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the errant thoughts swirling in her mind. Why was she indulging in such sentimental musings? This was not at all like her. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door of the courtyard. Kaisei approached and opened it, revealing Luo Ruxin, who stood at the threshold, clutching a fragment of a broken sword. May I inquire who you are seeking? Kaisei asked politely. Upon seeing that the person who answered the door was not Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruxin couldn't help but arch an eyebrow in slight confusion. Could it be I've come to the wrong place? Yet, it stands to reason. How could my sister reside in such a humble abode? Just as Luo Ruxin was about to speak, intending to turn away, she caught sight of Luo Ruiying in the courtyard. Luo Ruiying's expression shifted in surprise, and she exclaimed, Ruxin, sister, it truly is you. Luo Ruxin's face lit up with joy as she rushed into the house, throwing herself into Luo Ruiying's embrace, nuzzling her cheek against her sister's chest in a display of affection. Ning Yetchin, observing from the side, felt an involuntary pang of envy. That was a position meant for him and their child. What astonished him even more was the revelation that his wife had a sister. Wasn't that his sister-in-law? After the affectionate reunion, Luo Ruxin lifted her head from Luo Ruiying's embrace, her gaze meticulously examining the sister she had not seen for nearly 2 centuries. Upon encountering Luo Ruiying, whose once resplendent silver hair had transformed into an ordinary shade of black, Luo Ruxin furrowed her brow deeply, unable to conceal her fury. Sister, what has happened to your hair? How could this be? The most distinctive trait of the Luo family's ancestral lineage was the transformation of black hair into silver. The purer the bloodline, the denser the silver strands. Luo Ruiying was the first in her family since ancient times to fully awaken the primordial Luo god bloodline. Possessing the natural silver hair that everyone in the family envied, she was lauded as the most gifted individual since the dawn of creation, having reached the realm of the immortal emperor in just over a century. Yet now, that dazzling silver mane had faded to the mundane black, signifying that her Luo god bloodline could no longer sustain her most fundamental Luo god form. Luo Ruiying gently caressed the black strands at the nape of her neck and spoke with remarkable calmness. A great many events have transpired, and I can no longer maintain the appearance of the Luo god. Luo Ruxin felt no great surprise at her sister's inability to uphold the Luo god form or at the regression of her cultivation. Rather, she found solace in the thought of having escaped to live a rare and precious ordinary life, fulfilling her innermost desires. You can no longer maintain the Luo god form. Sister, what on earth happened after you left the family? How could you be hiding here among mortals? Upon hearing that Luo Ruiying could no longer sustain her Luo god form, Luo Ruxin, filled with indignation, pressed for answers. She could hardly believe that her once revered sister, who had shone like a star in the celestial realm, was now reduced to living in such a dismal place. Just over a century ago, she had heard that her sister had been granted the title of the Luo Goddess Empress in the immortal realm. In disbelief, Luo Ruxin grasped Luo Ruiying's wrist, and the moment her fingers touched, her complexion turned ashen. Your celestial bones are gone. Your spirit is gone. Sister, What has happened to your body? Indeed, as you can see, now I am merely a practitioner of the celestial realm. I can no longer compare to you. You have surpassed me. Luo Ruiying replied, withdrawing her arm with a teasing nonchalance. She truly no longer cared about such matters. However, Luo Ruixin could not share her indifference. Her delicate face, cold as ice, was filled with murderous intent as she demanded, "Sister, tell me, who has done this to you? I shall kill them." Luo Ruiying had always been her idol, the driving force behind her lifelong pursuit of cultivation, and her most beloved sister. Now, witnessing her dearest sister being so grievously wronged, how could she not be enraged? Though she yearned to surpass her sister, it was certainly not in such a manner. All right, do not be so agitated. Otherwise, you might just tear my house apart." Luo Ruiying chuckled, embracing Luo Ruixin to soothe her emotions. She whispered softly in her ear, "You need not worry about me. I am quite well, as you can see. As for what transpired, do not inquire further. Let us pretend you know nothing. Even if you understand that it may not be beneficial for you or for our family, dear sister. Yet you." Luo Ruixin, reluctant to let the matter rest, intended to probe further, only to be silenced by Luo Ruiying's slender finger pressed gently against her lips. Luo Ruiying adopted a serious and unyielding demeanor. Although her cultivation had diminished to the realm of the mortal, she remained her sister. "I comprehend, sister." Luo Ruixin could only nod in resignation. She understood that Luo Ruiying's actions were undoubtedly meant to safeguard their family. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to such depths, nor would she have shunned a return to the celestial realm of the Luo gods. Luo Ruixin harbored many lingering questions she yearned to pose to Luo Ruiying, yet at that moment, she suddenly noticed a delicate, doll-like little girl, charmingly petite, clinging to Luo Ruiying's leg and hiding behind her. What an adorable little girl. Upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to her sister in her youth. The timid demeanor was simply delightful. "Sister, whose child is this?" Luo Ruixin inquired curiously, pointing at Luo Hongyet, who stood at Luo Ruiying's feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she gathered Luo Hongya into her embrace, shyly introducing this is my child. Chapter 93. He is your brother-in-law. Luo Ruixin exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. The news was utterly staggering. She never imagined that not only would she meet her sister, but also her sister's daughter. After more than 200 years of separation, her sister had even had a child. This was simply too sudden for her to accept. Her beloved sister had actually married. But who was this man? Luo Ruixin, filled with indignation, demanded answers. In her mind, no one in the world could possibly be worthy of her beautiful, strong, yet gentle and caring sister. Luo Ruiying blushed as she linked her arm with Ning Yetchin, pulling him closer. "Ruixin, allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, Ning Yetchin." "Hello." Ning Yetchin greeted with a warm smile, displaying friendliness towards Luo Ruixin. Despite her earlier insult, he remained courteous, recognizing her as his sister-in-law. Luo Ruixin's gaze shifted to Ning Yetchin, her astonishment deepening. Although she had noticed him upon entering, she had failed to detect any aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, instinctively dismissing him as a mere servant. To her shock, this man was her sister's husband, her brother-in-law. Luo Ruixin scrutinized Ning Yetchin with an intensity akin to that of a detective examining a suspect, her expression betraying disdain and even a hint of hostility. How could this man tarnish her beloved sister's honor? It was unforgivable. Although Ning Yetchin was not lacking in physical appeal, comparable to the men she had encountered in the celestial realm, she could discern no other remarkable qualities about him. He appeared overly refined and seemed fragile, lacking any discernible cultivation, merely an ordinary mortal. How could such a person be deemed worthy of her sister? "Sister, you would marry a man like this?" Luo Ruixin pointed at Ning Yetchin with unabashed contempt. Ning Yetchin was left speechless, wondering if he truly appeared so inadequate. Hearing him disparaged, Yu Qingyu, who stood nearby, furrowed her brow in disapproval. The demon lord was so powerful and exceptional. Countless women in the demon realm would vie for the chance to bear his child. How could this ignorant and short-sighted woman dare to malign him? Were it not for her being the demon lord's sister-in-law, she would not have let her off so easily. "Ruixin, you are being most disrespectful. He is your brother-in-law. Apologize to him at once." Upon witnessing Luo Ruixin's rudeness, Luo Ruiying frowned and reprimanded her, her authoritative presence compelling Luo Ruixin to shrink back in silence. Reluctantly, she turned to Ning Yetchin, stammering, "I am sorry." After speaking, she crossed her arms defiantly, shooting him a fierce glare. It was all this man's fault. Her actions led to a reprimand from her sister. "My husband, my sister did not mean it. Please do not take offense." Luo Ruiying expressed her concern that Ning Yetchin might take Luo Ruixin's words to heart and offered her apologies on her behalf. "It is of no consequence," Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. It was evident that Luo Ruixin's behavior was intentional. She was treating him as if he were an adversary. Luo Ruixin huffed disdainfully, averting her gaze from Ning Yetchin and surveying the courtyard and the surroundings of the house. The dilapidated walls, the worn-out furniture, the shabby abode. In truth, everything in the courtyard and the house was essentially brand new. However, for Luo Ruixin, who had always resided in the celestial realm. Everything here appeared to be in a state of disrepair. How could my sister live in such a shabby house? Indeed, this man is utterly unworthy of her. If I were her husband, I would ensure she dwelled in a place far more luxurious and beautiful than the celestial palace. Luo Ruxin silently attributed the poor living conditions to Ning Yetchin's shortcomings. Before long, she took note of the trio standing beside Luo Ruing. Upon first seeing them, Luo Ruxin sensed something unusual. She faintly perceived an almost imperceptible aura of spiritual energy emanating from the trio, which did not seem entirely human. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was nothing to be found. Had she merely imagined it? With a scrutinizing gaze, she approached the trio, examining them closely before sniffing the air. How peculiar. She found no further anomalies. Ruxin, they are attendants brought by my husband. One must not be too disrespectful, Luo Ruing said, helplessly observing Ruxin's strange behavior. This girl was not typically like this. Why was she acting so oddly today? Mississippi. The trio, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, forced a smile as they greeted her awkwardly. Unlike Luo Ruing and Luo Ruxin, who were of a lower cultivation level, Ruxin possessed the true prowess of a celestial king. Should she inadvertently expose their secret, it would spell doom for them. Indeed, Luo Ruxin could not discern any oddities about the trio and reluctantly dismissed her earlier suspicions. In terms of their appearances and demeanor, they could pass as her sister's attendants. Turning her attention back to the maid Yuqingyu, whom Luo Ruing had mentioned, Ruxin's expression instinctively shifted upon making eye contact. Her hand unconsciously gripped the celestial sword at her waist. It is her, the woman I just saw outside. So, she is also an attendant in my sister's household. Yuqingyu's demeanor was icy, yet she remained polite, bowing respectfully to Luo Ruxin. I have the honor of meeting Miss Luo. Upon observing that Yuqingyu emitted no discernible aura of spiritual energy, Luo Ruxin gradually relaxed her grip on the sword's hilt. How could a celestial being of such esteemed rank be intimidated by a mere maid? It is truly perplexing, given her formidable prowess. One could hardly claim there are many within this realm, let alone this city, who could rival her. She is undeniably overly cautious. Yet, the grace and beauty of this woman are indeed striking. To think such a creature serves as his maid. Even Luo Ruxin, upon first encountering Yuqingyu, found herself captivated by the subtle aura that surrounded her. After a cursory glance around the courtyard and interior, Luo Ruxin turned her gaze back to the child, Luo Hongye, cradled in Luo Ruing's arms. Although she harbored considerable discontent towards Ning Yetchin, believing he was unworthy of her sister, she genuinely adored the child. Particularly, Luo Hongye bore a striking resemblance to her sister in her youth. She was truly as endearing as Luo Ruing had been in her childhood. Little darling, what is your name? Luo Ruxin asked with a warm and affectionate smile as she leaned closer to Luo Hongye's cherubic face. However, her seemingly flawless greeting startled Luo Hongye, causing her to burrow deeper into Luo Ruing's embrace, too frightened to respond. Luo Ruxin was momentarily frozen in disbelief, her smile faltering. Could it be that she was rejected? Chapter 94. This man, utterly sinful. Do not be afraid, dear, she is your aunt. Noticing Luo Hongye's evident reluctance towards Luo Ruxin, Luo Ruing gently patted her back and spoke softly. Aunt. Luo Hongye timidly turned her head, softly uttering the word, before burying her face in Luo Ruing's embrace. Clearly, she was still resistant to being held by Luo Ruxin. In that moment, Luo Ruxin felt as though she had plummeted into despair. Was she truly so detestable? Why was she perceived as such a frightful presence? Luo Ruing, too, was filled with curiosity. Although Luo Hongye was somewhat shy, she had never behaved in this manner towards kind and gentle individuals. For instance, she had comfortably allowed Qi Yuan and even the first meeting with Yuqingyu to hold her. Why, then, did she exhibit such reluctance towards her own sister? Hongye, what troubles you? Are you afraid of your aunt? Luo Ruing gently inquired, watching over Luo Hongye with concern. Luo Ruxin's face was etched with worry as she awaited the child's response. Luo Hongye lifted her gaze and shook her head lightly, responding in a soft, lisping voice. Aunt does not like daddy, and Hongye does not like those who speak ill of daddy. Hongye does not like aunt. The child's reply left everyone present momentarily stunned. To think that such a young heart could comprehend so much. It was evident that she had noticed even this. Her declaration of not liking aunt struck Luo Ruxin like a dagger to the heart. The pain was acute. She was truly disliked by her adorable niece. Ning Yetchin had not anticipated that Luo Hongye's aversion stemmed from Luo Ruxin's disrespect towards him. His heart swelled with joy, and a smile involuntarily graced his face. His precious daughter was indeed perceptive. Come here, Hongye, let daddy hold you. Ning Yetchin reached out towards Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruing's embrace. Luo Hongye obediently extended her arms, settling into his hold. This scene was particularly striking in Luo Ruxin's eyes. Naturally, she interpreted it as Ning Yetchin flaunting his bond with the child, who favored him over her. How infuriating! This mortal dared to provoke her so brazenly. It was all his fault that she had fallen out of favor with Hong Ye. In her heart, Luo Ruxin silently attributed this grievance to Ning Yetchin, adding to her dissatisfaction with him. Since they were there, they might as well stay for dinner. Noticing Luo Ruxin's lingering hostility towards Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruing sighed helplessly, leading Luo Ruxin into the main hall. Please sit for a moment. I will prepare dinner. Cook dinner. Sister, how can you do something mundane that only ordinary women would do? Luo Ruxin exclaimed in astonishment and voiced her strong discontent upon hearing that Luo Ruing intended to cook. As beings from the celestial realm, they partook of spirit spring water and divine fruits. How could they stoop to the level of ordinary mortals and engage in cooking, thus tainting themselves with the scent of the kitchen? Luo Ruing turned her head and smiled faintly, simply stating, I am merely a woman now. What is inappropriate about that? After saying this, she walked towards the kitchen. Yu Qingyu gazed at Luo Ruxin for a moment, then silently followed her into the kitchen to assist. What is up with this maid? It feels as though she is glaring at me. It was the first time Luo Ruxin felt so strangely under the scrutiny of a maid. How dare she? It was only when Luo Ruing entered the kitchen that Luo Ruxin, with a complex mood, returned to her seat. Her sister has truly changed, transformed into an ordinary woman. Is this the life her sister yearned for? Although Luo Ruxin felt quite opposed to Luo Ruing cooking like an ordinary woman, she also harbored a deep desire to personally savor her sister's culinary skills. She had never had the chance to taste the dishes made by her sister's own hands. Kaisei, bring a pot of good tea, along with some pastries and fruits, Ning Yetchin instructed, cradling Luo Hongye in his lap. The three attendants nodded in acknowledgement and gradually exited the hall to prepare. Luo Ruxin, with an air of haughtiness, declared, no need for that. I have rather discerning tastes. Your tea and pastries would likely be unpalatable to me, so keep them for yourselves. Such mundane offerings could never satisfy her palate. What delightful food could her sister and little Yi possibly find with this man? The more Luo Ruxin pondered, the angrier she became. So she retrieved various celestial fruits and delicacies from her celestial ring, sweeping them onto the table beside Ning Yetchin with a flourish. With an air of confidence, she proclaimed, you should sample mine instead. You may never get the chance to taste these again in your lifetime. Enjoying these pastries is indeed a blessing for my sister and the child. Ning Yetchin cast a glance at the pastries and fruits on the table, unable to suppress a chuckle. Were these not merely the most common celestial fruits and pastries from the celestial realm? In the demon realm, they wouldn't even qualify to be placed before him. Seeing Ning Yetchin stifling a laugh, Luo Ruxin furrowed her brows. What does this guy mean? Why does it feel as if he is mocking her? Such an ignorant mortal. Does he not realize how many people in the mortal realm dream of tasting such delights in their lifetime? Little Yi, would you like to try your aunt's pastries? Luo Ruxin instantly changed her demeanor, full of expectation as she addressed Luo Hongye. She hoped that through these treats, she could win back Luo Hongye's favor. Being disliked by her niece was simply unacceptable. After all, that was her sister's daughter, and thus also her own. With her adorable big eyes, Luo Hongye glanced at the pastries on the table, then looked up at Ning Yetchin, seemingly seeking permission to eat. Ning Yetchin smiled, ruffling Luo Hongye's hair, and gently said, since it's your aunt's kind gesture, why not give it a try, Yi? Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed a piece of pastry and took a bite. So, how is it, little Yi? With a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, Luo Ruxin inquired eagerly. How is it, Luo Hongye? She asked, her face lighting up with joy. Splendid, Luo Ruxin replied, a satisfied smile gracing her features, her heart swelling with pride. Indeed, to win a child's affection, one must first captivate her palate. She could hardly believe that after tasting the delicacies from the celestial realm, little Yi would still settle for anything else. In time, the child would naturally gravitate toward her, allowing her to reclaim little Yi from that man's embrace. Little Yi, is this not the most delectable treat you've ever had? If you tell your auntie you like it, I shall prepare more for you in the future. Luo Ruxin beamed. However, Luo Hongye's expression faltered as she shook her head decisively. Yi's favorite is grilled sausage. Grilled sausage. Luo Ruxin exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. She could hardly fathom that the pastries and fruits from the celestial realm paled in comparison to a mere grilled sausage. How could this be possible? To be bested by such a trivial food item left Luo Ruxin deeply disheartened. How could the exquisite pastries and fruits of the celestial realm be overshadowed by such inferior sustenance? Surely, this man had been feeding the child these unhealthy morsels for far too long, corrupting her taste. It must be so. In her heart, Luo Ruxin silently attributed this transgression to Ning Yetchin. This man was indeed a great offender. Chapter 95. Not delicious at all. Luo Ruxin glared fiercely at Ning Yetchin, leaving him perplexed and speechless, unsure of what he had done to provoke his sister-in-law. At that moment, Kaisei and the others brought tea and pastries to Luo Ruxin's table. Miss, please enjoy. Determined, Luo Ruxin resolved to merely take a few bites and then mercilessly criticize the offerings he had prepared. She aimed to embarrass him, As she turned her head and reached for something on the table, her hand froze mid-air in astonishment. Before her lay an array of exquisite fruits, crystal grapes, ruby fruits, jade melons, and many celestial fruits she had scarcely encountered before. How could he possess such an abundance of celestial fruits? Impossible. The conditions for growing and storing celestial fruits are exceedingly stringent. It was unlikely that any place in the mortal realm could cultivate them. Surely, they must merely resemble those celestial fruits. She could not be deceived. Luo Ruxin picked up a translucent crystal grape, its vibrant luster revealing the flowing essence within. Instinctively, she swallowed hard and popped the grape into her mouth. With a gentle bite, the luscious, sweet essence burst forth, filling her mouth with a rich, fragrant flavor. Delightful. Without a doubt, this was indeed a genuine crystal grape. Moreover, it was the first time she had tasted one so plump and sweet. A look of indulgent enjoyment inadvertently crossed her face, but when she noticed Ning Yetchin smiling at her, she quickly wiped the expression away and adopted a stern demeanor. That was close. She almost forgot her purpose. She was there to critique him, to launch a scathing attack, not to savor delicacies. Luo Ruxin popped another crystal grape into her mouth, then reached for a pastry, taking a delicate bite. How could the pastries of the mortal realm possibly compare to those of the celestial realm? Yet, as she bit down, her eyes lit up, and an expression of astonishment graced her face. This is also delicious. The flavor was so unique, seemingly infused with a blend of various herbs and an unknown meat. Yet, the taste was exceptional. With each bite, warmth spread through her body, leaving a lingering fragrance in her mouth. How infuriating! How could his pastries possibly surpass those of the celestial realm? While glaring at Ning Yetchin with reluctant resentment, Luo Ruxin continued to stuff her mouth with pastries. Ning Yetchin couldn't help but chuckle. These pastries had been meticulously prepared by Yu Qingyu for Luo Hongya, incorporating a variety of rare celestial herbs that not only tasted exquisite but also aided in physical growth. Even Luo Ruiying had praised them. Luo Ruxin, devouring the pastries ravenously, still wore an expression of unwillingness. Suddenly, he found that his sister-in-law possessed a rather endearing side. Of course, it still paled in comparison to the cuteness of his wife and child. If you enjoy them, take your time, there's plenty more at home. Ning Yetchin, concerned that Luo Ruxin might choke, kindly offered a reminder. After taking another bite, Luo Ruxin, with a fierce expression, retorted, "Who likes this? It's absolutely dreadful." Ning Yetchin. No sooner had she spoken than Luo Ruxin began to choke, hastily lifting the tea on the table to gulp it down. Once she had swallowed, she exhaled deeply, glaring at Ning Yetchin with a fierce intensity. This fellow had intentionally engaged her in conversation, nearly causing her to choke. He must surely be plotting her demise. As the fragrant essence of the tea lingered on her palate, Luo Ruxin found herself momentarily taken aback, pouring herself another cup to savor. This tea is truly delightful. It surpasses anything she had tasted at home. How could this man prepare such exquisite pastries, fruits, and tea? It left her utterly incapable of finding fault to disparage him. Surely, these delicacies were arranged by her sister. How could an ordinary person possibly present such fare? Convinced that these treats had nothing to do with Ning Yetchin, she indulged with even more conviction. Luo Hongya, nestled in Ning Yetchin's embrace, couldn't help but gaze curiously at Luo Ruxin. Auntie can eat so much, even more than Yetchin. Before long, Luo Ruiying had prepared a feast, her heart brimming with joy at reuniting with family after such a long time. The assisting Yu Qingyu arranged the dishes on the table, setting out bowls and chopsticks. "Ruxin, you should sample the earthly delights. Give it a try," beckoned Luo Ruiying. At that moment, Luo Ruxin had already consumed a considerable amount of pastries and tea, yet the thought of her sister's home-cooked dishes compelled her to devour them eagerly. "Delicious. No wonder it's made by my sister. It's simply exquisite. Such culinary talent wasted on a certain man," Luo Ruxin remarked, all the while taking jabs at Ning Yetchin. "Ruxin," Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed, her displeasure evident. She could discern Luo Ruxin's mockery toward Ning Yetchin. He was her husband, and even among family, such disparagement was unacceptable. "I understand, sister." Luo Ruxin quickly backpedaled, sensing her sister's genuine anger, feeling somewhat wronged. Her sister had actually scolded her for that man. Ning Yetchin, however, remained unfazed, a smile perpetually gracing his face as he occasionally fed Luo Hongya and served dishes to Luo Ruiying. Sitting beside Ning Yetchin, Yu Qingyu, not pleased at all, spoke with a composed demeanor. "Miss Luo, my young master's culinary skills are also quite commendable, and the lady enjoys them immensely. How could they be considered a waste? Furthermore, those dishes you just savored were all prepared by me. It pleases me greatly that they suit your taste." Luo Ruxin, suddenly rendered speechless by the retort. She felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but find the situation amusing, personally taking some of her own dishes to place in Luo Ruxin's bowl. As Luo Ruxin reveled in the joy of her sister Luo Ruiying personally serving her dishes, she suddenly witnessed Luo Ruiying extending her chopsticks to feed Ning Yetchin. "Husband, you should also try this," she said. Ning Yetchin opened his mouth to savor the delicacy prepared by his wife, and, in turn, picked up some food to feed Luo Ruiying. My dear, you should eat more as well. With Luo Ruixin beside them, Luo Ruiying felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, she could not allow Ning Yetchin to hold his chopsticks up indefinitely, so she lifted her cheek and slightly parted her lips to accept the offering. The affectionate exchange between the couple was not lost on Luo Ruixin, who sat there, momentarily frozen, her chopsticks suspended in midair. Her sister, whom she had always admired, now resembled a bashful maiden, sharing tender moments with a man. They appeared as an endearing couple, deeply in love. Sitting beside Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruixin suddenly felt superfluous. Meanwhile, Meng Niu, Yu Qinyu, and the others at the table had long since grown accustomed to such displays. Sister, I want some too, Luo Ruixin declared. Seizing the opportunity to snatch the food from Luo Ruiying's chopsticks, determined to reclaim her sister and the child from the grasp of this man. Chapter 96. She cannot accept at nighttime after dinner. Everyone gathered in the hall. In her quest to reclaim her beloved sister, Luo Ruixin deliberately positioned herself between Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying by moving a chair, leaving no opportunity for the two to interact. Like a little girl yearning for her sister, she nestled against Luo Ruiying's waist, indulging in playful affection after a long separation. Not content with that, she would occasionally cast provocative glances at Ning Yetchin, wearing a smug expression as if to assert, "Look, my sister belongs to me." Ning Yetchin, holding Luo Hongye in his arms, could only smile helplessly. He never anticipated that one day his sister-in-law would vie for affection with him, her brother-in-law. What a peculiar situation. Luo Ruiying looked on with a mixture of helplessness and fondness. Ruixin, you are no longer a child. Why do you still act so childishly? Despite being several centuries old, her sister, Luo Ruixin, still clung to her like she did in their youth. She would forever remain her sister's little sister. Luo Ruixin, clinging to Luo Ruiying's waist, sweetly implored, still unwilling to release her grasp. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met, so Luo Ruiying indulged her whims this time. At that moment, Yu Qinyu entered the hall and slightly bowed, saying, "Young master, madam, the water in the bath has been heated." A bath. Upon hearing that there was a bath in the house, Luo Ruixin's eyes lit up as she lifted her head from Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying smiled gently and nodded. Your husband has prepared the bath at home. Ruixin, you might as well give it a try. The thought that Ning Yetchin had arranged this bath for her and their child made Luo Ruiying's cheeks faintly flush with embarrassment. Unaware of her sister's blush, Luo Ruixin exclaimed excitedly, "That's wonderful. I haven't bathed with my sister in ages. Can we all bathe together, sister and little Yetchin? Please, little Yetchin?" She turned her eager gaze toward the obedient Luo Hongye, who sat quietly in Ning Yetchin's embrace. Her intentions extended beyond merely reclaiming her sister. She aimed to win back her sister's child as well. Luo Hongye's little face displayed